It's cool as a teenager. You chasing the girls, and you try to, yeah. But as a father, it's a whole different ball game.
Yeah,
You know.
I definitely think men know that they are the problem in the world, but at the
Oh
same
yeah.
time, they will swear up and down that it's not. But when they have daughters, they know that they need to protect their daughters from other men.
Yeah.
You know, which is a double consciousness within itself, also.
Mm-hmm.
All right, y'all. So I brought in the YouTube film. If you're over there, say hello in the chat. Make sure you smash the like button. Um, a couple announcements. Tomorrow, I will be on the line again before this live at 6 p.m. on their show called Chewed Gum. It is a show that is focused on dispelling myths of homophobia, anti queerness, and things like that. I've not seen Chewed Gum, so this will be very interesting. But that is tomorrow on YouTube on the line at 6 p.m. Central. It is a 90-minute show, so probably to about 7:30 p.m. Tomorrow, before Maddie's hour tomorrow night. What's up, TMFJ? Satan was framed. My favorite motherfucking name. What's up? Insultus, Loose Change. Hello. Oh, we had 8,000 subs on YouTube. Thank y'all. Appreciate y'all. We got 2,000 more subs to go to hit our 10,000 goal subscribers over there. Keep sharing the live out, y'all. Feed the beast. Thank y'all so much for feeding the beast. Tap the screen up. We had 106 shares. I am ready to go ahead and get started. I did update topic number 3 because I have questions, and hopefully, they will come up and answer these questions. And this question is not just for believers. Okay, if you're deconstructing, and I want to talk to those of you that are deconstructing that watch the show. Um, the purpose of the live is for you to come up, bring your questions. If you are studying the text, you're stuck and you have a question about something that you grew up being taught, something that you're struggling to deconstruct from. That's what the show is about, especially if you are a nerd. If you are a nerd, you have that stage privilege to come up, bring your research questions. Okay. If you are a nerd, you don't have to stick on topic. Bring your Bible questions. Let's go through it. I love doing on live research. I don't know everything. If there's something you know, something you want us to research on live together, bring it. I love learning new things, especially with the group online, figuring out new shit in the moment is my high. So don't be afraid to bring that stuff. That's what this room is for. It's for you to really, really, really challenge what you think you know, what you think you believe. Okay. If you are a believer, don't. If you are scared to question your faith or to have your faith challenged by people who are questioning faith or who have no faith, this isn't the room for you. I don't really like it when y'all hang out in here and all of your fear. Um, I think you should go to a Christian live and fearmonger in there because they're going to be accepting of it. We are in here to learn. We're in here to challenge. We're in here to grow. We may fight. That's when you can't challenge shit if you don't get to that point to where you're pushing the limits. And if you're afraid of that, this is not the room for you. Okay. But I am ready to get started. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing or an atheist and you are 21 and up, y'all, the guest box is open. Let's go ahead and get started. Shabu,
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
All is well.
How old are you?
41.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a believer.
Okay.
I follow Christ.
All right. There's 4 topics on the board. Which one did you want to discuss? And Nelly, you can start off while I eat right quick.
You can
Okay.
go for number one.
Okay. Go ahead.
I think, according to what is written in the scriptures, it's not only the woman, but also the male. There was a punishment given to both Adam and Eve.
Really?
Yep. There was a punishment given to Eve, and there was also a punishment given to Adam.
What was that? I'm curious about that. I'm glad you asked. I said that. What was Adam's? What was that Adam's punishment?
To till the ground that he came from.
Oh, so what was Adam's purpose? Why was Adam made?
Are you speaking specifically on Adam or for all of mankind?
No, just Adam.
Well, the book of Isaiah explains that God created humans to give praise and glory to his name.
No. Let's stay in Genesis. What was Adam? Okay, the reason why I'm asking you this is because you said that Adam's punishment was to till the ground, right?
That's what the scriptures say.
That's what
Correct.
the scripture says, correct? But then what does the scripture say? The reason why Adam was made?
Yeah, it's Isaiah 45:7.
No, it's not Isaiah 45:7. It's actually Genesis 2.
Okay. Would you care to elaborate?
Okay, let's just go to the creation. Let's see, Genesis 2. Okay, so it's Genesis 2. Let's start at 4. So it says, these are the generations of the heavens and the earth when they were created. In the day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens, with when no plant of the field was yet in the earth, and no vegetation of the field had yet sprung up. For the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was no one to till the ground, but a stream would wi- but a stream would rise from the earth and the waters the whole face of the ground. Then the Lord God formed a man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils and the breath of life. So we can really stop right there. So now what was Adam made for again?
Yeah, it does not say to till the ground if I heard you correctly.
Exactly. So how could he was made to till the ground, but his punishment was to till the ground?
Well, I didn't agree with what you said. I said I did not hear in that scripture you read that Adam was made to till the ground. Can you
Okay, let
elaborate
me
more?
read it again. It says, for the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was no one to till the ground. But a stream would rise from the earth and the water and the whole face of the ground. Then the Lord God formed a man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils and breathed and the breath of life. And the man became a living being.
Okay.
So, in other words, this scripture is telling you that the Lord God did not have no one to till the ground. So he created a man for that purpose.
Also, probably read verse 15.
Yeah. Okay. We go to 15. 15 says, the Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to till it and keep it.
So I believe the error is on my part because I don't have my Bible in front of me. And I believe I did get the punishment incorrect. I think the punishment, let me get my Bible to make sure I answer correctly. All right, I've got my Bible in front of me now.
It's Genesis 3, 17. And he said unto the man, he said, because you have listened to the voice of your wife, and you have eaten of the tree which about which I commanded you, you shall not eat of it. Cursed is the ground because of you. In toil you shall eat of it all the days of your life. Thorns and thistles it shall bring forth for you, and you shall eat the plants of the field. By the sweat of your face and By the sweat of your face you shall eat bread until you return to the ground, for out of it you were taken. You are dust, and dust you will return. You shall return. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I think it says the ground is was cursed as a result. And let's see. Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with you.
So, in other words, Adam really didn't get a punishment here. He didn't get a punishment. Eve got a punishment.
Well,
Uh, Eve got demoted, actually. That's what happened with Eve. She
well,
actually got demoted.
I think conveys there being a certain hardship in tilling the ground as a result.
Well, let me ask you this. When Adam was made, he was made to till the ground. Was they also made to eat of the trees in the garden, eat of the fruit? They could eat of any tree in the garden?
There was a tree that they were forbidden to eat from.
That's not what I'm asking you. We know that tree was there, but every other tree they were allowed to eat from, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if they were allowed to eat from tree. Now, when someone is made to till the ground, what is actually tilling the ground? What does that mean?
It's farming it.
That's what?
It's farming it.
So that means like making sure ain't no weeds getting in there, keeping the ground nice, taking out the stickers and all that stuff, just taking care of the property.
Correct.
Right. So now we go back to Adam's punishment again. Thorns and thistles and all this stuff. He was already doing this.
So I mean, I guess I'm trying to follow what you're trying to say that Adam received no punishment.
Actually, Adam did not receive a punishment here. The only thing that is different from what Adam was doing is that they didn't mention about him sweating of his brow. Now, common sense would tell me if a man is out there in the field working and tilling the ground, he's gonna sweat. I mean, it's not like he didn't have sweat glands and shit before he ate of the tree. You telling me that the tree gave him sweat glands?
I'm just listening to you. I'm listening and I'm looking at the scripture before I really tell you what I think about it. But I believe from what we've discussed, there's definitely a certain hardship, and I think that the ground was not producing things such as thorns to begin with.
Well, if we really want to be honest about the scripture, really, Adam did not get punished. Adam got promoted. That's basically, if you just read the scripture, for what it is. Adam got promoted. Eve got demoted. You want to see
I'm
what
not
Eve's punishment
disagreeing with
was?
you. I'm just trying to follow you. Go ahead.
Well, if we go up to if we go up to verse 16 in verse 3 in Genesis 3:16, it says, "To the woman he said, I will make your pain in childbirth exceedingly great. In pain you shall bring forth children, yet your desire shall be for your husband, and he shall rule over you." That is a punishment. So therefore, that tells me when I read this is that Adam did not rule over Eve. Eve was actually over Adam. Eve was considered to be, I think they call it an Azar. And I think if I'm not mistaken, it is Azar thinker.
Yeah, she's an Azair, and she
Azar,
was a
that's it.
strong opposite to him, a strong
There you
counter.
go. There you go. But she got demoted.
So I don't necessarily think that the woman was created above the man. because the woman came from the man's rib.
Well, if we stick with the story and say that Eve came from his rib, then we can say that. But
But hold on, can a
go ahead.
child become their parents' boss?
In what regard?
What do you mean in what regard? Like, can a child become their parents' boss and be over their parents?
In the case of Jesus, that's
I
what
didn't ask you about Jesus. Why do y'all do that?
They go
I'm
straight
just
to
saying
Jesus.
that's an instance of it
No,
actually
it's not. We're talking about
occurring.
Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve are not Jesus. They are just two humans. Can a child become their parents' boss?
I, I I think that is possible.
So you saying that Eve, you don't think was created and put over Adam because she came from him, does not make any sense logically. Like, coming from somebody doesn't mean you can't be put over that person, to rule over that person or to supervise over that person. But she wasn't put over him. She was a strong opposite to him. She was to be to him the same thing that Yahweh is to the Israelites, a strong help. She was not made to be his subject. She wasn't made to be his counterpart, his intimate partner. She was a strong help.
So I think the scriptures say otherwise, and I also think that we can look at a woman and there are features on a woman that kind of blatantly show that they were created for men.
No, it's not.
Hmm,
No, it's not.
okay.
Like, for example, as a man, humans have what we call G spots that, during sex, it gives us the maximum climax possible during sex. Correct?
I'm listening.
Are you aware that humans have those spots?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you know where the man's is?
I've not studied the nature of it the way you're explaining it. I'm listening.
No, do you know where yours is?
I don't. I'm listening
Okay.
to you. I'm trying to receive your
Okay.
teaching.
Okay. The man's G spot is their prostate gland and their anus. Women don't have anything that reach back there.
Okay.
Yeah. Our bodies were not made for men. That's not true. No more than your body was made for a woman.
Well, I base what I believe on what the
Yeah, but
scriptures.
we're talking biology. You said
Mhm.
the statement that you made was, if you look at a woman, that ain't got nothing to do with scripture. You said if you look at a woman, you can see that she was made for a man. Her body has features that tells you she was made for a man. It's not true. We don't have anything to peg your G spot.
I'm not following you about the male's G spot. I think
The
that
G spot is stimulated during sex, that gives you the ultimate climax so that you can produce sperm at a high, like, I don't know if you know, but men's sperm quality is on the decline. I don't think a lot of you are having enough orgasms to where you can produce high quality sperm, but your Y chromosome is dying out, and then your sperm quality is low, and a lot of males are um, becoming impotent uh, around age 25 instead of 40, instead of when they become middle age. I don't think enough of you are getting that stimulation in your prostate gland that gives you that ultimate orgasm so that you can produce high quality sperm. But women, we don't have anything on our body to tap that.
Yeah, so I think that what you're saying is an unnatural way for a male to achieve an orgasm if you're talking about
I said the
uh,
ultimate, I said the maximum orgasm, which is tapping your prostate.
right. I think that's an unnatural way to
It's
achieve an
literally what it's
orgasm.
for. It's
Right.
literally
But
what
I
it
think
is. It's
that
in
the
your that's biology. It's in your body. It is right next to your anus, next to your scrotum. That's exactly what it is. And y'all don't have, like, women don't have anything to stimulate that. And so you're not having these orgasms, the maximum orgasm. You are climaxing, you're ejaculating, but you aren't orgasming.
right. So when the prostate has that stimulation,
Mhm.
that's what actually gives seed to the woman.
Where
From my
how does
perspective.
a woman reach her prostate if it's in your
uh,
ass?
So the prostate, it's not in that part of the body.
Oh, do you want to pull up a diagram?
I know my dad passed away from prostate cancer, so it's
Oh, did
not.
they have to go in his ass to check to see if he
So,
had prostate cancer?
so what you said was it's in that part of
It
the
is
body.
in that part of the body. Have you ever had a colonoscopy?
I'm trying to explain it, but you're cutting me off. If you
No,
could
it is in that part of the body. Have you ever had a colonoscopy? Where do you think colonoscopies are done?
well, so I'm just trying to explain to
No,
you
answer
that.
the question. Where do you think they check for prostate cancer?
I mean, you're just cutting me
Where
off.
where do
So
they check for prostate cancer?
they check in the rectum,
That's
but do
your
you
ass.
but do you care to know why?
Yeah, cuz it's in your ass.
No, it's not.
Oh, where is it? In your stomach?
It's in your intestines.
It's your prostate is
It come
in your intestine?
it, it's next to it. I apologize. I'm trying not to become
You
angry
do
because of how
realize
you're
that your
speaking.
intestines is a part of your rectum?
So if you can speak to me without interrupting
Do
me,
you
it's
do you
agitating
do
me,
you
and that's why
realize? I'm sorry,
I'm unable
don't
to
start the
focus.
whining. We know who you
I
are.
mean,
Don't start the
I'm just
whining. We know who
saying
you
that if
are.
you're not going to
Don't
speak
start the
soundly,
whining. Don't start the
why does
whining.
it always have
We
to be
know who
chaotic?
you are because you whine a lot, god damn it. You
I just
whine
want to
a
speak
lot.
fairly.
Do
That's
you
all. I
do
just want to
you
speak.
realize?
You don't let me speak.
Do you realize that your intestines is part of your rectum?
Yeah, so I'm just trying to speak, and I'm
Then
trying to
answer the
explain to you
questions I'm
that
asking.
it's not there. You don't have to cut me off now. Can
Really?
I get
Okay.
5 words out?
How about I pull up a diagram and I show you that your prostate is in your ass?
Do
You
it
can, yeah,
because
yeah.
it's not in
I
there.
am, because you whine a lot, and I'm gonna just let you say shit, and then I'm gonna bring up the
It's not.
diagram.
You're gonna see it's right outside of it.
Okay,
It's not in there.
okay,
Yeah,
okay.
there's no organ inside
It's
of the
outside of
rectum.
it's outside of your ass.
Listen, there is no organ inside the
I'm sorry.
rectum. You're
Okay,
wrong.
okay. Let's say, how do you reach the prostate, Shabu? How do you reach it?
Through the rectum, but
Through
it's
the
not in
rectum.
the
So
rectum.
how do the woman reach your prostate to make you orgasm?
Let's just look at the diagram
No,
like
no,
you
no.
said.
Answer the question. How does a woman reach your prostate to make you orgasm?
A woman has never done that to me.
Because she can't, can she? She doesn't have anything to reach it, does she?
Unnatural way. It's like going in the
I'm
body
sorry.
to try to touch an organ.
I'm sorry. You just said that the
We'll just put the
prostate.
diagram
You just said that the prostate is the thing that makes you have semen,
right
right?
out.
You said the
It's
prostate is
right,
stimulated during sex. Did you not just say that?
right. It's next to the
Okay.
bladder.
How is it stimulated during sex?
You're bouncing all over the place. Are we
Oh,
talking about
it
where it's
bounces.
located?
You know how? How is it stimulated during sex with a woman?
Yeah, it happens through the man's sexual part,
How?
not the rectum.
How? Like, is your dick like vibrating against your prostate?
So the man's sexual part is stimulated, and that's what causes the prostate to have an, I guess, ejaculation. It has nothing to do with the rectum.
So when the Nelly, move over a little bit. When the penile is uh elongated, Are you saying that because you're bouncing around, your prostate on the inside is like jiggling and stimulating like that, and that's how you get stimulation? Is that what you're saying?
So what I'm saying is it comes from the male sex organ, which is not connected to the rectum.
Oh, Kalu, can you make that a little bit bigger? I don't think he can see that.
Yeah, you said it was in the
Oh,
rectum. See
this
how
is
it's
a
not?
this is a textbook, but you see, hold on.
She said it was in the rectum. So you see how it's not in the rectum? It's on the outside. It's outside of the rectum. And
Right,
it's
right.
part of the
Look, hold
sexual
on.
organs.
Right. Look, rectum, prostate. Let's go to rectum. This is your rectum.
Right.
And let's
There's
follow
no
the
prostate
prostate.
in that
Hold on
rectum.
real quick. There's the prostate. The penis goes here, and then it touches here. The
It's
penis
not
goes
touching.
up here, and it well, maybe your penis is small, but the penis
We
goes
can
here.
look at the diagram and see it's not
Right.
touching.
Right. The penis goes here, and it touches there. But a doctor would put their digits up here to feel your prostate to check if you have any issues. The doctor would put, see, look, digits, whoop, go up. Like, it makes that sound too. Whoop, goes up, and then just presses on the prostate like that.
Kalu,
Yeah, but
Kalu,
we can.
can a woman? Is there anything on our body that will help us make these men get some high quality sperm?
Their fingers,
Our fingers will go in there. Is there any human species that have something that, like, I don't know, look like a snake that could probably reach back
nah,
there?
maybe another man,
Uh,
but that's about it.
okay.
Yeah, that it's an unnatural way to reach a person's prostate, but it's not intended that way. I think
What's the
that's
natural way
obvious.
of reaching it?
Yeah, you're not supposed to touch it with your fingers. There's
No,
a sex
what's the
organ.
natural way of reaching it though?
Yeah. You see the entire sexual reproductive system of a male. That's the way you
No, no,
use
no.
it.
I
It's
asked,
not the way
what
we're
is a
talking
natural way of reaching the prostate?
with by having sex the correct way with a woman
And the woman can reach the prostate by having sex with you.
through the male sex part.
Oh,
Correct.
oh, and
That's
so
how a child is
Wait,
produced.
and so you've had
wait.
one of these maximum climax orgasms.
So do you realize what you're saying?
Yes, I'm asking, have you had
So
one of these
everyone
have you
who's
had one of these out of the world
listen,
orgasms?
listen, everyone who's reproduced or had sex before, it's not because it's happening through the
Have you
rectum.
had an orgasm? Have
What
you
does that
had
have to do?
the maximum orgasm before?
So I'm not even sure what we're talking about right
Oh,
now
the answer is no.
because you're to me not
Oh
making much
man, you're missing out.
sense. Right. I
You're
thought we were
missing
talking
out.
about Adam and
We
Eve.
are. You're missing out. Like, an orgasm is out of
You're
this world.
asking me about orgasms. I
Yes.
thought we were
Oh my
talking about
gosh.
Adam and Eve.
That's a part of life. And this one is a part of, is the best part of life. You are
Right.
missing out.
Well, it's an unnatural way to have an
I
orgasm,
mean, your God put it there.
but it's not for that.
That's literally what it's for. When you climax, you produce high quality sperm. You all are producing low quality sperm. Your X chromosomes are dying out. The male species is dying out. Y'all not orgasming.
There's 8 billion people in the world that would say otherwise.
Again, 8 billion people includes women, intersex, right? I said the male species is dying out. The Y chromosome is damn near gone. Y'all are becoming impotent at a younger age. Y'all don't listen. Like, natural selection is like, fuck these motherfuckers. They don't want to listen. They're bigots. They don't like biology. I guess let them eat cake.
Yeah, so again, I'm not sure where this conversation has gone. I thought it was about Adam and Eve.
It's now up your butt.
Oh my god,
That's
man!
wild.
The way y'all will, like, just ignore science is just hilarious to me. Like your bigotry is fucking funny. Go ahead, Nelly.
I mean, did you have anything else to add to the Adam and Eve thing?
Well, yeah, what the scriptures explain is the head of a woman is a man because she came from his rib, and the head of a man is Christ, and the head of Christ is God. So, from a creation standpoint, it's like asking, can Christ teach God?
No one asked
He
you
can't.
about who's the head of shit. That topic has to do with her being responsible for evil and sin in the world. Nobody give a fuck about
I
y'all's
think that
need to dominate.
I
That
think your
topic don't have shit to
conversation.
do with that. It's talking about her being responsible for sin and evil.
Well, you won't know because you didn't hear. You cut me off again.
I cut you off and put you back on topic. That's my job, motherfucker. You ain't over me over here. I'm over you.
I'm just saying. I think
I
you would
said
have
get back
better
on topic. I
conversation.
said get back on topic, motherfucker. I didn't come from your goddamn rib.
Gosh, man, it's so unpleasant to talk to you.
Cool.
Yeah, so we don't get anywhere because you won't listen.
Cool. Get back on topic.
I mean,
So,
I
so
guess there's no
are
point for me
now
to
slow
talk.
down, slow down, slow
It's
down,
so
hot
like
sauce.
out there, she won't even listen.
Uh, okay.
I didn't even get to finish what I said. I'm done. So you guys have a good night, man.
Bye, crybaby. Shabuya
Bye.
roll call.
Just not sound
Hey,
speech.
Shabuya. Eh. Hey,
It's just
Shabuya.
her.
Yeah. Where your rectum at? Hey, where your rectum at? Hey, hey, hey.
Wow.
Damn crybaby.
Damn, why do they whine so much? I don't get
They don't
that.
like women having any type of domination at all. I don't know. Nobody give a damn. All they want to talk about is the man is the head. Nobody gives a fuck. That is about her
Mm,
bringing in evil and sin in the world. That's what the topic is
uh,
about. This
they
is
love
not
to
about
bring
y'all
that up.
being the fucking head of shit.
All right, all right.
Reese,
Re- yeah.
Reese, want to be the head of shit, but want to whine all the fucking time.
Mm-hmm.
Waking, I don't give a damn. All y'all do is fucking whine. Like at least show some.
Yeah.
If you wanna run some shit, show that you can fucking handle pressure, motherfucker. All y'all do is get up here and whine.
Hello.
I'm talking. Do you not hear me talk?
Hello,
Do you not hear
host.
me talking? Like I see you on stage. I brought you up.
Yeah, but sorry, I
I
don't
don't
have too
care.
much
I
time.
don't
So,
care. I'm talking right now. Damn, why are y'all
okay.
so
So,
rude? No, no,
oh, oh,
nope. You
okay.
can wait.
Yeah,
You can wait. You
sorry,
can wait.
sorry.
Go on mute. Go on mute. Wait your turn. Like this is ridiculous. Like the you men are going like I don't know why y'all don't know this yet, but I'm not gonna bow down to neither one of y'all when y'all come on this motherfucking stage. I don't care about Adam dominating Eve, about the man is the head. I don't give a fuck about that. That is not the topic tonight. The topic is whether Eve is responsible for bringing in evil and sin in the world. I don't give a damn about your head on your dick or your head between your neck.
Okay,
I
okay,
stop,
okay.
motherfucker. Shut the fuck up.
First of all,
Shut
first
the.
of all,
Guess
Eve
what? Guess
came
what? You
before
guess what?
Adam.
Guess what? Bam. Don't come up here trying to motherfucking execute some power you don't have. If I ask you to wait, then wait. Y'all God done blew y'all fucking head up.
Mm-mm-mm. Oh my goodness, that is wild.
All they want to do is come up here and fucking fight. Your prayers don't mean shit to me.
Mm-hmm.
You come up here, stay on topic. Justin,
Yo,
how old are you?
I just want to say something real quick.
No, no,
Uh,
no, no.
Adam
I
ate
don't
Adam ate
allow
the
that.
apple too.
No, no. You see what the problem is?
Damn.
You motherfucking men. You know what? And here's the crazy part. Because the word responsible is in that question, all of a sudden, oh, Adam is responsible for it too. When we first started hosting these lives, how many times did they say, all Eve had to do was obey? Eve fucked up
Yep.
paradise. Now y'all want to share in the shit because the word responsible is there? Y'all jealous of her for bringing in sin and evil?
Yep. That's
Make that
wild.
make sense, god damn it. Y'all jealous of everything that has to do with the woman. Like shit. This question comes from y'all, from conversations that I had with y'all. It's Eve's fault. Now all of a sudden y'all want to share that shit? This
That's
shit is
wild.
crazy.
Yeah, I guess it don't matter how you phrase the question. They gonna flip it.
I think like they're jealous of women. For
Mm,
what?
well, mm,
We brought sin in the world. We a part of that. She didn't do that about herself.
yep.
Tori, are you in the box on purpose or on accident?
Kills me. They just don't have no patience. I mean, none. They come up on the stage and don't have no patience.
Because I put responsible. That word responsible is fucking them up. And they just want to come up and say, Adam did it too. Like that word responsible is fucking them up.
Well, I guess it is what it is.
If I had phrased that question, like it's Eve's fault, they would have no problem with it.
Mm-mm.
I wonder, like, why are men so jealous of women?
I don't know. I have no idea. You know, because I'm not jealous of a woman, so I can't even answer that because I don't know why they would be.
Like, every time we do talk about Adam or Eve, they always want to talk about Adam was created first. Adam was given the command. Eve wasn't given the command. Had Eve, had Adam been there to stop her, then this wouldn't have happened. And like they always want to go to the whole domination part of the story. Like how do we get to man is the head of woman, but like Christ when we're talking about her being responsible for bringing in sin and evil?
Hmm. Well, that's a good question. I don't know. You know, when come to think about it, I ain't gonna even say that. I guess I could say I was somewhat jealous of a woman. I guess I could say that. Let me tell you why I say that. Because I used to, you know, you have good sex. But for some reason, I could love the sex, but it seemed like the woman loved it more than I do. She's like she enjoying herself more than me. So I'm like, wait, I used to trip on
Now
that.
that's a way to give yourself a backhanded compliment.
No, no, I'm not trying to compliment myself. It just seems that way. I don't know.
That's a compliment because most women don't enjoy sex. Most men have no fucking idea uh, about the woman's body. Most men do not know how to please a woman.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so that is a very that that's a very backhanded compliment you gave to yourself.
Well, you know what? Maybe it. You know, I was taught by my older sisters. I know that might sound crazy, but they would teach me about women or girls at a young age. You know, when I was a teenager, they was teaching me. You know, telling me, you know, because I would hear their conversations. They would be talking about dudes, and they talk about guys in a bad way. I mean, be like this, that, and the third. And I would listen to them, and then I would ask them questions. And they would tell me, still, no, don't do that. You don't never do that. And this, that, and the third, you know. And this, so my older sisters was, both of them was like that. So I would hear them talk about guys all the time, you know. And me and my nosy butt, I ask questions. So, you know, it's not, I don't know. I guess I just never been that selfish type of dude, I guess. You know, me, I wanted to see just how much action I could get out of, you know what I'm saying? That's just how it was for me. But, you know, guys are different. Guys are different. So,
Yeah, I mean, a lot of men unfortunately whine a lot. They're selfish when it comes to sex. They think that all they have to do is jump on you, and so they don't know a lot about biology. Like a lot of men, until probably 2 or 3 years ago, thought women peed from the same fucking hole.
oh, wow.
Yeah, a lot of men didn't even know what the clit was.
Hmm.
Yeah, so like,
Really?
yeah, like that whole conversation was all over TikTok like 2 or 3 years ago. They thought we peed from the same hole. They don't. A lot of men are ignorant to biology. They don't even know their own body. Like, remember, your boy was on stage last week, had no idea what the fuck a scrotum was, and he has one.
Okay. Yeah. Damn, I wouldn't have never, I must have missed that part of putting they actually thought that for real? It was actually men out there that thought that women peed out that same hole?
Yeah,
Wow. That's different. I mean, if
yes.
that was the case, then I guess if they was doing a colostomy bag, I guess they would just have to just go ahead and put it in that hole. That's wild.
I mean, misogyny, and like the patriarchy breeds ignorance. It's all about domination. It doesn't care if what they indoctrinate you with is actual truth. They're not teaching these men to be intelligent, like they're except for like a select group of them, so that they can be in positions of power. But the majority of
Mm.
the world of men are just indoctrinated into strength and like how to be a man, masculine, right? Like emotionless, right? Like they don't sit them down and teach them about their body or the woman's body. They just teach them that they're supposed to fuck a woman and have babies. Did y'all see that video of that lady
Mm.
dropping her grandson off at his mama's house, and she was like, "My son is a baby daddy. He's not a babysitter." And she said he can watch him every now and then. He's a baby daddy. And I'm like, this lady don't even hear herself. You raised your son to be a fucking baby daddy?
Wow. I didn't see that. But that's wild. Golly, for real?
Yeah, that's misogyny. That's patriarchy. With women out here raising these young men, that's mama's baby. It's daddy's baby. That's her responsibility. You don't have to watch him. You can help her out, like shit like that.
Mm. Damn. That's they, these young people today, they definitely cut from a whole different cloth. I can say that. They cut from a whole different cloth.
Well, I mean, to be honest, the parents of today, it's the millennial parents. Like that his mom was saying these things. It wasn't him. That was the mom saying that to her grandson's mother. So it's the millennials.
Mm.
Yeah, but I
Mm,
saw he threw rocks at his mama house. He had to learn that from his grandmama.
that's wild.
Yeah, we got to take
That is
accountability.
wild.
It's definitely passed on generation to generation. This ain't the young people's. This ain't their fault. This shit been passed down from generation to generation. All of that like think about it. They can't stick to what the topic is about. They need to talk about domination. They need to talk about being in control. And if they don't
Mm,
get their way, they whine or they get violent.
mm, sounds selfish. Damn. Hmm. Well, I don't know. Think of that. It's a trip for me to just hear it. You know, I don't know. That's mm.
It shouldn't be like it's all over. Nelly, why are you acting surprised at patriarchy?
I'm not surprised at the patriarchy. No,
Oh,
I'm just surprised at some of the things that is going on. You know, like the woman saying what her son is, and I mean that doesn't even sound right. He's a baby daddy.
yeah,
You know, and he has a time limit on what he can watch his own kids. What the fuck?
yeah.
That's wild to me. Mm.
Right. That's what I was thinking. Has Nelly ever met a man? Like Nelly's like, I'm surprised. Like, like women have been screaming this shit forever.
Well, I know it's some sorry, fathers out there. I know that, you know. Uh, but in that particular case that you was just talking about, doesn't sound like it was him. It sounded like it was his mama, saying what he can and cannot do.
Yeah, because
Uh,
his mama had the baby. He didn't.
mm.
She raised a
Oh,
boy
no.
mom. I mean, she's a boy mom. She raised a mama's boy. A mama's boy who don't make her son take care of responsibility. She had his kid. I don't know where the hell he was at. She
So I
had his
guess we
kid.
do got some out there. We got some good, you know, single mothers out there. Because I used to hate to hear, you know, um, men say, "Well, can't no woman teach no man how to be a man." But what's I don't know what you mean when you say that. To be honest, I really don't. You know, because I feel that a woman can. And I believe that a woman can teach a man how to be a man better than a man can teach a man how to be a man.
But why do y'all have to be taught how to be a man? Like one thing I've not ever heard was a woman say, "My mama didn't teach me how to be a woman," or "I didn't have a mom, so I don't know how to be a woman." Like why do y'all have to be taught how to be a man? Like women and men are social constructs, but
Hmm.
I guess I have no idea what it means to be a man because y'all have to be taught that, and it doesn't make sense to me.
Well, the way I see it is this, you know, there's certain things about a man that it just don't come natural. He has to be taught that. He has
If it's not
to
natural,
be
then you shouldn't
around.
be having. Then you should. If it's not natural, then that's not what you're supposed to be. Because again, women don't have to be taught how to be a woman. We're just doing what's natural, right? Like
Well,
there's
I
no
disagree
there's
with that.
we're not
That
taught.
women do have to.
No,
They
we
have
don't.
to be taught.
Not how to be a woman. No, we don't.
So you telling me there's no construct for them to follow?
No.
There's nothing. They just naturally come from a girl to a woman, and they are
Yes.
a woman.
Yeah, we are not taught how to be a woman. And if a woman doesn't have a mother, she's not out here saying, "I don't know how to be a woman because I didn't have a mom," or "My mama didn't teach me how to be a woman." No. that conversation is not had, and that's why I do not understand when men say I didn't have a dad to teach me how to be a man. Like, what is it that you need to be taught? Because if it isn't natural, then that ain't what you're supposed to be doing. Then that's patriarchy.
I don't. Well, I don't see it that way. I mean, I learned. I am. How can I say? I'm like a protege, I guess, of my father. I watched him how he moved. Um, I watched how he handled things and stuff like that, and I picked up on that. You know, stuff I wouldn't have known
But
had
that
he not been
but
around.
I'm sure you're
You
talking
know.
about responsibility, taking care of family and providing. Women do that. Humans do that. That's not being a man or a woman. Like, I'm a whole
Hmm.
ass woman and I provide. Like, that's not being a man or a woman. That's being a human with responsibilities.
Okay. Well, I guess you can look at it that way. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean, I
what it
guess it.
is. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand I don't know how to be a man. Like, what is being a man? Like, one of the things that I was gonna bring up with the whiny dude that was on stage until he started whining was
Mm,
even Adam's punishment to sweat at, while he worked. Women do that. There are women farmers. There are women construction workers. There are
hmm.
women builders. There are women who sweat while they work. Adam
Right.
Adam can't share in Eve's punishment. Adam can't have children. He can't bear pains during childbirth. He can't bleed once a month. He ain't being
Hmm.
dominated by one gender. But she every fucking thing in that story, the woman bears. And even Adam complains. The Adams of the world complain about having to work. I saw a video of a man talking about I'm a house husband and making a turkey, and he was talking cash shit, talking about how easy it is to sit at home and make a turkey.
Hmm.
Like, everything that a man has to do in that story, women do today, because a lot of men have skipped out on their responsibility of being a father, being a provider for their children, and so she has to play both roles, but he can't play both roles for her. He can't. If she decides she don't want to have kids, he can't say, "Well, I'll carry the baby."
No, he can't say that. That's one thing he can't say.
Mm-mm. If she don't want to have a period, he can't say, "Well, I'll bleed for you this month."
No, can't do that either.
Nope.
No, you're right. Can't do that.
But when he walk out, she picks up that fucking load. That's why I talking about Job's wife. When Job went through everything he went through, she did too. And then when he got sick, she had to do all the shit.
Yeah, that happened in that story. I mean, well, it didn't happen, but the story. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But men always want to talk about dominating something.
Yeah, I never quite got that part of it. You know. But I guess, um I was always taught that, you know, you can be grown over the age of 21 and that still doesn't make you a man. That's the way I was taught.
But what makes you
Uh
a man is what I'm asking.
what makes you a man well, the way I was taught, what makes you a man is when you can stand on your own 2 feet, when you can handle your own responsibilities, when you are responsible for your actions.
So women are men too.
No, women are women.
Women
I
stand on
wouldn't say
their own
women
two
are
feet.
men.
Women stand on their own 2 feet. Women handle their responsibilities, and women are responsible for their own actions. So
Right.
women are men too.
No, but that's the same, but that same construct works with a woman the same way.
Well, then that's not making you a man. That's making you a responsible human.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Like,
I see what you're saying. I see
yeah.
what route you're going with it. I understand it. I'm just saying,
I'm
you know,
no, I'm
the way
still
I
trying
was
to.
taught about it.
Yeah, I know how you were talking about it. What I'm saying is, I'm still trying to understand what makes you a man. Like, what is it that y'all need to be taught? Because all I'm hearing is how to be a responsible person, a responsible
Right.
human.
Right. Like I said, if you take that out of it, then that's what it would be. You would be a responsible human. But you know, you know, I guess when it comes to a man not handling his responsibilities or whatever the case is, in that essence, then it the term always comes out, "You not a man," or "You less than a man," because you won't handle your responsibility. You won't take care of your kids. You won't do this, that, and the third. You know, that tends to slip out.
Yeah,
You
that's
know,
called patriarchal indoctrination and misogyny. That's not natural. That's what I'm saying. That's stuff you have to deconstruct. That isn't natural.
right. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to work on some more deconstruction then. 'Cause, I mean, like I said, the way I was brought up, that's just, you know, I used to think, well, like I said, I hadn't deconstructed from it. So I think you're not a man if you don't take care of your kids. You still got boy and childlike ways, selfish ways and stuff like that. Uh, but that's how I would be saying it. Now, I could flip that and take the man out of it and say, you're not a responsible adult. You think
Yeah.
like a child. I could
Yeah.
say that away, you know, but it's going to slip out and say, you're not a man. I mean, even with women, they going to turn around and say the same thing, you know?
That they shouldn't say that. I've never once told my son he's not a man. I've never once told my children their father wasn't a man.
Hmm.
Ever.
Well, there's women out there that do.
No,
And
I
then
know. That's internalized
there's also women
misogyny.
that,
That's the
and there's,
patriarchy
mhm,
at work. Like the this is what I was talking about yesterday and on Thursday. The patriarchy does not, like, you honestly don't have to indoctrinate anybody into the patriarchy because that is the God. That is the system. It just works. It's already embedded into nature and I mean into society.
mhm,
Like, you don't have to teach nobody that. So there are a lot of women who are still indoctrinated into patriarchal ideals and who have internalized misogyny and will teach their sons that they have you ain't a man unless you do this. You ain't a man unless you do that. Right? Like, men don't cry, boys don't cry. Boys aren't unemotional. Like, women, there
mhm,
are women who do that. And I was saying, like, when I was first started raising my sons, I would give them the jobs of taking out the trash, mopping the floor, like the dirty jobs. And then have my daughters do like the clean the dishes, do the bathrooms. And then my daughters brought it to my attention and said, why do we only have to do the dishes? Why are you letting the boys off from doing the dishes? Why we got to clean up their dirty dishes? And I
mhm.
stopped and I was like, damn, that's right. And I
You know,
started putting the chores on everybody. Everybody do everything.
my mom raised me a whole different way. I was, of course, I was outside doing the rough things, riding horses and all that stuff and rodeoing and all that, as a kid. But my mother always put me in the kitchen, taught me how to wash dishes, taught me how to wash clothes, taught me how to cook, taught me how to do all these things. And I used to be like, Mom, I want to be out there. She said, No, you need to learn this. You need to learn it. And as I was coming up, when I got about, I was probably, I don't know, I was about 13, 14 years old at the time. I was feeling myself at that time. And mama told me one day, she said, the reason why I always had you in the kitchen, I always had taught you how to cook, I always taught you how to wash clothes, this and that. And I was like, "Yeah, Mama, why did you do that?" And then we were laughing, but she turned around and said, "She said I did it so you won't never have to depend on no woman to do nothing for you. You can do it yourself." That's what she said to me.
Well, you shouldn't have to depend on a woman anyway. Like, I mean, that was
Well, a lot of
good,
men
but
out there they do depend on women. They depend on women because they don't know how
no,
to cook. They
no,
don't know how
I
to wash
know.
clothes. You know.
No, I know. I'm saying that what she taught you was good, but even that was still rooted in misogyny, and your mama didn't know any better because that's just what we were taught, right?
Right.
Like I said, my daughters had to bring it to my attention for what I was
Mm-hmm.
doing. James, being a wife isn't natural for me. Like, I don't give a damn to be a wife. Like, there are some women out here who desire that shit. I don't. I have no desire to be a wife at all. When I was 9, My daddy asked me and my sister what we wanted to be growing up. And my motherfucking ass said at 9, a single mother businesswoman. And that's what the fuck I am. I have
Damn.
no desire to be a wife.
That's that's strong. Strong at 9 years old to say that. That's strong. Wow. Said a single mother. And wow.
I knew I always wanted children, but I didn't always want a man.
Mm. Well, like I said, that was just, I look at it this way, that that's just how you felt and that's just how you feel. I mean, you
First
know.
off, Brandon, all of my children are from a marriage because I was cursed into marrying because of Jesus. All of my children have the same fucking father and from a marriage. But I am no longer married and have no desire to marry again.
Well, all of my kids are not from marriage. You can believe that. So,
Oh, but don't worry,
going,
Nelly. You're a man. That doesn't make you a hoe like Brandon just called me. Although all
oh,
of my children are from a marriage and from the same man, I'm still a hoe. But you're not, because you're a man.
oh, wow. Shit. Shit, I now look back at my life when I was a 10, I was a hoe. No use of me lying. Shoot. Mm-mm.
Hey,
I
thank you.
was.
Oh, I'm sorry, Nelly.
Hey,
No, go
hey,
ahead. I'm
Hey,
just
Sandra.
talking.
Hey, Son Kalu. Yeah, I came up because as you guys were talking, a thought came into my head. It's like there's, the whole what does it mean to be a man? Got to be taught to be a man, and how those characteristics have literally nothing to do with manhood or maleness. I think part of it is also this infantilization of women, because a lot of the things that you were saying, Ellie, was just like, taking care of your responsibilities and then standing on your own 2 feet. And again, a lot of characteristics that just denote adulthood and maturity that, an adult of any gender can embody. But because of the patriarchy and misogyny, women you don't denote women with responsibility. You don't denote women as protectors, nurturers maybe, but not protectors, not providers. Women are, specifically white teen women, are infantilized in that way because they're expected to be taken care of by the man. So when that archaic way, back then before women had more autonomy, those characteristics would be more synonymous with manhood or maleness. But, now that it's the 21st century, yeah, all of that is just being a responsible person, a responsible adult. And it's so funny that um, we're still struggling with that in 2026. I saw a montage, maybe one or two montages. It was like, oh, this is what happened when daddy dresses the baby. And it's just clip after clip of the man putting the clothes on wrong, putting the clothes on backwards. The child is looking just all kind of crazy, you know? And my response to that was just, this is why we need to give little boys dolls. This is why they need to learn that shit so that there's not this weaponized learned incompetence that a lot of women have to deal with in their relationships because the husband don't know how to burp the baby, change the baby, feed the baby, cook the food. None of the things that little girls role play as when they're children. Like, boys grow up to be fathers, gay fathers, straight fathers, and trans fathers. They grow up to have children too. They should learn these things or play these things the same way girls are. You know, I don't understand why people don't make that connection, in 2026. But yeah, that came to my mind when y'all were saying that. And then the thing you just said just now, thinking to the guy in the comments,
Hold on
and
before you. I just want to say, like, I think that men know how to dress themselves, right? They've been dressing themselves since they were like 9, 10, or 11. I think it's weaponized
my
incompetence for them
kids.
to pretend like they don't know how to dress a baby. I
Well,
think women think that shit is cute, that a man don't know how to dress a baby, and I don't think that shit is cute. I think it's ignorance.
oh no, I agree. That's what I said when I was looking at the montage and everyone was thinking like, "Ha ha, look at that, he's so silly." I was like,
Yeah, like
bro. But when you said kids know how to dress themselves, I just and granted, my kid's a little neurodivergent. I just had a visual of my kid with his pants backwards. So that's a case by case. But yeah, it is weaponizing competence because it's not assumed that this is quote a man's role to take care of the kid in this way, to nurture the kid, to clothe them. So yeah, but it's like, oh, isn't that so silly? He put the little girl's dress on backwards. It's like, bro, get it together.
like I would walk the fuck away, and I would be like you had a baby with a fucking idiot. Like if he puts a dress on backwards, he's a fucking idiot, and I don't know why the fuck you laid down with him. Like
This
there's
man,
no way
the
at all.
little
Like that,
girl,
even just the thought of it right now is pissing me off because why is your grown ass putting a dress on backwards?
bro, you procreated with that man. This little so the dress that I'm thinking of, it was like one of those little halter top type dresses where the little back is out for a little baby's like okay, but still, it's supposed to be that the straps go crisscross in the back, right? He had it backwards, so it looked like the freaking toddler, not even toddler, infant, had like a little bra top with her tummy out. I was like, "Are you serious? You serious, bro? You you thought we put in little bra tops and cutouts on 18-month-olds? Like that's what you thought? It's crazy, craziness."
Mm-mm.
But just then, when old boy was trying to slut shame you in the comments, I don't have my glasses on, but you said you put something in here about like, oh, they think atheists just want to sin, and it's like here I am, an atheist, a stay-at-home mom, a suburban mom, just living my mundane ass life. Like I don't know what debaucherous shit they think we want to do just because we don't have a dogma, we don't believe in their God specifically. Like, bro, like I don't believe because it don't make any damn sense. I'm for the most part still doing the shit I was doing as a Christian. I'm watching anime right now. I'm still twisting my hair. I'm still going to the gym. I'm still doing all the mundane shit. I just don't pray. I just don't say thank you, Jesus. I just don't go to church. That's always wild to me. They think that we want to do all kinds of stuff just because we walked away from the religion. Meanwhile, they wouldn't even know any one of us were atheists unless we said it. But yeah, that's all.
Yeah, they just say things like saying that you just want to sin. That's why you're an atheist is about as much as calling a woman a hoe just because she don't want to get married. Like it's the way they use insults in order to drive people to play a specific role and agree to the status quo of society and the indoctrination of patriarchal norms. I could give less than a fuck about a stranger on the internet calling me a hoe. To me, for me, how I live my life and what I know about myself is all that fucking matters. That shit like that is not gonna push me into religious or patriarchal norms, but it works on other people, right? Because our minds have been trained to be weak and to care about what society thinks about us. So we fall in line because we don't want a man looking at us thinking that we're like these body count conversations piss me the fuck off because it's none of your motherfucking business how many sexual partners I've had. Like, why the fuck am I on the internet talking to you about my body count, motherfucker, when I don't plan on laying down with your ass? I don't plan on building a life with you. That's none of your fucking business.
I don't understand where they think these women are supposed to come from though. Like them, if women having partners for men is like a conquest, and conversely a shame for women, then it's like, then what women are you sleeping with? It's like you're blaming women for having a lot of partners, but you're one of those many partners, friend. And then you move on to the next woman and then the next woman. That shit always didn't make sense to me either. And also the fact that it's the man, her interaction with a man that is devaluing her. The fact that she has slept with more, you realize that you were saying ill man. another man has been with you, gross. It's this weird self hate that they have, even though they're more emotionally invested with other men. It's, I don't know. There's a lot of juxtapositions happening in these relationships that I personally don't know how to make sense of it. It's a lot of groupthink. It's a lot of, because humans were like social creatures, we need to live for the most part amongst each other. So you don't want to do anything that goes against the norm of the group that you're in. So you will conform yourself to fit that norm. And yeah, it leads to a lot of self hate, a lot of internalized misogyny, a lot of internalized racism, all the internalized phobias and isms, because, we're programmed, for lack of a better word, to want to belong. Because unlike other species, we ain't got shit to survive outside of ourselves, at least naturally speaking. No fur, feathers, claws. We can't see in the dark. We can't hear very good. We don't got a good sense of smell. Like, our strength is in our numbers, and people will do what they can to conform to that so that they aren't alone.
Yeah,
And,
it's
and
a
people will take advantage of that.
yeah. I agree.
Mm. That body count thing must be, you know, I've been here, I've been hearing that a lot. The body count thing. It wasn't a thing when I was young. When I was in my teenage years, 20s. Wasn't no. I had never heard that term body count or this, that, and the third. Uh,
Yeah, but
I
you heard
think
the
that's.
term hoe. It's just another way of
Oh
calling
yeah,
somebody a hoe. That's all it
yeah,
is. Like, yeah, men have always called women hoes if she had if she had multiple sex partners. That's not new.
and that's kind of weird to me. Me personally, I can honestly say I never really thought that way.
Yeah, but
You know.
men have though. You've
Oh
heard
yeah,
men call women
yeah.
hoes.
I've heard that. Oh man, she slept. Oh man, she screwed dude so and so, so and so, so and so. You know, and I'm like, I used to hear my friends talk about, yeah, man, we did, man. Oh girl, we had her over there and that whoop de whoop. I'm thinking to myself, y'all calling her a hoe, but I always thought to myself like, damn, she's a hoe, but you was participating with Tom, Dick, and Harry. I used to think that way. I still do. That kind of like some backwards ass thinking to me. You could participate in it, but yeah, she the hoe. That don't make sense. It just don't. If you participating in it, if she's a hoe, you a hoe too.
That's the damn. I just had the word was at the top of my tongue, but that's the privilege of patriarchy, which you see in the Bible. The monetary value of women is different. The autonomy of women is different. You know,
Yeah,
men just
and
don't see themselves on the same level, as it's like rules for thee, but not for me. You know,
right, and men could have as many women as they wanted and sleep with as many women as they wanted.
right? Because women were objects.
And they're babies. Like, they honestly, they're I feel like their desire to have a wife or a woman is their desire to have a mom. Like, I think a lot of men are scared to go into life without having that female figure, that mom figure, there to do for them what their mom used to do for them. Like, they love sex, but they also need to be taken care of, which is why they
Mm,
want to dominate women, because they always need somebody to take care of them. The
Hmm.
and I'm and I shouldn't have to say this, but I'm not talking about every man, but I'm talking
right.
about patriarchal men, men who are participants of the patriarchy. They
Hmm.
their desire to dominate women is to have a mom all the time.
I saw a TikTok. Oh my gosh, what was it, like maybe a month ago now? I kid you not. I think it was a stitch or a woman commented on it. The man said, and he wasn't American, he was in some other country. He needs a wife so that his mom can catch a break.
Hold on.
because
Look
it
what West Camp said. Wrong. That's the problem. Too many single mothers trying to raise boys to men. Who the fuck is supposed to raise them, dumb fuck?
what does that even mean though? Like
And if there's too many single mothers, who's missing? Who's
right.
missing? Who's the problem? If there are too many single mothers, then the problem is there are too many fathers who are absent. Like, y'all are not smart.
Yeah, he walked into that one. I mean, walked in there head first on that one.
Then y'all think that if the woman don't want to fuck you no more, that means you don't have to be a parent. You when you break up with the mama, you don't supposed to break up with the children.
Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, he walked into that one. He shouldn't have said
They wonder
nothing.
why there's a loneliness epidemic. Not enough of y'all lonely. Y'all not lonely enough.
Look, you
But no,
busy trying to take the man's place. Motherfucker, you gave it up.
but
Like,
like you
whine
said,
about that shit.
what is
Like,
that?
how you gonna dominate some shit and you over here whining about how you ain't in need? You over here whining about how a woman took something from you. Or macho man, she took your place. You got up and she sat down.
Yeah.
If we're leading and you're complaining about that shit, you shouldn't have never been a leader. It was never meant for you to lead. You are complaining about you losing your job. You wouldn't have never lost it if it was supposed to be yours. If it was natural, you'd still be in it. And did nobody make you lose your place but your motherfucking ass? Nobody moves your feet but you, West Camp. There's nobody else in West Camp's shoes but West Camp.
I have a lyric in my song, just a little snippet. It says, "If roles were real, why fight to keep them? But women make progress, y'all rush to defeat them." Like, if shit occurred naturally, you don't have to force anything that's natural. It would just occur. It would just be. And you don't have to take anything that is naturally yours. But I don't even know what it is he thinks that has been taken from him or from manhood. Because you can't even define what that even is. You still
Mm.
got your twig and berries, as far as I know. Ain't nobody taking that. So what are you losing exactly?
Mind you, there are men out here paying $15,000 to learn that they are men, to be able to say, I'm a man, damn it. They're paying $15,000.
What?
Yeah, they go into some misogyny camp to learn how to say, I'm a man. Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. Y'all
She not
didn't see
lying.
that? Y'all didn't see
She
it?
not lying. It's real.
I have not seen
It's
that.
real.
No, I haven't seen it either.
What
They
I
really
have
doing
saw
that.
was there's this phenomenon in Brazil of men, they're like posting online how they would react if they were to get rejected. They're like practicing fighting moves, pew pewing moves,
If a woman
stabbing moves.
says no.
What?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that. Look,
I was this is crazy.
listen.
Thousands of dollars to become alpha males. This is an adult boot camp called Modern Day Night Project that men empty their bank accounts to just get embarrassed for 72 hours straight to try to learn to become alpha males. The boot camp is filled with exercises like picking up leaves or sweeping dirt, and these men are paying $18,000 to attend this boot camp. The next class has 37 attendees, which means that $18,000 per attendee means they're getting $666,000 in revenue, which I cannot wrap my head around. All that is really happening at this boot camp for 3 days straight is guys getting yelled at and then being rewarded by being posted on social media. Oh, and if you decide to quit the boot camp, there's obviously no refund for you, and you have to ring this embarrassing bell. But honestly, it's embarrassing whether you finish or don't finish this course. Honestly, I can't understand how people think that if you pay for this course, you will become a great leader or father. Like, I know we have those late night thoughts like, oh, I'm going to get up at 6 a.m. every day and stay dialed, but this is taking it to the next level. Let's see if you can first wake up at 6 a.m. every day and go to the gym before you pay $18,000 to get embarrassed. But there's obviously a business to this, and there's obviously men paying, so it's not going to go away. What if I...
They are dragging them
Wow.
in the mud. It's all kind of people from all different ethnicities. So this ain't no, you know how y'all be like, that's white people shit. No, it's not. There's black men in this camp. There's Asian men in this camp. Indian men in this camp. It is diverse
Mm,
than a motherfucker.
Why don't they
that's
just go to
wild.
basic training if they want to get yelled at?
I said 15,000. It's 18,000.
Shit. My brain's getting slow.
This is in the U.S. That's a damn lie. This is a U.S. camp. Sandra, did you have anything else?
Mm,
No, that was all. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming out.
wow.
Mind you, the reason we had to
Damn.
go down this road because we had 2 or 3 whining misogynist ass men who couldn't stay on topic, who couldn't go on mute and wait until they were introduced.
Mm, $18,000. Shit, give me 1,500. I'll cuss your ass out for 3 days. Have you sweeping up the yard and shit. Damn. Some stupid people out there.
Realistic, are you up here on purpose or on accident? Realistic. I think she came up here on accident.
Mm.
Thank you, Empress, for the raid. Tori, are you in the request on purpose? Steph, are you in the request on purpose?
My guys from
No.
Syria and the help for
No,
familia.
no. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, 21 and up. Tori, are you in the request on purpose or on accident? Hey, Steph.
Hi, hi, Victor. Hi, everyone. Yeah, sorry, I forgot to put the
Hey,
nerd emoji up. Hi, Nelson.
how you doing?
I'm
Hello.
good. I'm good. I'm really
Good.
enjoying listening to the show. I thought that was such an interesting discussion. There, these are certainly issues that have been an issue, like a question for me in transition. Uh, um, is it okay to talk a little bit about it?
About the
Go ahead. Go ahead.
misogyny?
Yeah, we can like leaning into the misogyny. See that actually in terms of the question 4, if you mean that, I am really interested to hear your perspective on that. I can get that with transphobia. I really think the misogyny is huge about transphobia, but I mean, I guess you could say that too about homophobia. It depends. I think maybe it depends on the particular like gay person or yeah, and I think it can't, like, I think it's very hooked into that whole thing, gender performance of masculinity, performance of femininity. I think we talked about this before, that I've found that there are gay people, gay men in particular, that are very masculine. Same would be the case. Obviously, I'm sure we're same would be the case. So like it's a spectrum.
Stephanie, I'm having a hard time
Oh,
following you. I'm sorry.
is it because of sound or because
Yeah,
I'm
you're
talking?
going in and out.
Is that better? I'm holding the phone over.
Like it's clipping.
Oh, maybe it's my connection. Maybe I should drop and try coming back.
Drop and come right back up. Nelly, I'm gonna go make me some coffee. I'll be right back. Kalu, can you bring her up for me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
Thank you, Carlo. Yeah. So like this is the is that better sound at all?
It does sound better, yes.
Okay, good. So yeah, I thought that was an interesting conversation, Mr. Nella, between you and Thinker. Questions of whether a woman needs to be taught how to be a woman, whether a man needs to be taught how to be a man. I think yes, I think is right insofar as yeah, we all learn to who we are. I think we all discover who we are as people and what it is that we vibe with, basically. And I think that the notion of a woman needing to be taught how to be a woman, yeah, I think that's prescriptive I don't want to use the word oppressive, like maybe, but yeah, it's it is very much in that oppressive patriarchal system, of course. Um, same with men, and yeah, I think it is so much more important for us to think liberally in that sense of enhancing liberty for each person to live as feels right for them. I mean, that's something that obviously the trans people are exemplifying. Just through the peculiar, like the particular of our trans identity. But it's something that it's certainly something that's been explored among women and men. But I do feel like that women have really broken down barriers in regard to this. I remember watching a piece on the history of women. I think it was around about the 1920s, sorry. Women breaking down those barriers of what it means to be a woman, and like that was to do with apparel. It involved women dressing in men's clothes. Annika, I see your question. I'll answer the questions from the chat when I go back to the chat. Yeah, I just thought that was so interesting, and yeah, so like coming up to the date, there's a lot of gender studies that have happened, and I have not truly availed myself. Like it's a question of bandwidth. I certainly haven't done a lot of reading about gender studies. I've done a lot more information seeking about trans identity, and a big part of that in the certainly amongst trans women is performing the question of performing femininity, which of course is something that is a part of women's experience, like I mean to say cis women's experience. But yeah, this question, and so like you'll get elements amongst the trans women community who have this very stereotypical, quite patriarchal ideas about performing femininity in very very traditional terms, and can be quite strident about it. And then I'm really leaning more towards like the kind of upbringing that I was really raised in, which was a really feminist, really liberating view of womanhood, which allowed the woman to allowed women, like encouraged women, supported women being and doing and dressing as they wanted, as felt good to them. And that's really my vibe. And a little bit it's also a matter of safety because I'm like less exposed and at risk if I dress more androgynously. And that's not cool. I don't like that. But people are affected particularly at the moment, trans women in particular. Yeah, so it's like those are some perspectives. Judith Butler is like one of the foremost names in trans identity, but it really goes into like gender identity and performance of gender quite a bit. And then I just don't know about the feminist thinkers in terms of gender studies, but I know that subject has been around for decades for sure.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, I can agree with you on what you're saying. Like I said, even me, I just had to realize, that, you know, that's something that I need to work on myself because, like I said, I was brought up that way. So, you know, I think it's just the terminology of what I'm using for is a man and a
Mm.
woman when it's just really just being a responsible person, regardless if you're male or female, does not matter. But yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, 100%. One really I saw was sorry, I accidentally flicked off there. I might have cut out for a sec. One really interesting quote I saw was by an author, or she's a person of color, Bell Hooks. She's passed away in the last 10 or 20, like 10 or so years, I think it was. But she wrote something, a really amazing piece about patriarchy, in particular about I wish I could. I wish I had it in front of me. I put it up on I pulled it up on my phone, but I can't do. I can't do it and still be on the lines. But she talked about the first act of violence that patriarch perpetrates is not against women; it's against men. Insofar as it requires them to. Her language was so powerful. I think she said it was like to ask demands that they disfigure their humanity, that they become, gosh, I wish I had it up in front of me, that they become rough and not not emotional. And then it goes on to talk about how men are punished within our patriarchy. If they do not comport with these standards. And I can just so relate to that personally as having grown up as a male presenting person, as an AMAB, assigned male at birth. Yeah. So I expect, like, I can imagine that a lot of people, like a lot of guys, would really key into that this system is oppressive, so oppressive to us, and so oppressive to women, so horribly oppressive to women, to all of us. And like I was wondering, like the story that was talked about earlier about the men who were kind of flubbing their childcare duties. The Right, yeah. Sorry, I just saw. Yeah, that's so true. Bell Hooks' life was snuffed out too soon. Yeah, the counterbalance to the men who are flubbing their parental duties is these wonderful stories that I have seen on TikTok of men really just letting go of that garbage, these garbage ideas about that it's not a man's job to look after their kids, and getting really involved in looking after their children and doing great dad stuff with their kids, and not and just jettisoning those patriarchal notions, like just giving them the kick because they care more about their children than how they look in front of the guys. And it's
Right.
not, it's not like, I want to really point out that it's not a case of these are effete men or anything. These are just ordinary guys that go to work, come home, do their parental tasks, and in some cases, these are single dads that are looking after their kids, just the way women, single mums have. And that to me is beautiful to see. That to me is just wonderful to find examples of that being shared online, and being held up as, hey, we don't have to live like this anymore. We don't have to live under the boot heel, this patriarchal system that tells us, hey, that's gay if you're looking after your kids well, or hey, that's you're a sissy for caring about your kids and looking after them really well. Um, so yeah, I just I thought that's nice to share that little bit of hope there about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Did you have anything else to add to topic 4?
I just actually I was really curious to hear what Thinker had to say about it, because yeah, like I said, I really key into this as far as transphobia, and but I just
Well, I mean,
unless we're
I think like most of it, like you've heard most of what I've think about that, like in the conversations that I have with religious men about homophobia. Like it's not anything different than what I've already said in conversations.
I might have missed it, or at least I can't remember it. Like what can you,
Like
or otherwise I
the
can
only
step down
reason
because I'm.
that the only reason that they fear homosexuality, like they only have a problem with men being gay, because they can't see themselves being gay, and it's rooted in patriarchy and misogyny and yeah. So I mean, it's stuff that I say every day. It's not anything new.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I can get that now that I remember back to yeah, I'm pretty sure it was you guys that were going over like talking about the prostate with the previous guest. And yes, I can agree with that 100%, that like I've so often heard men, it said that the reason men are so scared of homosexuals is they know how they behave towards women. Yeah.
Well, not because of how they behave towards women. It's because of the idea of what a man is. This whole patriarchal idea that a God created men to lead, and men are supposed to have a woman, and they're supposed to have children, right? And their penis was made for a vagina, right? It's all rooted in patriarchal ideals. Because they have, other than that, they have no good reason to hate homosexuality as much as they do, or transgender as much as they do.
Yeah, there is something kind of, what's the word, primal about how they hate, like how that homophobia engages. Yeah, I don't think they understand it either. Um, in many
Well, they
cases, in
don't
any
want to.
case.
They don't want to because of
Yeah,
misogyny.
I won't take up much of your time, any more of your time. Thank you so much, Thinker, and thank you so much, Nelson. It was great talking to you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you for coming up, Steph.
Bye.
I,
It's definitely mental laziness. Like they rather be misogynistic. Like they like the idea of them being masculine and dominant, and the idea of a man being penetrated makes them feel less of a man, just even thinking about it. And they feel like one man doing it is affecting the masculine, like the image of masculinity. That's why they freak out the way they do. That's like they go ham policing another man's penis and another man's anus. And they don't even think to themselves, like, I'm acting this way over somebody else's body. Yeah. Y'all, the guest box is open. 21 and up. If you are a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist, they are scared of their own butts. I do think so. Like they're scared of anything to go near it. I heard that. I heard that a lot of them don't wipe because they think it's gay to wipe after they take a shit. Yep, I heard
Please,
that.
please, please.
What?
Yeah, there's a lot of men who will not wipe their ass after they take a shit because they think it's gay. Yep, that whole or
What
yep,
the fuck?
yeah. I swear y'all are missing all of these conversations.
I'm
Oh
not,
no, I
yeah,
know
I'm
about
missing
this.
all that shit.
I know about it. Believe me, I know.
That's a conversation I just don't want to have. Shit. Nah.
Yeah, they think it's gay. They think it's gay to wash with soap back there. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yep. They walking
I
around
made I
funky
made a
than a
video about this.
motherfucker.
Oh, hell no.
I made a video about this exact thing.
Huh?
I made a video about that exact thing. They don't wash their ass. They really think it's gay, and it's weird. Like, wash your booty hole. It doesn't make sense.
Like, how do
That's
you shit
nasty.
and just get the fuck up? Like, ew.
That is nasty. I'm sorry. That's just nasty. Uh, oh, that's nasty. I don't even want to think about that.
It's disgusting. Like, oh my gosh. No, there was a lady. She, oh my God, y'all, the way I threw my phone. She had this guy at her house. He was in her shower, y'all. He had his clothes sitting on top, like he had let the toilet seat down, the lid down. He had his clothes on top of her toilet seat while he was in the shower. Y'all, his drawers was on top of the pile of clothes. When I tell y'all so much shit was
Oh
in
my
this man's drawers.
Oh
goodness.
no.
Mind you, he didn't have any clean clothes at her house. He was going to put that shit back on.
Nah.
Oh
I lost my
man.
shit. When I tell you I almost broke my phone, when she panned that phone to that man's drawers, I threw my motherfucking phone. I threw my phone.
Uh, got the Hershey draws. No,
Was
something
this
wrong with
And
it.
it wasn't streaks. It was shit. It wasn't streaks. Like that man had so much shit in his drawers.
That is wild.
was this before or after? Did they do anything before or after?
She fucked his
Why
stinking
was
ass. She fucked his
oh
stinking ass. And that's
god
what I was. I was like, why the fuck she fuck him? Like, you didn't
Be-
smell
Ugh.
that?
before his shower?
Yep. 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 I swear some women just be doing some of the most nasty shit. Like I ain't no fucking way. Like I no no.
Before he took a shower.
I don't understand. I do not understand.
I know her best. You know what?
I swear some of y'all men are just childish as fuck.
That is wild.
Like y'all are childish. I hope you are like a 12-year-old child without like uh the fucking wherewithal to think before you type some shit. Like I hope you're not a 40-year-old man sitting over there typing shit like that. Like I swear, like this is one of the reasons why I don't really fuck with human beings. Like I don't like humans, especially like when you get 40 and damn near 50 and you still behave like a 17-year-old in high school, that is such a turnoff to me. Like not even I'm not even talking about like a turn off uh like intimately. Like you are a turn off to me as a human period because when we should grow in thought, right? We should be more mature. Um, the older we become, we should like a lot of people are still living in their high school days. Like I don't know, maybe they were popular in high school and that was the best, most happiest moment of their life, and they don't want to let it go, or they they were not popular and now they're like acting out as adults. But what for whatever reason, these two groups of people refuse to mature in their minds. And that's one of the reasons that human beings get on my motherfucking nerves. Like I don't understand. Well, I do understand our brain because of the systems, right? Like the indoctrinations and the fear mongering, the misinformation, the lack of uh information, the willful ignorance. Like some of us are okay not knowing. Like we're like, I'm just gonna lie to myself. I don't want to know the truth. So that's why we think and behave the way we do as a species. But like it's I don't know. It is such a huge turnoff.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like it's as an adult, you should be able to talk shit like an adult, not like a seven. Like you shouldn't sound like a child. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know. Like you mature in that shit. That's what I'm saying. Like I swear, if you'd have talked shit in a different way, I would have way more respect for you than what the fuck you typed over there. Like you sound like a kid. Uh, Y'all, the guest box is open. If you are a believer, if you are someone deconstructing or an atheist, 21 and up. These topics are not that hard. You don't have to have a lot of biblical knowledge. I think the main one is the Adam and Eve story. Like you don't have to have uh, go past Genesis for these topics. If you come up here, expect to not talk over the host. Stay on topic. Uh, if you're misogynistic and you come up here trying to dominate me as a woman, it's not gonna work. And your whining isn't gonna work. Your insults aren't gonna work. I'm not gonna give a fuck. So I'm just setting the expectations for you so that you're not shocked, right, of who you're talking to. I don't care about your misogyny, your masculinity. I'm here to have a conversation about the topic. That's it. And the one that I'm really interested in tonight is number 3. So if you are a Black believer and you are willing to talk about number 3, I need to understand why Black people don't, where this come from that Black people don't do atheism, and why does it seem? Let me add seem there. Why does it seem that Black believers are freaking the fuck out that Black people are coming out publicly um, identifying as an atheist or as a non-believer of the Abrahamic God?
Yeah, I'm curious about that myself.
And then earlier today, it was at somebody's live. I can't remember whose live it was in. No. This was on my one of my posts. A guy commented and said that uh confident no Black women. He said it was a white guy. He said Black women are. He said the reason why Black women are single is because they're too masculine. He said confident women are too masculine, and I said, um, when I hear this, I hear insecurity, and I hear, for one, that man is scared of other masculine men. There's no way in hell that you're gonna look at a confident woman and say, I can't date her because she's too masculine. Or like like to me, the first thing you think about is another man. And other
Hmm.
confident masculine men scare you. That's an insecurity. You know what I'm saying? Or you look up to them. And so you don't want to be in a situation where you're going to look up to your woman. And then that woman scares you because um, you feel like you're going to be competing, right? Like with a role. And so I think what I learned from his comment is that, because at first I used to think that it was just about them being afraid or intimidated by a confident woman. But what I learned yesterday was that I think they're also afraid of other confident men when they say that women are confident and masculine, so they can't date them. I think it has to do with other men too that terrify them.
Hmm. I, yeah, I can see that. I can see that too. That's damn. Well, I tell you, these conversations, especially these ones y'all bringing up, I have never. Maybe you know what? I'm not gonna say I've never heard it. I'm gonna say that I've never heard it in that, the terminology that you're using. this is new to me. Yeah, that's wow.
Because it's
These
just
people.
looking at their words, at what they say, right? And like
Hmm.
WW says, they already do, which is really funny. They pay 18,000 just to worship another guy in a boot camp, just to have another guy talk down to them, drag them in the mud to make them feel like men, right? And so they're already scared and look up to other confident men who they see masculinity in that they don't have. So they definitely not about to uh date a woman who has masculinity that matches the man they already look up to. You see what I'm saying? So
Right.
it's not just about the woman. That motherfucker's scared of men too when they say shit like that.
Mm. $18,000.
Kill Bill, are you in the request on purpose? Th- Think about how scared they are to talk to my ass.
Yeah, I mean, hell, I'm here. I'm here. I see it all the time. That they
Josiah,
are.
Josiah, Josiah's ass will talk shit in the chat. He came up on stage, and like every time he comes up here, he starts whining. But yesterday he came up on Mama Bash's stage because everybody was on stage. Like it, it's nowhere in Kill Bill. Like it's interesting to watch. Like he feels safe in the chat to talk shit, domination, think you need to shut up, think it is. But if he gets on my stage, he nuts up. And then
Right.
yesterday on Mama Bash's live, he was sounding nervous than a motherfucker. And then he calmed down. But he felt comfortable because everybody was on stage. Like he didn't have to just talk to me. But I think I remind them of the men that they are afraid of. Maybe their daddies. Like I don't think I remind them of their mama. I think I might remind them of their dads.
um, I like I said, I see the I see the intimidation, and uh, but I can't quite narrow it down to what it is because I think it's a lot of reasons why they don't. A lot of men don't want to speak to you. I think it's a
Oh, I
lot of
know why.
reasons.
Because I will cuss their asses out. I won't let them talk over me. I have my
Right.
boundaries. Like they're not used to women in society doing that, and more women are doing that. So that's why there's a lonely epidemic, right? Because more women are setting boundaries. This is why you see the group chats of them learning how to rape. The fucking boot camps teaching them how to beat up a woman who says no. Like they're turning to violence. The more we set boundaries, the more we reclaim our agency and our autonomy, the more violent they become, the more violent plans they create because they're not used to it. They've been told that it's natural for women to just submit to men. Now
Mm,
learning how to force us to submit through violence.
mm, yeah. Oh man. Yeah. Somebody need to come up here so we can talk about this. Because I am really curious. Because this is, uh, uh,
Exactly, Hosa. They feel their privilege slipping away, which is why you have the man Bibles, right? The ESV, the American Standard Bible, that uh Bibles like that prioritize gender exclusive translations. Like they're not they write out or retranslate anything that is gender inclusive because their goal is to reclaim the domination of the patriarchy and male domination, to prioritize that. And so they're reindoctrinating men into the patriarchy and reindoctrinating women into submissive roles within the patriarchy because they feel that the cracks within the system, they feel it crumbling.
right. Mm.
I agree. Not that Bible, Jason. Jezebel don't play no games. Yep. That's why they wanted her ass gone, because she didn't play. Yep. All right, y'all. I guess we'll give it a couple of more minutes. Um, we got to get somebody up here to have a conversation. It's 456 people in the room. Hey, Cabria. I am not your wifey. No, I'm not. So what do we telling people that? I don't. I reject your prayer. But hello. Anthony, you were the one who called me a hoe. What the fuck do you mean, motherfucker? You called me a hoe. Now you love me? Like, y'all, believers cannot be trusted. You motherfuckers will call somebody a hoe or a bitch and then holler you love them within the next motherfucking sentence. Come on, y'all. I know I'm not going to sit here and talk to myself for too long. Yeah, aren't you the one who said that I was a 304 because I said I didn't want to be a wife? I do. I say every night I talk to believers, atheists, and people who are deconstructing. This is not just a Christian only live. That's what I don't understand because this is not a debate live. This is not a live where I only talk to Christians. I talk to people who are deconstructing and atheists. Um, I don't know how I can have so many people in a room in an empty request box though. Iha,
Uh-huh.
Iha, hi, how are you?
Oh, I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good. Yep, atheists can call in. Yep, it's not just a Christian only live. It's atheists, people deconstructing, and Christians. I take calls from three different types of people. How old are you, Iha?
I'm 25.
Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I would say an atheist
Okay,
or deconstruction.
okay. And what topic did you want to talk about?
I just wanted to continue on with the discussion.
Okay, what are your thoughts?
Well, it's very true. Men have this preconceived notion about women that we should just sit and listen to them and not say anything to them when they say certain things or basically stand up for ourselves. And I don't understand it. I don't think I ever will, because why treat someone, regardless of if they're a woman or not, like they don't have a mind of their own, basically,
I, I,
or
I think,
assume that you could just take from them.
yeah. Um, I think like a lot of it comes from religious teachings. Uh, I can remember growing up, like the story of Adam and Eve was pounded into our brains,
Yeah,
and I like right now I'm getting the feeling like just remembering that men were like I was beneath a man, and then when I was a missionary and in church, like even my father taught me and my mother taught me how to make sure that my husband ate first. He never ate on a paper plate or with paper forks, plastic forks. His clothes were always washed. Never turn him down for sex. you know uh, Things like that. Make sure he's always satisfied, like that. Those are the things that I was taught, but I wasn't taught how to make sure he cared for me.
right. It was always whatever he needed,
Yeah.
be there, regardless.
Yep. I can remember like when we were kids, if our room was not clean, my sister and I shared a room. If the room was dirty, my mom would come in there and say, "Y'all need to clean this room up. Ain't no man gonna want y'all. Ain't no man gonna marry y'all." Like we were told that all the time, that if our room was dirty, that we would never get married.
Yeah, it's drilled into our heads. I didn't have that with my mom, but I had it on my dad's side with like his married family. I've always dressed how I dress. Like my mom will tell you, she cannot get me to put a dress on worth nothing. But my dad's side of the family hated that because they were like, "You look like a boy," or things like that. Like, but it's like, why aren't we allowed to be ourselves? Why we have to do this for men? And most men don't even do shit for anyone, for a woman anyways. Y'all don't tell them, hey, learn how to cook for your woman, or learn how to look nice for your woman. Why does the woman have to be the only one to look nice? It makes no sense.
Yeah. I saw a video where this guy had been going to the gym, and he had been posting his workout videos. He made a video and he said, "Who the fuck told us that women that this is what women want? Because the only people in my DM are other men." But that's true though. Like, who told them that? What'd you
And it's
say?
like that's their man. I was agreeing. I was saying it really is. It's
Like
like,
the chat is having a difficult time understanding you. Can you? Is there a way to adjust your mic or get closer to the mic?
sorry, I'm on my headphones. I'm not even supposed to be on my
Oh,
headphones
you're
because
you're
I'm at work.
oh, okay.
I apologize.
No, it's okay. Y'all gonna have to like make it do. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But yeah, it's crazy. It's like we've been told these things since we came into the world, and it's like we have to grow up and unlearn them. But it's kind of hard to unlearn. It's not hard, but when you have other people around you, like, oh, we got to do this, that, and the third. Some people tend to fall back into like the guy said, going to the gym. Some people fall into thinking, oh, this is how I be a masculine man. This is how I do my thing. I pay bills. I do this. I ain't gotta cook clean. That's what my wife's supposed to do. But it's like, why does that? Why is that how the world is supposed to work? Why are we listening to what other people tell us?
Because I like
Like,
we've not been taught how to trust our own minds, our own thoughts, our own desires, our own logic. We've been told lean not unto your own understanding. So all we know how to do is ask another person, "What do you think about this?" Or such
yeah,
and such said this. Even such and such do this. Like we were not taught to trust ourselves.
yeah. Even I fall into things like that because I look for validation sometimes, especially growing up how I grew up. So it's kind of I think it's something that we all have to learn to break away from.
I think we're scared of fucking up. We're afraid. I'm sorry, I just took a bite of my sandwich too, so apologize. But we are afraid of making the decision and then it going bad. We are a society of people that need to blame others for our fuck ups too.
Sure, because it makes things easier.
I remember a family member stumbled across my live and they messaged me and they was like, "Why are you going against God? Why are you doing blah, blah, blah?" And then they said, "Some people need somebody to blame." And I
Hmm.
looked at that sentence and I was like, "Damn. Like that was like straight honest. Like God is there to blame."
Yeah, a lot of people look to Jesus for their scapegoat. He died for their sins, so that's why they're like, "Oh well, I'm fine doing what I do. You know, Jesus died for my sins."
I just want you to know, D, that when you come into the chat and you type shit like that, you are announcing to me that you are a fucking troll and not worth the conversation. Did you have anything else, Iha? Iha? I don't know if I'm trying to remember that it's Iha and not Iha.
It's fine. I get that a lot. No, that was all. Thank you.
You're so
I'm
welcome.
kind of nervous. I'm sorry.
Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. I'm trying to tell y'all there is nothing to be nervous about to come up here and talk to me. I only cuss out motherfuckers that need to be cussed out. So so don't be nervous. It was a good conversation.
Thank you. You as well.
All right, have a good one. Yeah, y'all don't be nervous. Like if you come up here respectful, like civil, it can be a civil conversation. I only cuss out motherfuckers who deserve it. Don't come up here deserving to be cussed out, and I won't cuss you out. Don,
Hey, how you doing?
good. How are you?
I'm all right.
How old are you?
I'm 29.
All right. Thank you, TFMJ. I appreciate you. I love you back. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I like how you actually said that. Yeah, I'm a believer in the God of the Bible.
Okay. There are 4 topics on the board. Uh, go ahead and pick one. I'm going to tell you the one I don't pick for people, but I'm going to tell you the one that I'm really interested in discussing
hmm
and what I want to learn. Okay.
hmm
I'm really interested in discussing topic 3.
Is the God of the Bible the God of the black community? Is this why black people don't do atheism? I would say that the God of the Bible is the God for all communities, for all people. I just think that religion came, well, not think, I know for a fact that when religion was made, it was number one man made, and it caused so much division that's in which we call denominations. And it was also used for control. It's so many different ways it could be used. Is this why black people don't do atheism? I'm not too sure about that. I know there is black people that do atheism, but not on a major scale. But I do believe so that religion causes atheism for sure. But the message that comes out of the Bible is the kingdom. And from what I learned, kingdom and religion are completely two different things.
So that kingdom and religion is new to me. I've always heard it's not religion, it's relationship. Did you I'm shocked to hear you say that um, you know, you're shocked that atheism is not welcomed in the black community. Like did you grow up around black religion?
Yeah.
Um, how many atheists did you know growing up?
Uh, Growing up,
Like people that
Do I?
identified as atheists, not just
Oh, like
people.
identifying?
Yeah,
Oh,
like not
okay.
people who just wasn't going to church or were sinning. They may still believe in God, but they, were sinning. I'm talking about people like myself who do not believe in a God at all. Like how
Like
many black
somebody who,
atheists?
like you're saying, like, do I know anybody who claim atheism?
Yeah, growing up, like claimed
I'll be honest with you. No, I actually haven't met anybody that says, I am an atheist. Like I haven't known them, but I've seen it though. Like I would say like, internet and stuff like that.
Yeah. So like when we first started hosting these deconstruction lives, I was not identifying as atheist, but when I started identifying as an atheist and openly, outwardly, confidently,
Hmm.
a lot of black Christians went ham. And um we hear black people don't do atheism. This
Hmm.
is our God. Like we were slaves and he helped us get out of slavery and our ancestors worship this God, right? Like it's one guy came up here and was like, "You're leading the community to hell." Like I'm called everything because I don't believe in a God and I choose to discuss why I don't believe. I choose to learn more about the text, more about the belief system, the way people think openly and on a public platform. And so I've noticed that it scares a lot of black believers.
Here people here he goes to trolling me. I'm not doing a duck face. I just got big lips. I'm not doing a duck face, by the way. My bad. I'm sorry. I just had to say something about that. I ain't doing duck lips. But
Yeah, don't don't
I just look like just my face. That's just how I look. But
don't worry about the comments. Don't
I'm
worry about
I'm
the
not
comments.
okay. So I believe okay. So you don't believe in God at all?
No, I used to be a missionary.
Okay.
My father
So
was a
you were
pastor.
a part of a religion?
No, 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 no. Well, everybody is
Yeah.
indoctrinated into a religion, but I used to be a missionary. My father was a pastor. I believed that I was in a relationship with this God. Like I did all the things. I talked to the God all day, prayed, fasted, worked in the church, uh, helped with charity. Like I did everything, believing I was in a relationship with this God. Prayed before I did certain things, like asked the God for guidance in my life
Hmm.
before I made certain moves. Like I believed that I was in a relationship with this God. What made me deconstruct is me studying and researching and accepting evidence as evidence, facts, understanding the historical context, literary context, learning the original language of the um, Torah, the Ketuvim, and the Netavim, and understanding in that context. And as I learned more, I just started like it just kind of happened. And then having conversations with believers, I've been having these conversations with believers for almost 3 years, and I've not seen anything that convinces me of this God, let alone any God.
What okay. So when just real quick, when somebody does a crime, right? And the police or the investigators, they go and they look for fingerprints, right? Um can you not deny that everybody has a unique fingerprint? They all are we all are different. We all have different fingerprints, right? We all have different designs. Would you
Yes,
agree with that?
yes, yeah.
So there is a lot of so I think what happened just real quick, what denomination were you a part of?
I was Church of God in Christ, but that's not why I deconstructed. The church had nothing to do with why I deconstructed. Again, I had a good church life. I believed that I was in relationship with this God. I believe this God answered every prayer I had. Like I thought this God healed me from cancer. I thought this God gave me a new cervix so I could become a mother after the doctors told me that I couldn't. The church is not the reason that I deconstructed.
So what caused you to
I just
what
told you
caused
that. I just told you
Well,
it was studying. Like what I most of
but
this is
studying what
the
though?
Bible, history, archaeology. That's what I
I
just
guess
told you.
okay. So in studying all of these things, it made you believe that there was no God. But have you ever thought about why we're all different and why we're even here? The purpose of things. There's purpose in life,
I do have
and
purpose in life. I don't need a God for that.
so you don't believe that there's nothing that gave you that purpose, that you just gave it to yourself.
Of course, I gave it to myself. The
So
part.
you
My hold on. Let me finish speaking, please.
okay?
My purpose changes right depending on what the moment in time, what's needed at that time, what I'm interested in, what my capabilities are, and what resources I've had. I've done a lot in my life to creating incubators for Black and Brown founders, getting funded by Google, to starting a tech company, to writing books, to creating a program to feed hungry children, starting a program for elderly during COVID, getting them partner with volunteers and getting discounted medicines. Like I've traveled, like I've done a lot. And whatever my purpose is at that time, I'm the one who decide, okay, this is what I want to do. And I set out and I go do it. God didn't give me that.
So I mean, just the miraculous, like just how miraculous life is in itself. There's no way that there can't be a creator of all things. There was one person who started every other person, who was the creator of every other, or not the creator, but we come from a root. There's a seed, like there's these miraculous things that we can't explain. And if we can't explain this, then this means that it has to be something beyond our understanding.
But you're saying we can't explain it. You have to speak for yourself. There
Okay,
are
so
people.
how would you
Hold on. Let me
explain a
finish, please.
seed
Let
coming?
me let me finish, please. Like you see how I was quiet while you were talking. When you say we can't explain it, that's your knowledge, right? Like there are people on this planet who can explain where um life first started, right? There are people on this planet who have studied the evolution of the universe, or humans or animals. You're calling it miraculous. I don't see that as a miracle. A miracle to me is something outside of nature, something that is not natural. Humans birthing babies is natural. Animals birthing other animal babies is natural. Plants growing, that's all natural. That's nature. That isn't a miracle to me.
So nature in itself isn't miraculous to you.
No, it may be beautiful, but not miraculous.
Okay, I think you're pretty set in what you believe. Uh, I just wanted to explain about the atheism part, that I understand why people look away from Christianity. I'm not a Christian myself, but I do believe in the God of the Bible, like you said earlier. Like, I like how you said that, and I come to realize that a kingdom and religion are two different things. And I feel like it's a better understanding when you learn the message of what Christ was actually speaking of. Um, Now, as far as trying to convince you that there's a God, that's going to be impossible. Because once you have your understanding, you have your understanding. Um, Everybody is entitled to what they believe in. Um, but to try to explain like where a seed comes from, try to explain how the world was formed. Where does it come from? Where does all of these things come from? How did we just end up here? Why do we have the intellect that we do? Why are we all distinctly different? Why do we have fingerprints to where we could be identified? We have a specific design. All of these things, to not to negate the fact that there is a creator. There has to be. It just, from my opinion.
I,
Um,
I mean,
and
but
I and it is my opinion. I can't say, I'm not going to say that it's fact either, because I'm not going to say I know everything.
I mean, but
But I will.
but
Okay, go ahead.
but there are ways to find out, right? Like we were not always intelligent beings. Like we started out as Homo erectus and Neanderthals. We were animalistic before we were Homo sapiens. When we were Homo erectus, even before we became bipedal human beings, we walked on all fours. And then we became Homo erectus, and we communicated through sounds. Then when we became Neanderthals, we communicated through sign language with hand movements. Then when we became Homo sapiens, we became more aware, and we started creating communication systems. We started asking ourselves about our being. Right? It was an evolution. We were not created with this intellect. And then when we say that we have an intellect, not every human has the same intellectual capabilities. Some of
Right.
us are just lazy and won't go and find the answers to the questions that they seek. They just rather place a God there. Um, the definition to miracle, it's again, it's something that is outside of nature, right? Something miraculous is something not expected, right? Like we expect for humans to have different fingerprints, right? We expect for um, uh, humans to have other to have babies or animals to reproduce and plants to grow. I I, I think it's in the definition or how you are defining things. I can look at nature. I can look at a baby being born and go and just feel, the awe in the fact that human beings create these cute little monsters that grow up to be big ass monsters, right? Like I can be grateful for that, and I can see the beauty in that, but I don't have to see a God in that. Even if there was some scientists that could prove that the God of the Bible existed tomorrow, it would not change my life one bit. That God in that Bible or any God hasn't done a damn thing. One, to present itself to me outside of a human being. Every time a person is saying that a God did something, it's either they go back to creation, where this earth is billions of years old, right? Like they go back to creation. Uh, you have air in your lungs, or some human has done something. Like it's nothing ever that they consider to be supernatural, which would be something that defies the laws of physics. So like there's no need for me um to give a God credit that I don't see, or for me to lie to myself and force myself to believe mythologies, historical fiction, just because the earth is big and the universe is big and the stars in the sky are pretty. Just because I don't have all the answers does not mean that a creator created anything or that a God did anything. I'm not saying that a person who believes that, like, that they're wrong, right? But I'm saying, like, saying that, oh, you're just stuck in your ways. No, I'm someone who accepts evidence, right? Um, Logic, factual information, and I don't subscribe to magical thinking. And that, like, there's no need for me to. What is expected to change about my life if NASA were to have like this big powered telescope and I could look through it and I see Yahweh sitting on the throne? What's supposed to happen tomorrow? What's supposed to change tomorrow about my life or about
So
this world?
you're saying that if you actually seen God, that you still wouldn't believe him? Is that what you're saying?
No, no, no. I wouldn't worship him. If I seen him, belief is no longer necessary because then I would know he existed. I wouldn't have to believe it. I would know. But what would change about my life here on earth if he's somewhere uh, light years away in another dimension? He's been there this whole time. What's going to change that NASA gets this big power telescope? I can look through the telescope and see him sitting on a throne.
Well, that goes back to like in the Bible it says that it's mostly. I'm not going to give you scriptures and things like that,
Oh, I know the
but
Bible. You can give scripture. It's okay. I'm not
I'm gonna
scared.
tell you that
Hold
we
on.
have
Hold
something
on. You
called
can give
free
scripture.
will.
One second. The Bible doesn't say anything about free will. But you can give scripture. That's what we do in here. I'm not scared of the Bible.
Well, it may not be in there, but we do have free will. We have the freedom to choose to what we do every single day, which makes us different from every other creature in this world. So why do you, in your own opinion, why do you think that we are so distinctly different from every other creature in this world?
Well, we're distinctly different from every other human, but you didn't answer my question. The question that I asked is, what would change if NASA created this big power telescope and I could see Yahweh sitting on the throne? What's supposed to change about my day-to-day life just because I see him on the throne?
Well, again, that's kind of a question that is. I don't know, because even if he was real, if he wasn't, or whatever the case may be, you're not going to believe it anyways. You're not going to worship him anyways.
Hold on, belief and
So
worship are two different things. I already told you I wouldn't have to believe because I now know because I can see him. Belief is unnecessary. If I can see him, I know he's real. I would not worship him. But what would change? Belief and worship are two different things. You do realize that, right?
I didn't say that they were the same.
So what did you laugh for?
Well, it's just because it's kind of like I didn't say that, so it was kind of like you were
When I
just kind
asked
of.
that question, you said you already said you wouldn't believe that you wouldn't worship him. I wouldn't need
No,
to.
that's what you said out of your mouth.
No,
You said
I
that
said
you,
I
even
would
if
not
you've seen
need to
him,
believe. I would not need to believe because I would know because I can see him with my eyes. Belief would be unnecessary. I
and
would
you said you
move
wouldn't worship.
right. I would not worship him. So
Right.
I don't understand what the laugh was for. My question to you was what would change in my life here on earth now that I know he exists in another in heaven in another dimension? What would change in my daily life once I know that?
That would be up to you and between you and him. That's what that would be. I couldn't tell you what would your life be like. We're all different. Everybody has different ways of viewing things, and it doesn't really matter. Like, if I do answer the question, not because if you saying what would change, you're not expecting a change. You don't care for the change. It sounds like you have like you don't care at all about it.
I don't.
So
I'm an atheist. And listen, this is the thing. If nothing would, if I would have to be the reason that something changes, then he's not doing anything. I am.
that's the point, though. He's not going to change anything. You have the choice to change your
I
own
don't
life.
need him. That my life is great. I don't need him to change my life. What I'm saying is you're asking me about the miraculous of this God. And I'm saying even if this God did create this earth, right? Even if he was the creator and NASA could prove it by this high powered telescope, what would be the purpose of me worshiping him? Like I don't need this God.
Because he created you.
I don't just because somebody creates you doesn't make them good. It also doesn't make them worthy of worship.
Really?
Yes.
So if you've seen a telescope and then viewed the creator of the universe and everything around you, and the only thing he requires you is to just recognize him, you wouldn't do so.
No. What do you mean recognize him? Like if he existed, I would have to say, "Yep, that's Yahweh." That's recognizing him. But worshiping him? No, I don't like this God. He's narcissistic. He's genocidal. He's patriarchal. He's a supremacist slave master God. Like I don't like this God. His
Well,
morals
that's
don't.
I think
Hold on, let me
okay.
finish speaking, please. His morals do not match mine. The things that I've learned about this God from reading the book, I think a lot of believers barely read the book. They barely know the God. They know from what their parents have taught them, what their pastors have taught them, what other people have taught them, but they've not sat down and actually uh, learned the God and read the book within itself. They've not sat down and understood it in its historical context or its cultural context, so they don't know the things that this God has uh, commanded or condoned or did. Right, the morals or ethics that this God has do not match who I am as a person. So there is no way, even if this God did create me, there is no way that I'm going to worship that deity. And so it would be similar to if I had a parent who was abusive. I'm not going to give that parent praise, and they are a horrible parent. Okay, they gave me life, but fuck them. They still horrible. I don't want to be like them. I don't want to be around them. and I wouldn't take my children around them.
Right. I feel like our people, everybody is different, and and we're different from the creatures. And creatures usually they go with their nature. The difference about us as humans is that we go against our nature. We have the choice to go against our nature. We don't the creatures and everything else. The weather, it all has a system and a law that it follows naturally. We can go against that, which makes us initially different.
What do you mean by that? Going against nature? Are you talking about animals? What do you mean?
So when an animal like a bee, bees go and they look for honey, and they build nests, and they do these things from birth, and they're given this assignment from if you don't believe in God, then from their fellow bee. We are also given assignments that we don't have to follow. So I could say, a woman could say that she's really a man. A man could say they're really a woman. They could go against their nature. They can do something other than what they really are. You don't never see creatures do that. Creatures stick with their nature.
That's not true. Did you know 94% of giraffes are gay? Male
Come,
giraffes.
okay, you're coming from like
No, no,
I think somebody pissed you off
no.
because
That's true. No, what? 90. You're
yeah.
talking about things going against their nature. 94% of male giraffes are homosexual. That is biology. That is in nature. 1,200 species of animals are homosexual. That would be what you would consider against nature. That like there are humans who are born intersex. All humans are not born with a penis and a vagina. That isn't true. There are people who are born with both male and female reproductive organs. There are some humans born with no reproductive organs or with ambiguous reproductive organs. That's not true. I don't
Okay,
know.
they
Hold on, let me
reproduce though.
hold on. No, they can't. No, they don't. There are some people
Then
who
how
can.
are more
That
made?
1 second. There are. What do you mean? How are more made? They don't.
Yes,
Intersex individuals don't make intersex individuals. That doesn't make sense. A intersex person is just born intersex. They were not created from an intersex person.
that's not what I was asking.
What do you, more? How are more what made? Humans?
How are more giraffes made?
What? Because they mate. There are
Their
and
nature.
hold on 1 second. You do know that there are animals in the animal kingdom that create from parthenogenesis, that they don't need a male to reproduce. You do know that, right?
We're speaking of giraffes, right?
No, we're speaking of the out of the 1,200 species that are homosexual, some of them do not need a male to reproduce. But yes, there are the males do reproduce with the female giraffes, but they prefer male giraffes when they have sex. But there are
I'm more so
hold on. But you're
talking
talking
about
about hold on.
identity.
No, giraffes don't have an identity. That doesn't make sense. But
No, you're missing the point.
the identity is given to you by humans. You were not born with an identity. When you are born into this world, a doctor or a nurse takes a piece of paper out and writes on a piece of paper male. And then they ask your mom, what do you or your dad, what do you want to name him? And then they name you. You are not born into this world with those identifiers or your name. Neither is a giraffe. That name was given to that species by a human being. These are constructs, human made constructs. But what I'm addressing with you right now is your statement about humans being the only ones who can go against what you claim to be an assignment that your God gave a species. There,
Hmm.
the human race is diverse in sexuality, in gender, in race, and so is the animal species, the plant species. It is this idea that there's only male and female is a religious white supremacy construct. Like it's not true. Like literally in your Bible, in the Jewish tradition,
Hmm.
Abraham and Sarah were intersex. When your God, Abraham cut the when I think it's Isaiah 56 uh verses 3 through 4. It says that Abraham was hewn, right? Like his penis was hewn. He created his own penis, and then Sarah, hers was dug out, which means that Yahweh gave her a womb. This is why she was barren. This is why they could not have kids for a long time. And then the story is your God created them genitalia, and they were able to have children. That is the Jewish tradition. One Jewish tradition about Abraham and Sarah. Now, mind you, this comes from the Midrash Talmud that was put together in 299, around 299 BCE. So they were talking about intersex individuals back then. In ancient Israel, they had 7 different genders, and those that were considered to be tum-tums or androgynous back then were considered to be the most holy, the sages. They protected them. They didn't see them as something against nature, and they classified them as female. They didn't allow them to do the things that the males did. They didn't even allow them to even sleep where the females slept. But they had 7 genders in ancient Israel. So like this uh this isn't a new concept just because white supremacy decided to hide this knowledge from everybody.
I get what you're saying about white supremacy, but I want to hate to break some news to you that that white supremacy used the Bible as a tool. It doesn't. White supremacy didn't create the Bible.
I didn't say
That's
they
that's
created
that's
the
number
Bible.
one.
I didn't say that. Don't put words in my
But
mouth. I did
they
not say
didn't.
that.
I
I
didn't
said
put
this white
words
I
in your
said
mouth.
this white supremacy idea that intersex is new. I didn't say nothing about white supremacy
Okay,
creating the
but
Bible.
again, didn't you say that Yahweh came and assigned them? They
That
assigned
didn't
them
come from
parts
white
so they
supremacy.
can
I said that's
reproduce.
I did not say that was white supremacy. I said that is a
Mm,
Jewish tradition that came from the Midrash Talmud. That is a Jewish tradition
okay.
that Abraham and Sarah were tum-tums. That came from 299 BCE from rabbis, rabbinic literature. That's what I said. I said white supremacy hid information and taught that there were only 2 genders. And so people don't know that intersex individuals have existed from the beginning of time.
That's fine. That would be their nature, right? That would be their nature if they're intersex, correct?
Yes.
We literally go out of our way to get surgeries. We go. That's going against our nature. If that's what you were assigned naturally, then that is in your nature to
Is it
be that.
okay?
If I'm a man and it's in my nature to be a man, I'm supposed to be a man.
What is a man, Don? Because we was having. Hold on.
A
Let me say.
man
Hold
is
on.
a
Hold on.
man
Hold
with
on for
a
a second. Hold on. Hold
penis.
on. Hold on. Let me say this real quick. First off, that is a male. That's not a man. But
Okay.
let me say this right quick. The there an intersex individual that like your Jesus says in the Bible that there are some eunuchs who were born eunuchs from birth, who were made born eunuchs from birth. Okay, that's an intersex individual. They had crushed penises, no penises, a penis in a vagina, whatever. They were eunuchs from birth. Then he said there are some who were made eunuchs, and then there were some who became eunuchs voluntarily. Okay, but
Is that in the
from
Bible?
that's in the Bible. That's what Jesus says in Matthew
Where does it
19.
say this?
Matthew 19. But hold on, come back and then I'll pull it up and read it to you. Like don't leave mid conversation. I'll pull it up and read it to you. Is he about you about to have a fit over the eunuch thing?
Oh
Just
no, no,
chill.
no, no. I just want to see because
I'm gonna read it to you.
you're saying
I'm
that.
going to read it to you, Don. Can I finish my statement, please?
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you. Go.
I no, I don't talk to teacups.
Okay, so that says nothing about it, but go ahead.
Sure. Okay. The you read all of Matthew 19 that fast?
It was talking about the Pharisees, him having a conversation with the Pharisees. It had nothing to do with sexual intersex and stuff like. But go
Oh my
ahead.
God, I said eunuchs. Like why do y'all do this? Like why like
Okay,
it's very hold
okay.
on. It's
So
very
I
difficult.
understand this
Hold
is your
on. Hold
platform,
on. It's
and I
very
understand you're
hold
trying
on
to
cuz
get a
like you're
point
freaking
off.
out. But like I don't know why you're doing this
I'm not
over.
freaking out.
You are because I
No, I'm
mentioned
not.
you. Yes, you are. First off, I mentioned the Unix thing. You go off of Google for 2.5 seconds. I mean, go
No, I
off of
open my
TikTok.
Bible up.
You go
I
off
have
of
a
TikTok.
Bible
I
app.
meant to say TikTok. You go off of TikTok for 2.5 seconds. Come back and go. It doesn't say anything about that. As if you read the whole thing.
What would Jesus be talking to the Pharisees about unisex for?
I said Unix.
You okay? You owe eunuchs. Okay, it
Do
doesn't
you
even
know
say that
what a
either.
eunuch is? Oh.
Okay, what is a eunuch? Because enlighten me on what a eunuch is.
I did just tell you what a eunuch is. A eunuch is someone who was born with either crushed testicles, no testicles, or testicles in a vagina. They had
Okay,
big
read
that
that.
it is Matthew 19. I think it started at verse 12 or 13.
You
Hold
think or
on.
you know?
I think, motherfucker. What do you mean? Do I think or I know?
Okay,
You
you
don't
think.
know.
Okay.
The
Okay.
fuck?
You got a new guest on here. You got a new
No, I
guest on
don't.
here.
She's a fucking mod. Like, why? I don't know why y'all men get so fucking childish when we start talking about y'all's fucking
I'm
sexuality.
I'm I'm not.
You
I don't.
are. You're
I
getting
think
very childish. It's Matthew
I
12,
listen.
Matthew
It's
19
okay.
12. So it sounds like I knew. Matthew 19
Okay, let me
12.
look too.
No, you.
Can I look
No,
too? Is that
I
okay?
don't care. Go do what you got to do. I'm still gonna fucking read. Like I hate childish ass men. For there are eunuchs who have been so from birth, one, and there are eunuchs who have been made eunuchs by others, two, and there are eunuchs who have made themselves eunuchs for the sake of the kingdom of heaven. Let anyone accept this who can. It doesn't sound like Don can. Like I don't know why the conversation, like the moment I start talking about sexuality, I don't know, like they get very childish. Like it's ridiculous. And then they swear me down that they know something and they know they don't know. Like he's never heard of the word eunuch, but he's trying to tell me it's not in there. First off, he thought I said unisex. Like this is ridiculous.
Well, I mean, even again, that still doesn't take away the fact that if he said that they were born that way, it doesn't take the fact away that that's their nature. And that's what I was saying earlier. If that's their nature, then again, that's where they were assigned to be.
Again, as I was trying to explain until your misogyny got in the way, in antiquity, when babies were born with ambiguous genitalia, they would do surgeries and choose a gender for them. Even during the first century Rome saw intersex babies as a bad omen from the gods, so they would kill them. So parents had to hide their children and go and get these surgeries done to pick a gender for their child. But the body doesn't really decide gender until the child is about 8 to 12 years old. So a lot of these children were their parents were choosing their gender, but their body chose something else. Amenhotep IV, Akhenaten, was an intersex individual. He had female body parts, but male phenotype. This has been going on, I don't know, since the beginning of time. But people refuse to educate themselves. In Deuteronomy 2:31, Deuteronomy 23:1, your God says, no one whose testicles are crushed or whose penis is cut off shall be admitted to the assembly of the Lord. Originally, your God had a law that if they were born without a penis or they had crushed penises, they were not allowed into the assembly of the Israelites. But then in Isaiah 56:3-5, he takes that back and he says, "These are special to me. I will give them a name greater than son or daughter as long as they keep my Sabbath." So this is where we see social justice happening. But people don't pay attention to stuff like this. Like this is what I mean when I say you got to read the book. But if you just go by what people are telling you, the bigotry, the patriarchal ideals, the indoctrination, then you're repeating some other man's thoughts, some other man's words, because you have not studied for yourself.
Was he saying that that was okay for them to do that?
Yes, in Isaiah 56:3, like I will read it to you. At first, he did not want them into the congregation. into the assembly. And then in Isaiah, he had a change of, I guess you could call it social justice.
Hmm.
He had a change of heart, and he says, um, "Thus says the Lord." Isaiah 56. Thus says the Lord, "Maintain justice and do what is right, for soon my salvation will come, and my deliverance will be revealed. Happy is the mortal who does this, the one who holds it fast, who keeps the Sabbath, not profaning it, and refrains from doing any evil. Do not let the foreigner join to the Lord say, the Lord will surely separate me from his people. And do not let the eunuch say, I am just a dry tree. For thus says the Lord, to the eunuchs who keep my Sabbath, who choose the things that please me, and hold fast my covenant, I will give in my house and within my walls a monument and a name better than sons and daughters. I will give them an everlasting name that shall not be cut off. So he went from saying they cannot be a part of the assembly to I will give them a name better than son or daughter. I will give them an everlasting name that will never be cut off as long as they keep my Sabbaths.
Okay, so he's saying that he will accept it as long as he keeps this, as long as they keep the Sabbath. I mean, at first, God, in the Bible, had a lot of problems with people, and then he decided to not only people who are, I don't want to say the wrong word, people who are like in that kind of situation, but then again, he still offers a way of salvation to all people.
Where
He offers a way
Why are you
because
talking
at
about
first it was
salvation?
going
We're
against the
talking about
nature
they were
of that,
not
but he
going
still
against their nature. They
allowed
were
them in.
born with crushed testicles. How are they going against their nature if they
You
were born?
just told me that they
Deuteronomy. Oh
offered
my
a
God.
way.
No, I
He
didn't.
offered a way for
He
them
he
to
accepted
come in with
them. He not
exception, right?
That's not going against their nature. They were born with crushed testicles. They were born with no penis. That's not going against their nature. And then you had parents who were afraid that their child was going to be thrown in a river and used for some fucking ritual that was choosing gender for their child to protect their children. And so in Isaiah, the God is saying, don't do that anymore. Don't keep them out of the congregation anymore. As long as they keep my Sabbaths, they will be special to me, and I will give them a name greater than son or daughter. I don't care about him offering them salvation. That's good. Anybody that wants salvation from your God, cool. But what we're talking about is whether or not they're going against their nature. They are born that way, and then some of them don't get to choose their gender because their parents are choosing it at birth. And then some of them are, when they grow up, they're realizing that, hey, my mom chose this, but I'm really this. And then what I don't understand is how is it that you all, you say everything that your God do is perfect. Your God will send a baby here with their kneecap on backwards and need a doctor to fix that. But you don't think that your God can drop, like, I don't believe in spirits, but y'all do. You don't think your God can drop a masculine spirit in a female vessel if he can put a kneecap on backwards? If he can send a kneecap on here backwards? You don't think that he can that there needs to be doctor intervention to fix the body that that uh to match the spirit, to match the I don't know how to pronounce, how to, because I don't believe in spirits. Like, I think it's the
Hmm.
personality or the being of the person.
Hmm.
But if your God can send a baby here with a backwards kneecap or intestines, like a baby was born with their intestines on the outside, and a doctor needed to fix your God's handiwork there. Like, why don't y'all think that a doctor is needed to fix the human vessel when the soul or the spirit doesn't match the vessel that it's in or the vessel that it's tied to? I don't know if y'all think y'all are in the vessel or attached to it or what. But why is the only thing y'all think that your God gets right is the penis and the vagina?
Well, because if so, say for example, like if we take away like the with those people and what they gone through, maybe their parents chose this and chose that. What I was more aiming towards is people who have not been through that are still making the choice to go against that. So
That's
like
what I just asked you
at
about.
any moment somebody could say, like a woman could say, I'm a man now.
But that's
But
what I
they
just
weren't
hold on.
but they weren't chosen, like
Don,
they
that's
weren't
what I
born with
Don,
two.
Don,
See,
that's
I'm not you're
that
not
hold
letting me
on,
speak.
but I just asked you about that. Like, how do you know that your God didn't attach this soul to the wrong body? Like, that's what I'm asking. Like, if y'all believe that your God,
Because we have choices.
no, it doesn't matter if you have choices, but you believe a God created y'all, right? You believe a God forms the humans. This God will send a baby here with their intestines on the outside, right? So we know he can fuck up. And we know that there needs to be doctors to fix your God's handiwork. When a baby comes here and they need medical intervention to fix your God's handiwork. Why don't you all think that your God can attach the wrong soul to the wrong genitals? Like, why isn't there, why is the only thing you all believe that your God gets right is attaching the right feminine
We're
soul? Hold on, let me ask the question, because this is what I asked you.
I'm trying to answer, but
Hold on,
you're
hold
saying so
on,
much. It's hard for me to
hold
track
on,
like
hold on.
everything you're saying.
No, I'm explaining. Here is the question, because this is my second time asking it. Why is the only thing you all think that your God gets right in the birthing process is connecting the right feminine soul to the right feminine genitals, the right male soul to the right male genitals, but everything else he fucks up in the birthing process?
Okay, well, it just me. I don't believe that he's the one who's messing it up. I believe it's what we do to our own bodies that's messing things up. Like for example, mercury in the water. In the Bible, it says not to eat certain foods because of fish without scale and things of that nature, because it messes up our very nature and our reproductive system, and it could cause mental retardation. It can cause, like you said, the knee being backwards. It was a situation that happened in Asia, I believe it was in Japan or something. That, they eat a lot of those foods out of and it was like a mercury problem. And they just going against his laws in general causes these things to happen. It's not God that's the one messing up. God is perfect. We are the ones who are not perfect.
So he has no hand at all in making you.
He has a hand in making us, but we have a decision on if we're gonna follow what he says to do, so we can have proper reproduction processes.
Hold on, help me understand this, okay?
Okay.
All right. So you are here. You have sex with a woman. She's pregnant. Okay. Who made that baby in her belly? Did your God have anything to do?
Well,
Let
the
me let me.
father did.
Can I please ask
I'm
the question?
answering the question.
Did your God have anything to do with the development of this baby in this woman's belly?
At that point, it's pretty much up to us. We're in a finite world. He's in heaven. We're in an imperfect world, so we can't expect everything to be perfect here.
Okay, so your God did not. He does not form you in your mother's womb.
The seed forms us.
No,
The seed forms us.
right. No, I didn't ask if to see. Your God does not
I'm
form you. Listen
I
to my
just that
question.
means no.
Okay, so when the Bible says that, that Bible lied.
Says what? What is the lie?
When your God says to Jeremiah that for I formed you, I'm sorry, he says, before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. And before
Yeah,
you
he's talking
let me
about the
finish
spirit.
talking.
He's
No,
not
he's
talking about
not.
flesh.
No, he's not. No,
Yes,
he's
he
not.
is.
No, he's not. Like, I hate when you do this. I hate when you do this. You don't even know what's the other one? What's the other one that says it? Where's the other one that says this at in this Bible? There, it says it two times in here. Like, where's the other one at? Since you want to tell me what it's talking about.
How would he know you before he formed you?
No,
Think about that.
since we brought up scripture, because earlier you was like, I don't want to bring up scripture because you thought because I'm atheist, I don't do scripture. When I told you twice, I study the fuck out of this book. That's why I'm
Why do you
atheist.
study it so much if you
That's
don't
why
believe
I'm
in it?
atheist. Studying it made me an atheist. I told you that twice, and you didn't listen. I study this
No,
book every day.
I'm listening.
I study this book every day. I even told you that I learned Hebrew so that I could study it in its original language. That's what made me an atheist. I told you that.
So you believe that God, so
Hold on.
so God is perfect, but
Where
you
else?
believe that
Where
people are
else?
supposed to be perfect also?
Where I ain't say shit about people. I don't give a fuck about people. Where
Okay,
else?
so you're
Where
coming from a
else?
state of hatred.
Where
There's no
else?
point in
I
having this
no.
conversation.
This conversation is not about
You're you're
people.
you're
The
you're showing
conversation.
hatred
The conversation is about your God. Why are we talking about people?
because we're speaking about birth. That's why we're talking
We're
about
talking. I
people.
didn't say nothing about people are supposed to be perfect. You said your God is perfect. I'm trying to figure out
Yes,
if your God is making people or not. You said your God is my creator. I said he wasn't. Now you're saying he's not. Now you're saying what I've been saying. My dad and my mom is my creator. So I'm trying to figure out what it actually
they're
is
your
that you
maker.
believe.
There's a difference between making and
So
creating.
what did he create in me then?
First of all, he created the first person.
Okay, that ain't
Now,
me.
now you were made from these people.
But
You
that
were
ain't
not
me.
created by him. You
Okay,
were
all
not
right.
created
I
by
was
God.
not
I hate to
created by
break
him.
it to you.
You don't have to hate to
You
break it to
were
me.
made. You
I
were
was
made
by
by
my
people, by
parents.
your parents. You were not
Yes.
created by your parents.
I was not created by
You
your
were made.
God.
You were made.
I was not created by your God. I was
You're
birthed.
right. You
I
were
was
made.
right. I was birthed by my parents.
Your spirit is made by God.
But I told you this from the very beginning, right? So if my spirit is made by your God, who puts my spirit in my body?
God puts the spirit into the seed.
Okay. Does your God know the gender of the seed when he puts the spirit in there?
The spirit is usually when it goes into male, or excuse me, when it goes into the body, it usually is either male or female.
The spirit is male or female. What identifies a spirit as male or female if the body is the one with the dick in the pussy?
Well, it's going into the flesh.
Does the spirit know that the seed at that time is male or female? Everybody starts off as female in the womb. Everybody starts off as female in the womb. So when your
I
God,
wouldn't say that.
that is biology. That
I
is.
heard that, but I heard that before, and that's false. It
Oh,
looks the
really?
same.
Okay. Hey,
It looks the same, but you have an X and a Y and an X and an X.
you
It
start
looks the
off
same, but it's
XX.
not the same. It's not the
You
same.
start off XX, and then your Y chromosome, the second X breaks off to a Y. You
But
start
why does it
off
break off?
so that you can become male,
Exactly.
right? So you start off female.
You are not. You have some. You have a different chemical in you that's gonna break off into X
It
Y.
doesn't matter. You start off
How does it
female.
not matter?
Listen. You start female.
It looks similar.
No, it doesn't. It's XX. You start out XX, and
So what
then
makes it stay
it,
XX then?
oh my fucking God. We're not talking about what makes it stay. Okay? We're
Because
talking,
you know
stop.
it's the truth.
What's the
You
truth?
know it's not the same. That's the
What's not
truth.
the
It's not
same?
the same.
What isn't the same?
If it's okay, if it starts off XX, right? It starts off XX. Something makes it XY, regardless of whatever
Oh
you
my
want to
fucking
say.
God. Listen to the words that you're saying. Like I don't know what goes on in y'all's mind. You start. The word start. That means beginning, right? You start with two X's. That is female. Then it turns into, if you are going to be
How does it
male,
do that?
stop. If you're going to
How
be
does it do
male,
it?
stop. If you're going to be male, then the second X chromosome breaks off
hmm
to an XY.
What makes it break
Stop, it
off?
doesn't matter. Then you become a male,
Nothing matters to
but
you.
you start female in the womb. Every human being starts out female. Everybody. So what I am asking you is, when you are a female seed in your mommy's belly and your God drops your spirit in there, does your spirit know whether that seed will remain female or break off and become a male? That is my question.
Wait, my bad. I keep seeing people posting my face in these comments and all that
Hey,
shit.
fuck the comments.
I'm gonna
Fuck
be
the
real with
comments.
you.
You're pivoting.
They
You're pivoting. You're pivoting.
nah, because
Yes, you
everybody
are.
putting my face in
You're
these pictures.
pivoting. You're pivoting.
No, no, trust me. I really listen. I respect
Oh my
what you're
God.
saying. I
No,
respect
you don't.
everything
You're
that you're
pivoting.
saying
I hate when y'all do
and
this.
everything like that.
I
I'm
hate
just
when y'all do
I'm
this.
just feeling uncomfortable. People got my face in
Sure.
on
Okay.
a picture and all that.
Hmm.
So I'm gonna
Okay.
drop down. I
All
respect
right.
what you're
Go
saying. I
ahead.
like
Go
what you're
ahead
saying.
and run. Go ahead. I swear. Why are y'all men so fucking uncomfortable when it comes to talking about sexuality? Like, what? I swear, patriarchy did a fucking number on y'all. Kalu, do you want to do one, Selena?
Bring 'em up, bring 'em up.
Are you where you can do one?
Yeah.
You wouldn't want that. Shit. I don't know what's wrong with them guys.
Hello? I can't
Hey,
say. Good Lord.
are you a
Stop.
Christian?
Oh my God.
Selena, are you there? Like, y'all, it's all on
I'm
two
here.
different platforms.
What is the purpose of?
Are y'all talking to each other? Hold on.
I don't know what's happening right now because I'm asking if they're. Hello? Are you a Christian? Above the age of 21?
Yes.
Okay, not.
Well, are you a Christian?
Choose a topic.
So, Eve and women are responsible for evil and sin coming into the world?
That's a question. What do you think?
Negative. I don't agree with that.
Okay. I don't either.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to
So
say it
yeah.
was true. And
So as
I don't
a
agree with that either.
let me ask you a question.
and I don't
As a
understand number
Christian,
3.
as a
Hold
Christian,
on.
as a Christian, you know the doctrine, right? The story that Eve was the first to be deceived and she's the first transgressor, right?
Well, yes. I mean, Adam and Eve both sinned together.
I said first, right?
Mhm.
Paul says that it was the woman that was deceived and became the transgressor, not the man. A transgressor is a sinner. So it says she did, right? That's what it says in the Bible.
Well, I think it was the serpent. The serpent was the first one.
The serpent didn't transgress. We're talking about the humans here. What it says in your Bible, in your religious text, is that it was the
You
woman.
said Paul said it?
Yes, it was the woman who was deceived and became the transgressor.
Where does Paul say that, or how does he word it? What does he say?
That's
He
exactly
blames
how
her
he
for it?
says. That's exactly how it's worded.
That the woman was the transgressor?
Yes.
Well, I don't know. He might have been a homosexual. He was like the first pope, so who knows? He might have hated women.
But I don't think you're a Christian, and I don't feel like
See
being
that?
trolled.
Shut up. Get off this. Get
Yeah.
off this page.
Bye. The fuck. I swear, some of y'all just bored.
That's why they ask if That's why I don't answer that stupid question. Junebug. Oh, I've seen Junebug before. Junebug. Junebug. What the heck you
Is
watching?
that TV or is it real life?
TV.
Junebug, are you up here on purpose or on accident? That last conversation really pissed me off. I think everybody's on the wait list. Uh-huh. Ray, are you in the request on purpose? Theo, are you in the request on purpose? Uh, the real Spock. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist. Well, then if we lie too much on the Bible, come and dispel the lies. Like, stop fucking whining in the chat. God damn. Theo, turn your camera off, love.
Yeah.
Hey, what's
Sorry.
up?
What's up? I'm just waiting in here in my classroom. And what about you?
I'm good. What topic did you go up to talk about?
Homophobia is rooted in Christian misogyny.
Okay, what are your thoughts?
So for me though, since this was like even in the 1900s, gay people were discriminated against as much as black people were discriminated against, and it was actually rooted with the doctrine and the actual misinterpretation of text, and then they had an agenda to capitalize on the misinterpretation instead of just accepting that the LGBTQ are just humans. So there was a way to capitalize actually LGBTQ, not through hate but through love. And even though in the Bible it says to love your neighbors and to spread love, not hate, they did the opposite. But if they spread love more then they would capitalize on LGBTQ marriage. They would capitalize on wedding planners trying to get LGBTQ couples to be married. They'd actually go for it being a business. And they, they and I think they capitalize more on the hate on the doctrine itself.
I do think they do capitalize on the hatred, um, uh, and misogyny as a whole. That's a great point, Theo.
But yeah, they actually like to peek in people's pants and seek business in other people's doors, which led me to think, why the fuck are you concerned with my sexuality? I I this was implanted to me the moment that I was born. And then I don't know, I feel like it's cool. And I think people, whether religious or not, should stay away unless you want to get smacked by the pan of reality. And even more so, I would really love to spank someone with a pan that says hatred is more powerful than love. And then, although it is actually rooted in Christianity, and then they just capitalize on it, and they just hate that they are different from the norms. But weird is fine. Weird is fine.
Okay, Theo. Okay. he said he said I want to smack him with a pan that says hatred is stronger than love. Right. This is Theo talking dirty at night. Did you have anything else, Theo?
Nah, and yeah, love is better than hatred, and I'd rather kiss a guy and feel all love. To all the haters, what the fuck? Stop your religious bullshit, and please try to be coherent. Make some sense. I'm getting bored.
Bye, Theo. Go to class.
Anyways,
Have a
please
good day.
stay hydrated. Please let me
Bye. Oh my gosh. Bye. Here's a trip. Hey, Mini Quan.
Hi.
Hi. Did you come hang out?
Yeah, I'm coming to hang out. I can't
Yay.
sleep. I'm just up
Yay. You want to do this next
playing
time?
video games. I would love to.
Awesome. Go ahead.
Thank you. Uh, hello, art by
Stefan.
Stephanie.
That's it, Stefan. Stefan. Like
Stephanie.
like in the Vampire Diaries. It's Stefan.
Okay. How are
How
you?
are you? I'm okay. How are you?
I am beautiful, intelligent, kind, and awake. Thank you.
Well,
Um.
first of all, I'd like to congratulate Tinker on her knowledge about the Bible. I'm very
Oh wait,
impressed.
wait,
Like,
wait, 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 wait.
yeah,
We need to get your age, and we need to figure out if you are atheist,
yep.
Christian, or deconstructing.
Oh yeah, I'm age 34, atheist. I mean, deconstructing, but it feels like a very long time deconstructing, to be honest.
Okay,
If
you're
that
an
makes any
atheist. I
sense.
don't. Yeah, you're an atheist. I'm not able to see whether or not you are of the status to bring up other topics. So you'll have to choose one of the four after you congratulate Thinker. Go ahead and give her her flowers.
Yeah, her knowledge about the Bible that she was discussing earlier, like I have to say bravo because it was very impressive. It's very nice to see. So yeah,
Thank
so
you.
the subject I'm interested in, the first one, the women are responsible for evil, sin income into the world, and I mostly want your perspectives on something that's been grinding my gears. First, some backstory, if you allow. I grew up in a Caribbean household with all the downsides. Very religious, homophobic, misogynistic, etc. But I also grew up around mostly women. My mom, aunts, school was always packed of women, black women. So yeah. And the thing that I've been thinking about is in Christianity mostly, I feel like black women have been the most, how can I say this? Christianity has been most hostile to black women. And I, it's like if I was to take the values that I got from my environment, I would have turned out Christian, homophobic, misogynistic. In other words, I had no support in my deconstructing journey from the women that I was with. And they were all lovely women, pretty smart also. And my questions to you would be, why is it so hard? I mean, that's an observation I've made. Why is it so hard? I feel that black women should be in the forefront of the fight against this rhetoric, if I can say it that way. And it's always hard for me to find myself debating a black woman about the misogyny that comes from Christianity. Does that make any sense?
Absolutely. So why is it so difficult to do what
Why is it so
exactly?
difficult for black women? It's like I cannot, it's like they're holding on to all the bad parts of Christianity and I can't seem to make them see that this is not in their favor. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
So, okay, a man, I can understand why a man might be Christian. But if there's one person who has all the rights in the world to not be Christian, it's a woman. Does that make sense?
absolutely.
But black women that are around me, it's like they are most in love with the religion than the men. Does that make sense? So
Yeah.
I'm asking, like, why do you, in your opinions, do you see that black women are so reluctant to take on that?
Yeah,
I hope I'm making some sense.
sure. Um, Cultural conditioning. Uh, there are a set of qualities that Christianity um, kind of trains women to have, which would be like submissiveness, being docile, not pushing back against authority, or as we would say colloquially, speaking truth to power. So if you're already conditioned like that from childhood and you kind of have accepted it, then it might be a little difficult to deconstruct those ideas. So
So,
We
it's
were
not
talking
sorry,
yesterday.
inherently.
sorry.
Oh, I was gonna tell y'all, we were talking yesterday about how our grandmothers was the ones that scared the shit out of us and, made us stay in this religion for a long time. Like the mothers in the church in the black community
Hmm.
are like
Oh yeah,
the ones
yeah,
that like beat it into you.
yeah.
Even when you're at Thanksgiving dinner, like if you don't bow your head and pray, if you plan through prayer, uh, it's the mothers in the church, in the black community. So, and I will say that it is like black women are at the forefront of increasing religiosity within the black community. I have to admit that.
Wow,
Hmm.
that's a hard pill to swallow.
Yeah.
That's a hard. I mean, even with my own mom, I mean, I love her to death, but a lot of the time I have to do. I mean, I love her, so I have to try deconstructing with her sometimes. So I feel like I have to push back, even if I I don't want to feel in. Sometimes I feel in the position that I'm mansplaining, and I hate feeling like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So whether it's my mom or any other girls, women that I appreciate, I hate feeling like I'm trying to convince them that this religion is harming them more than anything good that they're getting out of it. So lately, I've been like, it's heartbreaking. When this life is very welcoming. I congratulate you all. I like it, and but I've also come upon lives where Christian women were like, making making sure that everyone is bowing to God, and I cannot I cannot help but feel a little, how can I say that, saddened sometimes.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. You okay. So in understanding like black women who are religious, you kind of have to understand the history there. So um, these are women that feel like they need some sort of redemption. And it's
Yep.
not because they are inherently evil or bad, but just because of their identity, they have been marginalized in society. So, may I ask what particular Caribbean island you're from?
Can I say something
Haiti.
before he answers that? There is a black woman in the comments right now, like saying when I host my lives, I try not to crash out or blah blah blah. Like I think societal, like what Quan just said, like societal norms and afraid of being judged by society and wanting to reach proximity to whiteness and male approval, right? Wanting people to look at that black woman and say, "Oh, she's well kept, she's well articulated, she's well mannered," right? And so she's more acceptable uh, sociably. And so I think I think that is salvation to for the black woman.
I understand. I'm from Haiti, for the other one who
Ah,
asked.
Haïtien? Ah, moi content parler avec vous.
Yeah, me too.
Moi, c'est un élève. Moi, moi, commencé à parler créole haïtien à peu près 400 jours.
Oh,
Mhm.
on fait un peu l'effort, like,
Hey,
400 jours encore là, on peut parler créole net.
yes.
I like that.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, y'all. I was telling them that I've been learning Haitian Creole for about 500 days. So
Flex,
this
flex,
is
flex.
exciting. So, you know, especially like the Caribbean countries, like
Oh,
these
you know,
places,
you know
yeah,
our Haitian people.
yeah. So
Jesus, no pun
black women
intended.
being taken there, right? They're already being looked at for uh just labor, right? To
Yeah,
to perform labor and be in labor, right?
yeah,
But
yeah,
the teaching to black women by colonizers was that they're inherently flawed. There's something wrong with you, and
yeah,
they picked black women apart uh, from everything from our hair follicles until our
yeah,
toes. Everything about us was in question and, under scrutiny. So if I can affix myself to a savior, this now remedies some of the issue because now suddenly I become worthy.
yeah, yeah,
Right. So it's trying to escape the past harms.
yeah,
It's trying to escape the patriarchal, misogynist structures that undervalue, underestimate, and marginalize Black women. And then
yeah,
also, in a sense, like it is affirming because now you get to feel, you're among the beloved now
yeah,
suddenly.
yeah.
And
Can I add something?
sure, sure, sure.
Yeah. One of the things that frustrates me again is that I don't consider myself as particularly smart. So if I, maybe it's a wrong standard to have, but if I found the answers, why aren't you, who is at least as a, we went to the same school? Does that make sense?
Hmm.
And you have, as a black woman, you have more to gain in finding these answers than me. So every time I feel I'm in the position where I'm rooting for you, but you're not even rooting for yourself. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but see, with the thing that you're giving up is a position of privilege, right? What she
Yeah,
would be giving up would be her validation. So
yeah,
then once she releases that, then everything can come crashing down on her, right?
yeah,
Like I
yeah,
know, I know women like 'cause I grew up apostolic holiness, and I know women who just kind of stayed under it because of the safety of it. I'm valid as a woman here in this space, and I'm, in a sense, protected from some some things here. So,
yeah,
it's you're asking a person to move out of their comfort zone,
yeah,
yeah, and dump everything that they've, been taught about themselves and rebuild themselves again. And that's not an easy feat. Like any woman who is able to like deconstruct and start taking those things apart, like I commend because now you got to find your value and your
yeah,
worth
yeah,
somewhere else. If you did, put all of your value or a significant portion of your value or worth in the fact that you were a child of God.
yeah. I mean, last thing is, I would like for you guys to give me some advice about um the feeling of me being mansplaining to them. Do you think it's still worth it to, because if I believe, if I respect your intelligence, if you believe something that is false, I should try my best to convince you that, okay, this is not making any sense. So, but now I'm in the position where I feel like I'm mansplaining to you where you don't want to listen to me. Does that make sense? So
Yeah.
would you consider that it's still valuable to put yourself in a position where, okay, you might be considered like your mansplaining just for the value of the information.
So again, back to the patriarchal structure, right? And part of the reason why is possibly part of the reason why it's not working is because of the fact that you are a man. Like if I gotta listen to men at work and I gotta listen to, man and at church, the last thing I want to do is listen to another one that is trying to take something away from me that is a part of my identity.
Yeah, yeah.
So you
So,
seem harmful in
uh-huh.
that regard.
So does that mean do not engage?
I mean, if you're being asked questions, then, by all means. But, I get like wanting to help people, wanting
Yeah,
to enlighten people. But, on some level, we have to, stand back and allow people to come to their own conclusions. And then we can help them from there. So when they begin to question, right?
yeah.
And I know
I can
sometimes we
agree with
want to do it now. Like, listen, didn't you remember what Dusty Bookman said? Okay,
that.
because I'll ask somebody. Like, say I'm I do a lot of reading and studying, right? And when I came across his statements, I was like, yeah, he's totally right. But I think one of the things in his statements was he didn't leave out the concept or thought or idea of having a God. And sometimes it's like a comfort mechanism, like a little blanket, a
Yeah,
comfortable, happy little blanket where you can snuggle up and be warm and safe from everybody. And sometimes that's God for people. And when you take that away, it's
yeah,
difficult.
yeah.
So,
Okay.
I mean, I wholeheartedly understand and we want to help, but I think that, ask questions every now and then, you know,
Yeah,
inspire a little critical thinking, but whatever you do, don't push
yeah.
because if
Well,
if they're already apprehensive, then pushing is going to surely make that situation worse.
yeah. Well, thank you for the discussion. That's all I had for tonight.
Okay, hold on, Thinker, did you have anything you wanted to
No, thank you so much for
add?
coming up, Stephanie. I appreciate you.
All right.
All right, have a good
Take
one.
Bye,
care,
it's
guys.
good meeting you.
How do I get out of that?
I got you.
You just gotta yell out, "Let me down."
No, but yeah, we were talking about that yesterday. How black women in the church, like most of us, are scared to. Because I really want to understand the black believer relationship when it comes to this rise in black atheism being out. Like there were black atheists, but they were afraid to come out to their families. They were afraid to come out on social media because of the ostracization that they may have faced, which a lot of us have faced, excommunication and things once we came out as atheists. My family does not. My family does accept me, and my family is highly religious. But a lot of death threats. Yesterday, I was threatened twice to be killed on live. Um, there are people in the community who have come out to their family as atheists, and their family won't talk to them anymore. They're being called demons, stuff like that. I need to understand if the belief is personal and everybody has free will. Like, I don't believe in free will, but believers do. Like, if you believe in free will, like, what's happening? Why do black believers feel like they can trample on the so-called free will of their relatives, of other black people who don't make the same decision as you as a believer? And like, what is this black people don't do atheist thing that I'm hearing? Big 44, how are you?
Oh, thinking. Oh,
Huh?
go ahead.
Hold on, Big 44. Go ahead, Quan.
I was gonna say you not believing and being in community with them is a threat to their belief. Because remember, Old Testament says, hey, if somebody's trying to entice you away,
Yeah.
then your hand is supposed to be the first hand, right?
Hmm.
And that's just to keep you away from inspiring them to think critically, right? So,
Yeah, but most of
also,
them
I be
don't know
giving my
that.
family.
Most of them don't know he says that in Deuteronomy 13 because they don't read the Old Testament a lot.
Isn't it kind of baked in though? Because I remember being told like, yeah, you can't be friends with her anymore because you're gonna draw her out. What you mean draw her out? Like she gonna make her own decisions. It's like you would taint them because now you're thinking for yourself. You're examining what you've read. That's a threat because the training is to just accept and not question.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And that makes sense for like the excommunication.
Hmm.
But the demonization and the this need for all black people to believe in this God, I don't understand. Like if you're gonna shake the dust off your feet like your God told you to, that's one thing, but they don't do that. They don't like, even when we bring it up, like for instance, Beyond Mathematics is in the chat, and he's always in the chat saying only less than 5% of black people are atheists. Black atheists don't make no sense. There's a pastor in Florida who prays before every surgery. Like every black atheist live he's in, right? Because he cannot handle black people identifying as atheists. And I don't understand this groupthink need. And it kind of sounds like they need other people to believe in order for it to be real. Like you said, it's a threat to their faith.
Hmm.
It sounds like they need us to believe in order for whatever narrative or whatever hope they have in this God to be real. Um, and like I think another reason might be that we have not been taught boundaries because if boundaries are set and it's like, okay, you have your belief and you have your lack of belief, we don't talk about it, but we're still sisters. We can still go to dinner. Like we can have life together. The places that we don't explore in each other's life is faith or lack
Yeah,
thereof. Like we're not taught that. And boundaries feel like hatred or rudeness or disrespect to a lot of people. So I think that might be it as well. But also, they deny that they are offended or uh, afraid, despite their actions.
yeah,
Whenever I ask this question, they say, "We don't care if you're an atheist," which isn't true. Like they do care, and so it's
yeah,
difficult to get the answer because they're not being honest about how they feel.
yeah. On my final statement on it, I think uh, if this is how my brain processes it, if it is a threat that you don't believe, then it is affirmation to their belief that you do. So like somebody else is here with me. I have to be on the right path. Everybody's
Ah,
doing it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I made the right choice. And when they meet
Mhm.
someone who doesn't, it's what they hear or feel is you saying I made the wrong choice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Good stuff.
Big 44. I figured they were up here on accident because there's no way that I think a male would be on stage this whole time off mute, sitting quietly.
Right.
yeah,
Hello.
they up here on accident because not normal. Normally, do we meet a respectful male? We have a couple. Ray and the real Spock, are y'all in the guest request on purpose or on accident? You're not in the guest request, billionaire. Y'all have to hit request. Takeem,
Hey, nice to meet you.
nice to meet you. How are you?
I'm doing fine.
Can I get your age?
I'm 31.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I believe in God.
Okay. Juan, do you want to do this one since the last one was an atheist?
Yeah. Sure. Why not?
All right, go ahead.
Hello. Welcome up. Which one of the 4 topics did you want to have a discussion on?
Number 2.
Okay. All right. Let's hear it. I'm interested in that one.
I
What
feel
is the
like
purpose of the soul, spirit, and belief?
I feel like it's unexplained. Um, I feel like it's something that is like they're trying to like suppress. Like they don't want you to know how, amazing it is, like to tap into your soul or your spirit, or soul or spirit. Like people is moving. I feel like the way that people think, they don't think with a soul, or they don't think with a spirit. They don't interact that way. Like they interact like something like a cell phone. Like people be interacting just like a cell phone. Like it's getting crazy.
Do you think a soul and spirit are the same thing, or are they 2 different things?
Um, I think it's two different things. One is energetic, like energy, and the other one is connected to like the land, like everything that like the water and like the air and stuff like that. Like one is connected to like an element, and the other one is your energy.
Okay, which
Like
is which?
I think the spirit is the energy, and the soul is connected to like your element.
Okay, and how do you experience them?
Or it might be reversed, or it could be both. Some people might be tapped into both.
Okay. How do you tap in? Like what is this
I feel like
process?
you have to ground yourself. Like like some people swim, some people run, some people climb. Like you gotta train your body in those elements. Like you have to ground yourself in whatever type of sport you love. Like you have to ground yourself in it. And I think that's why people can activate certain skills like LeBron James or Steph Curry or anybody else that they try to say is a clone. Nah, I just feel like they just grounded themselves in a element really well so they could perform like that. But like,
Okay. So
yeah,
what is the purpose of this in belief? So I see you have attached it to some sort of uh athletic performance at minimum. How does the soul and spirit concept that you've explained attach to belief?
like I feel like because the body is like only in control over like certain decisions when you performing in your element, like in the water or on a court or on a like a football player, they play in the grass. Like I feel like you start to see different levels of your skills the more you ground yourself in it. But the soul, I feel like the soul plays a big part in that. Like because the
Can you
body
connect
can't.
this to your like spiritual belief system? You're a Christian, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I
can you
do. I
yeah.
connected to it because I feel like this is why they this is why I feel like it's like the sports is the way it is now. Um because it's
No, it's
not
not about
really.
sports, sir. Please don't talk to me about sports. I'm not a sports person,
Oh, okay.
right? So I don't really know, much about sports.
Yeah,
But I'm like the panel is really about like your Christian beliefs. So
of
when you
course.
talk soul and spirit, I'm trying to see like what is the purpose, what is the utility of a soul and spirit uh with your belief system? What does it do? What
It takes control over the body. It definitely do.
your soul or spirit? Which one?
The soul does.
The
And the
soul takes
spirit is
control
the
over your body?
yeah, and I feel like the spirit is the energy that you tap into your soul.
Okay. So why do you believe that there is a such thing as a soul and a spirit? Because I don't know, the explanations are very clear. When you talk to
because of the
different people
behaviors
about
that
it,
I've
hang on, friend. When you talk to different people about it, they explain it differently. I don't believe in soul or a spirit. Like, I've had MRIs and X-rays, and they've never found anything else in me besides,
nah,
what
it's
was
just the
supposed to be in
behaviors
there.
that you experience, like with people, like you start to really tap into like knowing like if they are really a soul or not. Like their behavior will express it. It's in the craziest ways. Like
What does
once
your
you
soul
start to,
do?
I mean, I try to disconnect from any NPCs. Like I don't want them to drain me from my energy
Hmm?
because like you know how it is like when you're really a
I don't.
soul, like you know what I mean, like it's weird, like the behavior is weird, it's different, it's not
What
the
does your
same.
soul do?
It interacts with people like on a
Your
different
soul interacts
frequency.
with people?
Yeah, like
Are you sure
like
you're a Christian?
yeah.
You sound like a little, you know what I'm saying? A
I
little
mean like
woo
even
woo.
church people like
You sound like you be listening to like Rashad Jamal, old
nah,
YouTube videos and stuff.
I don't listen to nobody. I just go for behavior. Like behavior is like you it's really like your behavior, it plays a big part in the soul that's inside of you. It does.
So do you influence your soul, or does your soul influence you?
I feel like your soul is definitely connected to the behavior that you know what I'm saying, that whatever how I don't know. I'm not trying to make it
Let me
seem like
reword it. Let
people
me reword it. Do you um control, or do you tell your soul what to do, or does your soul tell you what to do?
well like it's not like you telling your soul what to do. It's not like I ain't gonna front. It's a confusing question because like how can you can't tell your soul what to do unless you really navigate control through your mind. Like you have to really start thinking that way, like and living that way. Like other than that, if you're not, your soul is gonna do whatever it see because your eyes like the soul goes through your eyes. Like you can
Hmm?
really like the stuff that you see. A lot of people it like that's how they interact. They interact with the things that they see, basically. Like that's only way they know how to interact. Like you know what I'm saying? Like they never really seen nothing different to for their soul to interact different
Okay, now
with
connect
other
all these
souls.
things to
If
your
you
God.
understand, I don't know,
Can you
cause
connect these things to your God?
I mean, I don't think this is taught. I don't. It has to be. This
No,
have
I'm
to
not
be
asking you
like
if
in
it's
the
taught.
home, like that people grow up in.
I'm
Like
asking you
this
to
have to
connect it
go.
to your God.
Yeah,
Because
but
in the
if God
Bible it
is not in the
says,
homes that we
hang
grow up
on,
in,
hang
how
on,
would
friend,
you?
hang on, friend. You believe that people have souls. The Bible says, the God in the Bible says, all souls are mine, right? So I'm trying to connect this to your God. Is there any way you've connected it to sports? You've connected it to behavior. You've connected it to nature. And each time you've connected it to something else, I've asked you to connect it to your God. Are are you capable of connecting? Because the question is, what is the purpose of the soul slash spirit in belief? You have God belief. It's the Christian God, you said. Now you believe in souls and spirits. Let's connect that to your God. What does it do concerning your God belief?
Well, I mean, it could put you in a like demonic state if I mean if you're not godly. I mean, at least like your soul have to have some type of righteous. Like your soul have to be evident. Like you have to be righteous some way somehow. I don't know, but like lifestyle can't just be all about like you know what I'm saying. I don't know. Like it's like the behavior soul is soulless, is
Hmm?
clueless. You know what I'm saying?
Say that again.
It's like the behavior don't have any souls. Like everything like
What?
this, the interaction. Like if you understand like where I'm trying to come from is like the way people interact is straight through phones now. That's it.
Okay, thinker.
And
Yeah, I
so
don't know
God,
what he talking about.
I'm just saying to try to
You was gonna
connect
leave
it,
me
like
out here
trying to
I'm,
connect it
drowning.
to God. I'm trying to say like
I
Ain't
it's
don't
no
like
know.
cell
floaty.
phones
Hang
are
on,
people
hang on,
gods.
friend. Hang on, friend.
I feel
Hang
like
on.
cell phones are
Hang on,
people
friend.
gods in
Please.
today's
Can you please hang on?
Cell phones are people's
mhm.
gods.
In today's day, like
How?
yeah, that's what people worship more than anything. Like even when somebody's dying, they pulling out their phone, literally.
But what
Like
does that have to do with your
nobody, I don't see
soul?
nobody really like connecting anything to God these days.
What does that have to do with your soul?
But me per se, like I know
I'm sorry. Do
me,
you
I
hear me talking to
disconnect
you?
from stuff like that.
Do you hear me
Yeah,
talking?
yeah, I hear
It's
you.
like you're having a conversation with your cell phone right now. Like
Nah,
you're
I'm
not
just telling you.
listening. You're not listening to me for some odd reason. What does any of this have to do with your soul and your belief as a Christian? Like what is the purpose of your soul? Why did your God give you a
To
soul?
navigate in a righteous way,
How does your
of
soul do
course,
that?
with discipline, of course. You gotta have some
Well,
type
first
of
off,
discipline.
how do you discipline your soul? Where is it?
How do you discipline your soul?
Yeah, where is your soul?
That should be in the household that you grow up in.
Your soul
That's
is in that.
not that.
Where is your soul?
If your family,
I'm
if
gonna
you
ask
don't
you
come
one more
from a
time. I'm gonna
family
drop you. Where is your soul?
inside of your body,
Where?
where in your body,
Where in your body?
it should be in all in your body. Your soul not all in your body.
I don't
It's
know.
in a
And if
specific
you go
place
to
in
the
your body.
doctor, can you get a checkup on your
They can't
soul?
see your
So
soul.
how do
I
you
never
know
heard of a
if a
doctor
doctor
finding anybody's soul.
doctors open people up all the time and they can't see this soul? So how do you know it's in your body? Now, y'all see why I got to get loud with these people? Like, goddamn, if doctors do open heart surgery, they open your body up. Their hands is all in your body, so their hands is all in your soul.
Yeah, like your soul is your aura.
So is an aura is something on the outside? So is it in your body or around your body?
Well, the aura is the reflection of your soul, I feel like.
So then I don't want to talk about the aura. I want to talk about the soul. Where in the body is it? How do you know it's there if when a doctor has his hands all in your body, the doctor doesn't see the soul? What the hell are you laughing at?
Because like I didn't know you was gonna ask me like if a doctor like about a doctor like trying to like I get it. Doctors save people lives. I get it. But
What
that's still they don't
I think
that don't got nothing to do with
this is
like
why I hate the concept of soul and spirit because it makes people mentally ill, and like they don't
you can't
recognize
confuse
how
yourself and
you are the one who is confused. You are the one who is confused. You can barely
so you
stay on
feel like
topic.
your body
Why are
is
you
how
talking
do
while I'm
you
talking? You can barely stay on topic. You can't describe the thing that you believe in. Like you sound like you are mentally ill.
now I'm trying not to laugh. My fault.
You're the only one here that sees something funny.
Absolutely.
Like you have a belief in something you can't even articulate. You saying that this soul is in your body, yet you don't know where. When doctors go inside of your body, they don't see a soul. You can't get a checkup on this thing.
So you think we have no soul.
I
We
don't
have no
even know
soul.
what it is. You can't even tell me what it is.
You don't know what a soul is.
No, that's what I'm asking you.
That's out of control.
You don't either. What is it?
You never seen somebody
Awesomeness. If you
die in
get
front of you?
muted, awesomeness. If
I'm
you
just
get,
asking you,
don't
have you
stop.
ever seen
Awesomeness. If you get muted, you cannot circumvent the mute and come on stage. You fucking know that. Don't type in
I
all
mean,
caps in the comments. Do not spam in the comments. You will be muted. And you will not come on stage while you are muted. Yes, I've seen someone die in front of me. I still didn't see a soul.
that's crazy. No, that's crazy.
Your response to my question of what is a soul is you've never seen nobody die. You don't know what a soul is. You can't even articulate it. Like, are
It's
you
the
aware of
energy
that?
that
Like, do
leaves
you
your
know?
body when you. It's the energy that leaves your body when you die.
There is
Literally,
no energy that leaves your body when you die. Everything is made of energy. Are you saying that the desk that my computer is sitting on has a soul?
it dies too. Only thing is, you can plug it up and
I
bring it
said the
back.
desk that my computer is sitting on is made of energy. Does it have a soul?
It's not a human being. Like
So
what?
then energy isn't the soul because everything is made of energy. Everything is energy.
No, that's totally not true.
That is true. That is science. Everything is energy and matter. Like these words sound supernatural and metaphysical and I don't know, uh, awesome, but they don't make any sense. They don't define anything. They're very vague. And when we talk to you all about them, you yourself can't even articulate it. You all always say it's hard to explain. I mean, if you don't experience it, then you'll never know. I mean, I can't put it in words. That's what y'all all say because you cannot pinpoint a soul or a spirit. This is
You never
something.
had any
Let me finish speaking,
dreams?
please. This is something that you believe
I'm
exists.
sorry, I
Let
didn't
me
mean to cut
finish
you
speaking,
off.
please. The hell is wrong with y'all? Like the thing that I think that you all should be able to see is your patriarchal misogynistic behaviors, but you can't. For some reason, when a woman speaks, you all think that that is your turn to speak or that your voice should dominate her voice. That's patriarchy. If I believed in spirits, I would say the spirit of patriarchy, which is an idea, a behavior that has infested society. Males and females have this patriarchal mindset because of the indoctrination in society. But when we're talking about this soul or this spirit, you all are typically talking about how your body works. Even you asking me right now, have you ever had dreams? Yes, I have dreams. That is my brain processing.
What?
If I'm talking, I'm answering your question. Yes, I have dreams.
We sharing.
My brain works while I am asleep. My brain processes information, thoughts while I am asleep because I do not die when I sleep.
All right, I just feel like, you know what I'm saying? We share like some type of energy with the dead, like we do. Like we share energy with dead people. So souls definitely exist. Like we came from someone else's soul as well. Like you came from your mother's soul. You're a piece of her. You can reincarnate. Yes. Like souls is way bigger than what people think. Like they even have now technology that can sense souls around you, literally.
What's
Like
the
you
name of this
living in
tech?
a big
What's the name of this
human
technology?
biofield. You live in a big human
No, stop,
biofield
stop,
right now.
stop. What is the name of this technology that detects souls around you?
All right, I'm just saying.
No, no,
You
no.
don't gotta believe
Just say
me.
it. I don't, which is why I'm asking a follow up question. What is the name of the technology that detects souls around you?
I mean, you can look it up for yourself. Do
No,
your
you're the one
research.
who
You
said
know
it.
everything.
You're the one who said it.
I'm trying to tell you.
Then tell me, what's the name of it?
Yeah, they got Teslas. Like that's one big one.
Okay,
Go look
bye.
up Teslas.
Bye. Fuck is wrong with you?
I know what happened, thinker.
Huh?
That was we just came out of 420, friend,
Yeah.
and everybody had them edibles. Now what happened? He got a
Uh-huh.
bag of gummies. Sat on the couch watching TV, accidentally grabbed the gummies instead of the fruit snacks. It's gonna take about 60 days for this to wear off.
This is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Benjamin,
Yes, do you hear me?
I can. How are you?
I'm very good. How are you doing?
I'm good. I need your age and let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, please.
Okay, my age is I'm turning 52, and yes, I'm a believer of the God of the Bible.
All right, there are 4 topics on the board. Please pick one. I will let you know that the one that I'm the most interested in talking about and learning about and understanding is topic 3. Okay. All right. I don't. Oh, there you go. Maybe he has bad connection.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I think I'm back. Sorry about that.
That's okay. There are 4 topics on the board.
Mm-hmm.
You can pick whatever topic you want to discuss with us. It is a discussion, not a debate. Um, but the one that I am interested in talking about, you don't have to pick this one, but the one that I want to learn about and understand more is topic 3, just to let you know in
Okay.
case you are interested in that. But pick the topic you want to talk about.
Yeah, we'll go with what you want to talk about.
All right, that's topic 3. If you could read it
Okay.
aloud and then begin.
Yeah, I'm trying to read it. It's kind of tiny, so I can't really
I'll read it
see.
for you.
Thank you.
It says, is the God of the Bible the God of the Black community? And is this why Black people don't do atheism?
Okay. It's the God of the Bible, the God of the Black community. Okay. So, the God of the Bible, the God of the Black community. All right. So, first of all, personally, I wouldn't attach race to the God of the Bible or ethnic group to the God of the Bible because from what I've learned from the Bible, the God of the Bible started with it started with Abraham, and out of Abraham came the Israelites. And even from the Old Testament, he promised that out of Abraham will come many nations. He's going to be the father of many nations. So God had in mind that he's the God of the world. So I wouldn't really attribute a specific ethnic group to the God of the Bible. He's the God of all flesh, the Bible says. So I'm not sure if that answers the question.
It doesn't. I understand that multiple ethnicities and races worship this God, but
Hmm.
the Black community is the largest indoctrinated into the Abrahamic God,
Hmm.
especially the Christian God.
Hmm.
In America, 97% of Black Americans believe in a God. Over 75% believe in the Christian God or identify as Christian. That is the largest amount of religiosity than the entire public of America. On the continent of Africa, it is higher. It is almost 99% identification into the Abrahamic God. And so, with that being said, the African diaspora holds the highest religiosity or identification into this God. And so, even though this God was brought onto the continent of Africa through European missionaries and pastors or American pastors, many European countries have deconstructed from the Abrahamic God altogether. A lot of those European countries who were once overwhelmingly Christian, who are not overwhelmingly Christian today, are doing much better in their economies. Their crime rates are low. Their recidivism rates are low. Their quality of life, their happiness scores are higher now that they have deconstructed from this religion. And in the Black community and across the African diaspora, for example, I know on the continent of Africa, if a person says that they do not believe in this God, they risk losing their life. They risk being ostracized by their families. So a lot of them have to hide the fact that they do not believe, and they have to go along with the flow, so that their parents will think that they're still believers, or their family and friends. Here in America, there is this saying that Black people don't do atheism. And so as we start having these conversations on across social media, these TikTok lives, a lot of Black believers have gotten very angry with us, and they will say that this is the God of Black people. This God got us through slavery. We disobeyed the God. We are the chosen in the book, and so I don't quite understand how these things are said and have been taught to us. And now that we're asking this question, Black believers are acting brand new, as if they've never heard it, as if they don't take as if they don't, believe that this God belongs. As if they don't believe that all Black people should be worshiping the God of the Bible. Like this is something new. Like, it's difficult for us to understand if your behaviors are one way, but and then you deny that you're behaving that way, if we're trying to understand it.
Right. I really understand where you're coming from, and I appreciate you saying all that. One of the problems I see in Christendom is there's been a lot of false teachings, okay? And sometimes I don't really blame them, because from out of sincerity, they taught what they wanted to, what they knew right to teach. So many years ago, I used to teach in a Bible college. I used to teach church history, the book of Acts, and English. Now, when you study church history, and I've heard this over and over and over again, that the white folks give us the Bible. It is not 100% accurate, okay? Because the Bible was written in 3 continents. Africa is part of it. Asia is one of them, and also Europe is another.
Where in
From the
Africa? Because I'm West African. I'm not from Ethiopia or Egypt. I'm not North
Mhm,
African or East African.
mhm,
And the Bible was not written in either of those continents. Either of those countries.
mhm. Okay, so what's your question again? Sorry.
Where in Africa was any of this text written?
Yes, Ethiopia is one of them.
Which text was written in Ethiopia?
I can't really pinpoint the text that was written in Ethiopia,
But what I'm saying is it was written in 3 continents. Like, for instance, I can't even pinpoint where in Europe it was written and where in Asia it was written. And understand, because I
Well,
mean,
I
I
mean, you
can
should be
understand it.
able to know that, right? Like, where are you getting this information from? That any parts of this text was written in Ethiopia.
I understand your, yeah, you're right. Definitely right. I should know, but I don't have it in my on my fingertips right now
I'm
because
saying,
it's been
where are
like
you getting the information that any of it was written in Ethiopia?
I want to
What
get.
resource do you have for that?
Well, it's okay, so let me go back a little bit, okay, if that's going to make sense. So this is about 28 years ago when I used to teach, and it's been a long time. I don't teach anymore. So let's talk about the Bible for a second. And your question is very legit, but just give me a second. So when you talk of the Bible, it is a reliable collection of historical documents. Okay,
No,
that
because
was
I
written.
don't want you to talk about the Bible, because you're going to make claims, and then I'm going to address those claims, and I don't want to get
Yeah,
off
that's
of
fine.
what you just said. We can get back to what you were saying, but can we
hmm
address the first part? What resource do you have that I can look up that says that any parts of the Bible were written in Ethiopia?
Well, I have books. I have but I'm not home right now, so I cannot really
Queen, do not
pinpoint.
type in caps in my comments, please. Like, you have the Torah, you have Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. Were either of those texts written in Ethiopia?
No, the Torah, some of them. So some of these texts, they were written in when the Israelites were in bondages, like in captivity at other places. So
So
that
none of the
was.
Torah was in Ethiopia. Were any of the um, prophets written in Ethiopia, like Jeremiah, Isaiah, Ezekiel, Amos, the Deuteronomy text, First Kings, Second Kings, First Samuel, Second Samuel, Chronicles? Were any of those written in Ethiopia?
um in order for me not to make any mistake, I will rather not say anything because I am not really I don't have it right now as we speak. So I can't really answer that question right now as we speak, because there are other books that were written in Ethiopia that I know, but I can't really answer to that right now because it's like this more of
Well, you're
because if
making
I
a
give you the
claim. You can't say that there are books written in Ethiopia and then say you rather not answer which books.
Because, no, I'm just saying I've learned this a while ago, about 28 years ago, and I used to teach. I've stopped teaching, so I don't have it in my head right now. That's what I'm trying to say. So I don't have the
Okay.
information right
So
now. So
the
it's been a long time.
okay. I know that the text was not written in Ethiopia.
hmm
Um it wasn't written in Egypt.
Okay.
A lot of the text that we have was written after Babylonian exile. Some of it was written while they were in Babylon, and then when they came
hmm
back into the Levant area, the temple scribes and the elite of the the kings of society wrote the text after Babylonian exile. Um, a lot of this was written during the uh, between the 7th and 6th century on down. You have some that we have access to that was written between 10th and 8th century, but not a lot. And then you have the New Testament texts that were written in Rome and some in Asia. But I'm not sure which text you could be referring to that was actually written in Ethiopia or Egypt.
Okay. Okay.
I know that a lot of Black believers talk about the Ethiopian Bible a lot, but Ethiopia was converted to Christianity. They were a lot of them were uh, in Judaism, and then they were converted to Christianity by Fermentuas. And so it didn't originate on the continent of Africa, or in North Africa, but definitely not West Africa or South Africa, where a lot of us in the Black community who hold this idea that this westernized God is our God. East and North African believers don't typically share the same Western indoctrination that many of us have, who are within the African diaspora from West Africa and South Africa or America.
Okay. So the question here is you so what is your belief when it in regards to what we're talking about right now? I
What do you
just
mean?
wanted to.
I'm an atheist. What do you mean? What is my
Oh,
belief?
I didn't know that. You're just saying that, so I didn't know that. I just came on the thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, that's why I said when I became an atheist and I started hosting these lives, right?
Mm-hmm.
The reaction that I got from the Black community, right? That's
What?
like I'm
Mm-hmm.
wanting to understand why it seems Black people get afraid, like they're filled with anxiety and fear when they see another Black atheist, or when they see a Black atheist, or someone say that they don't believe in the God of the Bible, and they say this is our God. Like there's a video of a Black woman saying, "We were slaves." She would say, "You're not an atheist. We were slaves. You can't be an atheist. We were slaves." Like just constantly saying that. There's another one who made a video saying that she's confused by the amount of Black people saying that they don't want prayer because we were raised on prayer, right? It's like this hive mentality when it comes to this belief.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the first question that you asked, the reason why I didn't want to go in there is because it's an intellectual question. It's not like an opinionative question. So I want to get my facts, okay? But the second thing that I just wanted to say about the Black community is that um, you see, we are taught when I was growing up. Okay, I didn't used to be a Christian. In fact, I'm also from West Africa. You said we're from West Africa, I guess. I'm also from West Africa, specifically Ghana. And I grew up in a village, and I used to worship. I was a traditional worshiper. You know, my grandfather was an idol priest. We call them fetish priest. So I saw things. I saw, instant revenge. I saw from the gods. I saw power. You know what I'm saying? Um, Things that if I say will blow your mind. I witnessed all that, a lot of stuff. Um, but when I started going to church, I realized that we're taught some things that were not, the moment we come into the academia, a lot of Christians begin to feel urgy. Nobody wants to question, why do you believe in God? Hey, why do you say that? That kind of thing. So a lot of these things is coming from ignorance. I've questioned God before. I've questioned, was quote unquote the existence of God before. I've challenged it before, and then until I personally did my own research and my own personal convictions, which I can share if you want me to share, but that led me to believing that God really is. That is personal. But I
But
don't
I'm not
think.
asking you that. Like I'm not sure why we
No, I'm
switched to
just
a
saying this to
testimony.
say. No, I'm not going to share it. I'm just saying this to say that anybody that feels urgy whether black, white, especially black community, is simply because of lack of knowledge. I'm just saying that to kind of buttress what you are saying. It's usually lack of knowledge. People don't go out of their way to really question what they believe. They just go by what they hear their parents say, and they just believe it. And I used to say to people, faith is not blind. Faith is evidence based. Have your evidence so that if you believe what you believe, you know that you believe what you believe, and you can support what you believe. Like you.
How are you saying that faith is evidence based when the
Mhm,
very biblical definition of faith is that it
mhm,
is the substance of what you hope for, and your
mhm.
faith is the evidence of what you don't see? So how are you saying faith is evidence based? That's not true. That goes against the very biblical definition of what faith is.
Okay. So can I answer to that? Can I speak to that?
Sure.
Okay. So yeah, you're right. Hebrews 11:1 says faith is the substance of things hoped for. Now, there's a big difference
Hold
between
on.
faith.
There's two definitions there. The way to
Okay.
read Hebrews 11 and 1 is
Mm-hmm.
now faith is the
Mm-hmm.
substance of things hoped for.
Mm-hmm.
Faith is the substance of things not, I mean, the evidence of things not seen.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So when you're saying faith is evidence based, the biblical definition says that faith is the evidence. Your faith is the evidence of what you don't see.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, like I was saying, um, why do I why do I believe? Why do I have faith that if I'm sick, I'll be healed? I'll pray in the name of Jesus and I'll be healed because it has happened before. Okay, it has happened before. And the Bible says, so the Bible says that faith comes by hearing and by hearing the word of God. So faith is comes by hearing. So faith is knowledge based, it is courage driven, and it is choice manipulated. So if faith comes by hearing, when you hear something, you have the information, and that is evidence. Okay. So information, you are in the form of whatever you are hearing. So that's the source of faith. Faith comes by hearing and by hearing of the word. And the word has been written for an example for us. So if somebody says, hey, I've come to a point where I'm so down in my life and I can never get up again, faith comes by hearing. And what is the word of God saying to that circumstance? I can go in the word, have an evidence, and build my hope, because there's a big difference between. But Bible says faith. You said now faith is the substance of things hoped for. Hope is something that if I tell you I'm going to give you $500 and you know that I have it, you become hopeful. So without hope, faith cannot even exist according to the definition, right? Will you agree?
No.
Okay.
Benjamin, if you
Yes,
have a
ma'am.
headache
Mm-hmm.
and you go to the store to get some pain medicine, are you going to reach for the Tylenol that has evidence, science uh, behind it, or are you going to reach for the bottle that says faith based medicine?
No, I'm going to reach for the Tylenol because it's evidence based.
Right.
Science
So your
proves that
faith is not evidence based. And I
it's
heard, one second, I
okay.
heard Bash ask this question today on his
Mm-hmm.
live. If you pray and ask your God to forgive you of your sins,
Mm-hmm.
are you 100% sure that he will hear that prayer and do it?
Is that a question though,
Yeah,
or
I'm
it's
asking
just?
that question.
Oh yes, I believe 100%.
What, like, you know for a fact that he will forgive you
I know
and
for a
do it?
fact.
If
Yes,
you
I know for a
pray and
fact.
ask him to end world hunger, do you know 100% that he will do that?
No,
Right.
I wouldn't
Right.
know. I know he
Hold
can.
on, hold on.
Okay,
No,
go
no.
ahead. Go
The,
ahead.
the
Yeah, go
different.
ahead.
Hold on. The difference is you.
Mm-hmm.
You know that your God will forgive you of your sins because it's you that's making the decision that your God has forgiven you. That's within your power. You don't know that your God will end world hunger because that's outside of your power. But your faith in this God who you believe to be supernatural, that you are saying is evidence based, right? It's very limited. You have hope that if you pray for your God to end world hunger, that one day world hunger might end, but you don't know. You don't know if that's going to happen because that's outside of your power. Faith
Mm,
is your faith is the evidence. You don't have any evidence of the thing that you are hoping in.
mm. Okay. The reason why I have faith is not just because I have power over that. It's because the word says, because First John 1, 7, 8 and 9 says that we are, any man who says he's without sin is a liar. But if I confess my sins and I repent, he's faithful and just. Once again, faith cometh by hearing and the word of God. So the word is my evidence that I put that proves that he has forgiven, not just because I have power over that. If I have power over that, I would have forgiven myself,
You
right?
do forgive yourself. You don't get any confirmation from your God from heaven. No bird delivers you a postcard that says you have been forgiven. You are forgiving yourself through your faith. It's the easy thing, right? You
Oh, okay.
believe
I
because
see
of
where you're
what
coming from.
yeah, because of what the Bible
But
says. You
mhm,
100% believe without a doubt that if you ask for forgiveness, you're going to get it. But
okay.
you don't know if you ask your God to end world hunger, if he's going to do it, because that's outside of your power. You don't know that if you ask your God to heal somebody of stage 4 cancer, if he's going to do it, because that's outside of your power. You're not the decision maker there.
Okay. Very, very, very good analogy. Very good. Um, there was a point when I used to be in Ghana. There's this policeman that went on duty, right? And shot another guy. Well, shot this guy by mistake. By mistake. Now, he went through the trial. Everything went on, and he was filled with so much guilt, even though, at the end of the day, they all realized that it was a mistake. The family forgave. After a long time, everything was okay. Now, this man was filled with so much guilt. And then I remember this guy's face. He came to our church, and he met with our counselors, and we tried to help him out because guilt, I sometimes say guilt kind of eats you up. Can you believe he was filled with so much guilt that he committed suicide? He said, "I've taken a life."
You can't say that
So
word
now,
on here. You have to say self-unaliving or self-termination.
sorry, thank you for the correction. I didn't know. I'm it's first time. Thank you. Self-termination. So he terminated his life. Okay. Now so now the evidence. So if I say there's a part, I believe when it comes to forgiveness, there's that part where you forgive yourself. I understand. I totally agree with you. But when I sin and I go to God with faith coming from hearing and the hearing of First John chapter 1 verse 8 to 9, I personally, now this is me personally talking to you, which I mean, nobody else can testify but me. And for those others who also believe what I'm saying, there is this, freedom, there is this peace of mind that takes you from the guilt that one person had and terminated himself, but but I still have that peace. That didn't exist until I went to God to ask for forgiveness. So now, um, that is personal. Yes, there's
I,
that forgiveness of
I'm
yourself. I
so
understand.
confused as the reason you told me that story. What does that have to do with what we are discussing right now?
Okay, so the reason why I said that is that you said that forgiveness has to do with you forgiving yourself, but this guy couldn't. So
But what does that
forgiveness.
have to do with anything? He doesn't have faith. You do. It's still you. You did forgive yourself. He did it. I'm so confused.
Oh, okay. So, so now forgiveness to you is relative. It's in the power of your hands. That's what you believe, right?
You are the one deciding whether or not a God forgave you. You do not get confirmation from your God that he has or has not forgiven you. You have no doubt that when you pray and ask for forgiveness, that whether or not you're going to get it. There is a
Okay.
time in this Bible when Saul asked for forgiveness and the God says no. You have no doubt that your God is going to forgive you when you repent. That's
Uh,
your faith.
you mean King Saul?
Yes.
King Saul asked for forgiveness, but he was moving with arrogance.
I don't
So Saul,
care. That's not the point. He asked for forgiveness, and the God originally said no.
yeah,
Samuel
because
said
he
no.
was
It doesn't matter if he
because he
moved.
didn't repent
Hold
though.
on. Yes, he did. He asked for
Oh.
forgiveness, and the God said no first. So that it doesn't matter whether he asked arrogantly or what. But you have no doubt whatsoever that if you pray and ask for
Mhm.
forgiveness, that your God is going to forgive you. Even though you don't get any confirmation that your God has forgiven you, you decide that your God has forgiven you.
I think that is where I disagree because I get a confirmation,
What's
and
the confirmation?
it's that internal peace which I
That's
couldn't
still
give to
you.
myself.
That is you.
No, it's
You do
not
not,
me
it
though.
is you. You do not get any outside confirmation from anything outside of yourself that tells you that your
Uh,
God has forgiven you.
well, we have we have experiences that I don't think.
I mean, you're getting ready to start that narcissistic as uh, you can't understand because I have the Holy Spirit. It's
No,
still
no, I
not.
never
Yes, you
said
are.
that.
You're getting ready to say that you have
Oh, okay.
experiences in the spirit that I can't understand, blah blah blah. It doesn't matter. You don't get any confirmation outside of you that tells
Mhm.
you that you have been forgiven.
Okay. So now you are saying this, right? And I am saying what I'm saying. So now, who is right? Who is wrong?
I'm
So,
right because you do not get any outside confirmation.
uh,
Outside of
okay.
your mind, outside of your body, you are the one deciding whether your God has forgiven you.
And I respect where you're
There's
coming
no
from.
physical evidence outside of you that your God has forgiven you. Or that your God has heard your prayer and said, "Yep, you're forgiven."
It is not a physical evidence that I get though.
That my point is you don't get that. Your faith is what decides that you have been forgiven because you believe what's in the
Mhm.
Bible.
Exactly.
That's my point all along. I don't know what you're rejecting.
Yeah, but I thought we were talking about faith. So my
Yes, your
faith in the
faith is the
word,
one that decides you've been forgiven.
exactly. And because I believe in the word, all right? And when
I
I
already
pray, I
said
believe in
this.
the word, and that is what gives me that peace of mind that
I
if I
already
believe in the
said
word,
this. That doesn't change anything. I already said that. We are
okay.
talking about the mechanics. Like the spiritual woo woo is unnecessary. We're talking about the mechanics of it, the mechanics of your faith. Your faith is the evidence. You are saying faith is evidence based, faith is knowledge based. That goes against the biblical definition of what faith is. Faith is the substance of what you hope for. You have faith, right? Faith is the substance, and you have
Mhm.
hope in Jesus. Okay? Therefore, you have faith. Your faith is the evidence of what you cannot see. You cannot see Jesus, but the fact that you believe in Jesus is evidence, right,
Mhm.
of Jesus. The fact like you believe in healing, your faith is the evidence of the healing that you are hoping for. That's the
Okay.
definition of what faith is.
Okay. So so what's the source of faith from your opinion?
I just told you that the source of your faith is your belief in Jesus. What? And your hope in Jesus. That's the
Well,
substance. I just told you that.
no, the source of the faith, the Bible says that is from the word.
Is Jesus the word, Benjamin?
Yes, he is the word. And it says
Okay.
it's by hearing of the word. And the
What
word,
does that
and I
matter?
believe it's
What
Jesus.
does any of this matter? What does any of this matter? Am I even contending against what your source of your faith is?
No, I'm
So
trying
why are
to
we going there? Like you're doing this preaching thing There's no
I'm
need
not.
to.
Oh
You
gosh.
are. We're talking
Oh
about
really?
the mechanics of it.
So when
All this preaching is unnecessary. We're talking about the mechanics.
and when you say mechanics, what do
Because
you
you
mean?
said faith is evidence based, and it's not. It is not evidence based. Your faith is the evidence.
Your faith is the evidence.
That's what your
Okay.
Bible says.
The faith is the evidence of things hoped for,
No, it's the substance
and the
and the
evidence
evidence.
of things not seen.
Yep, we've said this maybe 5 times already.
Yes. And I'm saying to add to that that it and the way it comes is through by hearing the word. So anything I see in the word, that is my faith.
What's the point you're making?
So my point here is that the reason why I believe or I have faith in A, B, and C is because it is written. The A, B, and C are written in the word. So that's the evidence that I have.
But that's not evidence. Your
So
faith is the evidence. Your faith that whatever these men wrote and said God said, that's the evidence.
yes, I agree because it is written, and that is my evidence. I think that's what I
That
said, right? No.
the book is the claim. The book is not the evidence. The claim is not the evidence. Your faith in the claim is the evidence. But the claim is an evidence. What was
Oh,
written is not the evidence. That is the claim.
okay. So now, as an atheist, I believe you have faith. Do you have faith or no?
No,
But do you have a belief?
no,
Okay. So there's no God. So
no,
if I say you believe that there's no God, am I right to say that?
no.
Okay. So how are you going to correct me with that? How
I
would I
have a
say it?
lack of belief in a God. I believe there's no God.
A lack of belief.
That's what atheism is, a lack of
A
belief,
lack of
not a
belief.
belief and a lack of belief. That doesn't make sense.
A lack of belief that there's no God. Okay. But
No,
from
a lack of belief in a God or a lack of belief a God exists. That is
okay
the proper way to say that.
to say okay, interesting. A lack of belief. Okay, good. So now, in other words, if there's a lack of belief of a God, right? And so if there's that lack of belief of a God, because the belief points to something, the belief points to the fact that I believe there's a God. So there's that lack of belief. I understand. So if there's that lack of belief, and I'm talking to you right now, I believe you can, I mean, from what I'm hearing, I believe you can um, defend your point, correct?
I don't know
You
what
can,
point you're saying that I
I
need to
mean, you can tell
defend.
me the
I have
why.
not made a point. That we were talking about your claim that faith is evidence based. Bash, if you want to come up, you can. We were talking about your claim that faith is evidence based. Like I have
Mhm.
not made a point. I don't have a point to
No, I'm
defend.
just asking a question. I'm not saying you have. I'm just asking a question that you can tell me the whys.
Whys of what?
Whys of you, whys of the lack of belief in a God,
You have
right?
not asked that question.
I'm saying if I ask, you can tell me why, right?
Yes, I can.
Yes. So now, if you can tell me why, will you agree to some extent that you believe in your why?
No,
Oh,
no,
you don't
because my
believe in,
whys are backed by evidence.
so you believe in the evidence.
No,
Okay.
that doesn't even make sense. Belief is the absence of knowing. If I know something, it is backed by testable, provable, repeatable evidence. I don't have to believe it. No more than you have to believe that Tylenol works. You know Tylenol works.
Okay. So you know it, right? You know your, okay. So I see where you're coming from. So it's just, the words. Okay. Okay. So I think my point is, if you can buttress whatever you say, and I can also buttress whatever I say that God is, don't you think it's almost the same thing but act in different positions?
No,
Or
because you
you don't
don't
think, okay,
have
what?
any archaeological evidence for this Jesus existing. You don't have any archaeological evidence for this Jesus raising from the dead or walking
Mm,
on water. You don't have any archaeological evidence for a God splitting the Red Sea, for a
mm,
flood, for somebody being in a well. Like no, your evidence is your faith. The
mm,
the reasons that I do not believe is backed by evidence. Uh
mm,
um Resources, peer-reviewed studies,
mm-hmm,
historical context, literary context, archaeological context, artifacts.
mm-hmm,
There are my reasons for not believing a God exists is backed by evidence and logic and critical
mm,
thinking. It's what you are proposing when you say you can backtrack why you do believe that God exists. It's going to be rooted in faith and belief. You don't have
mm,
uh, evidentiary evidence of this God. You have theories, hope.
mm. Okay. So if I make like an example, if I talk about the fine-tuning of the universe, what are you going to say about that?
That is a
I,
theory. That's a
it's,
philosophical syllogism. It's just an argument that
mm-hmm.
you can theorize. You're not going to be able to point to a creator, let alone the one you believe in.
So the order,
You
everything that is in.
even if you
Mm-hmm,
arrived at some intelligent being
mm-hmm,
created
mm-hmm.
the earth, you still cannot point at it being the God you believe in.
Mm, okay, that's interesting. All right. So I mean, it's it's interesting to hear all that you're saying because it's opening my
I
sight to
mean, am I wrong?
other
Are
things.
you going to be able to say for sure that if I say, okay, a being created the earth, what's your
Mhm.
evidence that it was your God?
My evidence is found in the word.
That
In
is
the
your
beginning, God.
faith. That's not evidence. The word is the
My
claim. That's the claim. What is
by
the
my
no that the Bible is the claim. What is the evidence? The tangible evidence that it is the God you believe in.
Okay, so now once again, I started by you said I shouldn't, and I said the Bible is historical. It's a reliable historical document.
It is not.
Oh, okay, but it is in my
It's not.
in
That's
my
an
in my
opinion.
research.
Right. No, it's not.
It's
And
it's
okay,
not.
so all right. So show
Okay.
me evidence, uh
Mm-hmm,
historical evidence of
mm-hmm.
the Israelites in Egypt and their exodus.
I should show you.
Yes,
Okay.
what is your historical evidence, archaeological evidence of this exodus of these 600,000 males who escaped Egypt,
Mm-hmm.
slavery in Egypt, plus women and children, so about 2 million who escaped slavery in Egypt, archaeologically and historically. What is the evidence?
Okay. So I can't really point to the date and even the the time, but I remember watching this documentary, and they found broken chariots and all these kind of things, and then they dated it back, that and they affirmed the fact that it was the Egyptians, the army of Egyptians, the Pharaoh Egyptians dated it back to that part. So there are other things that show that are an artifact, and even the Noah's Ark and
No, don't go to another one. Don't go to another one. Can I say something on this
okay,
one right
I
Yeah, here?
answered
yeah.
your question, so I guess
Right.
I finished answering your question. Yeah. So
Okay. Benjamin.
yes, sir.
one thing, well, actually, two things I want to say. I'm going to say them really quickly, though.
Yes,
One,
sir.
the documentary you're talking about is a documentary by a man named Ron Wyatt. Ron
Okay.
Wyatt was not an archaeologist. Ron Wyatt was a nurse. Ron Wyatt made these claims, and every one of those claims was submitted to archaeologists. They were all false. Those chariot wheels that you find, that quote unquote chariot wheels that they found under the Red Sea, are just coral formations. There
Okay.
is no, there are no wheels there, right? And I'm saying this to you because I too watched that documentary when I was a believer. I went to the Ron Wyatt Natural History Museum, which is in Cornersville, Tennessee. My mother took me, right? I'm saying this to you because I too have seen the documentary. I too have heard these claims. That's issue one. Issue two
Mm-hmm.
is, well, I'm going to ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
When you say something is true, what do you mean?
When I say something is true, what do I mean? Okay. So that's a that's a great question, by the way. So true is when I believe. Okay, truth. When I say something is true, is backed by my faith in the Word of God.
Okay. Well, there are lots of things that are true that aren't in the Word of God. Like 2 + 2 is 4. That's true, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's not in the Word of God, right? So
Say
when
it
you say
again.
something, that's not in the Word of God.
Oh, you mean general or you mean
Yes.
Christian? Oh,
No, no,
general.
just
Okay.
when
So
you say the word true.
okay, truth is like I said, it's a very interesting thing because like 2 + 2 is 4. Yes, it's true because we've all agreed it's 4, and all that kind of stuff. So truth is something that has been proven. Is it has evidence. It can be supported, and
Okay,
it's
okay,
also it doesn't expire. It works
okay.
everywhere, like gravity. You know what I'm saying?
Well, there are
That
some
kind of
there are
thing.
some things that are true that aren't true everywhere. Like it is true that it is
Yeah, you're right.
3:57 in the morning right here. It is not 3:57 in the morning where you are. But that
Absolutely,
doesn't. Okay,
absolutely.
okay. All
Hmm.
right. So, but truth, the easiest way to define truth is what comports with reality, right? Okay. So when I say a thing that exists in reality, what
Hmm.
I said is now true, right? Okay. So and the thing about truth is all truths are related to other true things. There is no such thing as a true thing that is not related to other true things. That's how we know it's true because we can test it by other true things. All truth is related.
Hmm.
Everything that is true is related to all the other things that are true. Okay.
Mm.
All right. For example, if I tell you that I'm in Alabama, you know what else is true? If it is true that I am in Alabama, that means I'm not in Mississippi. That means I'm not in Tennessee. That means I'm
Hmm.
not in Africa. Okay. So all those true things have to be related for what I just said to be true, right? Because if I said I'm in Alabama, but then you found out that right now I'm in Mississippi, well, then it is not true, right? Because all of reality has to agree with a thing to be for it to be true. Everything in reality must agree. It must be logically consistent, and it must agree with all of reality for that one statement to be true. Okay.
Hmm.
All right. When you say something is true, what you mean is you believe it, right?
Hmm.
You're saying, I believe it, thus I have made it true, right? Because I believe it, it is then true. But that's not the definition of truth, because we can believe things that are not true, right? Like if I told you that I'm in California right now, and you said I believe that, well, I'm not in California right now. Your belief in the fact that, or your belief in the statement that I'm in California is not what makes that statement true. You could
Okay.
believe it, right? But all of reality has to agree with it for it to be true, right? Which is a very powerful thing. We really think of it that when you say one true thing, you have spoken something that exists with all of reality. Okay, all right. I bring it up to say this, and think it's done a magnificent job at separating the fact that your faith exists in lieu of reality, right? Okay. Because if it agreed with all of reality, you wouldn't need faith. Like I do not need faith to know that I'm in Alabama, right? All of reality says he's in Alabama, right? I don't need a drop of faith to know that's real. Reality confirms it for me. Okay. What you're saying is, hey, some people said a thing, right? Some people have said this thing, and I believe that it is true. So instead of them having actual evidence that it is true, you're saying, no, 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 my belief is the evidence that it is true. Right? Okay. That being the case, that does not guarantee its truth, but reality does. And I think I made a good point about the thing about the Exodus. If by chance there were 4 million or 2 million people walking in the desert for 40 years in a trip that should have taken about 11 days, if they spent 40 years in the desert, not only would there be chariot wheels in the Red Sea, which say, okay, at some even if that were true, even if that was, and it's not, but even if it were true, that would just mean that at some point, at some time, some chariot wheels fell in the Red Sea. That's not the evidence we would expect for 2 million people in a little plot of land. The evidence that we would expect for 2 million people in a little plot of land, because all true things are related to other true things, is we would expect to find bones. Think about the fact that no one that entered the promised land was over 20 years old. Not one, well, only two people. Only two people that entered the promised land were over 20 years old. That means that everybody that left Egypt died in the wilderness for 20 years. Okay? Which means you would find millions, and I mean millions of dead bodies. You should find millions of body parts, broken pots, old clothes, tents, animal bones, ways that they cooked, right? All these artifacts of life, because what you're claiming to me is that millions of people died in this area. Millions of them died. And unless you're telling me they had a cleanup crew to come somehow get rid of all of that for 40 years, right? Okay. So there are other true things that would necessitate, like it would be necessary for other things to be true. All of the universe would have to agree in order for me to believe that there were millions of people that died in this area. Okay. When that evidence does not show up, that means that my claim no longer matches reality. Well, if my claim doesn't comport with reality, then my claim is not what we call true. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm listening. Yeah. Mhm.
Okay. All right. So when she's asking for archaeological evidence, what she's saying is what in reality, what is it? Because your claim could be a good intended claim, right? I'm not saying that you're up here trying to tell a lie. Like I'm because for it to be a lie, it would be you saying, I know that this is wrong, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Hey,
Mhm.
baby, I know that it's wrong, but I'm gonna say it anyway. You're not saying that. What you're saying is, hey, there was a claim made. There was a claim made, and I don't have the evidence, but I believe it. Right? Okay. So the thing that you're missing to make that claim true, right, is that all of reality must agree with it. Right? All of reality. So physics has to agree, math has to agree, archaeology has to agree, geography has to agree. All of reality has to agree with the words that you're saying, and you don't have that. And that's not your fault. That's not your fault. But you just don't have that.
Mhm.
Okay, that's all I want to say.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, yeah. I understand. I understand. What? Sorry, I didn't get his name. I understand what he said. All that he said. Oh wow. I wish I could stay for a longer time, but I'm sorry. I'm at work. I gotta go. They need me to do some things for them. Maybe next time I'll join again. It's very enlightening. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
Thank you so much. Be blessed.
Let me drop you so you can go work.
Okay.
That logic kicked in real heavy just now.
Yeah.
That logic was like, no, 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 we gotta leave.
King Awkward. Okay. Dean. Dean. Hey, Finko, you're right. I'm good. How are you? I'm good, thank you. Which topic did you come up to discuss? The purpose of the soul and spirit and belief. Okay. Go ahead. Bash, do you want to start this one off? I don't think he's there. Go ahead. Um, okay, so the purpose of the soul, according to the scriptures, is ultimately to keep it clean. It's an extension of life given to you by the Creator, and as the scriptures say, according to a judgment day, it's the soul which will be judged. I suppose when it comes to uh, determining what the soul is, it's like it's like a part of your consciousness. It's part of your experiences, things which happen to you in life, your thought processes. These are part of your soul, part of your immaterial existence. It's like a an ethereal part of your being that will be judged. So the whole point in applying that to the scriptures is to keep that part of yourself pure. It's like in Peter, one of the verses, it talks about the Messiah being the shepherd and overseer of your soul. So once that part of your existence separates from the physical vessel, the Messiah becomes the shepherd of that essence of who you are, which will get judged. So that's the purpose of it in from a biblical perspective, and I suppose in most other spiritual belief systems as well. It's the part of you that you're supposed to keep clean. How do you keep a soul clean that you don't know how to access? How do you access a soul? How do you access your soul? Okay, well, near death experiences is
So
one.
wait,
I'm
you
sorry,
have
guys.
to
I had walked away
die.
from my phone. I'm sorry.
That's
I was
okay.
trying.
Do
I
you
had
want
put
to
it down.
take
My
this
bad.
one, Bash?
Yeah, I think. Right. I got you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I'm sorry, bro. I heard her question. You telling me how do you keep your soul clean? How do you keep your soul clean? Well, you keep it clean by doing things that work for its benefit. I suppose concepts of morality, commonsensical things, which
Okay.
are going to be of benefit to you.
Okay. If I understood what you were saying, and again, I'm so sorry. I was on my Bluetooth and I walked away from the phone. I'm sorry. And then I couldn't find it.
You
Okay.
pulling a
Uh,
Selena.
yeah, I'm getting old, man. I'm getting old. Okay. The way you really describe the soul sounds like a memory, right?
Oh, hey, oh.
Right. So it sounds as if you're saying it is a collection of memories um, that you want to keep clean by doing good things, so that you remember good things, like this intangible part that is a collection of all your experiences and things that things that you learn, right? And so you keep it clean by doing good things, so you don't learn bad things. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah, partly. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So now keep in mind, you said what a soul is, and I guess you said that the purpose of the soul is to be judged. Is that what you're saying?
The purpose of it's well, that's part of it. Your soul will be judged. So it's in your interest, in everyone's interest, to keep that part of you clean or as pure as possible.
Okay. So that's like that does kind of answer the question, but I'm gonna ask it in a different way. What does the soul do? Like that may be the end goal of it, but what does it actually do?
It carries out your decisions. I suppose it's
It
it's
carries out the decision, or does the flesh carry out the decision?
the soul is the core decision maker behind the decisions made in your fleshly body.
Okay, all right. So it makes the decisions and remembers them, right? Because you
It
just said it acts like a
ultimately,
memory, huh?
yeah, that's part of it, because that's also connected to the physical brain as well. So it's
Okay.
like a sorry, go on.
Is there anything that the soul does that is not connected to the physical brain?
Yes.
Okay, what would that be?
abstract thought.
That's what the physical brain does.
Uh, no, it doesn't. It doesn't.
My
Actually, they're
physical brain
synonymous.
thinks abstractly. Like
It
numbers are
has
abstracts.
it has the capacity to, but the ultimate decision behind those thought processes comes from the soul itself, which is essentially it's the spiritual mind, which is
Wait, okay.
synonymous with the physical brain, but it's not. They are actually different, and it can be
Are
proven
you
as well.
saying that my brain does not make decisions?
Your brain does make decisions, yes.
Okay.
It's an aspect of the physical brain, but the ultimate decision itself relies with the soul or the mind, which abstract thought, which is the extension of it.
Abstract thought just means numbers are abstract. Okay. So if I do math, I'm doing abstract thought. My brain does math. I'm asking for something that the soul does that my brain doesn't do. My brain actually does math, and numbers are abstract thoughts.
There's a test that's been done on this. Wilder Penfield, he was a neurosurgeon. I don't know if you're aware of him, but he
I've
was
heard
the
of it.
one he was one that affirmed that abstract thought it cannot be found on the brain. On brain scans, you cannot find abstract
You
thought.
cannot find an abstract thought. Well, because abstractions aren't real. Think about what we're saying. That would be like saying find beauty in your brain. Well, no, you can't find beauty in the brain, right?
Mm.
Right. Or find a memory in your brain. You can't find a memory in the brain. Abstractions aren't real, right? Like they don't exist, right? But I do the I do the um, what am I saying? The computations of math, which are abstractions. Numbers are abstractions. They don't exist. There's no two anywhere in the universe, right? It's an abstraction, right? And I do that math in my brain, right? So I'm asking specifically, unless you're saying hey, when you go to class to take a math class, your brain shuts off and your soul is flunking math. No, that's crazy. Okay, so my brain does abstract thoughts all the time, right? I'm
Mhm.
asking for something that is separate from the brain. What is the thing that the soul does that the brain does not do?
But that's goes back to what I said, like the ultimate decision making. Like, if I can just refer back to some of the things which Penfield found himself, right?
Okay,
Because he used to place like electrodes on the brains of patients, like, whilst they were alive, whilst they were awake. Excuse me, not alive. So he was one of the first neurosurgeons to do this, and what he found is that he was able to with the electrodes to get the patients to move physical parts of their body, like their hands, their legs, or to make noises, etc. But when it came to actually deciding whether the patient actually wanted to make those movements or make those sounds, uh, the patient in his experiments would respond negatively, but at the same time, those movements or sounds were drawn out of them. So there was a separate part of them, one part which was actually doing the actions which the neurosurgeon wanted them to do, and an internal part of them, their essence or their soul, which actually didn't want those actions to happen, but still went ahead anyway. So there's a difference between the action and
in in,
where,
in his
you know,
study, did he
yeah.
conclude a soul?
He didn't conclude a soul per se. These are scientists at the end of the day, aren't they? So they're not really veering towards that side of the fence. But he did affirm that there's another part of us which is not detectable in science, which is responsible for certain things which we do, but is not detectable in
Okay, all right.
scientific evidence. So,
Okay, well,
so
let's say that's true. That
well, it is
that
true.
doesn't.
It's true.
No, no, no. Which is why I say let's say it. Let's say that that is true, and there has never been another study to find anything else which isn't true. But that's okay. Okay. But let's say that that's the last study that'll ever be done on that, and that is 100% true. Okay.
Mm.
Which that's not true, but for right now, let's say it is.
It is true. My God.
No, no, no. I'm saying that we've done lots more studies since that and found lots more things. Right. So that's not the conclusion. Okay, but
It,
but again, I'm saying, hear me out. Let's say
okay.
that that's the very last study that will ever be done on that, and we never find anything else about that. And let's say we conclude that that is the absolute truth. Okay, all right.
Hmm.
You're supposing that that is the soul. You're supposing that. right? You're saying, hey, there is this space for this thing, and I'm going to call that thing the soul, right? Because no one concluded that that was the soul. You're just saying, hey, that space right there, where in Penrose in his study, that space that's left that he didn't name, I'm going to name the soul,
Well,
right?
um, it, all I'm saying is that's one example that points to an immaterial part of us that is responsible for decision making processes.
But
And
what I'm saying is, how do you know that
from
that's the soul, right? Like,
um
let's say that that's
yeah
100% true. How do you know
uh-huh.
that that thing is the soul?
But well, under my definition at the start, which is an immaterial, part of yourself, which is responsible for experiences, etc. Then what else could that be? And that
Here's what I'm
goes
saying.
in. It goes into other areas as well, though. Pinkbeard,
No,
like
no. Here
it's
why
not
I'm saying this. Here why I'm
just
saying this.
okay.
A definition comes from observation, right?
Okay.
I don't get to define a thing without observing it, right? Okay. So you made this definition without observing that it is a soul, right? You've just defined it that way, right? And so anything you find, and this is not your fault, but anything that you find that would support that definition, you now say it is that, right? But a definition comes from observation, right?
Mhm.
So it's kind of like when people tell me about God, and I don't want to jump around, just use this example. It's kind of like when people tell me about God's nature or God is XYZ. You've never observed God. You can't define something you haven't observed, right? You're just saying that, right? Okay, so based on your definition, like for example, if I right now just defined water as like, I don't know, having four wheels and a steering wheel, well, well, by definition, everything on the freeway is water. That's not how you make it. That's not how definitions work. You make a definition by the observation, right? Okay, and and the reason that that's so important is what ends up happening is you'll get a study like this that does not conclude in a soul, and now you just say, okay, that's that thing I defined, right? That must be it, right? And keep in mind, there are lots of studies that will happen after that. So much to the fact that we recognize what they call parasympathetic thought. Um, in other words, we can find out so much more about that, and later on, um, we may find something that precludes or excludes your definition of soul, right? And then when we find that thing, now you're stuck arguing with the science because you've already defined that thing as a soul.
Well, not really, not just that one thing. That was just to answer your question. You said, what's the difference between what the brain can do and what the soul or can or can't do? So I was just giving you an example, but from abstract thought to point directly to an immaterial aspect of yourself. I mentioned NDEs at the start of the conversation. Pam Reynolds that's probably the most well-known NDE case because she was pronounced clinically dead from her circumstances, and despite that, she was able to experience things which shouldn't have been possible if her brain was clinically dead. But so there was
Clinically
an
dead and brain dead aren't the same thing.
say that
I want
again.
I want to make sure clinically dead and brain dead aren't the same thing.
Well, she
Uh,
she was both because in order to carry out her procedure, I think she had like a bulge going to one of the a blood vessel on her brain had a bulge, so they had to carry out a procedure where they placed her. They had to kill her body, and it was hypothermia and medication which prevented brain damage from resulting from her clinical death for the procedure to work. But
if your
she was
brain is dead,
able.
and here's what I'm saying: brain dead and clinically dead aren't the same thing, right? Okay, and you
Okay,
can
well,
Google
well,
this
she
right now. You hold on, hear me
okay,
out, bro. You can Google this right now, right?
but
That
what
lady
I'm
was
saying is
not
that
brain dead,
well,
and you can Google that right now. She wasn't brain dead. Okay,
the people who carried out the procedure said that
let's
she
Google it
was
right now. She
okay.
wasn't. You can Google it right now. She was not brain dead. You can Google it right now.
Okay, let me see what Google says because I've read up on I've read some of the transcripts of what the doctors actually said
It's
themselves.
okay. It's okay.
So
We can
let
just
me
Google it right now. Just ask was she brain dead.
okay, 1 second.
While he's Googling that, I double checked the Libet's claim, and there are many neuroscientists who disagree with him.
Right. And
Okay, it
this is
says
why. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
just on a quick AI Google search, it says Pam Reynolds was clinically brain dead for about an hour. That's what it
Re-
says here. It
Okay.
says EEG electroencephalogram showed no brainwave activity. Her heart was stopped.
What's the
Her blood
resource on the AI summary?
it hasn't given one. It's just
It
given a whole
should
load
it
of
should have
Wikipedia.
resources that the AI summary typically tells you
Uh,
where it's pulling its data.
so it says Wikipedia
Yeah,
4,
yeah.
Wikipedia plus
Wikipedia
4.
is not a credible source.
Yeah, I don't find many things on Google to be credible. To be honest with you, this wouldn't have been my
There are
first.
ways to find credible resources on Google. You just got to know how to actually do real research.
Okay, well, I'm just putting up the first thing which came up from was Pam Reynolds brain dead.
Right, but
That was
that's
the search.
written by somebody who, like you, on Wikipedia. Wikipedia is consumer
Yeah.
fed, and then AI just pulls. It summarizes data. It's not thinking on its own.
Yeah, but even outside of AI, like I said, like the transcripts which I've read from scientific transcripts affirm that she was brain dead
Well, can you
throughout
find
the
those
surgery.
transcripts for us?
If okay, Michael Egnor, he can give some sources on that. Michael Egnor, he wrote a book called The Immortal Mind. I think he's quite good.
That's where you read about. That's where you read her transcripts.
That's one of the places he's got it documented in his book. There's also a YouTube video detailing the experience with the doctors speaking on that. Also, I can get you a link for that. Hang on 1 second. And as I'm finding this link, Pam Reynolds aside, there are quite a few near-death experiences who have been pronounced clinically dead or brain dead at the time, but still able to, recall things which they shouldn't have been able to. 10 to 20% of people who have NDEs are clinically dead at the time. So this is it's an anomaly.
I keep wanting to bring this up. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
She's basically just in hypothermia. And- okay.
Sorry, say that again.
She was basically just in hypothermia. She basically got too cold. She wasn't brain dead.
No. The
She
hypothermia, that was a condition which they had to
They had to
um
lower her body
before,
temperature. Yes.
yeah, to carry out the
Right.
procedure. That's right. So
Right.
that wasn't what
So they reported no brain activity, but she wasn't brain dead. Right.
well,
That's just a hypothermia.
no.
But nonetheless, and you can keep looking this up. I keep doing this. It's okay. It's okay. Here's what I'm saying.
Mhm.
Going back to how we define a thing. Let's say that was 100% true, right?
Mhm.
Let's say that was 100% true. You still
Mhm.
haven't observed a soul, right? You're saying,
Okay.
hey, this thing happened. I'm calling that thing a soul.
Okay. Well, if you're okay, supposedly actually in a state of clinical death or brain death, so you're not physically conscious of anything, are you? So
You
if
must
you're
be conscious. If you have a memory, you like you have to be aware of something to remember it. Is that true?
yeah.
Okay. Awareness is consciousness. Is that true?
Yes, that's part of
Okay.
it. Yeah.
So if I come back and tell you what I remember,
Hmm.
then I had to be conscious in that memory, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't remember it. Is that true?
Yeah, but
Okay.
what she was able to recall were things which shouldn't have been possible based on where she was at that time. Like if she was able to after the surgery to report to the doctors what they had done during the surgery,
Hmm.
some of the equipment that was used, some of
Okay.
the conversations that were had,
Hmm.
and while she was experiencing these things, she described being in like an extrasensory visual state, which
I'm gonna
surpassed
keep
her
asking you.
physical her
In order
physical.
to remember that, in order to recall that, think about
Well,
what I'm
she
saying.
experienced, not, this wasn't a recollection. This was an in the moment experience rather than a
She
recollection.
recalled it when she got up, right? She
Uh,
recalled it, right?
yeah, as it having happened there
As
and
it
then,
happened,
not
happened, right.
yeah.
That in order to recall it,
Hmm.
she had to be aware of it, correct?
Yes, but how could she have been aware of it in her current physical state? It shouldn't have been possible. That's the point.
Just because it shouldn't have been possible doesn't mean it wasn't. Hear what we're saying. Hear what we're saying.
Hmm.
If she was aware of a thing while the thing was happening, she was conscious of the thing while it was happening, correct?
Yes, but then how? How was she in this
Well, that
situation
well
and in many other
that's to
situations?
be that we can dig more into, right? But we can't say that she was aware and not conscious at the same time, because to be conscious is to be aware.
Yeah, it's true. It's like I said,
Okay.
the soul. It's synonymous with the physicalness of with physical reality, and
Right. Okay.
it's
Okay. So
synonymous.
so
It's synonymous.
again, we these are all things. These
Mhm.
things are things. Let me show what I mean. Like if we're ever really trying to and I'm gonna move on past this, but I just want to lay this part down. If we're ever trying to find an object in and of itself, what we have to do is remove all the other variables, right? Okay.
Mhm.
So in other words, we should be able to take a body, pop the brain out, take the brain smack out, and
Mhm.
see if it'll make any moves, right? See if we can drop a brain back in it and see if it'll come back, right? Because if the consciousness, if this soul can work minus a brain, then we should find these brainless things, right? In other words, there's no reason that your notebook couldn't make a decision. It doesn't need a brain, right? There's no reason that, I don't know, your lamp can't just decide a thing because these souls don't need brains. Everything or lack thereof could very well have a soul, right? Because it doesn't need a brain, right? This is something that operates completely outside of brains. We would expect other things without brains, right? Or neural systems at all, as a matter of fact, right? Because jellyfish don't have brains, right? But we would expect things with no neural systems at all, because now this is something supernatural, right? My windows should be making decisions.
Shouldn't there be more NDEs when people are under anesthesia? Because aren't they closer to being brain dead under anesthesia?
Pretty close.
Where is the soul then, Dean?
Sorry, where's the soul when people are under anesthesia?
Yeah. Like I've had 17 surgeries and it's
Mhm.
like I fall asleep and I wake up. Like I have no dreams, no memories, no experiences at all.
Mhm.
Where is my soul then?
It's still there. It's intact. The
But
soul.
but why when I'm closer to death under
Mhm.
anesthesia do I not have experiences? Like the brain has
I
no
don't.
consciousness. It's like
Yeah.
it's put in an unconscious state.
Hmm. I couldn't answer that question for sure. It's like, why do 80% of people not have the type of near death experiences that Pam Reynolds did? It's like I don't want to say selective, but some people have them, some people don't. But it doesn't change where your soul is at any given time.
But why
You know,
would my soul lose consciousness if the brain is not what gives me all of these experiences? If the soul is the one that's responsible for the experiences,
well,
why do
I
the
would.
experiences stop when I'm under anesthesia?
I don't think the experiences themselves stop because your soul is still there. So your physical body has taken a temporary rest, so to speak. So you're unconscious
So
on
the
that
soul
side.
needs the body in order to experience or to know that it's experiencing.
Um, partly it many of its experiences do depend on some of the things the physical body takes in.
So that
You
goes back
know,
to what Bash said then.
yeah, it does. It does. It does. It does.
Yeah, and that's why I'm
I think.
saying. Oh, go ahead,
I,
go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
yeah. When you
Hold on for a
mentioned
second.
Bash,
Please do not type in caps in my comments. That's just ridiculous.
when you said Bash, what your Windows could be making decisions because they don't need a brain or whatever. It's sounds almost comical, but again, like when you look at some of these studies, hydrocephalia, that's a condition where spinal fluid basically fills up much of the brain, um, to points where again it shouldn't be possible for people to have any cognition whatsoever in some instances, but yet still it's there. There's an article ironically titled "Is Your Brain Even Really Necessary?" is the name of the article, and it's a patient who had hydrocephalia, and still had an IQ of 126 and a maths degree, and he had basically no brain. When they done a scan on his head, it was just filled with fluid. It was just a big black empty space. So how could someone in
Again,
that condition have,
and I'm not saying that
have,
these
have
conditions
a
aren't
part
rare,
of it?
but as a matter of fact, the odd thing is, if okay, if I take an anomaly and say, hey, we don't quite understand this anomaly, right? And here's
Hmm.
this one case study on this one guy, or this one, or 10, or let's say 50, 20% of the people on the planet, right, have this one thing that we don't understand. Like we don't know
Hmm.
why this is the case, but we do know that it is the case. We don't know why it's the case. We just do know that it is, right? Okay.
Hmm.
If if Let me ask, do all human beings have souls?
Of course.
Okay. How would you know that?
Well, from what I said at the start, it's what you do. Like is you express yourself through your physical body. That's
No,
that's
no,
the
I'm asking, how would you know that that's a soul? How would you know that that expression is a soul?
because a
Like,
soul,
how would you know
it's
that?
um it's
Oh, go.
it's it's a spiritual thing. It's a spiritual kind of connection. It's like I remember I heard someone say a few weeks ago, if you say your name out loud, it's very clear and obvious, but then if you do the same thing to yourself in silence, you're saying your name to yourself in quietly, but it's the soul which is determining whether or not you actually want to make that decision to say your name to yourself. Does that
Did you
make
know that there are
sense?
people who can't do that? There are people who cannot imagine things, or like when I read in silence, I hear words, right?
Yeah.
There are people who do not have an internal voice at all,
Hmm.
nor can they imagine things. Are
Hmm.
you saying that those people don't have souls?
They have souls. They're just their state of self consciousness is just
Are
not
there
as it should
are
be, I
their
suppose.
souls injured?
No,
Right? Because
their soul is
keep in
meant to.
mind, if this is a spiritual thing, like there are
Mm,
people who are just born not able to do that thing, right? So it
mm,
is either that their soul is defected upon birth,
mm,
right? Like that you're just born without that ability. It's not like they lose it over time, right?
mm,
So were they born with it? If you're saying that that is the soul,
mm.
are we saying that they were born with defective souls?
They're born with a physical impairment.
No, 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 a
Um,
defective soul. No, they're physically fine. They're physically just fine, right?
well, well, if
They're
you if
physically just fine.
well if you can't operate in an internal dialogue with yourself, then that's not fit. That's a mental impairment, isn't it?
It's not
It
an
has to be.
impairment. It's just that that would be like saying I can't dunk a basketball. I'm physically impaired. No, no, no. That's just the limits of my physical body. My body just can't do that. And it is not a default that I have to be able to do that. It's not a default that you have to be able to have an internal monologue. That they don't. Some people have them. Some people don't. Right? Some people have brown eyes. Some people have blue eyes. That's not a physical impairment.
Yeah,
That's just a difference in how people come.
I would say these are physical impairments or differences in the person's
Differences,
makeup.
yes.
It has to be.
Irish people can drink more alcohol than you. Are you physically impaired? No, some
Not,
people just process alcohol better. That's not an impairment, right?
no, well,
There are people who can hold their breath underwater for like 10 minutes, right?
yeah,
Right, but you can't. That doesn't mean you're physically impaired. You just don't have that as an ability. You didn't evolve that way, and that's okay.
yeah.
But but if you're saying that this is a soul, that this is the soul's job, that this is something supernatural, not physical. It's something supernatural, and that this supernatural thing is what is responsible for an internal monologue, right? It's not a natural thing, it's a supernatural thing, and it is responsible for the
Mhm.
internal monologue. Then by default, you're saying that if you cannot have an internal monologue, you have a defective soul, not physical. Your soul must be defective because it's not the physical body. You're at least you're claiming it's not the physical body that's having the internal monologue. It's a spiritual thing.
Hmm. I would still hold to the fact of it being a physical impairment because even if you're even if you hmm,
Is the internal monologue physical or spiritual?
it it's an overlap between both because if you can't have an internal monologue with yourself, then there has to be some kind of mental impairment there because that's it's a common factor of life being able
It's
to
not.
speak to. You don't think so?
No.
No.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
And
Why would
that's
you
like
say that?
saying, like making yourself the fucking default. How do you know
The
you're not the
default. That's
one?
all. Yeah.
Yeah. How do you know you're not the one with the mental defect? Like more
Yeah.
people who have internal dialogues have schizophrenia or suffer from mental illnesses. So how do you know that you're not the one with the defect?
Right. Right. Or like some people can process lactose better than others. Right. Like some people just process it better than others, and they just evolved to process lactose better than others. That doesn't mean that like I'm black. Most black folks don't really process lactose very well. Just because we wean off, we have this thing called lactase that kicks in a little earlier for us, so that we can be a little bit more independent from our parents a little earlier. Yeah. Blah blah blah. Anyway, point being, just because I can't process lactose doesn't mean I'm physically impaired. That was actually
Mm,
something that helped me develop a little stronger and faster, right?
mm,
But it's something that I can't do that other people can do, right?
mm,
That being said, I, once we get to a place where it's overlapping, I have to know, okay, where does the overlap stop so that I can differentiate between what the body is doing and what the soul is doing, right?
mm.
Because if you say that it overlaps, then ultimately you're saying, well, this is just an arbitrary division of the body. I can't point to where the divide happens. I'm just saying that it's divided.
You know what I just thought about, Bash?
Yeah.
If people who don't have the internal dialogue have a defect and don't have a soul, then they also are free from demon influence, aren't
Right.
they?
Right. If they don't have a soul, they can't be judged.
Right.
Right.
Well,
Right.
How would
hey.
demons be talking to them?
Yeah. They don't get an internal dialogue. Right. How would they ever get an answer to prayer? Right.
I think
How,
I think that those people, just because they're not consciously having aware of themselves having a dialogue with themselves, it doesn't mean to say that it's not still nonetheless happening on some kind of
Look,
spiritual level.
look how his epistemology has evolved. Now they are having a conversation, and they just not aware of it. So do they? Are they now no longer defective?
If they're having a
what you mean?
conversation, sorry, say that again. Sorry, Finko.
You're now saying that these people who do not have an internal dialogue are
Mm.
having an internal dialogue. They just aren't aware of it. Is that because they have to have conversations with demons? They have to have some way of being influenced by demons now.
Or
Well,
righteous spirits.
demons, from a biblical perspective, they are spiritual, aren't they? So any interaction they do have with people, for the largest part, is concentrated around the soul
Yeah, but
aspect.
you were ready to say that if they didn't have an internal dialogue, then those people were defective. They didn't have a soul. As long as that meant that, hey, I'm still special because I can talk to God. But now that I've brought up that if they don't have an internal dialogue and have no soul, then they also cannot be influenced by demons. Now it's no, they've got to be having a dialogue. They just aren't aware of it. So
Yeah,
they can't you do you realize that you have like you were ready to accept it as long as it put you in this special box. But now you're no longer special. And so now, nope, they got to have it. They got to have us, so they got to be having this conversation. They just not aware of it. Do you realize that
Yeah,
you just did that?
yeah. It's nothing to do with how I consider myself to be special or irrelevant,
I
whatever.
think you're just not
It's
aware that it has to do with that.
no, I don't consider myself to be special at all.
No,
Like
I
we're
think I
all
think you're just not aware of it.
And you
um
see how rude it is for someone to tell you that you're not aware of what you're thinking, like that this is definitely what you're doing. See, right? Okay, good point.
no,
Thank you.
I'm just trying to just I'm not even thinking about where
Right, right. But
yeah.
she is now saying that this thought is happening in your brain and you aren't aware of it. That's exactly what you're saying is happening to people who don't have internal monologues. You're saying, oh no, they're having it. Although they can't detect it, you can't detect it,
Yeah,
no one
yeah,
can detect it.
yeah. It could for okay. I'll take a step back. Let's say Thinker is right, and unconsciously, I do think I'm special or whatever. For real, that could
No, I
be.
am right.
Okay, if you are right,
No, I am right.
okay. Okay, so let's say you are right.
No, I am right.
Okay, you're right. Okay, so going back to the other people
You
who
didn't get what I
are
just
not
did
aware of.
there either, did you? You don't remember doing
Um,
that to Bash earlier?
be doing what to Bash specifically?
When Bash said, let's just say that's true. No, it is true. Okay, let's just say that's no, it is true. You don't remember doing that earlier.
Yeah, I did. All right, look, all I'm saying is this ultimately, like when demons do want to interfere with people, they attack. It's a soul, it's a spiritual concept, aspect of yourself which they target. So in some instances, people may not even be aware of themselves having an inner dialogue with a spiritual influence. They may not be aware of it, but it's still the reality. You know,
Okay, okay. This is a
you
good
may
point.
get you may get these
When you
medical.
say it's a reality, bro,
Mhm,
when you say it is a reality, do you
mhm.
mean that it is a part of objective reality? Like this is something that is actually happening?
Yeah, I believe it's a part of objective morality.
No, no, not morality.
Um,
Objective reality.
reality,
Reality.
excuse me, not morality, reality. I do think so, yeah.
Okay. The reason that I ask that is because if it's in objective reality, then we
Mhm.
should see the results in objective reality, right? Like, and we wouldn't have to believe it. Like we know the things that we can claim are in objective reality are the things that we have observed in objective reality. Like, for example, if I say unicorns exist, right, you would say, no, they don't. And I would say, well, why do you say that they don't exist? And you would probably say, because there is no trace of them in objective reality. And I go, oh, well, I mean, just just because you don't have evidence that they just because you lack the evidence that they exist doesn't mean that they don't exist. And I would go, yeah, you're right. They could exist. That it's possible, but you can't say that they exist until you have observed that in objective reality, right? Okay. So if this is something that is happening in objective reality, like if this is really happening, this isn't just something that's I'm thinking happening or I'm believing happening. If this is something that actually happened in objective reality, the way that we know that it happened is because we have observed it in objective reality, or at least observed what we would get as a hypothesis from it, right? So, and I give you an example of what I mean by that. Let's say a person got into an altercation and was hit in the head by a boulder, or at least that's the claim, right? At least the claim. The claim says, "Hey, I was in an altercation with a person, and they hit me in the head with a boulder." Right, and there was a huge boulder, and they threw. I was laying on the ground, and they threw it down at me and hit me in the head. Okay. All right. Well, there are some other things that we would expect to see to know if that happened in objective reality, right? We will be looking for the blunt trauma on your head, right? The bruise, the scratch, the scar, something that would leave that would cause us to be to make it more likely than not that that was true, right? If we didn't see any blunt trauma on your head, we didn't see any rock around you, we don't find a rock with any fingerprints on it, we don't, you There's no evidence that the person was there, right? Well, eventually, we just won't believe that, right? Because we have nothing in objective reality that certifies or verifies that claim, right? So if you're saying, hey, the soul is this thing that exists in objective reality, like it exists in objective reality, and demons contact that part of you, well then we would expect, if that's something that happens in reality, then we have to be able to make a hypothesis about it, right? Okay, how do we know that this has happened? What are the things that we should expect to see, right? And
Okay.
I don't think you could give me a list of things that you could expect to see, right? Because uh, uh, like um because demons don't exist in objective reality.
Okay. Well, you'd have to have a conversation with people with expertise in that field, and there are thousands, especially in America. Your exorcist priests, they have a lot of interest and information to relay.
Yeah,
You have
but none of it
your
is in objective reality, right?
um
Believe you me,
hmm,
as a former exorcist myself, as a man who has done his fair share of deliverance service, right?
mhm,
None of the information I could give you, none of the
mhm,
information that exists, and I'm saying this is
mhm,
a very bold claim, but I'm going to make it right now. None of
mhm.
the information that exists about that topic has anything to do with objective reality.
I don't know. I'd probably disagree, and I think as we speak, there are probably people in hospitals or in conditions with symptoms of demonic like possession, like obvious examples, like for
What is a
example,
symptom of demonic possession?
okay,
Especially in the hospital. You trying to
In
tell
the
me
hospital,
demonic
yeah,
possession is on
yeah,
the
yeah,
DSM-5?
okay, not
yeah.
okay, okay, well, not necessarily. I don't know. The hospital is probably not the correct care service that I'll be under, but put it this way. For example, I remember reading of a case of a young child around age 10 who was supposedly possessed and was able to speak a Phoenician language, which was no longer thousands of years old. You know, and this 10-year-old kid was able to speak it. There are other instances where you know patients have
So,
had.
so speaking dead languages is demonic possession.
Well, it's considered a sign in
But I'm
that field
asking
of
why
practice.
would that be a sign of demonic possession? Speaking a dead language, why would that, like, what? Why is it that the demons don't speak English? Did the demons stop learning? Right,
Yeah.
right.
In their in their experiences, when they're speaking to the spirits through the power of
Wait,
Christ.
didn't the Holy Spirit give people access to languages too?
Yes, but it's usually to glorify the
Well, no,
creator in some
it
respects.
gave them access to actual languages. They were speaking real languages.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, they did, but it's usually to give glory to God in some respect, isn't it? It's not just
But
for.
if it's just usually, that means it could. That means that there could be an instance where it doesn't. Right.
Okay, I'll take away usually. It's if the Holy Spirit is giving you a gift in especially to speak languages or whatever it is, it's to glorify the Creator.
Well,
If
then
it's the
he
Holy
must
But
not
Spirit.
want y'all to glorify him because he don't do that for y'all today.
Well, it depends. It depends,
You, the Holy Spirit has give. What language has the Holy Spirit Duolingo to you?
Well,
what
that's
did
what
he
I
do?
was going
What
to
did he
get
do?
to.
What did he do? What did the Holy Spirit do? Thinker. What did the Holy Spirit do?
Duolingo.
Get out of here. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, in Corinthians it says
No, I'm
that
asking about
there's
you. I'm not talking
well,
about glossalia. I'm not talking about the babbling. I'm talking about an actual language. Like in on the day of Pentecost, he
mhm.
Duolingoed Phoenician, Egyptian, uh, Assyrian. Like he Duolingoed actual languages that people spoke and understood. What language did he give you?
I haven't received a language from the Holy Spirit.
So, what languages have you seen the Holy Spirit give to people outside of glossalia?
The languages I'm familiar with is usually the tongues,
The
the speaking in
glossalia,
tongues.
the
Yeah,
that
I,
Think of
I
digit.
haven't,
Never
I
mind.
haven't, I haven't,
I'm so sick of y'all with it.
that's what the
I
language
haven't,
is. It's
yeah,
shut up, shut up.
yeah, personally, I haven't actually experienced it or seen it, but I've heard of it. It's that's between them and God, whether it's genuine or
But
not. I
it's
don't
not
know.
a. But I'm saying it isn't a real language. Like your for some reason, y'all's Holy Spirit can't even speak Hebrew, and apparently that's the language it used when it dictated or orated the Torah to Moses. It can't even speak Hebrew today.
Okay. I don't think
These are
he
the kinds of
speaking
things that we
Hebrew.
would expect, right? Like these are the kinds of things that we would have a reasonable expectation, right? It- For example, if you hear me speaking in English right now, even if you didn't know that maybe I could speak Spanish or German or blah, 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 because you're hearing me speak English right now, you would expect reasonably for me to be able to speak English tomorrow. It reasonably, right? Unless something happened to me where I lost my motor skills or something, right? You would expect that tomorrow I should at least, not saying that I will be speaking English tomorrow. Like tomorrow I may decide I don't want to speak English today. I want to speak everything I say today in German, which is possible, right? But you would expect me to at least still have the ability to speak in English, right? So if the Holy Spirit could speak in Hebrew, if it could speak in Hebrew, if it could speak in Assyrian and all these other languages, and people were able to access said Holy Spirit to speak in those languages that they didn't already know. If the Holy Spirit had that as a capability at a point in time, then we should reasonably expect it to have that capability today.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay.
And that's
But when it if it doesn't have those capabilities today, right? Then what it seems as if to me, right? If tomorrow I could not speak English, right? There was just no detection that I could speak English. Then you would say, well, now maybe you wouldn't, but someone would say, okay, what happened to him? Yesterday he spoke English very well, right? Today he doesn't understand it or speak it, or well, clearly the Holy Spirit still understands it, right? It just doesn't speak it anymore.
well, that's it. I think it does still, speak, give people these gifts of languages or tongues. It's just what's available to us in terms of what we see. Do you know what I mean? Just because we haven't come across people with testimonies clearly to that effect, it doesn't mean it's not going on, does it?
Okay, okay. Well, no, no. You remember what I said the other day or just a second ago about that? Yep, it is true that just because we haven't seen it doesn't mean that it happened. But because we haven't seen it, we shouldn't claim that it happened, right? You're right. That doesn't mean it hasn't happened, but we can't say that it has either, right? I would be just as wrong to say that never happened as you would be to say it does happen sometimes, right? So our best bet is to say that we haven't experienced it, so we don't believe it.
Mm,
Right.
okay.
Okay. Because anybody could say to me, hey man, one time the Holy Spirit had me speaking ancient Urgu. Cool. Great story. Do it now. Do you have the same Holy Spirit? Yes. Okay, great. Speak a little Urgu. It don't work like that. Well, then I have no reason to. My girlfriend go to a school across town. Of course she does, right? Like, of course, yeah. You got a girlfriend, bro. We just can't see her. Cool, right? Anybody can make a claim that way, but in order for us to know that that claim is true, right, we need to be able to observe it in some kind of way, right?
Mm,
This is the same thing about a soul in general. This is the same thing about a demon. This is the same thing about any of these things that we're putting off into the what we call spiritual realm. The weird thing about the spiritual realm is I could make a claim, for example, in the spirit, bro, in the spirit, I walked on the sun. I walked on the surface of the sun spiritually, right? Well, okay. You could say anything happened in the spirit, right? How would anyone ever um, know if I'm telling the truth
You probably need some witnesses, I guess, isn't it? You know.
in the spirit? Who would be my spiritual witness?
Yeah.
It
Okay.
would only be
Okay.
other things that were in the spirit. I was in the spirit realm. I walked on the sun,
Hmm.
right? Like, well, who would? No one goes to the spirit realm with you, right? You're there by yourself, and the only other entities that you're going to see in the spirit realm are spirits, right?
Okay. So,
So, go ahead.
sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, no,
Sorry.
no. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, is going back to your point of people having evidence of demons speaking to the soul, and I mentioned this 10-year-old who was speaking a language thousands of years old, so he shouldn't have had any knowledge of this language whatsoever. But that aside, what about similar people of that age having superhuman strength, and um, there's been lots of accounts of that, even outside of the paranormal side of things.
Why do the demons give y'all supernatural intellect, supernatural strength, but God's Holy Spirit don't do shit?
Well,
Great point.
the Most High Spirit does a lot. It
Like
does
it
a
don't
lot.
give y'all supernatural strength. It don't give y'all supernatural intelligence. Like, do you realize that you're calling uh, knowledge of a ancient language demonic? You're being strong as a kid demonic. Like a demon gave these kids supernatural intelligence that they did not have.
And they could float sometimes.
Right. But your Holy Spirit don't know the original language it originally spoken. It can't
Well,
remember what it put in the Bible. Right? Like, it
um,
don't know what you don't know.
in those situations, with the strength and these ancient languages, um, those revelations usually happen after the priest has been like hounding the spiritual entity, and
It
so it
doesn't matter.
starts.
You're still
It
saying that it's
starts.
because a demon was present that they were able to do this.
Yeah, it starts manifesting itself through the person in ways like those.
Right, but you're still saying
So,
it's a demon.
well, that's what the priests are saying, and I have no reason to doubt
Right.
what
So
their
a
experience is.
demon gives you better benefits than the Holy Spirit.
Well, I
There
wouldn't
was a
call
guy
it that.
that joined my live one time. He said he said he'd rather go to hell because the door is always open because the demons get to go in and out. He said them motherfuckers ain't never stuck in hell. He said because they always in and out fucking with Christians. He said he'd rather go to hell, come out, possess a Christian, drive a fucking Maserati. They ain't stuck in that
Baller,
motherfucker.
What
baller.
well, that's just it. Like there are demons in hell. They're on the earth, and they're in hell
Right. He
How
said
also.
they
many
ain't
in
got to
hell?
stay. He said the gate the gate is open. Like, why wouldn't I go?
And
How many demons are in hell? Like,
I
what
I could
percentage of them are
I
there?
couldn't I couldn't give you a number. I know there's a good portion. You
How
know,
many are here?
how many are here? Probably more than the human population.
How
Most
did
of
you?
them, Bash, most of them on work release.
Oh, they'll work release. Oh,
Right.
okay, okay. They the halfway house. Okay, okay, okay. The reason that I bring this up, the reason that I bring, and I, first and foremost, I think you've been like your temperament in this conversation has been great, and I want to appreciate you for that. But the reason that I bring this up is because whenever we make it beyond what we can physically observe, we are literally postulating on postulation, right? So like you're making a claim about where demons are, right?
Hmm.
And there is literally no way that you know that. You could not possibly know that. You've never in your life walked into 1829 Demon Broom Lane and seen, oh, here's where the demons hang out. Let me
It's my
count them.
favorite street bash.
You know what? When I started saying, I was like, "Oh, this sounds like the Mumbrian." uh, right, but and because you've never observed that, you're just saying, like you're saying, "Hey, there are demons on the in hell, and the population of demons on earth supersedes the human population. Right? Like there's no way for you to know that. You can't know that. There's no and there's no way for us to know any of this stuff that we're talking about right now. There's and if I ever said, okay, well, let's figure out how many demons are here, right? Right. As a matter of fact, let's play this game. Let's try to figure out how many demons are here. How would we go about doing that?
Uh, how would we go about figuring that out? I would probably just make the assumption that hello.
No, no, I don't know where that came from. Go ahead.
Okay. I would make the assumption that according to the scriptures, there is a a guardian angel amongst the Most High's colony that guards each individual person that comes into this existence. So I would assume that from the other side of the coin, to try and negatively impact those individuals, there will be a demon for that individual also. So
But
on
what if
that
there were
kind
10
of
demons to one? Again, like, how would we figure out? Like you're saying, hey, I have this as like a guideline. Okay, fair. But how would we figure out how many there are?
yeah, well, we couldn't get an exact number, but I could estimate that for every guardian angel that in the individual has, there's also a demon on that
Okay.
person's shoulder. You know that
But we
analogy.
have but we have no way of knowing if there are 10 to 1 or 47 to 1 or 22.3 to 1 or an average of 6.8 to 1 or 1.5 to 1. Like, because in other words, you're saying, I don't have a way to figure that out. And that's okay, right? I don't have a way to figure that out. All right. But if we don't know the answer, and if we don't have a way of figuring out the answer, right, then we probably shouldn't make that as a claim, right? Uh, Because not only, like, we're saying something at that point that we don't know to be true, right?
Well,
And if I say something to you that I don't know to be true,
mm,
effectively I am lying to you.
well, the reason why I say it is true as a follower of the scriptures, there are, as I'm sure you guys know, other books which have been taken out, and Jubilees does touch upon the biblical reality of there being demons on the earth and as well as in hell. So from that
Yeah, but my question was
signpost,
how many of them, and Jubilees is a person making a claim, right? Unless that person themselves could tell me how they know that,
mm,
right? Then that's no different than you saying it to me,
well,
right?
it's the scriptures, isn't it? So it's
What
I
difference do that make?
consider,
You could write a book.
mm.
If you wrote it
But
in a
then
book, that wouldn't make it any more official.
if you have thousands of people throughout history, if not even millions, reporting experiences that
Let's say you have billions of people.
coincide.
There are billions of children that on December the 26th are going to tell me that Santa Claus brought them gifts. Billions of them. Okay,
Yeah,
and there have been billions of children throughout history that will say Santa Claus brought them gifts.
but then they'll grow up
And
into
they'll say
adults
they
and
saw
realize it,
Santa Claus.
Yeah.
and then they'll grow to adulthood and realize it wasn't true, right? But
So, well,
well,
maybe that.
come on,
And think about
come
what
on.
we're saying. Think about what we're saying. There are some people who grow up to realize that God ain't true too.
Oh, well,
Okay.
they think he isn't.
My point exactly. So maybe you just think Santa Claus ain't real,
Well,
right?
you just have
Some
to
people
just be
grow out of it.
realistic, isn't it?
Some people look at the evidence and go, okay, that might not be real, right? And a lot of people do, but popularity does not dictate truth. But there was a time where most of the world believed the earth to be flat. Most of the world.
Hmm.
That does not make it true. So how many people believe a thing and for how long they believe it does not indicate the truth of that matter. There was a time that science literally believe that black women specifically could endure more pain than other people. To this day, black women suffer in hospitals because that myth still lingers in science books. It is not true right? It is not true. It's so bad. Not only do they think that we're more likely to be addicted to substances. Comes from like these old non-scientific studies, right? Right. That so they don't give black women pain medicine enough. That's not true. Although it has permeated our medical practices to this day. We have all kinds of studies showing that that isn't true, right? But the damage has been done. Right. Okay. All right. So just because an idea is popular, just because a bunch of people believe it for a long time, does not mean that that is true. I'll give you another example. Hinduism is predates Christianity by 3,000 years. To this day, right now, there are about 1 billion people who live in India, most of which are Hindu, right? So Hindu as like a world religion throughout time is the most populated world religion to have ever been. Does that make it's older and more populated? Does that make it true? No. Okay. So just because a bunch of people, just because somebody wrote it in a book a long time ago doesn't make it true. Just because a bunch of people believe it doesn't make it true. Just because a bunch of people believe it for a long time doesn't make it true. Right? When we're looking for something that is true, it's not about what you believe. It's about what we can verify in reality.
Yeah, and I think a lot of variables, when it comes to these sorts of things, you have to take into account what has been said about the actual thing. Like, for example, we know Santa Claus isn't true because no one has reported, a fat man with a beard in a red costume flying
Yes,
around
they have. Children have
with
reported that all the time.
oh, okay, but
Children report this almost every year.
they haven't seen this fat dude with the reindeers flying around in the sky, have they?
They said they did.
No, I don't even think.
Children have
I don't,
literally said, "Mom, look, that's Santa."
I don't even think children would actually
Remember the
report that.
Doppler they used to have every year to
Yeah,
track
yes.
Santa on the news?
Okay, well, realistically, everyone knows there's not a fat man flying around with reindeers. Like, we just know that. Like, we
How do
know
we
that
know that? Is what I'm asking. How do we know that?
because no one has officially reported it or
People
seen
have officially
it.
reported it.
I don't,
Bro, right now, you
you
can
have
go
to pull
right
up a
now.
report. I don't know who reports
You
it.
can go right now to specifically in Mobile, Alabama, a few years ago. There was a sighting of a leprechaun.
What?
Hundreds of
That
Okay.
shit
people.
was funny as
Okay. Well, now
hell.
you're talking about. Okay. So now you're talking
Okay.
about leprechauns. Like this
Well, no,
is.
no, I'm using for example things that I don't think leprechauns exist either, right?
But hey,
But
yeah,
people, hundreds of people, and you can go look this up, right?
yeah.
Hundreds
I
of people
suggest
gathered
looking
in
it up
Mobile.
because it's funny than a motherfucker.
It is hilarious. I mean, anybody see the leprechaun? Say yeah. Anyway,
Here's the
uh,
thing. Here's the thing, though, Pinkbeard.
okay.
Again, like when it comes to these, you're probably going to sort of laugh at me, but these so-called mythical creatures, they are of themselves, in many instances, demonic manifestations from the
But
spiritual
before we
realm
get to what they are, before we get to what
into
they
the
are,
material. Like so these
let's say that's true.
leprechauns,
Wait. Let's say that that's
again,
true. Let's
yeah.
say that that's true, right? I'm
Mhm,
saying we're trying to discuss the fact that people report seeing it doesn't
mhm,
mean that it exists. The fact that people write it in a book doesn't mean that it exists. The fact
mhm,
that people have believed it for a long time doesn't mean
mhm.
that it exists. None of that verifies the truth of it. All we're saying is that people have believed a claim. Okay.
Okay, but it does help to verify because like
No, it
it's like
doesn't.
it does because like for example, how do private investigators, get to the bottom of a lot of their investigations? It's through
They hear a claim.
they report. They listen
Yeah.
to reports. They go through the evidence, which is a lot of it
Right. That's
is
the most
verbal
important part.
testimony. A lot of it is
Right.
verbal
That's the most
testimony,
important part.
which they have. So they collect the verbal testimonials,
Hmm.
and then they follow the tracks, listen to what's been said, investigate what's been said, and then
Right.
gather more evidence. So
Right.
that is
So
exact.
the claim
Yeah.
is the
So,
beginning. The claim is the beginning, not the end. So you're right. So let's say we were doing an investigation, and
mhm,
you said, you know, let's say your wallet came up missing, right?
mhm,
Your wallet came up missing, and you said, "Oh my God, my wallet is missing." There's your claim. Okay,
mhm,
and you say somebody must have stole the wallet because I looked everywhere. Okay, again, that's a claim, right? Okay, I'm going to investigate the claim, right? I say, "Oh, well, did you look in the car?" You go, "Yep, I looked in the car." Then I'll go look in the car too, right? Did you look under the bed? Yep, I looked under the bed. I'll go look under the bed too. Well, maybe it fell in the couch. I looked in the couch. Let's say I go look in the couch and it's in the couch, right? You made some claims, but upon further investigation, I found the wallet in the couch. Maybe it just didn't look good. But let's say I look everywhere you looked and we tear the place apart. We do not find the wallet. And then I say, the wallet fairy must have stole it. Wait, what? Yeah, the wallet fairy. Sometimes when people's wallets come up missing, there's this ancient story about wallet fairies. They come take your wallet. It'll be back in 3 days. And you go, what? Yeah, be back in 3 days. Watch. 3 days later, on your nightstand, your wallet is there, empty. Empty. Sure enough, it was back in 3 days, just like I said. It is on your nightstand, completely empty. Which is more likely that a wallet fairy really did steal your wallet, or I stole your wallet, emptied it, and put it back there?
Well, I'll probably say the latter, isn't it? Because I've never.
Right.
But the reason why I would say that is because I've not heard of a wallet fairy.
Just because you hadn't heard of it, don't mean it ain't
I've
true.
heard, yeah, there you go. You know what? It's funny because I've heard of fairies, yes,
Hmm.
but do they go around stealing wallets? Are they known for doing that?
Yeah.
Not in my
You
knowledge,
just
no.
because you hadn't heard the story, don't mean it ain't true.
Yeah,
But
well,
what?
a part of it is true because again, like there are hundreds of people who have reported seeing these so-called creatures. You know,
Okay, okay. Well, if that's the case, if you're saying, hey, people have seen these creatures, the
mm,
question is, which is more likely? People do report fairies. There you go. Right.
mm,
And so you've heard of fairies. That they didn't tell you everything that fairies did. Right. And if there are good fairies, like just like there are good angels, they could be demons. This could be a bad fairy. Right. Okay. So, but when I lay those two options out for you, your brain knows logically that's not what happened. What happened
mm,
was this nigga stole my wallet. He stole my wallet. Give me back my things, bro.
mm,
You are not about to launch a nationwide ferry investigation. You wouldn't even know where to start looking.
mm.
You're just not gonna do that. And if you are super duper gullible.
The thing
I would
is,
like to sell you a Broadway play on Bourbon Street.
the thing is, with a lot of these reports, people do go investigating, and they sometimes do find things which are unexplainable and have no there's no explanation for it, so they just brush it to one side. The investigations become quiet, but it doesn't take away from the fact that these things are still here.
Reported.
You know,
I agree.
it's like, for example, with why has is the field of paranormal investigation, poltergeists, why is that still a thing today in 2026,
Because people still believe in it.
dating back from the BC period? But if it was just a belief without any factual elements to it, it would have disappeared as being nonsense like
So you're saying
decades
that
ago, not
Hinduism is
centuries ago.
true. Hinduism is true. Because
Well,
because
the core concept of Hinduism is multiple gods, ultimately, isn't it? Whether the
yes,
actual stories in the text happened
yes.
as they were written is questionable, but it doesn't deflect from the fact that it reveals that there are other deities out there,
No, I'm
which
saying, but
come.
you're saying that that is true. Because if it were not true, it wouldn't have lasted this long, right?
There's parts of it are true, of course, parts
What
of it.
parts of how would you determine which parts are true? Because keep in mind what you're saying is if a belief lasts that long,
Hmm.
right, and a bunch of people believe it,
Hmm.
right, then we're adding validity to it, right? The question is how do we test the claim, not how many people said it,
Mm.
right?
I
How do
think,
we test the claim?
yeah, I think based on what is being reported by the people, they'll probably assess how well it aligns with previous
No,
testimonials,
not with
and
previous.
whether
You keep
and
looking at other people's testimony. How do we
mm,
test the testimony? Right? No
yeah,
matter how many people say it.
so they'll probably just go searching for some of the things which the people have testified of. Some of the things which they've seen, where they saw it, what they saw.
Right,
They'll
right,
look into these factors, wouldn't they? It's like,
right,
for
right.
example, this aligns perfectly with what your government has actually done. Like a lot of so-called conspiracy theories
My government be lying,
concern.
bro. My government lying. Trust me, baby.
Well,
Don't please
well,
don't bring
well.
up U.S. government. They're
All right.
liars.
Well,
They're lying.
put it this way. We'll put it this way. A lot of okay. Okay, the British government then,
Okay, they're
because
liars too. They're
free,
liars too. They're liars.
Freemasonry. Okay,
They're liars.
Freemason. Okay,
Please don't bring
Freemason.
up Freemasonry. You don't know about it.
That
They're
yeah.
lying. They're lying.
Okay, what I'm
Okay.
trying to say is that religion, so to speak, begun
Freemasonry is
with
not a religion. I told you not to bring it up. They're lying. They're lying.
okay, okay.
Okay.
That belief system
That's not a belief
began.
system. They're lying. Freemasonry is not a belief system.
Okay, but that's not what they would say.
They're lying.
Have you been a free? Or have you
I
been a
have been a
Freemason?
Freemason for damn near 30 years. They're
Okay,
lying.
what degree of Mason were you?
32nd
32nd. We go up to 33, right?
goes up to 33.
Okay, so
Actually goes up to
from what
33 and a third.
I understand, when you are at the 33rd level, that's when
They're
they start to.
lying. They're lying.
But you never got to that level, so how would you know they're lying?
Neither have you.
Yes, I'm telling you from what I
They're
understand, but
lying.
you're not letting me proceed,
They're
bro.
lying.
But you made it
They
to
are
32nd.
lying. You haven't been there. You don't know any of the steps. They are lying.
Okay, this is what
That's
I do.
not true.
Okay, but this is what I do know, regardless of whether I've been a Freemason or not. They believe in
Who
concepts of the
believes?
scriptures.
Who believes?
The 33rd degree, the founders
They
of
do not. I
Freemasons.
know 33rd degree Masons. Do you?
Okay, do they believe in concepts of the scriptures? And
Yes.
do they believe in the ancient Egyptian gods? They
No.
do. Right? Yeah, they
No.
no. What do you mean no?
The answer is no. They do not.
Freemasonry, which is an extension of the Illuminati, do not believe in the
No, it
ancient.
isn't. The No, it isn't. This is why I keep telling you. They are lying.
All right. Well,
That's
maybe they
not
might have lied.
true.
They might have lied to you, bro.
They didn't lie to me. I have you ever been to a Masonic lodge?
No, no.
Have
I've
you ever
heard
read the first degree of Freemasonry? The
read
first
the
degree.
first degree of it. No, I
The first
haven't.
degree of
No,
Freemasonry. Okay.
no,
Have you read the second or third or ninth, 12th, 19th? Have you ever read
no.
any? Okay, okay. I have,
Okay,
I have. What you're saying is not true.
okay. So what
And,
would
and
you?
as a matter of fact, because you could just go download these are free books. You could go read it.
But
They
all
are lying to you.
okay. So it's not a fact that different bits of information are relayed to you as you progress up the Freemason ladder, so to speak. Like they don't.
Absolutely.
Okay, so if 33rd degree is the highest which you didn't reach, then isn't it fair to say that they didn't tell you
You
everything?
could go get the book.
If it was as simple as you just being able to download and get the book, then what would be the whole point of
To
this
confer a
establishment?
degree. For example, you could also go pick up a book about molecular physics. Does that mean you have a degree in molecular physics? No.
No,
But
no.
all the information of the degree you can go download in a book.
Yeah, you
You can
can, but
go get the book. Okay, all
mm,
right. But does that mean you have been conferred the degree? No. You
because
can
you
go
have,
get the book.
yeah, just because
Yes.
you got the book and you read the information, you to understand what you've grasped, it needs to be examined, right? So,
If you've been through 32 degrees of it, imagine if you would that I've got an associate's in science, a bachelor's in science, a master's in biology, pre-med, and now I am finishing up my doctorate in oncology. Right? Okay. So I've done 32 of the 33 steps. I've done 32 of the 33 steps. Do you think that when I do the 33rd step, they're going to throw away my first 32? You
no,
do
no,
know
no.
that the current degree system, your current degree system in education is built the same way as the Freemasonic degree system. You start out as an associate or an entered apprentice. You then become a bachelor, right? Then you become a master, right? You've reached a master degree. That's the third degree of masonry. Point being, you're only building on to what you already know. They are lying to you.
Well, I don't know, man. If it was a 33rd degree, then I'd still
Are
take
they
it.
33rd degrees that are telling you this?
Well, it's my understanding that when you're at the 33rd degree, that's when the
Are
full.
they 33rd degrees that are telling you this?
Uh, I'd have
No,
to.
they aren't.
I'd have to look at their
They
Are
are
credentials.
you getting your
lying to
information
you.
from YouTube, Instagram, TikTok? Where are you getting your information from?
Um, Freemasonry. Yeah, some YouTube clips, a couple of books here, one or two. I could.
Have you read the degrees?
No, I
No,
haven't. I
just go
haven't.
read them.
Can I just say, I'm so sorry, but it's just such a clear example. Like, this is the primary issue with Christian apologetics.
Yep.
You have somebody who has absolutely no training in a particular field telling someone who has extensive training in that field that they're wrong based on a limited, very limited amount of personal research. Like, this, it's on full display right here.
Well, this was
Dr.
a
Big, you
side
don't know
topic.
nothing about that. You have oh so
It's
stolen valor.
Tis
it's a,
true. Tis true.
this was just a side topic that doesn't really.
But it
Yeah.
proves a point. Like to Dr. Bowen's point, this is a you have accepted a belief. That here's the thing: there is something that you don't know about firsthand, right? There's something that you don't know about firsthand, and you have accepted what a group of people have said about it, right? You don't know it firsthand. You hold on. You don't know the people. You don't know the people involved, right? And here's the thing about not knowing people that are involved. People that we don't know are scary. Not gonna lie to you. Not gonna lie to you. People that do things that we don't know about are scary, right? It don't matter what they do. If it's not normal to us, that's scary. I don't right. I fear that. I remember the first time I ate sushi, bro. I was so. Oh, you want me to eat eel? Oh my god, I can't. Okay. The point being, people who have customs that we're not privy to are weird and they're scary, right? So you take that weird scariness of a custom that you don't know, and then I can just build on it all I want. Well, yeah, you know they worship the devil. No, they don't. No, they don't. I have never worshiped the devil a day in my life, bro. When I was active in Freemasonry, I was pastoring. I was
Okay.
pastoring, right? I've never worshiped the devil. I've never prayed to an altar to Satan. Never in my
Yeah.
life.
But you know what, Pink Bear, but that's it's ironic you say that though, because that goes back to the whole 33rd degree point. Because apparently, when
And
you
they
get
don't do it in the 33rd degree either.
yeah, but apparently that's where they do it. And I
That's
saw
not where they do it. My worshipful master was a 33rd degree Mason, and he also was a pastor. His name was actually literally Saint John.
okay, you sure he was being truthful with you, yeah? Because
Yes. Do you?
okay,
I know.
okay,
I've been to his church.
okay. I've seen firsthand. Well, okay, not firsthand, but
You've been.
I've seen clips of 33rd degree Masons being interviewed, openly pledging their allegiance to Lucifer as being the good guy within the scriptures.
Do
So
Like
here's
honestly,
that
here's a
Lucifer
very good
is the
point.
good guy, but yeah, Bash is
yeah,
telling the
Here's
okay,
truth.
here's a very good point.
yeah,
What's your first name, bro? What's your name? Your name. What's your first name?
Dean,
Okay. Is there more than one Dean in existence?
well, come on, of
Yes.
course.
Okay. So just because a character carries the name Lucifer, does that mean that it's the same Lucifer that you're thinking of?
Well, from a biblical perspective, yes, I'll
No, no,
take
no,
it
no.
to
I'm
be.
asking a real good question. Just because a person carries the name Lucifer, does that
Mhm.
mean that that is the same Lucifer from the Bible?
No,
Okay. Okay. Okay.
This the same thing
Just
where
keep
they
that in
say
mind.
atheists eat babies, or atheists or just want to sin. Like we're the ones that's doing all the evil in the world because we don't believe in a God. It's
Right.
the
Right.
things that y'all are afraid of. Y'all demonize and like build upon.
By the way, Lucifer means bearer of light. Bearer of light. You know what the word Aaron means?
mm
Aaron, like
Aaron,
Moses' brother.
oh, Aaron, what it means?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
no,
Bearer of light.
okay,
D- does that mean Aaron's the bad guy too?
no,
His name means Lucifer.
okay. Well, maybe, yeah, but
Okay.
look, just
Okay.
the point
Okay.
I was getting to with this whole Freemasonry involvement as well is the reason why that establishment exists and with these secret organizations is because they have done their investigations into some of these
No,
testimonials
they
of.
haven't.
Okay, can I
No,
just
they haven't. And I
can I
keep
just
telling you
finish?
to stop doing this.
Wait. The founders. Okay, going back
They
to
did
that.
not. No,
Okay,
they
so
haven't. And I wish
okay,
you would stop doing that.
okay. So Pink Beard. So what you're telling me is, in the 17th, 18th centuries, there were not people who had heard of spiritual encounters experienced by the modern the average person, which they then investigated to find out for themselves wherever it was true.
In the
Found out some
1700s, people
found out
believed that the common cold was a demon.
Okay. Well, all I'm getting at is a lot of these.
No, no, no. I need to stay there. Hear me out. Hear me out. In the 1700s, this is true, by
Mhm,
the way. In the 1700s, there were people who believed that any disease you got, specifically airborne diseases, that
mhm,
airborne diseases were caused by demons,
mhm,
right? They believed that they were bad spirits in the air, right? They
mhm,
literally called it bad air, right? They
mhm.
believed that there was bad spirits in the air. Does that make that true?
Not necessarily. No.
Right. Okay. All of that to say, all of that to say is that we got things scientifically wrong in the past. We still get them scientifically wrong today,
Yeah, we sure do.
right?
Can you
Sure do.
Okay,
imagine the anxiety of scared to breathe because you think demons gonna get in your nose?
bro. There are some Muslim. No mind, they will get it. But jinns are crawling in your butthole. But the point is, there's people who are scared to use bathrooms because jinns are crawling up in your butt. But the point
They took a
is,
break last month
oh,
because of the what is it, Lent? Is that what it is? They don't the jinns go to sleep during Lent.
oh, you mean Ramadan?
Ramadan,
Right?
yeah,
You mean
Ramadan.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
They go to sleep.
Well, I mean they don't come out the toilets. They take a break.
Interesting.
Yeah, you can't be a plumber for all your eternity.
The ball. Bash.
Y'all didn't know that Mario from Mario Brothers is a gin. Never mind, think about it later. What I'm saying is that because he come up in the
Oh,
toilet. Plump. Okay,
I got it.
all right. All that to say that you're coming to conclusions, right? You're making these conclusions with um, spotted, limited, and in some points, no evidence at all, which means that you're exercising a faith. While I respect your right to exercise a faith, a faith, a faith has no bearing on a fact, right? The reality is reality, whether you believe it or not, right? The truth is the truth, whether you believe it or not, right? So whatever this faith may be that you've constructed or that you have received or however you collected it, I okay, believe whatever you'd like about that. But if you ever want to know if it is true, the way to know that it is true is not to hear what someone else says about it, but to test it. Not with somebody else's testimony, but with test. If you want to know what's in a Freemasonry book, just go read one. Just go read
Yeah.
one. If you want to know what's in a physics book, just go read it. You don't have to take anybody's word for it. You
Okay,
could
but
just know it.
yeah, and pointing exactly to what you said about testing some of these things, like the discussion is about the soul and the spirit, and some of these neurosurgeons and scientists have carried out experiments that prove there is an
They have
immaterial
not. They have not.
consciousness that
They have
well
not.
I've just given you some
Think,
examples
no, 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 no,
that
no. Think about what you're saying. What you said is that there was an inconclusive study that a guy did that left room for a soul, right? Now, all the other neuroscientists, the thing about peer review that I think is so beautiful, like peer review, the scientific method as it stands might be, well, no, it's the second best. The best thing human beings ever did was make dogs. We'll never beat dogs. It'll never happen. Bro, dogs are the best thing we're ever gonna make, except other people. Okay, other people, dogs. But the third best thing that human beings have ever done is come up with the scientific method, right? And its crown jewel, the crown jewel of the scientific method is the peer review process. because the peer review process helps us to eliminate any biases that we may have, right? So basically, you put down your methodology. Here is what I did. Here is how I did it. These are the controls that I use. You lay out your entire methodology. And every other scientist in that field gets the opportunity to break what you said, to break what you said, right? So they go and they read through your methodology and they go, oh, yeah, you messed up right here, right? The reason that you came to that faulty conclusion is because you messed up right here. They then run that same experiment. They run it time and time again to see if they come up with exactly what you said, right? If they don't come up with exactly what you said, and they try it again, and lots of scientists are trying it. If we cannot reproduce that thing, then we do not accept it. Now that doesn't mean that you didn't write a paper on it. Fair enough, right? That doesn't mean that you didn't write a paper on it, right? But the reason that you're writing a paper is not to say this is the answer. The reason that you're writing the paper is to say someone check this for me. So you'll find a lot of papers that say a lot of stuff. But has it been replicated, duplicated? Is it the consensus? The answer to that is no.
Well, I don't know. I'll disagree because, again, from a biblical perspective, these
What does a
scientific
biblical perspective have to do with peer review?
uh,
Why would you mention
because
a biblical perspective of peer review?
because the Bible talks about the
Peer
soul
review?
and the spirit, and
Does it
there
talk
have,
about peer review?
yeah, I'm getting to that.
Okay.
And a lot of these experiments which I've just relayed to you are from a scientific standpoint, which point to a type of consciousness or an existence
You didn't
outside
hear
of the
what I just said,
physical,
though. You're not getting
outside
what
of
I
the
just said.
physical.
Think about what
What
I just said. I want you to respond to what I just said. I'm going to say it one more
scientific?
time.
There's a
That
scientific uh, signpost
is
to
there a consensus of that signpost?
um
No.
not a general consensus, no,
N- n-
because
Not an
and there wouldn't be
overwhelming or
there
general.
there wouldn't be an overwhelming consensus
Yes, there
because
would. If this were
there wouldn't
testable and repeatable, it's
there
not that. Think
no
about
there
what I'm saying,
wouldn't
bro.
there wouldn't
Think about what I'm saying, bro. Hear me
no.
out. If I run the same test that you ran, right? You
Mm,
tell me, hey, I did. For example, let's make it a chocolate cake. If you bake a chocolate cake, right, something super simple, and I say, oh, give me the recipe, right,
mm,
and you lay out the recipe, the cooking instructions, right, a recipe, right. That means that when I do the exact same thing that you did, I
mm,
should come up with the exact same cake that you came up with, right? And I
yeah,
mean the exact same, which means I should have the same cooking utensils. I should have the
yeah,
same baking, what am I saying? Goddamn appliances, right?
yeah,
Okay. If I do the exact same thing that you did, I
yeah,
should get the exact same results. The consensus has nothing to do with what I believe,
yeah.
right? The
So
consensus is if you do this, this is what you get, whether I believe it or not.
yeah. So
Okay.
I've gone.
I'm saying, so if it were the case, the a consensus again has nothing to do with what they think, right? We ran that test again, and we keep getting this,
But
right?
that's exactly what's happening in those areas that I've mentioned to
That's
you.
not true. If it were true, you wouldn't pull up one of them.
Okay,
If that was exactly what was happening all the time,
yeah,
right? Then the field of neurology, the field of I don't know whatever I'm using neurology, but the field of neurology,
mm,
all of reality would point to that thing.
okay. So when I examine that point right there, according to these neuroscientists who have found out what they have and have shared it with their colleagues, because there is no clear explanation for what they're experiencing, it, as I said, it gets brushed aside and
It does not. It does not. That's why you keep studying it.
wait, and the reason why they say it gets brushed aside is because to admit it would be to bring about an overwhelming change in the scientific field,
Which means they would win Nobel
which
prizes. They
means
would be
no,
rich as shit.
which
Breaking a scientific consensus makes you billions of
yeah,
dollars.
not when it points to the spiritual. because
Yes,
then
it would, bro.
science
Hold
don't
on. Think
accept
about this.
that.
Think about this.
They don't
The
accept
church,
that.
the Christian
They don't
church right
accept
now.
that.
Hear me out. The Christian church right now holds 51% of the world's money.
Mm.
51% of all the world's money. If you're telling me that scientists could somehow prove the spirit, they could drain the church dry.
Okay.
They
Put it
would
this way.
drain the church. The Catholic Church itself would put in every dime in its cover.
For science to come out and openly admit that there's an immaterial part of us, right? That goes against the whole conceptual teachings of materialism for
You
how
said
many
they did, though.
centuries.
You said scientists did.
Right.
Well, that's listen. If they were to go and openly publicize this,
He,
that
he,
would
he made
It
a
was
paper. He
publicized. It
published a
was.
paper.
It was.
I mean, universally, so it becomes universally acknowledged because these things you can find out if you go and do your independent research, but it's not accepted on a global stage because it puts your famous scientists to sleep. You know, your Stephen
That's
Hawkins, all of these materialists
bro.
who have
That's
been
just
given
one person. Okay. Think about what I'm saying.
it
You
flips the
win
curriculum on
no.
its head.
Hear me out, bro. You win Nobel Peace Prizes or Nobel Scientific, prizes. You win those prizes by breaking science.
Yeah, by
You
proving
win. Wait, hold on. Hear
scientific
me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me. You
scientific
win them
concepts.
by
These are things we
over.
can't.
Hear me out, bro.
Okay.
You win them by overturning other consensuses. Right.
Okay.
Right. So in other words, if I come up with something new that, like, if somehow I could come up with, like, I just use the soul. If I could, if I could conclude a
Mhm.
soul. Like, now you got to think. All scientific research needs money, right? Somebody got to pay for you to do the research, right? Okay, all right. Like, I'm gonna say this one more time. The Christian church has 51% of the world's money, okay, which means I don't need to go to secular science. I don't need to go to a university to get my funding, right? I could go straight to the Pope himself. Baby, cut the check, right? This is beneficial to religion en masse. They would cut me any check I needed if I could hand them some kind of proof that I'm going somewhere. If I could hand them some kind of proof that I'm going somewhere. Okay. If that were the case, this this would be published because nobody has more reach in the world because they don't have deeper pockets than the Christian church. This would be so public. There is one book on the planet that cannot be outsold. You know what that book is? The Bible. You know why? Because the church can afford to keep printing them. Bibles. The church got so much money that they give away their main resource. Right? They're handing them
That's
out
the
for
free
free on the side of
product.
the road. Right? Right. This is their main product. They will give you that. Imagine McDonald's handing out hamburgers every day. They wouldn't stay in business. Okay, so if there was something that the church could latch on to say, "Ha, we were right, bro," there wouldn't be an apologetic on the planet. There wouldn't be a TV show in the world. There wouldn't be a movie on the planet. There wouldn't be anything else going on in the world other than someone saying, "Hey, those people over there were right."
Okay, but Pink Beer, but that goes in favor of religion. Like, obviously, if they could find something which supports what they've been teaching for how many thousands of years, then of course it's going to be, they're going to go out of their way to put it out there. But with science, from a scientific standpoint, generally science deals with measurable things in from physical observations which they can, you know, pinpoint and test, and they want empirical observation. That's what they work with, isn't it?
But
So
Christian colleges have embarked on um, excavating over in the Middle East to try to prove the claims in the Bible. They have spent money on that. They came up
yeah,
empty-handed, but they have tried to do that.
okay, that's another side topic. When it comes to things in the scriptures, there are lots of proof to
No,
support.
I'm talking
So
about you're saying that the church doesn't necessarily deal with science. Like they have embarked on trying to use archaeology, which is a form of science, looking for empirical evidence of the claims in the Bible.
okay, but
And keep in mind, there are scientists, like actual degreed, terminal degreed scientists who do research every day, who
Yeah.
have a a, a, a faith. right? Like tons of them. As a matter of fact, George Lemaitre, who gave us the Big Bang Theory, was Catholic, like quite
Mm,
the Catholic,
mm,
right?
mm.
Quite the Catholic. Okay,
Okay.
so if and I mean a devout Catholic, he actually talked to the Pope about what he discovered in the Big Bang Theory. Okay,
Mm,
so if there were right some scientific conclusion that led to saying, hey guys, the church is right, then the church itself, skip academia. If academia decided we are all atheists and we just don't want to fund it, baby, academia don't have the pockets.
okay.
Bro, academia don't have the pockets, bro.
There are some Christian scientists who are aware of some of these things I'm discussing with you, like
Listen,
the
I'm gonna say this to you one time, and I want to make sure that you know what's normally crazy about this.
go
The
on.
the Christians that have degrees in science that hop on things like this
Mm.
hardly ever have a degree in a relevant field. Hardly ever. I, and I mean hardly ever have a degree in a relevant field. And if they do have a degree in a relevant field, there's this guy who he writes for Discovery Institute. I cannot remember his name. Oh my God, I cannot remember his name. Oh, I hate when I do this. But he writes for Discovery Institute, which is a creation scientist site, right? So he does blogs on there. But he publishes work in geology, right? Now, on Discovery Institute, he'll make all kinds of claims. He'll say all kinds of stuff. But his research, he don't say none of that. And he works for he is a believer's believer, right? And again, I'm gonna say this again. Most of the time, if someone with a terminal degree is making some claim against the scientific consensus, they do not have a degree in the relevant field.
Okay. I think the scientists which I've looked into, I think they do.
They
I
do
think
not.
Which
They do
scientist?
not.
um does he? Okay, Robert Spitzer. He's quite a good. Actually, no, forget no. Michael Egnor. Michael Egnor.
What's his degree
He
in? What's his degree?
he has a degree in neuroscience, as far as I'm aware.
Okay.
Um,
As far as you're aware, what's his name again?
Michael Egnor. Hang on, Michael.
Spell it for me one time.
What claim does he
I know
make?
exactly. Yeah. What's the claim
Um,
and what's his degree?
let me just hang on. Let me just read Michael Egnor. Okay, so his claim is basically the soul can be located in the scientific field, so to speak. It's something which can be noted, and his degree. Hang on, Michael
Spell the name for me.
Egnor. Let me just make sure I'm spelling this right. Yeah, there we go. So Michael Egnor, Egnor. So he's a neurosurgeon and professor. Yeah, so he is qualified in this field, and he touches upon some of these things. Abstract form,
A neurosurgeon or a neurologist?
He's a neurosurgeon.
um, neurosurgeon, and
Again, this is not a relevant. Uh,
well, you just said
okay,
that there's no
this is
believers who
not a
have
relevant field.
qualifications.
Think about what I'm
What
about to
is
say to you.
relevant?
Think
Bro,
about what
come
I'm
on,
about to say
man.
to you. Does a person who grows apples, a person that grows apples, does that make them a qualified pastry chef to make apple pie?
It
They grow
depends.
apples.
It
They
depends on
grow
what else
apples.
they're doing
No, no.
besides
Hear what I'm
growing
saying.
apples.
Does an
It
apple
depends.
farmer does that field of study qualify them to bake apple pies? The answer is no. A neurosurgeon is not the person that would be telling me about a soul. He does surgery. He
Yeah,
does
so
surgery.
yeah, but what this goes back to what I was saying at the start of the discussion. That in his experiments, and not only him, others also, they've found things within the physical mind or brain, which show a distinction from the soul
This
that exists.
man does surgery.
Yes, and in carrying out his surgeries, he's found
This isn't
certain things.
neurology. This is neurosurgery.
Yeah, but he's found the human consciousness or body able to do certain things which shouldn't be possible
This
based.
man does surgery. Okay,
Yeah, you
let's say I said this
need to
earlier.
go
Let's say
further than Google and look
I think
into
he thinks
read his
I
book.
think he thinks a neurologist and a neurosurgeon are the same.
they're not the same thing.
Okay, well, how
A
would you?
neurologist knows more about the central nervous system, studies longer. Actually, a neurologist would inform the neurosurgeon. The surgeon just does operations.
Let me see if he is actually a neurologist.
He's a neurosurgeon. I looked him up.
Okay, and this is what I'm saying, bro.
Okay,
This is
he's a
what I'm
professor.
saying.
Okay, go
He's a
ahead.
professor of neurosurgery. Great. That's surgery. That's surgery.
Okay,
That's like saying an
okay,
auto mechanic is an auto engineer,
okay,
right?
okay.
Just because you
So
can work on a car don't mean that you can build one from scratch.
okay, so if he's finding out things in his experiments which point to a soul, aren't they worth investigating? Like if
Absolutely.
someone, okay, then that's what
Absolutely. But
I've
until
done, and
it
that's
is
what.
investigated, I said this earlier, this is at least my fourth time saying it.
Yeah,
Until it is investigated, it is not worth stating as if it is true.
But
but some
also,
of these
wouldn't he have
examples,
to like know what a soul is to be able to recognize a soul? That for him to be able to point to a soul.
That's what I was going to ask Thinker. Like, if anything, it would point to something we don't yet understand, or something
yeah,
that's prompting more questions. But to just deem it, oh, this is the soul, like that's just not how science works.
That's what I
yeah.
said. I said about an hour ago.
So
Exactly.
that's what he's done. He has pointed to another aspect of us which isn't explainable, which is
Is it
immaterial.
explainable?
But that's not
That's
what you
fair.
said,
So,
Dean.
well, that was what I was pretty much saying from the start.
You said he located the soul. That's what you
Well,
just
okay,
said.
if I did say that, I misspoke. But
Okay.
he points to an immaterial consciousness that is there, that actually
How,
does things and performs
how
things.
many neurosurgeons do you think exist in the world?
I have thousands. I don't know,
Thousands.
man.
Okay, okay. If he's making that claim in neuroscience, and there are
Yeah.
thousands of independent neurosurgeons in the world, right? Then you would
Mhm.
expect, if this were something that's not an anomaly, if this is something that is the case, then you would expect there to be lots of other neurosurgeons that say, yeah, that's the case. Because when
Yep.
I did the surgery, the same thing happened. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the case. Because when I did the surgery in India, the same thing happened. When I did the surgery in Africa, the same thing happened. When I did the surgery in Georgia, the same thing happened. You
Yeah.
don't find that. And the reason I know
You
you don't
do.
find that is
No,
because you
no.
have to pull up Michael Egnor. This would be the case in the neurosurgeon journals,
Okay.
right? And it would be worthy of studying and somebody wants that money.
Okay.
Somebody
Thinker.
wants it. In the research itself, that's how they feed their families. If by chance they find this soul, they are going to be the richest human being to ever live.
No, I disagree because they deliberately want to pull the wool over our eyes and
No,
have us
they
Oh,
believe
do
that.
not,
please.
Hey,
bro.
Many of you
so
Christians would pay $20,000 just to be in that room while he points out how he found the soul. Like
yeah, Dean,
if anything, he could grift Christians alone.
Right.
Dean,
I
why
mean,
why
look
do
at
you
the.
think that? Dean, why do you think that new discoveries that would point in the direction of validating, let's say, the biblical texts or Christianity or something would be suppressed? Why do you think that is? Or why do
Uh,
you think that?
because the scriptures say that the earth is given into the hand of the wicked one, right? So if that's the reality, then he would naturally want as many people to experience the same fate as himself. And what better way than to hide the spiritual component of our being?
So
You
why do
know.
you think that things like the Sodom and Gomorrah thing that was publicized back in 2020 or something, or um, the recent excavations at Jericho, like why do you think those things get put out there so broadly and so quickly?
Because they're physical. They're things which you can see with your eyes, and investigate and get the answers for.
Why would that be different? I don't understand. You're
I
saying
suppose.
that I mean, wouldn't the archaeological community want to be like, oh my God, shh, quiet, don't say that we found a late Bronze Age wall fragment at Jericho.
Okay,
Shh.
so these things have been found, right? From what you're saying.
Well, they get reported, and they
Okay.
get reported very broadly. Look, this thing is Sodom and Gomorrah. This thing at Jericho confirms the Bible, and then the excavators have to actually come back and say, it's not really what I said.
Okay.
Right. So, but it's not that it gets like, oh my God, we found this pottery sherd that seems to substantiate, like put that back in the ground.
Well, the thing is, they do find these things that validate the scriptures, but it's not overly publicized, is it? Like you might come across
Why
it in
on
a news
earth? I mean,
article,
why on earth would you say that?
because you don't exactly see it on the news, do you? Like you're
Substantiate that claim.
okay. These
Give me an example of something that was discovered that substantiated the biblical text that was suppressed. Go ahead.
suppressed on a mainstream media level.
Yeah,
Um,
sure.
uh, maybe the Meneptah Stele, maybe.
Are you
Was, was,
kidding?
was that in mainstream media?
Sorry.
Was that in mainstream media?
Oh my God. Well, I mean, I'm sorry. Maybe you just aren't in tune with the field enough to know that.
No, I don't.
Yeah, the Merneptah Stela is like one of the most widely publicized things about the earliest attestation of Israel
Yeah. So
we
was it on
have.
the main? Was it on mainstream media?
Of course. What does that even mean, mainstream media?
Well,
Like
obviously this.
it's published in the secondary literature extensively. And
Yeah.
yes, it's all over the place.
Okay, but mainstream media. That's the most common.
Yes,
That's
I am
the most.
sure you could find CNN reports, right, about the Merneptah Stele. I'm sure that you could. I don't know why that would be your litmus test.
All right, let me see if I can. Hang on 1 second. All right. All right.
Wait, is he trying to say that it's not widely publicized?
Oh, I
How
have
did
no
you find
idea.
out about it? And I found out about it, and Dr. B found out about it, and Thinker found out about it, and Selena found out about it, but it's being suppressed.
What?
Yeah, no. Well, what I said is a lot of information which could prove the Bible isn't on mainstream outlets, is what I said.
So
So you
this
can
is what I'm
go.
saying. Like
So,
everybody in the field knows about the Merneptah Stele. I can tell you it dates to 1207. Like we know about it.
yeah,
Everybody knows about it.
no, but that's just it. Everybody doesn't know about it.
Of course they
No,
do.
no,
Anybody
no.
that is in and look, anybody that is doing research into
Okay,
the Exodus or late Bronze Age Canaan knows about the Merneptah Stele.
okay, so that just proves my point. Anyone who is doing research. So, what
So it's not
population of the world
suppressed.
are researchers?
Like that's one of the
So
first
what?
things that
So
when
what?
I started researching, it's
No.
one of the first things I found.
Okay, but you guys do your research. The overwhelming population, they got their head up in this. I don't know
Hey,
what they.
tell me about the Stele of Hammurabi.
The city of Hammurabi.
Yeah.
Um,
Stealing.
is that the one which had some rules or commandments or something? Is
Yeah,
it?
but tell me about it.
I don't know too much about it. I think
Well, wait a second.
Hammurabi.
I guess that means it's being suppressed there in the Louvre, out on full display.
Well, the point I'm making is that the mainstream
Hey,
media.
the point you're making is thus
Yeah,
far with
yeah.
me, shit.
Okay, yeah. So the point I'm making is that the mainstream media control our avenues of information. So if they want someone's thinking along a particular
So when the mainstream media
answer,
said Sodom and
then,
Gomorrah, we found
then
Sodom and Gomorrah, proves the Bible. When they said that, you're like, nah, fam, that doesn't count.
What did he say, Dr. Boy? What did he say?
No,
Okay,
no,
so
no, fam.
Look,
Did I
I
use
thought
that
I
right?
thought I thought he was gonna say, "No, fam, that'll preach."
I thought he was gonna say miss me with that shit. That's what I thought.
You know what I
You
love about
used
that
it
phrase?
absolutely correct, Dr. Boy. You used it
Oh,
absolutely correct. I just wasn't
oh,
expecting that.
good.
That was absolutely correct.
I got that mismute that shit from Joel Baden. That's what makes it so wonderful.
Perfect.
No, but how would you deal with that? The Sodom and Gomorrah. Like Sodom and Gomorrah, when it came out, I mean, it was like boom everywhere. Everybody was talking about Sodom and Gomorrah. Look, it proved. Dr. Bowen, tell me about the Sodom and Gomorrah. Doesn't that prove the Bible? Like, oh my God, right? The excavators having to come back and go, yeah, okay, look, everybody settle down. That's not exactly what we meant.
Again, if you can show me these findings on mainstream media.
Yeah, type in Sodom and Gomorrah.
All right.
Like Sodom and Gomorrah archaeology.
Also, can we define mainstream media?
And can we also admit that people that consume mainstream media don't read documents with citations? Like, can we just not pretend that the vast majority of people on this planet that consume mainstream media don't know about anything about the scientific method at all?
Well, most
Yeah,
of
but
them don't.
yeah, but
I think the average reading comprehension in America is like of a 13-year-old or something like that, and in the UK it's like of an 11-year-old. So that just goes to show that the majority of people are just fed rubbish.
can we define mainstream media? I'm sorry.
But,
It's a mainstream media.
Bash, before he can, sorry, because I think it's a great question. Can you just tell me what you found when you searched on Sodom and Gomorrah archaeology?
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right.
Sorry, Bash. Just feel like that one will slip through the cracks.
All right, so I've just put in a search Sodom and Gomorrah in mainstream media. Yeah,
Search Sodom and Gomorrah archaeology.
No, I'm searching for it in mainstream media.
Search Sodom and Gomorrah archaeology and see what pops up.
No,
You disingenuous fuck.
If you're going to be rude, let me know.
Oh, yes, I am, because you're being a disingenuous fuck.
Okay, all right. Well, take care, guys. All the best, yeah?
Somebody got beat.
Bro, all you gotta do is just look it up. But oh God, because I want to know what he meant by mainstream media.
I'm sorry, Bash. Sorry.
Because I feel like the Louvre is as mainstream as you get.
Let's put it out there in the center of the room, so hide it in plain sight.
Like
That's it. That's what
what's
they're
more
doing.
mainstream than that? Not everybody's not going to the Louvre, but then again, keep in mind he probably doesn't know who won the Super Bowl last year. He probably has no clue as to who won the Super Bowl last year. That's not because it wasn't in the mainstream media. That's just not something that he's interested in.
Guess what comes up when you type in Sodom and Gomorrah and mainstream media? ChristianPost.com.
Yep. There you go. I guess that's not mainstream.
LGBTQIA Nation. Reddit.
Damn.
Spy Culture. Haaretz. And Facebook. That's the mainstream media.
That being able to duck behind those like key phrases, those like catchwords, I feel like they hinder us from being able to like if it's something that we can't define, right? Then we can never falsify it, right? Because if they talked about it on CNN, he could go, oh, but they only did one post about it, or if they talked about it in the Nature Journal, well, that's not mainstream enough, or you get what I'm saying? Like, so I want to. What do you mean by that? So that now I know exactly what we're looking for.
Yeah.
But if you can define it after the fact, and that's what we keep doing, that's kind of his whole shtick is to define something after the fact.
That's how it works for them. Action, age, and let me know if you are a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist. And good morning, by the way.
Good morning. I'm 46 and I am a believer.
All right. Fee or Dr. B, which one of y'all want to take this one?
I got time, but if Dr. B's short on time, he can go first.
Oh, yeah. I got a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Hi, Action. How are you?
I'm just fine.
Which topic do you want to do? 1 through 4?
It really doesn't matter. Surprise me. Y'all can pick one.
Actually, we don't do that.
Okay. So, yeah, I'll start with I'll go with the first one. So Eve, women are responsible for evil and sin coming into the world. It's actually I see the question mark there, but the Bible says that through one man, sin and unaliving entered the world and all of that, but by one man it was destroyed. So sin didn't even come in through the world through the woman. It came in through one man, and that was Adam. Sin into the world through Adam.
not Eve, because
I
God
meant to
told
hold on for a second. I meant to bring this up to y'all before. Do y'all remember all the conversations we had prior to me posing the question that way? It's the woman's fault. She messed up paradise. All she had to do was obey. Do y'all remember all those conversations?
On repeat.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
All night long, Fee, the men have been reclaiming responsibility. And I think it's because I put the word responsible in there. Like they're fighting now to take it back. This is some interesting shit.
I noticed that yesterday when they came up and started responding that way. It's wild.
Hmm. But I'm sorry. Go ahead.
so and don't get me wrong, I can understand that, but I've always stood on that, um, only because of what I believe, and what I believe is true. If reading is actually fundamental, and we are allowed to use our brains to comprehend what we read, and I do understand that we could both read the same thing and get different types of comprehension out of it, but if something actually says, by one man, Adam, sin and unaliving entered the world, and by one man it was beaten, then I mean, what is there to say after that? If you are a believer, if you do believe in what is read in the Bible. But I do know that a lot of men take certain things out of the Bible, certain verses, and certain things out of the Bible, and make their own context or their own belief out of it. But there's only a few ways to interpret black and white words that are on paper that somebody actually wrote and said. There are only a few ways you can take it. You're gonna take it right, you're gonna take it wrong. So
So
I mean,
let me ask you, because I'm interested. So you're quoting what, Romans 5, I think. Um,
close. Go
yeah,
ahead.
I think the reason that there's this tension, right, or this, uh, I think there would be some, yeah, some tension. I think is probably this the story in Genesis 3, right? Because if you were to read, like, if you think back to the Genesis 3 story, like, you didn't have Romans 5, let's just say, um, and you have Romans 3. I mean, Romans 3, Genesis 3. When you finish that story, like, who would you say was responsible?
Still say man.
Would you?
Yes, of course. Because you can't go to Genesis 3, right? And then say, oh, you know, because God sets Adam and Eve in the garden, right? Gives
Mhm.
them freedom with one boundary. Don't eat from the tree of knowledge, right? And then here comes the serpent, smooth talker, no pitchfork, just questions. Did God really say? That's how it starts and all of that. So, um, what did God do when He came into the garden? Who did He call on first?
Wait, why
Adam
are
or
you
Eve?
skipping the actual event? Like, go to the event. Like, what happened?
Oh, so answer the serpent. Did God really say? That's how it always starts. Not with rebellion, but with doubt. But then He flips it. Surely you are unalive. God knows you'll be like Him, and it's not about the fruit. It's about trust versus control. But Eve sees as good, desirable, makes one wise, and Adam's right there, quiet as a broken thermostat, saying nothing, and they eat. Boom, eyes open, but
Wait,
now
who made the decision to eat?
they made the decision to eat.
No, no, no.
Well,
Somebody made a
well,
decision first.
well, Eve, Eve ate first.
She made a decision to eat
She made a,
first.
she made a decision to eat first.
Yeah. Okay.
So, and like I said, Adam is sitting right there, quiet. He don't say nothing, and they both ate, but yeah, Eve ate first. So boom, their eyes open, um, but not how they expected. Instead of becoming like God, they became aware of their shame.
Well, they
So
did become like God, but that's probably a different topic.
no, they actually didn't become like God at that moment. They
Then the
became
Lord, then the
they
Lord
became
God
aware
said,
of their
then the Lord
shame.
God, hey, sir. Then the Lord God said, "See, the humans have become like one of us, knowing good and evil."
Depends on how you take it in context, but
Wait,
Wait,
hold on.
I
Are
thought.
you an Elijah stan? Do you come from Elijah Johnson's video where you believe that that was rhetorical and it was
uh,
irony?
yeah, it was.
Oh, this is an Elijah stan. Go ahead, Dr. B.
But I don't know who Elijah is. I don't know Elijah stands or I don't know none. I'm
Okay.
just me. Like
So, just to be clear, if you just had Genesis 3 and you were to read, the serpent comes up to the woman, has the interaction with her, and then the text says, when the woman saw that the tree was good for food and that it was a delight to the eyes, and that the tree was to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit and ate, and she also gave some to her husband who was with her, and he ate. And then when God questions them, Adam says, uh, verse 12, the man said, "The woman whom you gave to be with me, she gave me fruit from the tree, and I ate." Then the Lord God said to the woman, "What is this that you have done?" And the woman said, "The serpent tricked me, and I ate." And the Lord God said to the serpent, and then he curses the serpent. That you would say, if you just had this story, yeah, that was a man's fault. We should blame him for that.
will still say it's the man's fault because there's one
Why?
part that you kind of quietly ran over, right? So Eve was misled. Adam was willfully disobedient. And here's the part that people don't like. The Bible does put the weight on Adam, right?
Right.
Um,
But you're jumping ahead.
no,
Right. I'm asking you.
I wanted you to go to the part where when I had asked you at first, I said, "Well, what did God do after it happened? What did God do? What was the first thing that He did? What was the first thing He said? Who did God look for when He came down there? He didn't look for Eve. He searched for Adam. He searched for the first one that He made, that He put over everything before He made woman. So when He came down there, He didn't come down. He didn't come down from heaven and say, "Hey, where's Eve?" He didn't come down and say, "Hey, where's the serpent?" He came down there and said, "Adam, where you at?"
Action. This kind of sounds like you're starting with your conclusion from Romans 5 and backing into the story.
No, I'm just saying, hey,
Because it sounds
I'm just
like
telling you, but that's
like
scripture
in
though.
any other circumstance,
That's in Genesis 3.
Hey,
That's
Action,
in
you're
Genesis 3.
hold on.
Stop.
Action. You're gonna have to stop speaking over Dr. B. There are people in the comments that use captions. Just wait for him to finish his sentence.
Oh, excuse me.
no, I mean, I think in any other circumstance, if you just read this story, right? If we were reading the Epic of Gilgamesh and there was a scene like this in here, like you would say, yeah, the woman did that, right? The guy followed along, but I mean, like this is kind of on the woman. She's the one that ate the fruit and then gave it to her husband. I just think you have a theological understanding, and that's fine. But I think you're reading that back into the story.
Well, if I may, hope I'm not cutting you off. I can see where contextually where a person would say, yeah, just reading that, knowing nothing about the Bible, read it and say, you know what, the woman was wrong, right? But if you read that chapter in its entirety, I'm going to look for the part where God says, why didn't God come down there looking for Eve? And maybe because I'm a nerd, maybe because I want to look at things all the way around the circle, right? I'm going to catch that part. I'm going to catch that part. Maybe other people won't catch that part,
I
right?
mean, what was he coming because he already knew what they did?
Yes, of course.
Really? So why did he ask, who told you that you were naked?
Because he wanted to see what were they going to say?
How do you
If
know
God
that?
is, if God, because
Well,
Yeah,
God
action.
is knowing that God is omnipresent, right?
Right. But
And
that's what you're doing. Do you hear what you're doing? Right? You're reading a theological position back into the text. There's nothing, and like, there's nothing even sort of suggestive in Genesis 2 and 3 that God is omnipresent or that he's omniscient. There's nothing in there. In fact, there's nothing in there about him being omnipotent.
well, then you have to ride over into the New Testament, where
Right. You have to go elsewhere, right? Develop a theological position and then come back to the text. But that's not what we're doing here. We're taking the text in its original ancient Near Eastern context.
and that would be actually true, but when we're talking about a script like the Bible, right? Um, you have to go. It's one of those things where you have to go all the way through to understand. There are some books, right? Have you ever read a book that started in one place, and then if you didn't get to this chapter or that chapter, this chapter or that chapter may take you back to the beginning of another chapter and explain more about why this chapter was this way?
Sure. Um, the
And the Bible
problem,
is kind of that way.
right, I think the problem here, though, is that, and again, it's fine. It's a theological conclusion, and that's okay. But I think you kind of have to own that a little bit more, because like I don't know if anybody out there is a Mystery Science Theater 3000 fan, but there's a movie called Space Mutiny, and in the movie Space Mutiny, there's a scene where there's a woman who is on the bridge. Uh, I don't know what her position is, but she ends up going out and is unalived by the antagonist in the movie. And then less than a minute later, there's a different scene on the bridge, like a party, and the woman's sitting there, right? And they call it out on screen in the show, like, "Hey, she's unalived," right? This is just an inconsistency. This is just a continuity, a failure of continuity, right? Somebody missed this in the editing process. Um, it wouldn't be. I don't think it would be fitting to say, well, now wait. I think we have to assume in the broader storyline that that somebody like raised her from the unalivement, right? Yeah, like it's just an editing problem. So, but if you're beholden to there can't be any discrepancies, there can't be any errors in this film, then you do have to posit that something like that is the case. So what we're saying, what I'm saying here is that Genesis 3 has its own ancient Near Eastern context, right? And Paul in Romans 5, or whoever, um, is reinterpreting that text. And that's okay if what you're saying is, I think Paul taught this, cool. But that's not coming from Genesis 3. That's coming from Paul's interpretation of Genesis 3. You see what I'm saying?
I can understand what you're saying. Well, let me ask you this. In Matthew, it says, in the beginning, there was the word.
Oh, that's
And
John.
yeah, in John, it says, in the beginning, there was the word. I was in Matthew. I apologize. In
You
John,
good,
it
you
says,
good.
in the beginning, there was the word. And the word was God. And the word was with God. And the word became flesh and dwelt among us. Two things out of that text, right? Why was that not mentioned in Genesis? And the other thing is, many
Wait,
Christians,
do you want the historical reason or the theological reason? What do you want? What type of answer are you looking for that question?
um, I'm on. It's a two-parted question, right? But
I'm
I'm
talking about for
on.
that first part. Do you
Okay.
want truth? Do you want historical? Or do you want theology? What are you looking for?
I would look for historically
Okay.
because I'm
Okay.
pretty sure
Yeah,
I
because
know.
it's not in the story. Like it's not a part of the narrative. It's not in the mind of the writer.
Okay. Now, here's the other
Univocal?
side of it. Go ahead, Salem. What you say?
You're good. I was just saying it's not univocal, but go ahead.
Hmm.
Okay. So, many Christians don't know, or don't, and some don't believe
that Jesus and the coming of the Messiah was talked about in the Old Testament. But I'm pretty sure, even Joshua, you would probably know that, right? If you're reading.
If
And
you're sorry, I have to ask you the same question Thinker asked. Are you asking a theological question, or are you asking like a historical question?
I'm asking in the context of actually reading it and reading it to understand why this person is saying what they're saying. So I guess I'll say historically.
Okay, if historically, no, like there's no mention or allusion to Jesus in the mind of the writers of the Hebrew Bible.
Okay. But there actually is. The Messiah is the coming of the Messiah is mentioned in those exact words, the coming of the Messiah.
Okay, now you've changed it,
In
right?
the Old Testament.
Yeah, but now you've changed it. You're talking about the Messiah now, not Jesus.
Here's I'm gonna try to land it real quick. So different interpretations, right? And I think I said it. I may have even said it in the comments, right? So we're talking about what about 5,800? What 5,800 plus Greek manuscripts, plus 1,000 in Latin and other languages, and even earliest fragments land within decades of the originals. So compare that to the other ancient works people
Well, they
trust
don't, but
with
it's okay.
ways.
I mean, unless you mean like 11 or 12 decades.
Well, earliest fragments land within decades of the originals.
So P52 is the earliest. I think it's mid second century.
Yeah, 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 yeah. But if you compare that to other ancient works, people trust with way less paperwork. If you really think about it.
I don't
People
know.
trust,
I don't know why you. I don't know why you say that. Are you familiar with Mesopotamian
of course,
documentation?
of course. But what I'm saying is there are
Well,
other
if you
pre
hold on,
works.
if you are, then that's a nonsense statement. What you just said.
Because people trust other ancient works with way less paperwork
Okay, so let me just tell you why it's a
than what we have
nonsense
on the Bible.
statement. Like, I'm reading just one monograph right now on the tablets from Amar. Right, Amar's mainly coming from the 13th century BCE. Like they're from the city of Amar in the 13th century BCE. They are the contracts. They are the administrative texts. They are the receipts. They are the letters from those people. They're not later copies of them. They are the documents. Like they have their fingerprints and their footprints in them. Babies had their feet pressed into the clay in some of the contracts. Like so they're not later copies. They are the text. They're the autographs, and that's how it is for Mesopotamian history.
Okay. So here's what I'm trying to say. Um Caesar's Gallic Wars, right? You familiar with that?
I'm not.
Okay.
I mean, no more than an average person is.
Okay. Let me think of something else. Livy, the history of Rome.
No,
Is
that's not my area of specialization.
okay. Plato's works.
Nope, not my area of specialization.
Aristotle.
Nope,
Like
not my area of
ancient Near East,
specialization.
ancient Near East, where we're at, we're in the ancient Near Eastern times. What?
Okay, so what I'm saying is, like, Caesar's Gallic Wars, they're like 10 good manuscripts, maybe, and the earliest copy gap is like 900 plus years after the original, but it's still used as a reliable historical
But
source in schools.
what does that have to do with what we're talking about?
Meanwhile, 5,800 plus Greek manuscripts with within a few decades to a
Well,
couple centuries.
we just said you have P52. I mean, again, the New Testament isn't my field, but like P52, my old advisor wrote on it, and right, it's from like the middle of the second century, right?
But what I'm saying is, people wanted
Well,
to.
so that's the earliest one. You keep saying we have lots of them from within decades.
But what I'm
That's
saying is,
just not
people
true.
believe in other ancient works and other ancient beliefs, other ancient works like Plato's works, and Livy, and Tacticus, and Herodotus.
Tacitus,
Yeah,
Herodotus.
Tacitus. Yeah.
But what point are you
But we
trying to make? I'm so
believe
confused.
those are considered one of the best sources on early Rome and mentions of Jesus and the early Christians, but it's like
Tacitus does not mention your Jesus. That's not true. Neither
no,
does
well,
Herodotus.
that's the Annals of Imperial Rome, right? But there are only like two main manuscripts, and the earliest copy gap is like 800 to 1,000 years, but it's still considered to be one of the best sources
Sources of
on early
what?
Rome. But people say that the Bible is not real.
No one said the Bible is definitely real. It's an anthology.
What?
But we're saying that there are
Logic.
multiple
Well, what I'm
claims.
saying
I'm
is,
sorry, I'm talking.
okay,
There are multiple claims in the Bible that do not hold up to history, is what we're saying, right? The Bible is a collection of texts, a collection of stories and claims. You can't just take the book and go, oop, not real, oop, all real. That's it's not just one book, and it's not by one author, and even one book, one chapter in there wasn't written at one time.
Yeah, actually, I don't. And again, my area of specialization is certainly like ancient Near East Hebrew Bible stuff, but like I don't know anybody, any serious scholar in the field that says nothing in the Hebrew Bible is historically reliable. Like that would be a silly statement to make. I mean, we use it all the time.
that is a statement that I've heard many times,
I
but
mean, I can't imagine you heard it from a serious specialist in the field.
things can be true. Um, but at the same time, I and don't get me
I don't
wrong,
understand why you just said that. Action, what did that mean? Two things can be
um,
true.
what I'm saying can be true, and what you're saying can be true.
Sure. I'm just saying that I don't think I would be very surprised if you heard it from a specialist in the field.
Or in here.
Right.
Well, this is my first time in here, so uh, uh, treat me with kid gloves, please. I
I don't do
don't want to
that.
start no problems.
I mean, we treat
Um,
everyone with civility, but I don't treat any adult like a child.
I not in the exact form. I'm just saying I ain't coming for no smoke with nobody. You know, um, I just enjoy the conversation, and it's a civil conversation, and I enjoy civil conversations, especially when it's um, within these confounds, because I like to learn myself and hear what other people have to say and what other people have to think. But and I do understand, like you're talking about something that was written over 1,500 years with 40 plus different authors, different continents, languages, life situations. But I think I look at it, and maybe this is me looking at it from a theological standpoint, but I feel like it's also from a logical standpoint. Like the core storyline stays intact, right? Creation, fall, redemption, restoration. Now, don't get me wrong, different writers, same backbone. That's either a wild coincidence or somebody holding it together. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, and I'll probably have to hop down. And actually, I've enjoyed the conversation. Um,
Me too.
but
I'll take over.
and I was just going to say one. Sorry, I think seeing this sort of meta narrative. I think Selena said it best, right? Like it assumes this kind of univocality of the text. And again, if we're assuming that, like, fine, that's okay. But I think that the problem is when it breaks down. I'll say this: if we're assuming univocality and that there can't be any inconsistencies or contradictions in the text, then when we read Genesis 1 and then we read Genesis 2, where all specialists in the field are going to say two different creation accounts, someone who has a theological commitment to there not being two different accounts is they're going to try to find a way to harmonize those. And as long as the presuppositions are on the table, then we can have that conversation and say, yeah, I get it. If we have to assume univocality, then sure, I guess I could see it that way. I still think there are problems, but if I think it's just we have to set the parameters of the conversation. And I think what's happening, what the reason I was trying to do that hypothetical in Genesis 3 is I'm trying to do the historical critical approach to that text and say, like, what is in the narrative itself, not what later writers saw in it or read out of it, if that makes sense. But anyway,
That makes perfect sense. And if I could just leave you with this before you go, um, you kind of made me think about um, internal coherence versus contradictions, right? So there are hard passages and apparent tensions, right? Serious scholars wrestle with them all the time. Most fall into different perspectives, emphasis, or even transmission quirks, but not flat contradictions of core claims. So a complex text having tension isn't the same as not being true, which you're not. And I know that you're not saying that, oh, this is just not true. You're just looking at context, right? Um, and I think that's probably where um, a lot of people get off the discussions is coherence versus contradictions. Am I right with that?
Yeah, I mean, I think broadly, there's no question that if you read, Joel Baden uses this example all the time. Like if you read Genesis 6 through 9 in the flood story, right, or Genesis 37, the story about Joseph, every Sunday school child does, right? They read it, and your brain just kind of flattens out the things that maybe don't immediately make sense to you because you see like a broad narrative movement. Okay, there's a flood. So like when you see, if you read Genesis 37 and you see that the Midianites sell him to the Ishmaelites, uh, but the Midianites take him down, or the Ishmaelites take him down to Egypt. Like if you're reading it closely, we have no idea, like how we can't make a decision about how Joseph got down to Egypt because it says two different things. And so I think that if we're reading the text canonically, right, as it stood in its final form, uh, you know, that it causes us to ask the very interesting questions and then try to posit how is it that those two storylines, traditions came into the text. But yeah, I think that one can serve one purpose and analysis of that text can serve another. I think that's a fair thing to say.
Okay.
But guys, thank you. I'll let you drop me down so I don't screw with your algorithm.
All right,
But
Dr. B, have a good
thank you
one.
for having me up. You too.
See you, Dr. K.
And I think what you're saying, that there are no hard contradictions, and that I don't agree with. But I would like to get back to the topic pertaining to Eve and the part that she played in, I guess, what you all believe to be the fall of man. Because I have a different goal for that question. But I am interested in trying to figure out why men want to be the ones to be responsible for that. And I think it has a lot to do with patriarchy and saying that, well, the man was created first and he bore the responsibility, although it was the woman who made the decision and who was deceived and who sinned, right? Like it's like ain't no woman tell me what to do. Adam did it. Adam did it on his own. She had to be deceived. Like, man, that's what's happening here. Because for the longest, women have been told that we were, it's our fault. We should have just obeyed. We were in paradise. Like I'm starting to think that men thought they were, in a, I don't know, the garden was a man cave and they had Xboxes and beer and hoes dancing all around, and Eve fucked that up. But now all of a sudden, because I put the word responsible in there, it's no, it's she didn't do it. Adam did it, right? Despite the fact that Paul says in First Timothy that um, I suffer women not to preach or not to speak in the church or teach in the church, because it was the woman who was deceived and she became the transgressor, right? The man was not deceived; it was the woman who was deceived and she became the transgressor, right? And so there is this interpretation like a silent read from some biblical scholars who say, well, what Paul is saying here is that Eve sinned. She had to be deceived to sin. Adam consciously sinned on purpose. That is a theological uh, assumption, right? That is being read into that text, and I think it has a patriarchal footprint to even have male domination, even when it comes to the fall of man and sin. It's very interesting what's happening with this conversation. Go ahead, Fee.
I was just going to say something along the lines of what you just mentioned. I think one perspective is misogynistic, and the other explanation is more, like you said, the footprint of patriarchy. Because if it's the woman's fault, then women just fuck everything up. Y'all the weaker vessel, blah blah blah, the misogyny route. But then if it's the man bears responsibility to make sure that his woman stays in line, that's the patriarchal route. But the reality is there was nothing that Eve experienced in terms of information that Adam wasn't privy to. It's not like the serpent was like, "Oh no, this fruit is from the other tree. Eat it anyway." That's her being deceived. She knew what the fuck she was doing, just like Adam knew what the fuck he was doing. So they're drawing a distinction where there is no actual difference, and the mindset and the motivation for doing that is absolutely fascinating.
I think it's going to get even more fascinating once we get deeper into the conversation and realize, like, were they really deceived? And the decision that Eve made, I think men owe her an apology, because I think I think men actually appreciate the so-called knowledge that Eve decided to acquire, that wisdom that Eve went through this process of thought and saw that wisdom would actually be good for to have. And then she gave it to Adam to eat. She could have kept it for herself, but she handed it to Adam, and he ate. And then, of course, he blamed her. He told your God it was her fault. So I find it very interesting now that men want to say, nope, man big, man made decision. Like, that's very interesting. But do you not like the ability to be able to assess your behaviors, or the fact that people can assess whether their actions are morally good or morally bad action?
Um, Say that last part of the question.
Well, let me phrase it this way. Would you rather be a Neanderthal or a Homo erectus, like when we were animalistic and we had no awareness of self? We acted on animal instinct. We had no communications, no language system. We communicated through sound. Would you rather be that naked in consciousness, lacking shame, animalistic instincts? Would you rather be that today?
Hmm, that's a good question.
If we
I
look at
believe.
Adam and Eve in the garden, before they ate from the tree, they were naked and they lacked shame, right?
Hmm. Hmm.
Okay. That word there for naked in Genesis 2 is irumim, and it is a play on words for the wisdom that the serpent had in Genesis 3:1, Aram. So the serpent was wise, prudent. He was she or he was a critical thinker, rational thinker, had reasoning skills. And Adam and Eve lacked that knowledge. In the Hebrew, the word there is a play on the word aram to give the context that they lacked the knowledge that that the serpent had. That's the knowledge, the wisdom that Eve saw in that fruit and desired it. So they were naked in that wisdom. Okay, They and they had no shame about the fact that they did not have this wisdom. Okay? So if I look at that and compare that to before humans became Homo sapiens, we were Homo erectus and Neanderthals. We were animalistic. We did not have moral systems established. We were not asking where did life come from. We had no language systems established. Okay, and so we would, if we saw something we wanted, we killed it. Right, whether it was another human or an animal, we took what we wanted. Right, no shame. No moral system asking, is it wrong for me to go over here and kill this man and take the bear he just killed? Is it wrong for me to go and kill this whole family and move in their cave? We didn't ask those types of questions. We were animalistic. Is that the mindset that you would rather be in today?
No, I would not like to be in that mindset today.
That is likened to the mindset that Adam and Eve would have been in pre-tree, before they ate from that tree. They were naked, they lacked wisdom, the ability to set these moral standards, right, for themselves, the ability to be aware of their behaviors, to critically think, right? They lacked this wisdom. So they would have been in the mindset of a Homo erectus or a Neanderthal.
Okay. So, and this is not me pushing back, and it's just me adding scripture to it. And it is out of the New Testament, but
But don't go to the New Testament. I'm talking
okay.
about Genesis
Well,
3. I'm talking about
God, well, I'm in.
before they ate from the tree.
Mm-hmm.
Before they ate from the tree, in Genesis 3, it says, I mean Genesis 2, I think it's 2:24. Hold on.
Yeah, you're in the right spot.
Genesis 2 24.
You're in the right spot.
It says, no, that's not where I need to be. Genesis 2:25. It says, Vayehi Shenechem Arumim Ha'adam Va'ishoto Valo Yit Bosheshu. Okay, the word that means that they were naked here is arumium. Okay, that word, if we go to Genesis 3:1, okay, that word, when it describes the serpent and it describes him being wise, it says vahanahash chaya arum. Okay, that word there means subtle, shrewd, crafty, sensible, prudent, wise. Okay, that's a play on erumium, which is the wisdom that they lacked. So that means that they don't have the ability to be prudent, to be shrewd, to be subtle, to reason, to be wise. So they're naked in their consciousness. So I'm talking about before they ate from the tree, they lacked wisdom and they lacked shame. So we're talking about human beings who had the ability to do, right? Their bodies could still do things. They just didn't have the wisdom to question whether what they were doing was wise, right? The teaching is that, oh, your God is going to tell them whether their actions are good or bad. The God is going to be the moral standard. And so what I'm asking you is that the state of mind that you would prefer to be in today, where you lack wisdom, you lack shame, but your God tells you whether your actions are morally good or morally bad?
Of course not.
Why not? Because that's the state that the God preferred them in.
I don't think so.
Well, did he not tell them not to gain the knowledge of good and evil?
Well, they already had knowledge available from God, just not
No,
the
no, no,
kind
no,
that
I didn't ask
grabbed
that.
what
Did
he
he
said.
not tell? I didn't ask that. We're talking about this wisdom that they gained when they ate from this tree. Okay, the wisdom that the serpent had.
Mm-hmm.
All right, which is to be prudent, wise, a critical thinker, right? Aram. That is the knowledge that it's Eve looks and she goes, it would be good to be wise. This
Hmm.
is the tree that your God told them not to eat from. So he did not want them to have this wisdom. And so we're not talking about the tree of doing good and evil. We're talking about the tree of knowing it, right? Moral consciousness, being the decider of whether your actions are morally good or morally evil. Being able to critically think about the things you do, because they could always do. Their bodies could move even if they don't know whether it's moral or immoral. But why
Okay.
wouldn't you want your God to be the decider of that for you?
Well, that's why he put the tree there. The tree was the temptation because Adam and Eve walked with God.
I'm not
So that
asking that
involves,
question. I'm asking why wouldn't you want your God to be your decider of morality? Why wouldn't you want to
well,
be in a state without you having the wisdom?
that's why I'm at. That's why I'm trying to get you to let me uh answer it this way. If you just allow me,
Yeah, you're
please.
talking about temptation of the tree. I don't the
Well,
tree shouldn't even be a part of the story right now, because
well,
what I'm asking is why
well,
wouldn't you want to stay naked in your consciousness and let your God decide morality for you? Forget the tree for now.
well, that was actually. I feel like that was actually the plan
That's
because
okay if you feel like that was the plan.
Adam and Eve
That's
walked
cool.
with God.
I
So that is
understand. I understand if you feel like eating the tree was part of the plan.
no,
That's
no, no, no. I feel like even the tree was not part of the plan.
okay. So why don't you just said that you don't want to be naked in your consciousness without wisdom and letting your God be the moral foundation. So do you want to change that then?
Because um, Adam and Eve walked with God, so they had
No, they
access.
didn't.
Yes, they did. They
No, they
had
didn't.
access to guidance, truth, and
It
understanding through
doesn't say
relationship.
anything about them walking with your God in this garden. No, it
They
doesn't.
had God. They had God with them in the garden.
It doesn't
God
mean they
placed
walked with
them.
him. It doesn't
They,
mean
well, well, what I mean, it
hold on.
was not a physical
Hold
walk.
on. What you are doing is you're you're putting on Adam and Eve this reverence that you have with this God, this loyalty, this love, this awe you have for this God on them. Nowhere in this story does it say they looked at this God this way. They feared him after they ate from that tree. That's the only thing you know. It doesn't say they loved him. It doesn't say that they saw him as uh um this amazing creator. No, it doesn't say any of that. So, and what I'm asking you is, you originally said that you would not want to not have the ability to assess your actions and decide or know whether your actions or your behavior is morally good or morally bad. You said that I'm sorry, you said you would want that. You would not want to be naked in your consciousness and let your God decide that for you. I'm still trying to find out why you wouldn't want that.
Because I know that a partnership with God will give me all of the wisdom that I need and all of the knowledge that I need. So
That
the
I'm
way the
so
Bible,
confused. So you would want to be naked in your consciousness and let your God feed that? You would
I,
or wouldn't?
I would, in that context, yes, I would rather be
Okay.
naked and not knowing and learning under a perfect teacher, growing in wisdom through trust and obedience and knowledge that comes with
Okay.
alignment and
Okay.
not with rebellion.
Let's talk about that. So you would rather be unwise, animalistic, and lacking shame. Uh and let your God tell you what's good and what's evil. All right. Now, knowing that you don't have the ability to uh, assess whether what you're being told is good or evil, and you just do because you're like Yahweh's puppy, Yahweh's dog. He says go, you go, right? So, knowing that Yahweh is a wrathful God, He's jealous, He loves praise, and He wants nations built. He created humans to till the ground um, and to build his kingdoms on the earth, right? To repopulate the earth and bring it into bondage, to subdue it, which means to bring it into bondage. That is his purpose of creating humans, according to Genesis 1 and Genesis 2. Okay. Now, you're animalistic, you're unwise. Okay. If I take what I know about Yahweh, and he says, action, go over to this land and clear it out, kill every human that has populated over there, and clear that land out because I got something I want to do with it. You just go. That's how you want to be.
So we keep circling Genesis 3:22, but
I didn't say nothing about Genesis 3:22. How we get there?
that's where we have been at.
No, we're not. I'm gonna ask this question again, okay? Knowing you've already answered my question that you would rather be unwise, animalistic, obedient to your God. He is the decider of your morality, right? Your God is wrathful, jealous, loves praise, uh, wants to build nations on the kingdoms on the earth, created humans to till the ground and to bring the earth into bondage, into subjugation. To subdue it. That is his purpose for creating humans, according to Genesis 1 and Genesis 2. Now, my question to you is Yahweh says, action, go to this land, kill everything in it. Do you just do it? Well, you wouldn't have any choice because you're unwise. You don't have the ability to say, wait, are there babies there? Like, wait, why am I killing people for land? Like, is this moral? Like, what? You don't have the ability to do that because you chose to be unwise and lack shame. So you just go and do. That's what you prefer?
Well, God told Abraham to
I'm asking about you.
take his
I'm
child.
asking
This was
about
after the
you.
fall of
I'm
man.
asking about you. Is
So
that
yes, in
that's what you
obedience,
prefer? Is to
in
just go and
obedience,
kill
I would be,
because of God say so?
I would be in, I would try to be in full obedience,
Not try. You
and
wouldn't have any choice, right? Because you're unwise, you're animalistic, and your
in that
God.
case, I would be
Hold
in
on.
full
Will you
obedience.
stop talking over me, please? I'm not. There is no try to this because you've chosen to be unwise. You've chosen to be naked in your conscience. You've chosen to lack shame, which is animalistic, right? You just do, and you have no shame. So there is no try. You just do.
So that's a false pretense because if we were obedient to God and we did not, and the tree didn't get ate of, then we would have learned under a perfect teacher. We would have grown in wisdom, trust, and obedience, and we would have gotten the knowledge, the same knowledge, because even in the Bible it says
No,
after
that
they
hold
ate
on.
from the tree,
I
they
didn't.
knew sin
No,
just
that's
like
not
us.
true. You're the one adding false pretenses. There's nowhere in this book that says that your God was going to teach you any knowledge. That ain't
Yes, it
true.
does.
No,
Yeah,
it's
it is.
not. No, it's
Yes,
not.
it is.
No,
It
it is
is in the
not.
Bible.
No,
It
it
says
is
if
not.
any of you
There is
lacks
nowhere in
wisdom,
this
ask
book that
God.
says that your God had any plans on teaching Adam and Eve any type of knowledge. That's not true.
In the Bible it says if any of you lacks wisdom, you ask God who gives
That it
generously.
was that Adam and Eve.
No, there wasn't Adam and Eve.
Exactly. Adam and Eve had already gained wisdom. Humans had already gained this awareness. I'm talking about pre-tree.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that Adam and Eve suddenly became equal to God in wisdom or
I
authority.
didn't say that, god damn it. Like I wish that y'all could I don't know,
It's just a
it's
not in no
difficult.
sin.
I'm not talking about them having God knowledge. I literally asked you the like it's so frustrating talking to y'all. Like the right now we are talking about you being a Homo erectus or Neanderthal, not having the wisdom, not having the shame that makes you go up. I'm not gonna hurt that person. Not having the guilt that makes you stop and go, oh, if I do this, then that's gonna make me feel bad. That's not moral. Adam and Eve did not have that type of knowledge before that. Your God wanted to be that. Your God wanted to decide good and evil for them. They were like uh animalistic bots to go out and build and till. They were laborers for him. That's what Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 says. So what I'm asking about your preferences, right? You're saying that you would prefer to be the type of human that does not think for itself, that lets the God think for you. And if the God say go kill, you just go kill without shame. Am I correct?
No, you're not correct.
That's what you just said. So do you want to re-clarify your answer?
I would rather gain my knowledge through innocence and trust than disobedience and shame.
Right. No, I didn't say anything about disobedience and shame. You wouldn't be disobeying if he said in action, go kill. That is obedience. You lack shame because you don't have wisdom. He created them where they lacked shame. They lacked shame before they ate from the tree. That means whatever they did, they felt no shame.
Because they knew because good was in a state of innocence and trust.
There's
So
nothing in this
everything that
text that
you're
says, hold on. There's nothing in this text that says they were innocent. And innocent would be subjective to your God. If your God is saying do it, you would still be innocent in your eyes because you are obeying. I'm not talking about whether they were innocent or not. I'm talking about the state of mind you would be in. And what do you prefer? You're saying that you would rather learn through obedience and no shame. Okay. So if your God says action, go kill, go annihilate or genocide all of those people, and you just go, you lack shame, you obey your God. Are you saying that is the mindset you prefer to be in as a human?
first of all, that wouldn't happen.
He
But
did it several times in this book, but we're talking about the pre-Adam and Eve, before they gained knowledge of good and evil. They were unwise. If your God says go and annihilate those people, do you just and you just go? You lack shame. Are you saying that is the mindset you prefer to be?
it's a little loaded.
How is
But
that loaded? I'm
because
asking what type of mind would you have? Would you rather have wisdom so that you could think and say, I don't want to go kill nobody. Those people look I'm scared. Those people look like fucking I look like a grasshopper to those motherfuckers. Like, that's a baby. I'm not cutting no baby out of nobody's stomach. I'm not raping no goddamn woman. Like, I'm not doing that. Like, do you want that type of wisdom or do you just want to obey a God?
I would rather gain the wisdom from God.
Do Okay, and the wisdom you gain is obedience. Would you rather obey a God or have the wisdom to analyze your own behavior?
With the obedience comes all of that.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it
No, it
does.
does
Yes, it
not.
does.
No, it
Because
does. You know what? You know
even in
what
the
you
Ten
want.
Commandments,
You
it
know what you're
says,
scared to say. You know what you're scared to say. You scared
I'm
to
not scared to say
yeah. You are
anything.
scared to say that you want to be able to analyze your behaviors, and you want to be able to say that your God gave it to you. That's what you want to be able to say. You think I don't know what you're doing? Your
Because
God. Stop,
even
stop, stop. Your God in this book says to go and kill. Your God in this book says to go and enslave. Your God in this book sends people that will rape women as a punishment. And your God expects for his people to obey. And the thing is that y'all don't realize that you will justify the actions of your God. And you will call it, if your God is commanding it, it's not free will. Like, and you will justify it and you will say, well, God is just, God is sovereign. That's why I'm saying everything you're saying right now is irrelevant. I didn't want to get into all of that. I'm talking about the mindset of a human being. Is it better to have a world where humans have the ability to assess their behaviors and decide morality and say, my actions here are good or my actions here are bad? Or is it better to have a society of humans who are animalistic and just obey a God? What for one, a God that has to talk through the voice of another human being, say, God said. Which society would you rather live in?
I would rather live in the society that we're in.
Where humans can analyze their actions, can stop themselves before they do some fuck shit thinking a God told them to sacrifice their kid? That type of society?
Even though they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No,
Yes,
they
they
don't.
do.
If
Like,
that
like
if
it,
that
like
were if
you,
that
right?
were
Like
true,
you
the
are.
man in
Stop
Shreveport
lying. Stop
wouldn't have
lying. Stop
unalived his
lying.
7
If that was
kids
the
and
case,
and try to
that's
unalive his wife
that
too.
is not the fucking norm. You fucking liar.
And I keep asking you to stop speaking over people, and you continue to do it. That's extremely frustrating. There are people in chat that use captions. Can your Jesus help you be at least considerate of them if you're not considerate of thinker?
Mind you, he
This
only
is
did it one
frustrating.
time with Dr. B, but he consistently does it with me. That is not true.
Exactly.
It is not the norm for people to kill their kids. That is unnormal behavior. The norm is for people to stop and say, let me check my anger. Yes, I am angry because I keep getting fucking talked over by a man. The
And
norm
what
the norm is for people to say, let me stop before I hurt my child. That's the norm. The norm is to say, let me open the door for this elderly person. Let me help this elderly person across the street. Let me stop and help this person change their tire. Let me feed this hungry person. Are my actions moral or are my actions immoral? That's the norm. You're not being honest. And you're not being honest that you prefer the ability to be able to assess your behaviors than not having that ability at all, being unwise, being naked in consciousness, and lacking shame.
May I?
Yes, as long as you just please stick to the topic that we are talking about right now.
So I don't know, and I've read through the Bible, but I do know in Deuteronomy, Second Samuel, and Judges, the Bible condemns. It strongly condemns grape. So I don't know where in the Bible it says that it's okay to grape anybody or where God said to go and do it, but I do know where it says where it condemns it, and also Exodus 20:13 says you shall not murder. So I don't know where, now I do know God told Abraham to unalive his son. And when he got him up there just to see would Abraham be obedient to him, he told him, no, don't do that. It's a ram in the bush. Grab that ram and get that ram. Now I do know that. But for God to say, hey, go over here and unalive these people, I haven't really seen that. Now there were conflicts,
Hold on,
heavy
Selena.
conflicts. There were heavy conflicts. Don't get me wrong. The ancient Israel wars, the judgment narratives like Canaanite conflicts and all of that. And those are framed as judgment or national warfare in the ancient world, not general permission for humans to unalive whenever they want to. Outside of those contexts, the Bible repeatedly forbids murder. So it's also important to notice that the Hebrew uses different ideas for murder versus warfare unaliveness, which gets flattened in modern reading. But and I
I
understand
hate
that,
when y'all do that.
but
Like
where I'm at,
you don't know
this is
what you're
Chat
talking about.
GPT.
Yeah.
no, it's not.
You don't know what you're talking about. First off, them taking the land of Canaan was not war. Canaan was not at war with the Israelites. They were colonizing them. They were conquering them and taking their shit. Your God even says, when you go into the land of Canaan and I have given your enemies to you and you are living in their houses that you did not build, eating the food that you did not plant, this God is going in the same way they came into the continent of Africa and giving the Canaanites shit to the Israelites because he promised it to Abraham. The Canaanites were not at war with the Israelites. That's not true. Your God commands rape in Isaiah 13. He commands the Medes to go into Babylon and rape their women, kill their kids. Your God, when he condemns rape, he's not condemning the raping of a woman. He's condemning the violation of a man's property. There is not one fucking law in this text that condemns raping a woman that does not belong to another man. That is not true. But I don't have time to teach you your Bible. And honestly, I wish you wouldn't try to talk down to us like we don't fucking study this thing. Like I know you just heard us, like Dr. B, Bash, Fee. I know you've heard us have that conversation with the last guest. I know you know that we are well studied. There's no need. to keep doing that. I'm not talking about, I'm not even trying to get into your God's story. What I'm trying to understand is the mindset that you would rather be in as a human, because we are still talking about what Eve did in the garden and whether or not it was actually a bad thing for humans to possess this knowledge. Because other than that, why would a God want a society of people who do not stop and think before they act?
I think that it was God's plan for us to look at Him for wisdom, and He would have given it to us, a better way of life, to where we would try to go by the commandments, which were actually written. God gave His commandments in Exodus, which was after the fall, right? Which I feel like if Adam and Eve would not have eaten from the tree, they would have gotten those commandments. But they decided to get the knowledge through disobedience, instead of getting the knowledge, the same knowledge that they would have gotten had they not, because they were right there with God. They were right there with God. It was nobody but Adam and Eve. So I feel as though if they would not have eaten from the tree, that they would have gotten that knowledge. They would have known what shame is. They would have known what it's not good to unalive somebody. It's not good to do this. It's not good to do that. The commandments were written.
Okay.
Now, were they written a little bit too late? Probably so. But it was they probably would have gotten those commandments had they not ate of the tree.
Okay, sure. All right. You are pre-tree Adam and Eve. You don't have wisdom. You don't have wisdom. Here's one of your God's commandments. If anyone secretly entices you, even if it is your brother, your father's son, or your mother's son, or your own son, or your daughter, or the wife you embrace, or your most intimate friend, saying, "Let us go serve other gods, whom neither you nor your ancestors have known, any of the gods of the people who are around you, whether near you or far away from you, from one end of the earth to the other, you must not yield to or heed any such persons. Show them no pity or compassion, and do not shield them, but you shall surely kill them. Your own hand shall be the first against them to execute them, and afterward the hand of all the people. Stone them to death for trying to turn you away from the Lord your God." Do you kill your son if your son says, "Hey, Dad, I was talking to Jim Bob over in Canaan, and he showed me a different God"? Do you kill your son because Yahweh put that in the commandments? Remember, you
No,
don't have wisdom.
no, that would be very immoral.
You don't have wisdom here. You are pre-tree, Adam and Eve. This is your God's command. You don't have wisdom.
No, that would be very bad.
You don't have the wisdom. You gonna disobey your God? This is His wisdom.
That's all through the Bible. That's what the
Yeah. So,
Bible
are you
teaches.
going to obey this wisdom?
At that time, you would disobey God, and this is what happened.
I swear, y'all are so dishonest. You prefer the mindset that Eve apparently made the decision to give, and yet you sit around and believe that having the ability to assess whether what the information that people are giving you or teaching you, or commands that people are telling you to do, or what you think a God may be saying to you, is moral or immoral. You prefer that ability. And I think a lot of you have not actually sat down and actually looked at this text the way that y'all continue to try to say that you have, or you're looking at it through this theological patriarchal interpretation. But you do prefer the ability to assess your actions. You prefer morality. Your morality does not come from your God. You just proved that you would disobey your God and that you don't agree with how your God handles things.
Well, in that case, another reason why we had to have the Messiah, because we wasn't gonna be able to live by that.
The Messiah wouldn't help you with this situation because it's not about a Messiah issue. It's about the fact that you're not being honest with yourself. Even through as patient as Thinker has been walking you through all of the claims and the things that are in your book, you are incapable of stepping outside of what you already believe to be true to determine whether or not what you're saying makes any sense. Dr. B called it out earlier. You've made multiple claims that just don't align with reality, down to the one that you're talking about, the violence, the prevalent violence on this planet and how most people are just bad. That's just categorically not true. If it were the case, then you'd have more violent interactions than peaceful ones in humanity, and you don't. You answer in a way that keeps you firmly rooted at the center of your belief system without even contemplating whether or not you're looking at it from a neutral perspective because you have to protect your belief. This is just dishonest engagement. It's circular reasoning. And at every point when you are painted into a logical corner, instead of admitting, oh yeah, this is a point of tension, this doesn't make sense, let me go back and think about it, you just double down on the belief you already hold.
What I actually believe is, you shall have no other God before me. You shall not make yourself an image in the form of anything in heaven above, or on earth beneath, or in the water. You shall not misuse the name of the Lord your God, for the
Why are
Lord
you
your
telling
God.
us this? I don't think
Oh,
she asked you, what do you believe? I don't think,
Not at all.
like, I don't know why you're telling us
I
this.
mean,
You're
but
not even engaging in the conversation. Like you're like a bot.
these are the Ten Commandments,
No
and
one
we
is
were not
asking
given
you
from
about the
them.
10 Commandments.
So, but I'm the reason why I'm bringing that up is, if if we did not eat of the tree, you mean to tell me that these commandments would not be law?
I don't fucking know. And neither do you. Like, after when Adam and Eve left the garden, where the fuck was Satan?
Still here,
Doing what?
roaming to and fro,
Doing what?
roaming to and fro,
Doing what? Like it was only two humans on earth.
roaming to and fro, doing what Satan does,
Like what? What was he doing?
being the author of confusion.
Who was he confusing?
Adam and Eve.
Well, how did he confuse Adam and Eve
Well,
outside the garden?
he had already did
Right.
that.
I said outside. This is how I know you're not listening to me. Like you have theological brain. I literally said when Adam and Eve left the garden, where was Satan?
What do you mean? Where was he? Like physically, where was he?
If I say where was he? Why? What other context could I mean that in? I'm so confused when y'all say
Oh,
you mean
okay.
physically. What
That's
other?
that. I
What other
mean,
way? And no, help me out because I don't know. What other way could I be meaning that?
I mean, theological interpretation probably puts him outside of the garden, but there's nothing that
Where was he? Where? Where was he?
outside of the garden.
Doing what?
I mean, probably trying to accomplish his goal of tempting humanity into
There were
disobedience.
two humans on earth.
Yeah.
Where were
So
the two humans? Where were the two humans?
outside of the garden.
Where Satan was?
Yes,
How
of
was he
course.
tempting Adam and Eve?
He could still tempt Adam and Eve,
How?
even outside
How
the
did
garden.
he tempt Adam and Eve outside of the garden?
So, well, just to be honest, if I really think about it from a logical standpoint, after God expelled Adam and Eve, right? Satan's work of tempting them into sin was done.
So they were.
And
So were they sinning?
he was no longer confined to
Okay.
innocent.
All right. So it's so crazy because could Fee, could Satan have tempted Eve to fucking kill Adam?
I don't see why he couldn't.
That would have been sin, right?
Yep.
I don't
Absolutely.
understand why he's saying that Satan's job was done and like there was no more sin to be had.
So his job was done in the garden. So
Right?
then he
He's
went.
out, they're outside of the garden. Why
Yeah.
didn't he fuck with them?
What do you mean?
If he wants to like I don't know,
So
corrupt
Adam and
or
Eve didn't
I'm sorry. I know you hear me talking. If he wants to corrupt your God's creation and like just I don't know, destroy them, Don't you think it would have been easier for him to do with just two humans on Earth? He could have convinced Eve after he done deceived her, got them kicked out the garden, separated from your God. Y'all believe in spiritual death. Separated from your God. They're outside the garden. Now, all he got to do is convince Eve now to pick up a boulder and bash Adam's head in. Humanity done.
That could very well be true. That could have very well had happened.
I'm
But
saying if
why
that
didn't
was
it?
if his goal was to destroy your God's creation, it would have been easier to do with just two humans on Earth. He had already had Eve's ear.
I don't think it was to destroy the creation. I think it was just to tempt people into sin so that they wouldn't
Oh.
come to die.
Oh, okay. So they're outside the garden. He could have
Mhm.
kept tempting them to sin. What sins could he have tempted her to do?
It probably wouldn't be sins from. It probably wouldn't be sins for her. It could have been sins for their children because they had children. Their children had children. Their children had, and
Hold
those
on.
children
I'm
had
talking
children.
about Adam and Eve outside of the garden. You see how sin has to become relevant when there's a big population? Sin isn't relevant when it's just two people, right? And there's only one command, right?
True.
hmm So sin was in remission until population grew, until there were four.
And then some. So
Right. So sin
Satan
is
could have.
irrelevant unless there's four people on earth. Unless there's a population of people, sin is irrelevant.
Pretty much. Because there's not too much more you can do after that,
You
right?
can't. You
Unless
can't.
unless they
You
unalive each
can't
other.
kill a person. Adam could have beat the shit out of Eve. Would that
Yeah,
have been a sin?
he could have very well had been. He could have very well had done
So
that.
it's so funny that you're saying sin is irrelevant unless there's a population of people on earth.
Well, if morally, or if you even think about it logically, if this person, and that comes with, it also comes with knowledge, right? But they got the knowledge from, and that's probably why she didn't do it or why he didn't do it, right? Is because they ate of the tree, so they learned what sin is. But they learned it through disobedience instead
Do
of
you think
learning.
that, hold on, sin is the transgression of your God's law? There was no law for Adam and Eve. They had no law. Your God told them, don't eat of the tree. That's all he told them.
Yeah, but then after that,
That what law could they have transgressed after that?
it's a lot of laws they could have transgressed after
Name
that.
them. What laws did Adam and Eve have when they left the garden?
You said it yourself the first time when you were talking about unaliving each other.
Where were they given a law about not committing murder?
They weren't given that law.
Exactly. Sin is the transgression of your God's divine law. There is nowhere in this book that says that your God said to Adam and Eve, "Thou shalt not murder." The first time he says that to them, the first time he gives them the law is to Moses. Then when he's talking to Noah after he floods the whole earth, he tells Noah not to that if you kill somebody, if somebody kills somebody, then eye for an eye. There was no "thou shalt not kill" period. He tells Noah, eye for an eye.
When we pray, we ask for forgiveness for sins known
I'm
and
not talking
unknown.
about that. Like why? This is how y'all get people confused. What we're talking about right now is the beginning
hmm
of this story.
hmm
We're not talking about what you do today. We're talking about in the beginning of this story when Adam and Eve gets kicked out of this garden, right? There is no law given. The first time your God says not to kill a human, not he don't even say that if you kill a human, then that human shall be killed, right? It's eye for an eye. That's with Noah, not Adam and Eve. And so if we look
This
at
is a
history, one second, Fee. If we look at history, and if we look at this text as metaphorical or symbolic or etiological, if we look at mankind before we learned how to live in communities and begin to think about our actions, began to set up moral systems and government systems and urban centers and things like that, humans were killing each other. Humans was just doing whatever the fuck they wanted and not thinking twice about it. Even when we began to get language systems, even when we began to become aware of our actions.
Were they still fruitful and multiplied?
Fee, go ahead. I don't know how many times I can F1.
I know, right? Like, and it's going to be pointless because what you are doing now in this conversation is the exact same thing Dr. B said you were doing in the conversation with him. You are reading this story and pushing back, and the source of your pushback is what you need to be true. Because the question you
Um,
just asked her had nothing to do with what she's talking about.
yeah, she
And
just
it's
said.
frustrating. It's extremely frustrating because logically walking you through this, you always end up going over to the left field with saying something that protects your belief system, even though it has nothing to do with what we're talking about. And it's extremely irritating. If you read this story and the things that you're saying, would you still say it if it wasn't for the God you believed in? Would you read this story if it wasn't Yahweh in the garden with Adam and Eve and it was another God? Would you say, oh, well, he was going to eventually give them knowledge? The story doesn't say that. The story doesn't say anything about, and the question that Thinker asked you, the very logical question, is Satan does nothing. His only goal is to just fuck up everybody and cause confusion. Do you know how much confusion he could have caused when it was just two sources of focus for him? He could have done everything he wanted to do to all of humanity. Why wait until there are billions of people on the planet? But instead of dealing with those logical issues in this narrative and this etiological tale, you just revert to, oh, well, God was going to do it because 10 Commandments. That doesn't make any sense.
So my first question is: did God tell Adam and Eve to be fruitful and multiply? Did He give them that commandment?
What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
Well, I'm getting there. So let's say that let's say Adam and Eve had some blame and resentment that could have had them struggling in their marital relationship. Would they have been would they have been fruitful and multiplied like God asked them to do?
Humans get horny. What are you asking? People, men are domestic abusers today and they still have sex with the same woman they had just beat up. Adam could have raped Eve and took it against her will. He could have done that in the garden because according to y'all, they had free will. Adam could have been like, I have a song called "What If Adam Was Abusive." Adam could have been abusive as fuck in that garden, and he wouldn't have any awareness of whether him abusing Eve was morally good or morally evil. Having sex does not require love. Mind you, you are thinking that they even knew at that time that them fucking was the reason that humans were born. They didn't know that. They didn't even know until the 17th century that semen was a part of the reproduction. They didn't know that to 17th century CE. For the longest, prehistoric men, the reason why they worshipped women is because they didn't know they had anything to do with reproduction. They didn't calculate that after they fucked her on a Friday and 3 months later her belly coming out big. They didn't know that it was because 3 months ago they fucked.
Okay. Let me try to spin it another way for you. So, yes, um, if Satan or the serpent tempted Eve before,
Hold on for a second. To the person in the comments that just said I'm lying or called me a lie or said Thinker knows how to tell lies, I hope your ass is in my request box because I'm sick of y'all motherfuckers coming in my chat calling me a liar and not coming up on stage and proving that I'm fucking lying. Like, I want you to prove me wrong. Don't just talk about it, be about it. Sorry, go ahead, Action.
so Um, you are very well right in what you're saying about um could Satan had tempted Eve, tempted Adam after they left the garden, right? But Adam and Eve, and I can kind of see why, but after getting kicked out the garden, they decided to try to do whatever they thought was the will of God.
Who
Um,
did?
Adam and Eve.
What did they do?
Well, we can probably look at the fact that they taught their children to worship God, right?
No,
And
you
that's
said
evident.
you said they decided to do what was outside of the will of your God. What
No, no,
what
no. I
is that?
said they did the will of God outside of the garden, is what I was saying.
I thought you said they did what they wanted to do outside
No,
of
no,
the
no,
will
no.
of God. That I can play
Mm-mm,
it back. Let me,
mm-mm.
because I want to see, because that's what it. Am I wrong? Did I mishear him?
I think you
That's what I
did.
thought I heard too.
Hold on, let
We
me
can play it
see.
back.
I thought I heard, but I say playback.
Hold on for a second.
Good morning. He said that.
Hey,
Good
Kevin.
morning, Kello. You get some good sleep.
Yes.
Good, good. Who did?
Adam and Eve.
What did they do?
Eve tempted Adam after they left the garden, right? But Adam and Eve, and is, and I can kind of see why. But after getting kicked out the garden, they decided to try to do whatever they thought was the will of God.
Yeah, he said
Um,
whatever they thought was the
Adam,
will of God. What did they
everybody
do?
said
Hold
that
on, hold
that's
on, hold
that
on.
everybody's.
Wait, hold on. What did they do that they thought was the will of God?
So Adam and Eve likely taught their children to worship God, and that's evidenced by Cain and Abel bringing their sacrifices. Um, and if they hadn't maintained their faith, um, their son Seth probably wouldn't have known to invoke the name of the Lord, right?
Hold on for a second. Is it possible that Yahweh taught Cain and Abel?
Would it have been through Adam and Eve because they were kicked out the
No,
garden?
because no, your God calls Cain in the garden and says, "Where is your brother Abel? His blood is calling me from the ground." So Cain
Hmm.
knew the God, right? So is it
Hmm.
possible that Yahweh taught them?
I would say that their first experience of knowing about God would be through their mother and father.
Is it? You don't know that. Is it possible that Yahweh approached Cain and Abel on his own?
Before before their parents told them about God.
It, yes. Is it possible
Oh.
that Yahweh approached them on his own?
Anything is possible, but I would have to see it in scripture.
This
Because
is none of what you're saying right now is in scripture. What do you mean you would have to see it in scripture? It's not in scripture that Adam and Eve taught Cain and Abel anything. You are assuming that. You are assuming that because Cain and Abel took offerings to this God, that Adam and Eve taught them that.
it was before he talked to him.
Exactly. So it's possible that Yahweh taught them.
But when does the Bible speak about Yahweh talking
When does the
to
Bible speak
them?
about Adam and Eve teaching them?
Well, I would believe them bringing sacrifices to God.
And I would
And
believe them bringing sacrifices to this God. Yahweh told them what he wanted.
okay,
You
that
see,
two
you see
things
how
could
that
be.
works? Like you
Yeah,
are
two things could be
inferring,
true.
right? Like if you are inferring based on the limited information, and so could I. But the text does not say that.
No, so two things can be true, right?
Neither of these are true. These are inferences. These are assumptions. Neither of us are right.
Hmm. I think on that.
I say this, and I say this all the time. Like in reading these ancient texts, all of us have to make inferences. There's just too many gaping holes in the stories, and they're incomplete as they are. Like the thing that you guys are talking about right now. Who taught Cain and Abel anything? Like what were Adam and Eve doing? Like how long were they married and outside of the garden before they had Cain and Abel? All of these things are not explicitly stated in this text. So we have to make inferences. The question becomes, what constrains your inference? What is pushing you in one direction or another? What we are saying, and the way we try our very best to infer, is to use logic. What we know about natural human relationships, what we know about the culture, what we know about the time, what we know about human and, human to human interaction, all of these things. What you're using is your conclusion and your belief and what you need it to mean for your belief to be true. Those two things are not the same.
If
And
we
unless you can identify, oh, my bad.
no, go ahead. I thought you were done.
Oh, I was just going to say, unless we are willing to identify our personal biases and the areas that we are bringing our conclusions with us, then we're not inferring honestly. And we're not talking about the things on a level playing field at all.
And if we look at chapter 4, with the story with Adam, Eve, Cain, and Abel, we can we see that they are giving offerings. The Hebrew text says they gave mincha offerings. These are tributary offerings. They're not sacrifices. So they're not killing animals and sacrificing them. They're giving offerings of thanksgiving. These aren't chatat offerings. They're not olam. They're not sin offerings at all. They're not burnt offerings at all. They're mincha offerings, offerings of gratefulness, of thanksgiving. And so we know at that time when that when they were giving these types of offerings is during the Levitical priesthood. So we know that this text had to have been written during the time that the Levitical law or the Mosaic law had been established, where there have these rituals going on. We also can look and see when Cain kills Abel, and the God says, if when he's puts the mark on him, and Cain says, "If I go outside, they will kill me." And the God says, "If anybody kills Cain, Cain can get vengeance, or Cain will get vengeance 7 times 7." That is the law of retaliation, the eye for an eye law. And when it's referring to if anybody kills Cain, it's talking about Cain's line, anybody in Cain's family. If anybody kills you or any of your line, then you can kill them 7 instead of eye for an eye or life for a life, you get 7 lives for one life of Cain. So the God increases the talion limit for Cain. That retaliation law is also an ancient Near Eastern culture that was all around the ancient Near East, but also seen in the Mosaic law. So we know that the text was written at a time that the laws had been established in Israel, whether it's the north or in the south. And so looking at this and thinking, oh, there were only 4 people on the earth. No, the text isn't in chronological order. The text was not written all, like nobody sat down and wrote this and said, I got to make sure that chapter 2 matches with chapter 3. I got to make sure with the last verse that I wrote matches with the next verse. There were multiple authors of each chapter. Like it wasn't one author.
So, and this is just how I interpreted it, and I could be wrong. So that protection over Cain, that was more of a declaration that vengeance belongs to God alone, by warning that anyone who unalived Cain would face a 7-fold punishment. God established that life and unaliving was his prerogative and forbade private individuals from taking justice into their own hands. And at this point in history, the human population was still very small and centered on a single family. So had Cain's relatives been permitted to do that to him in retaliation, it could have triggered a blood feud that might have decimated the remaining population. So
Who was the population? If it was just these four on the earth, who was the population outside that Cain was scared was gonna kill him?
I don't know. Had to be more people.
You just said it wasn't. You just said the population was small to one family.
It was small. I said it was centered on a single family. It was small and centered on a single family. So
Where did the
there
other
had to
where
be
did the other humans
there
come
had to be
from?
other people.
If life started with Adam and Eve, Cain and Abel, Abel just got killed. Cain is getting sent outside of Eden. Where did these other humans come from?
It would have been his relatives.
What relatives? What relatives from where? Because Cain was first, right? Then Abel. What relatives? His younger brothers and sisters are living outside of Eden by themselves.
That's a good question. I'm gonna have to go and look at that.
Where are you gonna find the answer to it? It's not in the Bible.
So basically, let me go look and see what somebody else told me about this or made up about this. There's absolutely no way anybody can give you any sort of firsthand information about this. They're just going to guess. They're just going to say shit, which is what you've been doing about the missing pieces of the story.
But you know what? I think we look at so many of the holes um, in the stories, right? Um, but
You're
not
missing
looking
the
at
point of why I bring that up.
the point
We're
of the
we're
story.
talking about the Little Red Riding Hood has a point. Does that make it true?
No,
Right. You can learn something from these stories. It doesn't mean that these are historical accounts. Again, my reasoning for bringing this up is that the chronological order that the Bible has is created by the men, the councils that decided what would be scripture. And then as this text is being written, before there ever was a thought of it becoming a Bible, each individual text was written for a specific audience. Even in ancient Israel, there were multiple sects of Israelites. They were not just one group of people. You had the Israelites in the north, the Samaritans in the north, and then you had the Israelites in the south, the Judeans. They had different texts. Even within their respective domains, there were different texts being circulated even throughout there. They didn't have one book of a law. Like those in the north didn't know shit about Adam and Eve. The north, the writers, the scribes in the north wrote Genesis 1. And they wrote Genesis 1 after Genesis 2 had been written. Genesis 2 and Genesis 3 was written way before Genesis 1 was ever written. But those Israelites in the north didn't know shit about an Adam and Eve. If you notice, in the north, Elijah and Elisha, they don't mention the Davidic kingdom. They don't mention bowing down to David. This text was put together by several councils over time. Some of the stories in here, like some of the kings in here, are real. Some of the kings in here are not. There are records where we can see Hezekiah in Assyria who did not obey the Assyrian king. Manasseh was obedient to Assyria and had a lot of prosperity during his time. He was a real king. Josiah was a real king. There's evidence in other nations' records where they're doing deals with these kings, but there are other kings where there is no footprint whatsoever. Some of these stories are historical fiction. Some of these stories are uh, written with a Hebrew context, but influence from Babylon, from Canaan, from Egypt, for the purposes of uh, pushing a specific doctrine at whatever point in time in history.
Well, don't get me wrong. Even Saul and David and Solomon are even often argued to be mythical or at least greatly exaggerated. Um, with some arguing that there's zero evidence for Solomon, right? But so I do understand what you're saying. Um, even some early kings of Israel and Judah, um, you know, are often cited as lacking external archaeological art. My mouth is dry, but true validation through their existence. It's kind of like it's not necessarily denied, but it's not a lot of validation to it. Um, so don't get me wrong. Belshazzar, I mean, once thought to be fiction in the book of Daniel, was confirmed to exist through another person. I can't remember his name.
Yeah. Is he Nebuchadnezzar's son?
Yeah.
No, he's
So
not. No, he's not. Belteshazzar is Nebuchadnezzar's son, and what the
Lebanon. Yeah.
Nebuchadnezzar's son, and what the author wrote about Nebuchadnezzar is actually from the Chronicles of Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar was the king who went away and left his son Belteshazzar in control while he was um, stashed away on the island. He decided to go away, and he left a chronicle. Like he wrote the whole time he was gone. Not one time did he bow down to the God of Israel. And then when he came back, the priest of Marduk told Nebuchadnezzar that Belteshazzar would not collect the taxes. He would not hold the festivals to Marduk. And Nebuchadnezzar punished Belteshazzar and sent him away from Babylon. Belteshazzar wasn't even in Babylon the night that Cyrus came in and took it over and conquered it.
Well, and that's the thing. So Belshazzar was once thought to be a fictional character in the book of
Who said
Daniel.
he was fictional?
Um, it was once thought to be a fiction.
By whom is what I'm asking, because there is
Oh, what you
evidence
mean
of
so?
Belshazzar. There's
I
always been evidence of Belshazzar. We have cuneiform tablets with order forms. When he was over the military, his father put him over the military as a punishment, and he was ordering uniforms and toiletries. So he's always been confirmed as a real person.
Yeah, but
Who
he
said
was
he?
confirmed. But
Who?
he was
By whom?
confirmed.
By
Oh,
whom?
it's just maybe different scholars and things of that nature. But it was confirmed. He was confirmed to be to exist through
What
Illuminati, but
scholars
the
said that he
Illuminati is
was
still
not
in there.
real is what I'm asking.
I would have to go. I don't have my other phone even next to me to even check it.
I've never heard one scholar say Belshazzar was not real. There's
Uh,
way too much archaeological evidence for him.
hold on. Let me just hold on.
This is one of the reasons why I fucking hate ChatGPT, because it provides people with answers or responses to questions without requiring them to actually dig into the information. They don't look for the best information against the belief that they currently hold. They just look for proof that they're right. And they don't ask the critical questions. And I think it just makes everybody intellectually fucking lazy.
I don't use ChatGPT. I'm not that savvy. I'm just a poor air conditioning guy down in Texas that barely know how to use Google. So
Sure.
just being honest.
Sure. Yeah.
I got my study Bible. That's about it. And I got my YouVersion Bible on my phone. Bible preaching, Bible teaching. That's really all I know.
What scholars told you Belteshazzar wasn't
Oh,
real?
let me. I'm getting my phone now. But we talked about that. We talked about that in our men's Bible study about 2 months ago.
What did they say about uh, the king of the Medes? What's his name? Start with a D. Uh, what is his name? The Median king.
Darius?
Darius. What did they say about him in your Bible study?
We didn't talk about Darius.
in the same story, the
How do you
one that
talk?
conquered Babylon.
Like, how do you not talk about Darius in that story?
Because if I remember right, the context wasn't just about um, how he was portrayed in the beginning as being fiction. There was a whole nother.
But Darius
Um,
is fiction. That's the thing that I
um,
like. That's the thing that I'm trying to understand. Darius is the one who has no archaeological evidence. He's not in any of the Median records in their chronicles as a king. Belteshazzar has archaeological evidence behind him. Darius does not. And that's what we're trying to figure out is how do you talk about this story? Talk about whether Belshazzar is real, but do not talk about Darius. And he was the one that supposedly conquered Babylon in Daniel's story. And the night Belshazzar was sitting on the throne.
mm-mm. Hold on a second. I'm not good with this, but I'm gonna do my best. Hmm. You see, we didn't even talk about this part, and it's very. And now it makes me question um, why. Well, I don't question it now. I see why we kind of went away from it. Belshazzar was perceived as a fictional character because until mid 19th century archaeological discoveries, he was entirely absent from or contradicted by all known historical records of Babylon.
Well, you're reading this right now?
I'm reading this right now.
Okay,
Ancient
okay.
sources identified Nabonidus as the last king of Babylon, leading 18th century scholars to deem Daniel 5 a forgery or historical fiction. So um, the key reasons for the fictional perception was missing from the records. Greek historians like Herodotus and Babylon records did not mention Belshazzar's name as king. They listed Nabonidus as the final ruler. Um, and then the contradicted history. Daniel 5 calls Belshazzar the king of Babylon and son of Nebuchadnezzar, but historical records indicate his father was Nabonidus. And in the absence of official titles, early historical record shows that Nabonidus, not Belshazzar, was the sole king, making the title king in Daniel seem inaccurate.
That's everything that I just said. But you're talking about 19th century scholarship,
Mhm.
right? There's no credible scholar today that would say Belteshazzar isn't real.
No, I mean, it would have to be somebody it would have to be somebody way back then. But and it does say after 1854, that was when the perception shifted after 1854. Um, but at the same time, I can see why we didn't take a deep dive into that because there will be a lot of questions there, and it's not theological. It's not theological school. It's just means Bible study. So, and that wasn't even the concept of that lesson of Bible study when he touched on that, when Pastor touched on that at the time. But go right ahead.
My point in bringing all this up is that when reading this text, like the loyalty that many believers have to this God and to this text is quite dangerous. It's quite dangerous when people say that you just want to obey a God and do, just go and do without thinking, without using wisdom, without saying, wait a minute, is what I'm reading logically sound? Is it even true? And especially in the Black community, we were heavily taught and indoctrinated and fear mongered against questioning this text, questioning the God and questioning the authority, the men and women of authority who claim delegated authority from the God and says God said.
I think that's where I feel like a lot of things got misconstrued and were taught wrong, especially to our people, because nowhere does it say you can't question text or you can't question scripture. You just don't question God in what he does. But you can actually ask God why.
I'm
God,
not
why
talking
this?
about
God,
asking
why that?
why. I'm talking about asking, is it true?
Exactly.
Is
And
it
that
right?
and that also.
Oh, really?
Um,
What have
I,
you found to not be true in this Bible?
no, I'm not saying that I found something to not be true. I'm saying
Why
the
haven't
ask the
if you can
question
question then why
to
haven't
ask
you?
the to ask the to ask the question or go to look.
Yeah, so if
Um,
you know that you can question whether it's true or not, why haven't you?
I have. That's why I
Well, so
believe in
what
it.
have you found to be not true in this Bible?
I haven't found anything to not be true.
You actually have questioned each claim and researched each claim.
I've researched the claims that I have studied.
What
I've
claims?
researched, and most of my study will be within the New Testament of
Yeah, what
why.
claims have you what claims have you researched in the New Testament?
And I just use Bible preference. Well, I use the Bible for my reference.
The
When
Bible
it comes to,
is the claim. You cannot
Mhm,
research the
mhm.
claim against the claim.
Actually, if you read through Scripture, you kind of can.
No, you
Because
can't,
I
because
already,
when you research and you're asking, is this true?
well,
Then you
my
should,
question.
if you are researching and you are asking the question of, is this true? Then you have to take the claim. For example, the claim that uh, Jesus, uh, uh, I don't, Jesus existed as a human being, right?
Mhm.
Then you look in history. What archaeological evidence is there for a man named Yeshua in first century Rome, living in the province, a Roman province of Nazareth and Jerusalem, traveling throughout Capernaum and Galilee, uh, crucified by the Roman government around the years 30 to 33 CE? What ossuaries are there that have the name Yeshua, or even a family with Yeshua, Joseph, Mary? You look for evidence in history. That is how you research a claim. The Bible is the claim.
For me,
Bible. Did
and
Jesus exist?
of course, and that's my belief. Um, and if the Bible, right? Let's just say for a second, if the Bible were written by these many authors these many through a period of maybe about 1,500 to 2,000 years, right? By different people, different languages. All of these stories pretty much add up, right? And
No, they
until
don't. That's you can't say that because you have not researched, you have not read this whole Bible, and please don't say that you have, because I know that you haven't, because
I'll
you didn't even know that your God, you don't even understand the historical context of the stories. Half the shit that I brought up you didn't even know was there. So you have not read this whole Bible, and you've not researched the claims for looking for historical evidence of it. You've not even looked at the nations that are mentioned in this Bible. You've not gone into their records to corroborate these stories. So you cannot say that.
So my faith belief system,
We're not talking about faith.
I was
You are
just about to say that.
Yeah,
Just about to say that.
Yep.
you're making an evidentiary claim that it lines up historically and factually, and it is truth. We're not talking about faith right now.
Actually, can I ask one question? Thank
Yeah.
you. Right. And I asked this question to the last person, and I feel like I just, you know how sometimes you'll just hit like a. Well, this happens in my life. Like I'll have like my day will go a certain way, and then I'll hit this point again. And I'm like, oh, that's the hook of the day. I write songs, so I think of everything as a song. And today my hook has been like I keep coming to this same point of when you say a thing is true action, what do you mean? Do you mean like I'll give you an example. When I say a thing is true, what I'm saying is that it comports with reality, right? So if a person says a thing, you say thing A, like, I don't know, I use this as an example all the time. I'm in Birmingham, Alabama right now, right? I'm in Birmingham, Alabama right now. If that is true, it doesn't matter if you believe it or not. Like, you might say you believe me, but that don't make it true. If that is true, then all of the universe would have to point to the fact that that is true, right? That means I can't be in Georgia. That means I can't be on Mars. I can't be in another galaxy. So all of the universe would have to corroborate this one sentence that I said, because all true things are related to all other true things. Just is the case, right? Okay. So if the Bible says X, right? So let's say the Bible says, I don't know, there was I'm trying to think of something. Oh, that bats are birds. Right? I just used it. If the Bible says bats or birds, or that rabbits chew cud, or anything like that, the Bible makes a claim. Okay. Now, I'm not saying you can't believe it, right? You may say, if the Bible says it, then I believe it. That's a thing. That's a faith, right? But in order to prove that faith to be true, right? Or the thing that you have faith in, I should say. In order to know if the thing that you have faith in is true, then I have to step outside of that claim and see if that claim matches reality, right? Okay, now, so there's a couple ways that we can do a thing. We may say, for example, we may say, there are no contradictions in the Bible. We may say something like that. All right, well, I've set a parameter. The parameter is in the Bible. Right? So in order for me to see if that claim is true, I've set a parameter. I have to search every claim in the Bible and make sure that none of them go against each other. Right? I would have to know every single claim in the Bible and be absolutely sure that none of them go against each other. Okay? All right. If I say, oh, well, I've studied the Bible and the Bible itself is true. Okay, you're making a really big claim now, but okay, okay. That means I'd have to take every claim in the Bible and then lay it next to objective reality. You don't want to do that, first off, for several reasons. One, it's a trillion claims in there, right? Some of which you just wouldn't even be able to verify if they're true, right? Two, some of them you will find are just objectively not true. Right. Okay. So then maybe you go, okay. Well, maybe not every single claim in the Bible is true, but then you may say, okay, well, the overall arch of the story is true. Okay. All right. Then you'd have to lay out what your overall arch of that story is, and then lay all of those things against objective reality. And more than likely, that's not going to come back true. Right. But it's a different thing to say, hey, this is my faith, right? And it's not necessarily that it is objectively true, but it is what I believe and I treat it as if it is true, right? That's fine. But that's a completely different claim. That's a completely different claim. This is what I believe. This is how I guide my life. And so I treat it because, we tend to, or at least we try to guide our lives based on accurate predictive models, right? So when I wake up in the morning, I put my foot on the floor because yesterday I was able to put my foot on the floor, and I feel like I can make a pretty accurate prediction to be able to put my foot on the floor again, right? That's kind of like a faith, almost, right? Like, I don't know if the floor is going to be there today, but, I've been making this prediction a trillion times, and every time I make that prediction, the floor is there, so I'm going to make it again, right? The difference between an accurate predictive model and a faith is I can't test a faith. There is the belief itself serves as the test. It is the evidence, right? So it's kind of a circular reason. I believe it because I believe it, right? Not I believe it because, not I know it, right? Not I know it because I have tested it, but I believe it because I believe it. And that's in conversations like this, I think at some point we start to talk. The more and more we talk, the more it kind of separates. You can kind of see the cream from the milk, right? At first, we might be talking in fact, right? But over time, thinker's gonna stay, she's gonna stay right there on the fact, right? Show me the evidence of said thing. And over time, my believer friends are gonna get more and more into their belief. And eventually, we talk in two different languages. Did that make sense, bro?
Hmm.
Yeah. But not that your constructed belief is, how am I trying to say? Not that you aren't welcome to have your constructed belief. That's a thing, right? Like your faith. But the weird thing about your faith, or not that your faith is weird, but the weird thing about a faith is that because you constructed it in a certain way, right? Like the amount of information that you have, the places that you've read, the apologetics that you've been like had access to, blah 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 blah. No other human being on the planet has that exact same combination, which means that no two human beings on the planet carry the exact same faith.
And it can
Versus,
be very dangerous.
that could be very dangerous. Versus, no matter where we are in the world, we can speak a trillion different languages, we can grow up in a trillion different cultures. 2 plus 2 is going to be 4, right? You can say it in a different language. You can have a different base, a different number base. Like you don't have to go base 10. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what number system you're using, right? If there are 2 of a thing and then 2 more of those things, that's 4 things, right? So a faith, because you can build it without that objective reality as a proof, we will literally never all come to the same conclusion. And that's the dangerous part, because you'll say, God wouldn't say, kill your son. Maybe I'm just using it as an example. You would say, well, God wouldn't say, kill your son. Somebody would say, yes, he would. And he told me to do it. Well, how could you ever say, no, he didn't? Now, you may go to your faith and say, well, I don't believe that he would. And here's why I don't believe that, right? But then he could go, well, I believe that he would. And here's why I believe that he would, right? So once we get into what God said, oh man, we lost, because we don't know what God said, and we have no way of verifying it. I can tell you what somebody said God said, right? But that's all I got is what that man said God said. And so really your actual faith is in that human being accurately represented an actual word from an actual living deity, so on and so forth. Well, that's a lot of faith in a man that you don't know. Skip the God part. I ain't saying you don't know God. I'm saying you definitely don't know Abraham.
Or the
Right?
person who wrote what about Abraham.
Yes, you don't even know who the person is that wrote about Abraham, right? But you definitely don't know Abraham. You don't know the man who said that God said that to Abraham. The person who said that God said that to Abraham doesn't know if God said that to Abraham. Right. So you at the tail end of a long line of people saying, "Oh, I trust that man. Oh, I trust that man. Oh, I trust that man." And so not only do we not know it, there is no way for us to know it. Like it's not even possible to figure that out. You just have to have faith. That's scary.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Um, it's gonna sound real off when I ask you this,
You
but
doing good.
but just ride with me when I ask you this.
Sir.
Um, why did Texas defect from Mexico?
Why did Texas defect from Mexico? Well, Texas didn't necessarily defect from Mexico. If I remember this correctly, we had a battle of the Alamo,
Going.
and America won. Am I
Keep,
remembering this right?
keep going. Just keep on going. Keep on going. Keep on going. Keep on going.
Correct.
Let's see. What else do I remember? I'm not me and specifically American history. I don't know all that well. I do remember the Battle of the Alamo. I remember that uh, the Americans. The Americans won that battle, but I don't remember the reason. I'm sorry.
Okay, so the reason why they centered around Remember the Alamo and Texas independence is because 30 years before slavery was abolished, President Gonzalez, if I remember his name right, it should be President Gonzalez of Mexico, made he deemed slavery illegal, right? And that was 30 years before slavery was abolished. Well, at the time, Texas had 280,000 slaves, probably more, but they're saying it's 280,000 slaves. So Texas was a part of Mexico. It's called Tejas. Um, and when he abolished not abolished, but made slavery illegal, I could say abolished, made slavery illegal, Texas said, well, what are we going to do? We got 280,000 slaves. This is how we make our money, right? So Texas decides to defect to where?
America,
Why?
because they allow slaves.
Exactly. But that's not the part that they taught us in school about remembering the Alamo, right?
This is true.
I rest my case.
Okay, what was the
What
case?
was the case? I'm
What's the
so
Yeah,
point?
confused.
yeah.
I'm
What was the case?
so fucking
Like,
confused.
Well, we are on
What
this is
bullshit
why
what we
today.
this is
are
why this is
What?
Like
irritating.
you keep doing this. Like what
what
was
we
the
are
point? What
can
was the
Kalu,
point?
I'm
stop,
gonna tell
man.
you.
I
I'll tell
hate
you.
Kalu.
I'll tell you.
I'm finna go
I'll
buy
tell you.
PowerPoint pens just so I
So
can have a point.
so what we are taught, what we believe, and what is the truth can all be three different things until we really get down to the meat and potatoes
Oh,
of it.
now that I agree with.
We've been saying that this
That's
whole
So
time.
exactly what I'm saying.
That's
Yeah.
what we've been saying
so
this whole
so
call.
so so what I'm saying is what I'm taught in my faith, right? Because faith is just believing in something that you really don't have a lot of proof of. Now, what the Bible did was give us a little knowledge about it, but we take this deep dive off into the Bible, like it's supposed to be dissected all the way down when we won't even dissect a cookbook like that. But anyway, um, so
Who don't dissect a cookbook? A cookbook is recipes. You have no
yeah, but
choice but to dissect the cookbook.
well, people are not dissecting why you need to have a tablespoon of this or two tablespoons of
Yes,
that.
they
They
do.
just follow.
Taste.
Yes,
They
they
just follow
do.
the
Yes, they
recipe.
do. Yes,
Most
they
people
do.
just follow.
Taste.
Would you agree that most people
Like yes,
follow
they
the
do.
recipe?
Yes, like what you're saying right now makes no sense, and you're fighting hard to not dissect this book. And you, if you don't want to, you don't have to. Like I heard Bash tell Sydney yesterday, if you just want to believe this, regardless if it's true or not, that is your right. Like that's hey, I just want to believe it. I don't care if it's true. Like you're fighting hard to not dissect this book and saying people would dissect this book and not even dissect a cookbook. First off, a cookbook does not say kill your son. A
And
cookbook
if
does
it did, fuck that cookbook.
exactly.
Exactly.
A cookbook doesn't say that you can't bake this cake unless you hate your mother, your sister, your son, your brother, your even your own life. A cookbook does not say that a woman has to obey a man.
And
And
I
there's
think
one
what's
thing. Oh, go ahead,
irritating
man.
in this conversation for me, just listening to it, is because you are. Oh, I'm sorry. I think were you still talking?
No. I had interrupted you. Go ahead, darling.
Oh, yeah. I was just gonna say, like, no matter how many times we walk you through the logical entailments and issues with your belief system and point out the way that you are not utilizing logic, you keep going back to it's my faith. And Bash has said it to you repeatedly. Thinker just reiterated it. Believe whatever the fuck you want to believe. Stop calling it truth. Stop calling it accurate. Stop calling it historical because you have not done the work to prove that it's any of those things. And many of the claims that you are making cannot be those things. So if you speak about this thing or this belief system as what it is, it's faith based. Be honest with yourself about the fact that I don't know any of this to be true. I just believe it. And if you engage with it that way, as opposed to trying to draw some parallels with the fucking Alamo, I don't know what that was, then maybe this conversation could move forward. But we're stuck in this loop because you refuse to do that.
May I?
And the last piece. Oh. Go ahead. I'll
No,
wait. Go ahead. Go, bro.
no, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, it's one thing to not know a thing, right? Like, it's one thing if I told you, like, I don't know, back when I was growing up, I'm 44. Everybody that had like wavy hair had Indian in their family. I don't know. It's what we used to say. I'm from Alabama, bro, and that's one, like, if that's just what you heard, and, like, that's how you formed your belief about why your hair was wavy, right? That's a thing. It's another thing for someone to say, oh, you have Native American in your blood. Have you ever taken a DNA test? And then you go, no, and I don't want to. Because now, right? Because now I'm willfully rejecting the knowledge, right? Because I want to hold on to saying I have Native American in my blood. And not even necessarily because I'm going to go apply for tribal citizenship, or I'm going to do anything with the Native American. Like, I'm not going to go learn my tribal languages or practices or culture or anything like that. I just like to be able to say I have Native American in my blood, right? That's kind of how Bible talk works in a lot of ways, right? It's one thing to say, I grew up, I learned this, I believe it. This is just like culturally how we talk, right? Like, this is like a thing. I'm a part of a culture, and that's normal for us to say. It's another thing when someone says, "Okay, let's test that." Right? If that's true, let's test it. And you go, you wouldn't look at a cookbook like that, right? well, let's look at it, right? And then you go, if by chance you found out, well, no, you don't have Native in your blood, right? Well, now if I keep saying that I do, now it's beyond just me parroting a thing. Now I'm lying, right? I'm either lying or I am holding a belief when there is evidence to the contrary, like credible, repeatable, testable evidence to the contrary. And at that point, I'm not even lying. I'm being delusional, right? So I understand trying to stay away from proving the thing, because if it comes back different, well, now I'm actively lying, or I am engaging in delusion, right? But if I want to know that it is true, the only way to do that is to put my head down and test it. That way I'll know if it is true. But the fact that it can be true means that it can be false. I can't know that a thing is true if it can't be falsified, right? And that's a them big boy pants to have to put on, right? That's really big. But if you want to know that it's true, and like I was telling the guy that I talked to last time, right before I talked to you, bro, if you're right, if you are right, if this is true, bro, you will have saved the world. Like, your seat in heaven, bro, is gonna be God, Jesus on the right hand, you immediately on the left. Like, you gonna be the next man, bro. You'll be done better than Paul, because you would have done what Paul couldn't do. You would have taken it from faith to knowledge. You would have taken it from, just some random belief that people hold in their hearts to it is the case. It is the fact, right? You will have done what no popes could do. You will have done what no conquistadors could do, no inquisitions could do. You would have saved the world. In as much as we know that 2 plus 2 is 4, we would now know Jesus. And, like, think about what all that math has done for us. You will have done for us what math couldn't do. But in order to do that, you gotta test it. Yeah.
That I do understand, and I appreciate that context. Um, Looking from a faith perspective, the Bible is kind of like, or seen, right, as God's self revelation to humanity. um, salvation, spiritual guidance, Um, and if you look on the historical side, um, the Bible may serve different purposes. Um, could be cultural identity, um, ideology, you know, trying to providing an ancient explanation for why the world is the way it is. Because we don't really know. We went back there. We have no idea what actually went on. We don't know about none of this stuff. if we really just want to take a deep dive off into all of it, history included.
We don't know about none
Whatever
of
we
what
do.
stuff.
Why are
Make sure I'm
you
understanding what
saying
you're saying.
stuff
What I
that
mean
you
by
haven't
history,
even but you
history,
haven't dug into
a
any
lot
of it for
of
you to
a
be
lot
making?
of
Why are you talking while I'm talking?
oh my bad.
You're saying things that you've not even attempted. You've not dug into the history of antiquity for you to say we don't know uh what much of what happened back then. You haven't even attempted to even see how much we know about antiquity. Like why are you doing that?
So the reason why I'm saying that is because we can do 100% all of the research that we want to do on any topic, right? Outside of math and science. I'm just talking about history, historical things, right? What they what they told us and what was put into different history books and things of that nature. Um, there are things that I feel like there are things that will be left out. Just like with me, that's why I asked the brother the question about
But
Texas
you go
detectives.
beyond the books. That's why artifacts matter. What's in the ground matters. It tells a story.
And the story that you told me about the Alamo, which I think is a great point, by the way. You're right. Are you from Texas?
Born and raised.
I could almost hear you, but okay. You're
Been a
right.
lot of places.
You're right. What the story they told me about the Alamo and the story that you found out about the Alamo, two different stories. I ain't gonna even lie to you, right? But the way that you found out about that part of the story, I have this little saying: you cannot tell a perfect lie, and you cannot hide a perfect truth. If a lie was perfect, it would be the truth, right? Going back to the thing I said earlier, all of reality must agree for any one thing to be true. Everything in reality has to point to that same thing for that thing to be true, because all true things are related to every other true thing, right? For what, and I granted you, being a black person specifically, I know it's a few things that we are a bit weary of, right? History is one of them. I get it, right? Trust me, I get it. Because specifically in Texas, shit, they doing Texas trying to snatch everything out of history book. Fair, right? But you can't hide a perfect truth, which means that if you want to know, right, in order for them to take it out, that means there's history in it, right? You can't delete reality. Reality is reality, right? And so when we start when we want to find out what is true, again, we still have to, no matter who claims what, right? No matter who claims what, if we want to know if what they claim is true, then we have to put on our detective outfits. Now, it's certain ways that we're going to do that. So if you're really, really interested in it, bro, go study it. And I mean like formally. Like go Because the way to break a system is to learn it, right? If you really want to learn if that's true, go study it, bro. Like that, you can go to school for that right now. You can go. Dr. Bourne, who was up here just a minute ago, his PhD is in what, ancient Near East languages, I think, or Old Testament.
Ancient Near Eastern Studies, and then he has MSs in Ancient Near Eastern languages and Hebrew.
Okay, right. So he spent years and
You
years
go,
and years.
girl.
I told him he stole your valor.
Oso is trash. Good morning, Oso. I ain't heard from you in a minute, man. Good to hear your voice.
What's up, man?
But if you really want to know that, right, which is fine. I think like to be inquisitive, I think is great. Go study it, right? Cool. You can dig into a wealth of information that we have on that subject. That human beings. That's the beautiful part about information too, is we've kind of learned to like leave it in the like the pile of stuff, right? Like once we learn something, we basically just kind of put it on the human pile, and you guys can come pick this up if you want it, right? You can use it if you want to, right? Unless it's like patented. But history ain't that way. History ain't patented. So once we learn something in history, we just kind of put it out there for you. Once we learn something in science, we just kind of, this is what we found, right? And you can go back and go through every claim that we make, every single one of them. You can question them. You can go through the methodology. You can figure out how they came to the conclusion. You can disagree with the conclusion. You might come up with some new information. You can get into the argument. Right. And you could literally do that. I think where we kind of like I don't want to call it the cop out, but like our glass ceiling, specifically for a lot of us, especially as black people, we've kind of hit the glass ceiling of, well, they don't want to tell me what it is. I'm going to just believe what I want to believe. And that's just as bastardizing to the truth as them hiding it.
Because we think they're hiding it, it must be a conspiracy against us.
Yeah.
And then whatever we make up in our head is something fantastical and all the way off. Because even in that, we victimize ourselves. And so, because it's a conspiracy against us, they don't want us to know the information. So it's got to be something fantastical that they don't want us to know.
Yeah. And it could be just as simple as, this ain't true. It could just be that simple. Right? But if you really want to know if it's true, bro, let's just test it. It ain't, neither of us lose anything. If we go through these claims and I find out that my man action was 100% correct, then my man action has helped me. He has helped me, right? I learned something new today. Great. If we go through here and we find out that ain't a word of this true, then we have both been helped. Because now we don't have to hold on to something that has no practical use, because only true information is practically applicable, right? So we may be holding on to ideas that have no real application, right? We may be trying to talk to a God that ain't listening. We may be trying to, force into history people who weren't there, or take out of history people who were. Last part about this, I'm a West African man, right? Most African Americans descend from some part of West Africa. My father's lineage is from Ghana, my mother's lineage is from Guinea-Bissau. Or at least my father's ex and my father's Y and my mother's ex, I should say it that way. So, trace my lineage that way as a Ghanaian son and a son of Guinea-Bissau. There are two things in the Bible, that aren't in the Bible, that are like some of the most prevalent things on earth. One of them is you will not find a cat in all of the Bible. No cats. Cats been pets these are some of our first domesticated pets. There are no cats in the Bible. Weird. I'm not making a point by that, just letting you know, no cats. Second thing that you won't find in the Bible, a West African. Not one. And we some of the oldest people. on earth, right? Not a single West African mentioned in the Bible, right? But because we are beholden to this idea, we are trying to wedge ourselves into a part of history or into a theological system, into a religious system, into a cultural system that we couldn't be further from. As a matter of fact, my lineage is so old that it gave birth to the people of the Middle East. In other words, there would be no Adam without my daddy. Like, there wouldn't be an Adam without my daddy, without my mama, right? But if I take the Bible and treat it as if it is the way things are, it is true. Well, now I've had to reverse history. Now I've had to eliminate the thousands of years of my being West African and put myself coming from some Hamites. No, not even Hamites. Some kind of Near Eastern civilization. That's not where I'm from. That's not where my people from. That's not how my societies grew. My folk never ate of a tree of knowledge of good and evil. My folk never experienced the flood. My folk never built the Tower of Babel. My folk didn't do that. We just didn't do that. And oddly enough, more than likely, neither did yours. But now here you go, taking on the mantle of sin, taking on the needing of a redemption, taking on needing a Jewish carpenter to rise from the dead for you. Why are you doing that? I don't know, because you think it's true. But is it true? If I test that against humanity, if I test that against reality, is that true? No. That's why we test these claims. Because you might be carrying a burden that you shouldn't carry. You might be doing work for somebody that you don't need to be doing work for. You might be doing free labor to propagate somebody else's ideas. Waking up early in the morning to propagate somebody else's ideas that don't practically benefit you. Yeah.
You should write music or something.
I'm gonna look into it, bro. I met some people up there. I'm gonna call them and see what I can get into.
Action, you were getting ready to say something before Bash?
No, I would.
Okay. Did you have anything else?
I do. But it's not that important.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
That's how I feel about my question.
What was your what was your question? It's not that important.
It's not that. It's really like why is he posing like that? Why he got his hands over his hands like that?
Oh, Kalu. Okay, and before you go,
Kalu, go to hell, man. It's too early.
I told you it's not that important.
yeah, okay, so I'm gonna play this right quick. For you, and I just want to tell you what it said.
No. Let me get it off my chest. How come the fuck when Jesus came the first time to the Jewish people, he came bearing free health care and fish sandwiches? Every time he deal with your people, though, he whooping their ass. Again, why the fuck does God not like African American people? Every time, you can't tell me that, oh, he our parent, so he just be whooping. He'll never bring us no motherfucking cookies. How come Jesus don't never bring us a snack pack? How the fuck come it's like that? Y'all keep ignoring the motherfucking point.
This
How come
best.
every time
Yeah.
God got something to say to us, it's negative? He patted us on the back for all the good shit we did. The fact that we got doctors, lawyers, presidents, CEOs of companies, he never came and gave us a motherfucking cookie. But he always got time to beat on your ass. How come the fuck is like that? Sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that, guys. I was
Valid
upset.
question.
Sometimes you just gotta let the questions fly.
I was upset. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was
That's all I'm
upset.
saying.
What was your question, also?
No, I was saying that was a valid question. How come the fuck? You feel me?
How come the fuck?
He said,
How
"How
come the
come the fuck
fuck?
it's like that?" um, Action. Thank you so much. It was a great conversation. I hope you understand what our case was. Is that it's dangerous to not question. It's dangerous when you take on the the idea of God said it's just right and true, and then you just do. Um, I think a lot of believers don't. I think a lot of believers think that their belief in their faith is harmless because they think it's just them that it's impacting, and they're not seeing how it actually is impacting the world and the harm that it does cause. And that's not to say that the belief hasn't done some good in the world, but the overwhelmingly harm that it has caused and is causing is often overlooked. But thank you so much for coming up.
Thank you. Can I leave you with one word?
As
If you
long as
don't
it's
mind?
not a prayer.
No, it's not at all. Um, I think that when it comes to the Bible and maybe other, like the Quran and all that, I think when I think it mostly comes down to the belief system in it, right? So if we look at the Old Testament versus the New Testament, we look at a wrathful God. We look at an earth that's consumed by people that are just pillaging and doing this and doing that, doing this, doing that. And I think when we start breaking it down and studying it and going word for word off into it, I think we kind of miss, not saying you or anybody else that can hear my voice, right? I'm just saying sometimes I think things can get a little misconstrued and we miss the message in behind it. Because even if we go into the New Testament, I always say this. Um, Christians say Jesus is the messenger. The Muslims say Allah is the messenger. Buddhists say Buddha is the messenger. I'm like, to hell with the messenger. Did you get the message? And if the message is love one another, try to understand one another, do unto others as you would have them do unto you, be respectful, don't harm people. If that's the message, because that was the last message that I was left with, right?
Oh,
Then if the last message was love, then I'm okay with that.
That's not the message, though. And again, like Bash said, y'all don't. None of you have the same Jesus. You may take love thy neighbor as you love yourself to mean love everybody, although you don't even know what that means, right? Like you don't know how everybody likes to be loved, and just because you like to be loved a certain way doesn't mean your neighbor does. But there are people who know what Jesus meant when he said that. They know that that came from Leviticus 19:18, and it means love an Israelite, not love everybody. This is where the idea of white supremacy came from, Christian superiority came from. You read it differently than others, and there are people who understand the Hebrew context. They understand the early Christian context, and so like we were all taught the same thing, that Jesus was about love and peace, and taking care of your the poor, and being saved from sin. We all know that, but those of you that hold this belief system, you justify rape, you justify genocide. You call people savages and say they deserved it without even reading, without even looking at the context, and then not even being able to see that the same thing that y'all are saying today and to justify the actions of your God in this book are the same things that were said about your ancestors when they were justifying hanging them. They're savages. They're not human. They're property.
the same things that we're seeing said today about people over in the Middle East. They're savages. They're not the people of God. They're not the chosen. This is why I said you all think that your belief system is harmless, but it is not, because y'all close your eyes to the harm that it causes. You don't only teach love your neighbor as you love yourself. You teach give double honor to the man of God or the woman of God. Cover them and protect them. Love covers a multitude of sins. And that is why there's a multitude of pastors who essay children. Because those of you that have a belief in a God and have so much respect for that so-called man of God or woman of God, you don't report these people. And they know you don't. They brag about it. They know that y'all would just close your eyes and pray and ask your God to forgive the man or woman of God. Y'all will tell these children or these women that are raped that God was with you the whole time. God was holding your hand. God allowed this to happen for a bigger purpose. Y'all's belief system is not harmless. Y'all believe that y'all are superheroes with power in your hands to heal people. Will convince a person that a God doesn't want them to take medicine. A God doesn't want them to get blood transfusions, and people die. I talk about this often. I lost a 9-year-old niece because a pastor believed he had power in his hands to heal her. Your belief system is not harmless.
And I
Go
think
ahead.
the people.
Go ahead.
Oh, was Bash about to go?
I thought he was. He on
Oh,
Tika.
oh,
No,
Bash.
no, I was just saying, goddamn, when you said the thing about holding the hand, that hurt my feelings. That hurt. That hurt. Go ahead, Fiat. Yeah, that hurt me bad though.
It's painful. Like it is absolutely heartbreaking to hear a lot of the things that believers of this God say. And for folks like yourself, Action, I mean, in this conversation, like Thinker and Bash has alluded to, it's been a pleasant conversation. I'm glad it's been civil, but that's not the norm. And you may not be a person who utilizes your faith in that way, but there's nothing that precludes another Christian from doing just that. Like we constantly have people who come up here and find, you said something about learning the message in the Bible and focusing on the message of the Bible. You're not focusing on the message, you're creating it. And because the individual reader is the creator of the message that they need to or they want to see in this book, they can do that. Christianity is one of the most socially and politically powerful religions in history. It just is. But your individual goodness does not erase the systemic harm done in the name of this God. And it continues to be perpetuated today. But because it serves a beneficial reason for you, and you may use it for positive goals in your life or moving things in your community in positive ways, that doesn't erase what it does on the other side. Because daily we have people coming in here that pray to the same God that you're praying to, that feel that what's going on the other side of the country is justified. Because look, God said, don't forget, remember Amalek. Go slaughter these people, including the children. Don't even have pity on the pregnant women. Your God said that in this book. And to Thinker's point, there are people who read that, they see themselves as God's chosen people, and that gives them the validation and the ability and the authority to go do that to other human beings. This belief system is not benign. It's just not.
And I think y'all don't see. This is why I say a lot of y'all don't know your God. You don't see your God, which to me, your God is an idea. You don't see your God in society because you don't know him, because you don't read this book. You don't dig. I sent feed about maybe 4 videos yesterday where I've been telling people to open their eyes since 2020. Because in studying this book, I recognize a pattern. When October 7th happened, I automatically knew Jericho. And then come to find out the name of the plan was Jericho. Like y'all don't know this book. And so you cannot see your God in society.
I would like to just And I do understand. Let me go backwards a little bit. I do understand exactly what you're talking about. I don't care for Republican extremists, Democrat extremists, no more than I care for Christian extremists or Muslim extremists or any type of extremists that, or even well, it's an ideology. It's not a movement like the feminist movement, but even a red pill
Your
extremist,
God was an
or
extremist.
even a feminist extremist. But I do know that we have them everywhere, and all
But your God was an extremist. He only
was
came for the lost sheep of the house of
was
Israel.
he was an extremist, and
Jesus
what
only came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel.
actually Jesus came to not to abolish the law, but he came to fulfill the law, and that's
But
very
she wasn't
big.
talking
And what is
about
the
the
law?
law.
I'm
And
not
and the
talking, yeah.
law at the time, and the law at the time was the old
But
law.
why did you go to the law? She was
Bec-
not talking about the law. She was talking about people. Why did you go to the law? Why did you do that?
The only thing that I have is my Bible, my
No, why
scripture,
did you do
and my
that? When
Bible.
she said that your Jesus was an extremist, Jesus was an Israelite supremacist. And he has no problem letting you know that in this book. And when she's telling you that he said that he only came for the lost sheep of Israel, Gentiles were dogs to him. Why, when she's telling you this, why did you say Jesus came to fulfill the law, not to abolish the law? Why did you go to the law when that's not what she was talking about?
Because I believe that Jesus came to unalive for all of us, Jew and Gentile alike, same way it says in the scripture.
Yeah, show me Jesus saying that. Not Paul, not John. Show me Jesus saying that. Do you have a scripture where Jesus is saying that? Because Jesus said he came for the lost sheep of Israel. Jesus said he lays his life down for the sheep. The high priest said that Jesus died to save the nation of Israel from Rome coming down on them.
It doesn't say that this person is and the only one that I could really think of was the Good Samaritan, which is Luke
That's
10.
Samaritans are Israelites. Samaria is the capital of Israel in the north.
Okay. Um. Oh. What is that? Matthew 8. The Roman centurion, when Jesus marveled at the faith of this Gentile soldier, and he healed his servant, and declaring that many will come from the east and the west to
Mm-hmm.
join God's kingdom.
Yeah. What did the Pharisees say to Jesus when they came and asked him if he would do that? What did they say?
You know what they said. But I do understand. I understand exactly what you're saying. You asked me.
They told him he was worthy of doing it because he helped them rebuild the synagogues. They had to convince him and tell him that he was worthy of it because Jesus didn't give a fuck about Gentiles. Gentiles were beneath the Israelites. The reason he said his faith is greater than all of Israel is because the centurion said, I mean I guess it was this, yeah, the centurion said, "Don't come here. You're too good to come here." He said, I have foot soldiers that go, and when I say go, they go. So do you, right? I'm a man of stature. So are you. But I'm not good for you to step foot in my house. If you can do it from there, do it from there. That is Rome. That is a Gentile acknowledging that a Jewish person is above the Gentiles. No, the same way in Egypt, where the Pharaoh of Egypt acknowledges that the Hebrew Joseph is above him, and the only way the Pharaoh is above Joseph is in name only. It's about the superiority of these people. When the Canaanite woman, the actually at first Mark writes about her and says that she is a Greek Syrophoenician woman. And she says, Jesus says to her, "It's not right for me to give what belongs to the children to dogs." And she says, "Yes, sir, I'm a dog. Don't I eat your crumbs?" And he goes, "Because of what you said, go, your daughter is healed." Because of what she said, "Yep, I'm a dog and I deserve crumbs. You are above me as a Gentile." Then Matthew changes it from her being a Greek Syrophoenician, and he uses a term that has not been used for centuries. Nobody called Canaanites in first century Rome. They were Phoenicians by then. But Matthew doesn't want Jesus dehumanizing a Greek, the writer of Matthew. So he changes it to Jesus, to this Canaanite woman, because Jesus was dehumanizing her.
In Romans 10,
Again, that is Paul. We are asking you for your Jesus saying this. Where is your Jesus saying he died for all of y'all?
Romans 10 and 11
That's
says
Paul.
that scripture says,
That is Paul.
I understand.
I'm asking for your Jesus, your Savior. Not another man who said God said or Jesus said. Your Jesus speaks in this book. Where is he saying this?
So it's common to confuse Jesus' own words
No, it's not. I
with the
know the
writings
difference between Jesus and
of
Paul.
Paul.
I know that Paul speaks for Jesus through the Holy Spirit. It's not. I am asking, where is your Jesus saying this? When he was on earth, where does he say any of this?
Jesus never, well, almost, let me say it, almost never. It may be only a few times where
Just give me one where
I
he says
gave
he
you
died for
one.
all of y'all. Where?
Jesus said Jesus. That's what, that was the whole point.
Where does he
Jesus
say
didn't,
it? You
Jesus
just keep, listen,
didn't
you
die
just keep
for,
asserting it. Can you please just give me a scripture where he is saying it?
okay.
I get your claim. Can you back the claim up with a scripture where Jesus is saying this?
My favorite scripture is when he said, I didn't come to abolish the law, I came to
I'm
fulfill it.
not talking about the law.
He don't know nothing else, bro. The answer is two letters. It's real easy.
I'm not going to say no until I've done my research.
Well, then why are you making the claim that he did? That's ass backwards. You can't say he said it and then not be able to back it up and then say, I'm not going to say he didn't say it until I actually research it. This is what we're talking about. Y'all are calling things truth before you even verify whether it's true or not. And then y'all get mad at us for actually studying and reading and understanding because it does not fit the narrative that y'all are taught. I saw the comments in the comments talking about we're gonna be shamed for what? For studying? For questioning?
Because earlier action, you said, who cares about the messenger, basically, as long as the message is love. But this message, right, this journey, this thing that you're doing ends with you being a slave to the Israelites, to the chosen people. Is that what you're loving for? So that you can be a slave twice?
The This is what I mean when I say black believers get uh offended by black atheists. Like saying that we're going to be shamed for saying there is no God. What the fuck does that have to do with you? Especially if you believe that your God gave you free will. You believe that there is a God. That should be all that fucking matters. It should not matter that another person does not believe that there is a God. Y'all act like everybody has to believe it in order for it to be true for you. Why the hell do you wish harm on another person for not thinking like you? For not believing something just because you do, you wish harm on that person. That is fucking insane. That's like a 9-year-old wishing harm on another 9-year-old because they don't believe in Santa. And then you'll say, I ain't mad. I don't care. Yes, the fuck you do, as you wouldn't be wishing harm.
Can I ask you a question, host?
Long as it's on topic.
So,
No,
not,
can you answer my wait, can you answer my question?
I'm about to.
Hold on, let me address the guy in the comments. I could give less than 2 fucks if your God exists. Him existing is not a problem for me. I wouldn't worship his ass if he stood in front of me. I don't choose your God. Go ahead, answer her question.
So, my question is this, and it'll be answering her question too. Um, and this is not me.
No, there's no
Please
way
don't.
you're gonna ask me a question to answer her question. Her question had to do with you being a slave.
Yeah. So, it's okay for her to tell me that I'm a slave.
She did not say that.
She did. She said, "Are you okay with being a slave and being a slave
She
twice?"
didn't call you a slave.
She said, "Okay, are you okay with being a slave and
She
being a
said,
slave
"Are
twice?"
you okay with being one?" That is in the future. She did
Yeah.
not call you a slave. That's not
No, that's
true.
actually present. Are you
No,
okay with being a slave? That
no,
means I'm
she
a
did
slave
not.
now.
No, she did not call you a slave right now. No, she didn't. She's talking about the prophecy. And in this book, the Gentiles are serving the Israelites in New Jerusalem. That is the prophecy. That is the Jewish apocalyptic prophecy. And that is taken the writer of Revelation is reciting Jewish apocalyptic end times prophecy in Revelation. She is talking about the New Jerusalem prophecy. She is not calling you a slave today.
So even in that context, so we're gonna say that I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm going to say that you're right. Paul lied. Paul lied, Peter lied, and everybody else lied. Because guess what? Jesus didn't say it, right? So they lied.
No, but I'm asking
No,
you.
I mean,
You're
okay, we weren't asking you that.
yeah, you're talking about love. I'm asking you, your love, the end of your love, all of this love that you're giving to this God, the result of that is slavery for you as a Gentile.
Hmm.
Just period. Is that what you're loving for so that you can be a slave?
In that context, yes,
So you're okay with being a slave for the Hebrew? You're okay with being a slave to Hebrews?
I would imagine so.
You don't know?
I have to
You're
find
not
out if
sure?
I'd have to find out if my lineage comes from Jewish or not. Maybe,
What?
maybe
Like,
So
might
this
be.
how I
now
know
you're
y'all
in
don't read this book.
yeah.
Like, this
So
book
now
literally
you're an
says these
Israelite.
people are Mesopotamian.
I haven't dug that deep down into my DNA.
You are not from Mesopotamia. You know where Mesopotamia is?
Who is?
Do you know where that is?
Who is?
No, I'm asking, do you know where it is, not who it is?
Not exactly, but I'm sure you. I'm sure
Right.
you can give me an
Right.
exact location.
Oh my gosh.
Or
What
at
the
all.
freak? What the freak?
You know what's so funny
But like I
is that
said, it's all a lie, and I'm gonna
what I
join you. You know
what
what?
I
It is.
you know
It's
what's
all a
so
lie.
funny? You know what's so funny? Listen, you ain't got to be like that, sir. Believe what you want,
No, I'm
right?
done. I'm
We're
done. I'm
just
through. I'm
we're just telling
announcing
you
my
that
Christianity so
Stop
that
acting
I
that
can
like
what
go.
a
you
petulant child.
yeah,
Like you're
a
acting really
child,
childish right now.
that what you believe in ends with
Seriously.
you as a Gentile
Yes.
being enslaved. That's that I'm just saying. That's what your Bible says. It ends with the Gentiles being enslaved, with all of the nations bringing their wealth to Israel. They
I
will
mean, if you
suckle at the
ask
teat of
me, we
kings.
already in this shit, but I
Welp.
digress.
I feel like
Like
that.
we
Look,
already occupied. Yep,
Yeah.
we already doing
truly.
that shit.
So I mean, as long as the love, I guess the love ends with everybody being a slave except the Israelites. I guess that's okay. Huh? Maybe. I don't know. I guess.
But I think this is like even the response that actions given right now is kind of evidence of what we're talking about, right? Like you're trying to ultimately reduce everything down to this binary of knowledge, which just doesn't exist. It's not either absolute certainty or total ignorance. It's just not how we move through life. And if you are claiming, like to Bash's point, if you are claiming that something is true, then it will also remain true after you validate it. That's just how truth works. It does not function any other way. But if you have not done that validation step, those validation steps, and you haven't gone through the work of confirming that, oh, well, this kingdom was referenced here in this time. Did this really happen? How do we know? What's the best explanation? Is there a convergence of evidence to point to this claim being true? You haven't done that, yet you're holding on the fact that it is true. That is dishonest. That does not then mean that we can't know anything, everything that we've ever been told is a lie. That's binary and that's all or nothing thinking.
I think it's very childish thinking. I think it's a temper tantrum. And again, like I don't understand why we go that route. You said earlier on in this conversation that you don't know where it came from, that you cannot question this text, this God, this belief. But your response to us questioning it, to us studying it, is okay, everything is a lie. My belief is gone. I don't believe no more. That's a very immature response to something you claim you are allowed to question.
Also, bro, you didn't develop your belief overnight, man. I know that a lot of times, like when in conversations like this can feel like an attack. And I'm not saying you feel that way. I'm just talking kind of like from my own personal experience. These kinds of things can feel like an attack, like someone saying that I'm not smart, or I haven't tried to learn, or I haven't read the things that I have read, or but beliefs, as a matter of fact, bro, for the most part, I have this little saying about how we get to religions, specifically Christianity. They start out by the want to belong, then we start to mimic behaviors, then we develop beliefs, and then lastly we get a Bible, right? And so normally by the time we get to the Bible, our beliefs are cemented, right? And then we basically use the Bible. My little way of saying this, most folk don't believe the Bible, but they do Bible their beliefs, right? So they have something that they believe, and then they kind of uphold those beliefs by some passage in the Bible, right? And so beliefs take time to build, and Christian belief is so layered, bro. It's so layered. It's so layered. It's in like, it's just super layered. I go into that later, but that's why these things are called deconstructions, because beliefs are constructed. They don't just like fall on you in a day, and you don't stop believing them in a day, right? Like you don't just wake up one day like that's gone, right? It's a deconstructive process. You may take one thing that we've said here today and say, you know what? I don't believe them when they said, I don't know, that Jesus thought that Gentiles were dogs. I just used that one, right? And then you can go look into that. And you may find, and you probably will find, that what Thinker said about that was true. Does that mean that you don't believe anymore? Hell no, right? But hey, you just found that one thing out. Now you got options. You can say, well, that's okay. I can be a dog because that lady was okay with being a dog. She got what she wanted from Jesus, and so I'm okay with being a dog, right? Kind of like if you were saying that, like when Lord just said the thing about being a slave in the end. You may look that up and find out that what she said about absolutely true, right? And you may go, well, if I'm already a dog, slave is technically a little better than a dog. I'm okay with being a slave dog, right? Because I just got to make it into the kingdom or whatever, right? In other words, nothing that we're saying up here is designed to make you stop believing. Right? That's not the point. The point is that you will know something. Right? What you do with what you know is totally your business.
Also
Right? Like
critically
that's
thinking.
totally your business. So what? Donna, I'm sorry.
The point is to think critically about what it is that
Yes,
you believe.
yes. And to Fee's point, if a thing is true, no matter how critical of it we are, it is still going to be true because all true things are connected to every other true thing. So no matter how, like if it's true, I can dig in it until the cows come home. It's still gonna be true, right? Most of
Dig
the
in it until the cows come home is
Whoa.
insane. I just want you to
I'm
know.
putting that on a
Whoa.
t-shirt. I knew you was gonna say that.
Red alert.
Once I
Shouldn't
said it, I was
bash.
like, you know what? I like that. I like that. I'm into that. Okay. That's my
Hey
type of
yo.
digging. That's kind of stuff I'm into. Right. Okay. But
Y'all missed the prostate conversation we had. Kalu pulled up a picture of a prostate because a guy was saying that the prostate was in the intestine.
I forgot about that.
And then
Wow.
he said what he said something Kalu said he said something and Kalu said no, it's up your butt. Boy, that pissed that dude off so bad.
Oh yeah, he said, "Where's this conversation going?" I
Yeah,
said, "Up
and
your butt."
up your butt. He not safe for society as
oh
Kalu.
my
Kalu
god.
ain't safe to be out here in the street. To land on that though, bro. None of this is designed as an affront to make you not believe. The purpose of these kinds of conversations is one, normally when folk have these kinds of conversations, there's going to be some scripture, some part of scripture that either a person has like not really critically thought about, or they may not have ever read. They may not have ever read that at all, right? And so the goal is, because you said this earlier about it ain't about the messenger, it's about the message. But that would mean that you are at least inferring that there is one central message in the Bible. And when I tell you, nothing could be further from the truth. Well, if there is one central message in the Bible, if there is one, it is Israelite supremacy. Yeah. But how that is enacted, who can lay hold to it, why they can lay hold to it, how they lay hold to it, all over the place. All over the place. Right. And but if you just kind of polish it all off, and just go, oh, this is just the general message, well, then you lose the ability to critically think. Right. And the thing we need more than anything in today is specifically, well, not specifically, but I'm speaking specifically to Black men, is critical thought. Else, we tend to be the first to get the worst, right? Our only saving grace is going to be our ability to think critically and respond, right? To be able to make accurate predictions and respond, right? To get ahead of the curve and not be on the reactive end of everything, right? So I'm hoping that this is encouraging you to not, first foremost, don't take any of our words for any of this, because that's no better than taking somebody else's word, right? But to say, hey, they said some things, some of that interests me, I'm gonna go look. Like, it's so easy to know where you come from, bro. This is so easy. And if I were you, I would go to, if you say, well, I don't trust them people over there, get you about $400, take you 4 different DNA tests. And I suggest that you do African ancestry as well. Black owned, Black operated. I know the lady that does the supervisors the test up there. We went to middle school and high school together, right? Black owned, Black operated. But take you 3 or 4 of them, right? Corroborate what they find, right? If that don't work, if let's say they don't say you from Mediterranean or whatever, or the Mesopotamia, if they say, well, you from such and such West Africa, okay, go over there. Have somebody spit on a stick. See if their DNA matches yours, right? You can verify this, right? But waiting around to see if by chance you are an Israelite is crazy work. Crazy. You can just know that. You can know that, right? We don't have to be oblivious to all things, bro. We know how combustion works. We drive cars. We know how a paternity test works. We know how these things work, right? And so hopefully this sparks your critical thought. Not don't give up on it, because giving up on it ain't the answer either. The answer is to know what you believe. Yeah.
I appreciate that. So, excuse me for getting sleepy on y'all. Truth doesn't collapse because somebody made a TikTok thread. So, questioning something doesn't make it automatically false. It just means we're examining it, right? And I may joke around and play around a little bit, but I do believe that if my faith or anybody else's can't handle questions, it was fragile to begin with. I don't feel attacked in any type of way, to be honest. Never have. I very well asked to come on the panel, kind of already knowing what I was heading into. And normally a person, even with my belief system, right, wouldn't do that. Not when you're outnumbered, right? That's crazy work.
I mean, they've been
But
doing it for almost 3 years.
oh, okay. Well, like this is my first time even on your panel, or even on a panel, even on a panel like this. But I do feel like certain conversations can be had, and we can ask questions, and things of things of that nature. And my belief is that most arguments aren't really about the Bible itself. It's really about bad church leadership, cultural baggage, hypocrisy, politics.
But have you heard of us talk about bad church leadership in this conversation?
No. But what about cultural baggage and hypocrisy?
Have you heard us talk about that in this conversation?
I believe a bit of hypocrisy, but it's okay. but it's okay.
Hold on. You've heard us talk about hypocrisy in this conversation.
Well, let me say it this way. Maybe I took it as that way.
Took what?
Um, took it as saying that is hypocrisy, like being a hypocrite.
Who did we call a hypocrite?
Um, and this is my and correct me if I'm wrong, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if I say that um, this is my belief and this is how I believe, and then you may say, well, this is what your God said. This is what your God did. Then, even though part of that may be fact to the point of how it actually reads, right? But my question is,
What hypocrisy means?
no,
That's what I was waiting on him to get done because I don't think he knows what hypocrisy means. Because what you're
to,
explaining
to,
is not
Right.
hypocrisy.
and if it's not, then tell me I'm wrong.
You are. The
Okay.
definition of hypocrisy is when you profess a belief, but your behaviors portray something other than what you are professing. No one in here called you a hypocrite or alluded to you being a hypocrite. Saying that your Bible says something other than what you believe it to say is not hypocrisy.
And like I said, if I took it the wrong way, I did. But even in that sense, right? Um, if someone says the Bible isn't true, that's a position, and people can have whatever position that they decide to have. Um, my question would be, um, what standard are you using to decide that? And you
Literally, we
have done
showed you
that
that
all the way
standard
through.
throughout this whole
And, I,
entire conversation.
and that's what I was saying. You have done that throughout the entire
So then
conversation.
how is that your question?
I
So,
don't understand.
so, so,
This makes no
so
sense. You're just bumping
for
around in the
me,
dark at this point.
um, and there are difficult passages, there are tensions, um, especially that requires context. But I feel like you don't gain credibility by pretending everything is simple, right? Um,
What credibility?
Who
Who's trying to
did that
gain?
though?
Yeah, who's trying to gain credibility?
I mean, on my side, if I'm saying I'm trying to gain let's say I'm trying to gain
Credibility from who?
credibility about what I'm saying, what I feel like is true, um, within the context of the Bible, right? But
What?
if everything that I'm saying, I'm just trying to make it just cookie cutter simple. Like, oh, well, God said this, so this is what I believe. And God said that, so this is what I believe. So I know that for me, I'm not going to gain any credibility with you guys by pretending everything that's going on in the Bible is just cookie cutter simple.
That's not you. You can say that everything that's going on in the Bible is bullshit or harsh. That doesn't still give you credibility. I don't think you know what credibility means. Like you,
Yeah.
one thing that you don't. One thing that I notice when talking to believers, like we talk past each other because those of us that actually uh, actively listen and participate in conversations, we think logically or try to and think critically about these conversations. We use intentional language, intentional words. Believers have this habit of speaking in a whimsical, fantastical way. And they say words that sound good, but don't necessarily use them in the right context or don't know the definition of the words that they use. And because definitions aren't as important to a lot of people with a belief, we tend to talk past each other. We're saying one thing, but you are hearing another, which is why several times in this conversation, you have responded with responses that just did not fit the conversation because I think we're talking past you. Um,
because definitions of words.
I also think we talk past each other in these conversations because we have a completely different template that we use when we approach or consider when to believe something. I don't start with belief. And I think the those of us who are critical and skeptical thinkers in this space, we don't start with belief. Like belief is contingent upon evidence. But when engaging with believers, because you all bring the belief with you, like Bash was saying, and you kind of superimpose that belief onto the text, which colors the way you read the text. It would be no different than you being a jury member and deciding before you hear any evidence that the defendant is innocent. So when you see the evidence where, okay, he wrote a letter saying I did it. Oh, that's not what he meant. What he meant by I did it was X, Y, and Z. So you
That
adjust
I
the
sent
evidence.
something called sin to come in and actually do it for me. I didn't actually do it. That's what something like that.
Exactly. Yeah, something like that. Like, and that's how you all typically engage. And if this is your first time in this space, I encourage you to listen. Like, listen to the other believers, the way they engage. Listen for the patterns of thought process or lack thereof that Thinker was just talking about. It is a consistent pattern. And it's every, I don't know if there's been one conversation, maybe there's been one, but there have been very few conversations where we don't have to pull y'all back to the point that we asked. That we don't have to say, that's not the question I'm asking you. You're answering something that I did not ask. And that is a marker of motivated reasoning. That's a marker of circular thinking. And I don't think you all realize that. So it's not about validity. It's not about trying to prove you wrong. It's about explaining to you why we don't believe this. And these are the reasons we don't believe it. These are the things that didn't hold up to scrutiny. These are the things that didn't align with I don't know, reality or science or history. I think if we're trying to be honest interlocutors, we have to do that.
Like a guy tonight literally had a whole ass fit because he thought I was lying about every human being starting out female in the womb. I actually think that he's gonna go and research it, but I think he had a whole existential crisis on the stage because he believed that everybody started out male because the Bible says life started with Adam.
That's crazy work.
Yeah, and he denied it. And then he just outright lied and said, that's been debunked.
What?
Yeah. As soon as I said it, that's been debunked.
And that's what Bash was talking about. Like, we can learn these things. And it's not even a learning of this is what somebody told you to think. Like there's a certain domain that meets the requirement of explaining how something is true. And there's another domain that just gets to tell you what is true without ever validating that it's true. One is safe, the other is not. One leads to progress and improvement, the other does not. Not to say that there's no no corruption or no issues historically with science, because it is. It absolutely is. Like Bash was talking about earlier, there's a whole ass idea that is, as Black women, we don't feel pain. That shit is wrong. But being able to identify why it's wrong, being able to prove that it's wrong is something that should be required for any truth claim. And religion gets to hop completely over that every single time.
So I think where it gets kind of crazy at is I was probably and I don't want I'm gonna say most anyway. Forget it, right? Um we get maybe so lost in the conversation because we're gonna come and bring a belief system where you're gonna come and bring some logistics to it, right? You're gonna be logical. And we forget about the core claim, which is Christianity stands and falls on the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus, right? So if we had, if let's say a person came up here and they just stayed right there in that foundation and they stayed grounded, they didn't get defensive, they knew that they're not responsible for convincing anybody, and even some believers don't. Some of us don't want answers. We just want a reaction, and some of us will give a reaction when somebody else don't want to answer, but we gonna still give a reaction, right? Same way the dude's like, oh, he gave you a reaction, and he gave you a very bad reaction when he tried to debunk the autonomy of that is fact. We all start
Anatomy.
out female. We all start out female in the womb. I
Anatomy.
mean, um,
I'm so
Anatomy.
confused.
yeah, anatomy. That's yeah. Excuse me,
But what does
but
you started out
but
saying if a believer stay right where Christianity, the basis of Christianity, the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus, if they stay right there, what
and then they stay grounded and not get defensive,
and
right?
what and what?
If somebody actually could come up here and say, "Hey, I've looked at the evidence, the history, and the message, and I find it credible," you know, what? No, I'm staying. I'm a little sleepy. You got to excuse me. If if when you say I've looked at the evidence and I've seen the message, I don't find this credible. I don't find that credible. Then, as a believer, um, we don't have to agree. We don't have to, you know, you don't have to. And if you say you don't have to agree, but it's not baseless. You see what I'm saying?
No,
Like
I'm
you
so
do have
confused.
your, you. I think we get in our feelings way too early and way too fast as a
But what are
believer.
you
And
saying?
the only thing that we really got to stand on as a believer that someone that has not went and did a whole lot of deep diving and researching um into Christianity, understanding these stories, understanding why this was said, why that was said, who is this, who is that. When you can come and have more information, logical information, historical information about my religion than I do, then unfortunately, I can see how some believers can come back at you a little brash, which is unfortunate because that's just showing
It's only
that person.
unfortunate for them. But I'm still trying to figure out what you mean by if we just stay there at the death, burial, and resurrection. What is that? What does that change? I'm confused.
So because it's all because for many of us, Christianity is 100% faith based, and I'm not going to say it no other way, right?
Hmm. We
The
know.
only thing that we try to do is represent the truth that we know clearly. Try not to misrepresent the Bible, and do our best to not crumble
But
under
I'm
pressure.
saying, what is it? They all of y'all. Do you think
But
believers don't come here with that foundation of the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus?
yeah, but I think they go away from go away from it and try to get logical in a way that they can't get logical about something that they don't really know about or that we don't really know about.
But like believers don't deal with the logic. They will quite literally say that your God is not logical. Like they don't try to deal with logic. But even if you come in here and you say Jesus died, Jesus rose, I mean he was buried, he went to hell for 3 days, and then he rose, and now my soul is saved and I'm having eternal life. And we're like that's still a claim. And we're still gonna say there's no evidence that Jesus ever existed. There's it's plausible that a man named Yeshua existed in first century Rome. There were many men named Yeshua. Yes, there are texts written about uh, uh, Jesus and people called Christians or Crestus, but that doesn't mean that he was a god. Doesn't mean that he had divine powers. Doesn't mean that there's no evidence that he was crucified by Rome. There's no evidence of him raising from the dead. And then your salvation is also hope and faith. There's no evidence that there is life after death. There's no evidence in a hell and no evidence in heaven. Right? It doesn't change anything if they just stay at the death, burial, and resurrection. We know what the foundation of Christianity is. We were Christians. I was a Christian for 28 years. I was a missionary. My father was a pastor. My mother is an evangelist today. My little brother took over my father's church when he died. My sister is a missionary.
that like damn near everybody in my family holds some type of position in the church. Fee was a Christian for over 30 years. Selena is a minister who's deconstructing. Lois is probably the only one on this stage who was never indoctrinated into this religion. Oso's father was a pastor. Kalu's father, Kalu, your dad was a pastor too, right?
He was an usher.
And
Did it
but
burn?
the way he said that he was an usher. But like we all grew up in this religion except for Lord's and spent decades in it. Like we know what the foundation of Christianity is. But the same way we scrutinize the text, we research the text, the claim of Jesus' death, burial, and resurrection is going to be scrutinized that same way. Like Mama Bash has a question that she was doing for about a month. Did Jesus die to free you from sin or to make sin free? We had a month-long conversation with believers about that one topic, because believer after believer picked that topic over and over and over again for a month. And the conclusion is they start out believing he died to free them from sin, but by the time we finish conversating with them, it's that they still sin. They just can repent and have eternal life, and so they sin freely. And I think a lot of believers, and what we already knew, is that believers, like there's no need for us to be atheists to sin. We can sin with Jesus. We can sin with your God because believers do, and believers proclaim that they can, because all they have to do is repent. Jesus was their atonement. And a month-long conversations with believers standing on the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus to free them from sin taught believers that they can sin freely with Jesus, that he died to make sin free instead of to freeing them from sin. One guy said that it wasn't him who sinned. He quoted Paul. It wasn't him who sinned. It's a entity named sin that sins in him, and he's innocent in that way, and that's how Jesus freed him from sin. But he still does fuck shit. But you can't blame him. It's sin in him that's doing the fuck shit. So even scrutinizing the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus and the reason he died, right? Like it's not gonna change the conversation.
I wouldn't think it would change the conversation. Um, what I do believe is we can draw a line in the sand and look on both sides and say, okay, I'm over here, you're over there. Tell me something that I don't know so that I can go back and look at it myself. And I feel like it's okay. So when I come back and I say, hey thinker, this is what I found out. Let's talk about this. I feel like that's okay, don't you?
I'm so confused why you're asking me that. I mean,
I think he's
asking,
trying
huh? I'm so confused.
to. Right. I think he's trying to like accidentally into something profound, and then leave on that note.
Because the purpose of the live is that, and
Yeah,
saying
but
like you think that's okay, like what do you think the 800 people in here are here for? Like that is the very reason that I hit go live. Like that's not a revelation. Like I'm so confused.
that may be what we're up here for.
That's why I go live. So you asking me, like, I think that's okay, don't you? Like, that's not a revelation. That's the purpose of the live.
And I think the piece you're also missing is that, like, no matter what you're presenting, like they were telling you earlier, you have a right and the freedom to believe whatever you choose to believe. You can do that. That is on you. You don't have a right to call it truth unless you can verify why it is. So you're right. Like the purpose of these conversations is to promote thought, is to ensure that we're really considering the things that we have accepted to be true and to push ourselves to see why. Like what makes this true? And Thinker was saying how so all of us except Lord's has like a significant experience and history with this belief system. Like we studied this belief system. Thinker talks about how she started this deep dive for the purpose of getting closer to the God, but the shit just didn't add up. So if you're saying that, yeah, you can come back and say, here's what I found. Absolutely. And I encourage you to do that. We're here to learn as well. None of us know everything. But I think the difference between a believer and a non-believer is that we are willing to say, oh, I don't know the answer to that. Here's what we do know. Here's how we know this thing is true. Here's how we predict it with this knowledge and it's come true and it's been consistently reliable. But that's not what y'all do. Y'all start with this means something to me. This is the overarching message that I get from it. Therefore, it must be true. And that's just not how you land at truth.
Hold on. Did somebody
I
send out
do
a
know
super fan
everything.
box? Did I miss that?
Yes,
Who
Danny
did
did.
who did that?
Danny did.
Who did?
Danny.
Danny, thank you so much. I appreciate you. That is no cheap feat. I appreciate you so much. Welcome to the new super fans.
Does that make sense, Action?
Makes a hell of a lot of sense. If you ask me. But at the same time, like I say, and I appreciate um, these kind of conversations. Um, should I have probably picked a different topic? Yeah. But at the same time, I feel like I was led to pick the one that I picked, and I picked the one I picked because that's I felt like that's how I was led.
You think the
If
But
you,
yeah,
topic would have made it go? Oh, my bad.
I just want to ask because you're saying you were led, and I'm assuming led by your God or your Holy Spirit or your spirit. What did you learn from topic one? Topic one, not this whole entire conversation.
mm,
What do you think you taught us about topic one?
I didn't get a chance to teach anybody anything about topic one.
Well,
I didn't
you
get a
were
chance to
led.
speak
You
on it.
said that you were led to do that. So
Oh yeah, but I didn't get a chance to even try to get my point across about because like when you were saying like you feel like it's wrapped up um in a lot of patriarchy and misogyny, and in my mind I'm thinking like, well, hey, if there are men that are actually trying.
hold on, don't restate it because I'm gonna tell you what you said because you said you didn't get a chance. I don't want you to restate it because I'm gonna show you that you did get a chance to say what you want to say about topic one, and I listened. So I don't want you to restate your original statement because I'm gonna tell you what you said. But tell me what you learned from us about topic one.
To be honest, if there is if I had to go back and read it, right, and just be real honest with myself and say, if I've never read the Bible, if I've never heard of any of this religion in my life, and I was to read, I was just to consciously read through that passage in Genesis, there's a big part of me that probably would blame Eve. Most people probably would, right? I consider myself a pretty deep thinker when especially if I'm reading something. I try to read it all the way around. Um, would I have missed that part where God came in the garden looking for Adam? That's very possible because sometimes we just be reading and we're really not just understanding everything that's going on
And
at that
you're
moment.
going into your thing again. I'm asking, what
So
did you learn from us?
that's really what I learned is, um, number one, it's okay to get a different perspective. even if it's not one that you've never even thought of. Because when you
What
say
was
it
the
a
different
certain way,
perspective though?
that Eve would be responsible. And well, that's how people, and at the same time, you feel as though, and I've never took this context out of it before, but when you were saying that you feel like when men would come up and say, no, 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 it's Adam, it's Adam, it's Adam, right? You feel like, no, that's rooted in misogyny and patriarchy. I learned that today. I've never heard that spoken of ever, because that's not and maybe it's because it's not the idea that I had. You know what I'm saying? Like in my mind, I'm thinking, and I promise you, I never did get. I don't think you actually, because I know I didn't get a chance to say it. But what I wanted to say
I'll say it,
was,
please.
okay,
Just tell us what you learned, and I'm gonna tell you what you said.
that's what I learned. I didn't know that.
So, okay. Out of everything that we talked about regarding the Eve situation, the whole conversation was about the mind. That's the crazy. That's the crazy thing. I don't give a fuck who's responsible. That's crazy. But what you said was Adam was responsible because he was created first, and your God came in the garden looking for Adam, not Eve. And that, yeah, she ate. You originally didn't want to say that she ate first. You made a very point that they both ate, but it's on the man because he's the man, right? That's what you wanted us to know, that your God spoke to Adam, gave Adam the command. Adam was there at the tree. He heard everything. He consciously decided to eat, but Eve, she had to be deceived. She's the woman. She had to be deceived to sin because I don't know, she don't have her own brain. But Adam, he consciously disobeyed. He's a risk taker. He didn't have to be deceived. So
I wish
it
Adam
ain't
would
on
have been
Eve, it's
first.
on Adam. And the Bible says that through one man came sin, and through another man came life. It's through the man, not the woman. That's what you came in here and said.
And I mean, maybe you took it like that, but
No, those are your exact words. I
I
didn't take it
understand.
like that. Those are your exact words.
Think I'm the biggest supporter of women. I'm
I,
not a,
I didn't say you weren't.
um,
I didn't say you
but
weren't.
it makes it sound like I'm
I
misogynist.
repeated your words back to you. If you don't like the way they sound, you should probably change them. But those are your words.
Yeah, but I didn't say them like that though.
They're still your words, and however they land, you don't like the way they sound. They came out of your mouth, word for word.
So if a man takes accountability, that's a bad thing, or responsibility. Not trying to take nothing away from a woman. You probably in my mind, I'm like, man, I sure wish Adam would have ate first. So we wouldn't even have to have the conversation.
This is fucking ridiculous. I don't give a fuck who ate first. I've already said that. The conversation is about your mind and about uncovering that you actually prefer a mind with wisdom where you can assess your actions. I don't give a fuck who ate that fucking fruit first in that story.
I mean, even trying to reframe it, well, not reframe it, but even trying to focus on your intent as opposed to your impact completely ignores the entailments of your position. Even like you think it's cleaning it up by being pro, you are a proponent of women's rights. I will grant you that. There's not a person in this society, specifically in the West, that does not have residue of misogyny and patriarchy. You just can't. In the same way that a lot of people consider themselves to not be racist, it's not enough to not be racist. You have to be anti-racist because it's so baked into our culture. What would it have, to Thinker's point, what difference would it have made if Adam ate first? Because you still hold the belief system that he is responsible for both of them. You still don't see Eve as a completely autonomous individual of her own with her own mind and the ability to think critically for herself and decide for herself. There's still a tethering to the man and a sense of responsibility that he has over her actions. That is patriarchal. That is baked into this book. It's how, so me and Thinker were talking about this because we both have adult boys, adult young men. We were talking about how neither of us have ever explicitly, as women, preached or been a proponent of patriarchal ideas, but they still hold them. Even in their most liberal existence, they still hold those ideologies, because if you don't examine a belief and you don't put pressure on it and you don't ask yourself, why do I think this? Where did this idea come from? Then you don't pressure test it. You don't really see if the impact is actually lining up with your intent. And in this regard, it didn't.
And then, despite the fact, like, the men want to hold that Eve didn't have agency or autonomy to make her own decision, despite the fact that this story quite literally shows her thought process. You don't see Adam's thought process. She hands it to him and he takes. Adam obeys. But no. Mm-mm.
So would that mean that, like I always say, um, our belief system is that Jesus is the one that changed minds and changed hearts, or God is the one that changed minds and changed hearts. But my belief is that I don't care if Jesus come and sit on your bed and tell you what he wants you to do. You still have to be the one to go and do it. You still got to make the choice. So if you ask me, Eve made a choice and Adam made a choice. You didn't hear me say one time, oh, Eve was deceived and she was the weaker vessel. No, she made a
But
choice.
Jesus has nothing to do with Adam and
But
Eve.
what I'm saying is Eve made a choice. And then Adam turned around and made a choice. I never said the
When
woman
you
was,
originally came in, I had to keep pointing out that Eve made that choice. That
but I
Eve
always
ate
knew
first.
that.
No, yes. I literally had to stop you. You skipped over that whole part, action, because you were dead set on proving that Adam was the one responsible for sin and evil coming into the world. And I said, this is interesting that men are fighting hard to take the credit for this when before it's always been it's Eve's fault. She fucked it up. If she just obeyed, we still be in the garden living in paradise. Now, because the word responsible is there, men are fighting to take responsibility for it. It is insane. But you skip that whole part of them at the tree and the conversation with the serpent. Then you downplayed it. Then you said they both ate. They were both at the tree. They both ate. They both made the decision. I had to say, hold on, hold on, hold on. Who had the conversation? Who ate first? Who gave the fruit to Adam? You wouldn't even recognize her part in the story.
Because I'm the type of person that looks at the man first and I leave the woman blameless. And maybe that's my problem.
Yikes.
That is straight bullshit. That is
What?
straight bullshit.
I
And that
mean,
is
that's just
straight
how I am.
patriarchy. That's the thing. Like, you even saying that as though it's a medal of honor is patriarchal.
Well,
And I think he's lying. I do not
no,
believe that.
I'm not. I mean, you can go. I
I
mean,
do
my
not
page is
believe that.
my page is wide open. My
I'll
wife
be
is
back.
6 feet tall, 205 pounds, beautiful, and she sits across the table from me, and we make decisions together because she has a brain. She doesn't stand behind me; she stands beside me. My
The fuck
job
that got to
is
do with
to
what we just talking about?
my
I have
job
no clue.
my job is to make my job is to make sure that um we 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 stay centralized in our beliefs of how we run things. So me personally, I don't say, oh, I'm man, I beat my chest, hear me roar, it's all on me. No, I'm not like that, and I have never been like that. I'm not the type of man that feels like women need to be loved and men want to feel needed. Like, if I'm not needed by this person, it's not enough for me to just be wanted by this person.
Bro, what
I
the
want
fuck
you
is
to
you
want me.
talking about?
So when I say I leave a woman, so when I say I leave a woman
Hey,
blameless, it's
dead
only
ass. That's a
because
real
I
question.
look
What the
at
fuck are
I
you
look
talking
at
about?
because when I look at
Action,
myself first before I
action,
go and
action,
put something on a
action,
woman.
action.
Because that's what
Dude,
men tend
what
to do
the
is go
fuck
put
are
something
you
on them.
talking about?
I'm answering your question. I'm finna tell you what the fuck I'm talking
What
about.
question
If
are
you
you
fucking
answering?
listen,
What question are you answering, dude?
I'm not the type of man that puts anything on a woman.
What
That's not
question
even.
are you answering, dude?
Action, what you're missing, again, what you're missing in this conversation is that sometimes we do bear responsibility in the same way men bear responsibility. So you saying that I don't put the blame on the woman, what if she deserves it? What if she's done something wrong? These are patriarchal ideas that you are positing as a badge of honor for your position in terms with how you see women. It's not helpful. I know you think it is because within the framework of patriarchy, you are told I'm a better man if I see my woman, if I absorb all the responsibility. It's on me. It's on me. It's not on her. It is on her if it's her fault. It is on her if she's an individual. You all don't see us as equals. You still see, you may not realize that this is an entailment of your position, but it is. I am as accountable for my choices and my actions as you are. I always will be. It does not matter that I don't have a penis.
Yes,
It
you are
does not
because
matter.
you're a grown person, so you're gonna always be that. I always say I look at myself first before I even look at anybody else. Who am I? What did I do wrong first? And then I'll look at the next person. But me, I'm gonna check me first. And that's just how I am. I could care less about religion, God, any of that bullshit. When it come down to people and when it come down to people and we grown ass folk, I'm checking me first.
It's not what
The
we're
first thing
talking
I'm
about.
God is
that's the first thing
bullshit.
I'm gonna
God
do.
is bullshit now.
And if I'm out of order, then I'm out of order. Then I look at the next person. But I'm not gonna look at the next person for being out of order until I look at myself first. And
We're
that's a
not
lot
Right,
of our
talking about
problem.
that action. We're not talking about
I'm
that.
gonna
We're
be
not
like that. I'm
talking
gonna stand on it.
right.
action.
Bro, shut your ugly ass up, bro. You doing too
Man,
Oh,
much.
kiss
so,
my ass.
oh, so.
Yeah, I thought so. What were you saying, Fee?
I was just saying that that's not what we're
You
talking
ain't gotta
about.
be a simp all your life, partner.
That's also not what you said. What
Oh,
you
now,
said is
now I'm a
that
simp?
what you said
Is that
was
what
that
you
Excuse
call
me,
me?
lame.
Hmm, interesting. Interesting for this man that thinks his women is equals. Interesting to use that word. Okay.
Yeah,
Interesting.
because a lot of y'all are. You don't know your different
Mm,
life.
yeah, that makes sense.
Probably
Makes
could
sense,
learn something
actually.
from a woman if you actually listen to one day.
Oh, I'm a simp and I don't listen to women?
Probably don't listen to nobody but your own self, but that's a whole nother thing. Go ahead, Faith. What were you saying?
Oh,
it's
Fee.
damn. As many times as we said fee,
Is it Fee?
but we
Say
don't
it, Fee.
listen, though, right?
Go ahead,
No,
Fee.
okay.
What was you saying, Fee?
But I mean, I think even in this exchange, also you're not realizing how patriarchal and misogynistic your position is. And you're saying that you listen to women, but I'm a woman, I'm speaking to you. Loris is a woman, she's speaking to you. Thinker is a woman, she's speaking to you. And I feel like what we're saying is going in one ear and out the other. And it's extremely frustrating because what we're trying to do in this conversation is give you a perspective that you can't have. You can't have the perspective that we have as women. You don't have the perspective that we have as non-believers. But we're trying to show to you how the things that you are saying are still just as patriarchal as the beliefs that you think you're talking against. And I don't think that you're receiving that right now.
I do. And I do apologize if my position um, may have seemed that way, because in no kind of way can I ever put myself in a position to know or anything about how you feel. You know what I'm saying? As a woman.
Right, but you did say to us that you work intentionally as a man to keep all responsibility or blame off of women. Is that not what you said?
Say that again. Say it one more time.
You made the statement that because you are a man, you hold as a core tenet to not blame women, to keep the responsibility and the blame off of women. Am I representing your position correctly?
Almost. It's just me looking at myself first, basically. That's just how I am. I'm not finna look at, because I hear so many men running to blame a
He
woman
said, I look at the
first
men first and leave the women to be innocent.
and
That's what he said, Fee.
yeah. And if she proves to be, and if the woman proves to be guilty on the other side of it, fine. But Me as a man, I'm gonna check myself. I'm gonna check myself first. If she has blame in it, she got blame in it. But I'm always gonna be a check
He ain't say
myself
none of this
first.
actually. She asked him what
That's
he said,
just
and
that's
he
just
said none
that's
of
just
this.
that's just who I am.
That's interesting.
And that's
She
on
asked him what he said, and he ain't say none of this, but he listened to women. All right, yeah, go ahead.
And I think we're talking about two different things. I think personal accountability is something we all should strive for. 100%. I'm with you on that. What I'm pushing back on you right now on is the concept of that you said that you bear all the responsibility to keep it off of women. But you didn't say that about men. You specifically said that as the man, I am going to hold the accountability and the responsibility to keep it off of women. And I think what may be leading you to say that is because I agree with you. There are a lot of men that are not accountable for their actions. Well, she should have had sex with me more often and I wouldn't have cheated. Or she should have done this and I wouldn't have done that. Women do it as well. People who lack personal accountability do that. But you said to us that you have a different standard in terms of how you engage with accountability when the other partner is a woman as opposed to being a man. You didn't say that for men. There is a difference, and that is a gender based difference. That's patriarchy.
I just
It
want
may
to.
not necessarily be misogyny, but it's absolutely patriarchal.
I just want to say right
you
quick.
know,
I just want to shout out to my brother who is a man. I just went in there. He put some chicken and dressing, some sweet potatoes, and some green beans on the front porch for him. I'm about to fuck this shit up. I am
Oh,
hungry.
enjoy. That sounds good too.
Man, he can cook.
wait a minute, you
Shout
got
out to the
dressing
man.
in you
Yeah.
got dressing in April
Hell yeah. Chicken and
after
dressing,
Easter?
Hey.
green beans, sweet potatoes. I'm about to fuck this shit up.
Who are you? You got
Oh,
dressing
he
after
hates
Easter?
tomatoes.
A woman who's loved by her baby brother.
Dressing ain't hard. I mean, people cook that all the time.
Yeah, but it's like getting it after Easter is crazy work. But
Yeah.
sometimes, well, it depends on who making dressing in the family. Like in my family, only one person can make dressing real good, and that's my 88-year-old granny. So it's dressing whenever she feel like it. Sometimes it could be in July, but just knowing like, hey, and everybody can't make good dressing. For
Like I
real,
said, Texas is not the South.
Yeah.
you know. Anyway, that's real funny. That's real funny. But and thank you, Fee, for bringing that to my attention so that I can reposition my heart and reposition myself so that I can understand how that comes off and how that sounds, and maybe I can take that with me and be different. So I appreciate you for that.
All right, action. It was great talking to you. I'm sorry, I want to smack in your mouth. Oh, hold on. It was great talking to you. Thank you so much. Hopefully you'll come back. Let us know what you learned.
Yeah, quit simping on fee.
Let's see. All right, who want to take this one? Fee.
Witty. Oh,
Oh,
he
they
left.
they didn't stay up. Huh? Remember, if you are a subscriber, let me know that you're trying to come up by a nerd emoji. QN. QN. Look at this comment, y'all. Don't trust them saying God not existing and can't create a single organ of their body.
Right.
What?
I'll have you know, I created every organ in my body.
They're already 3D printing organs, by the way.
I also need to know the drop gift to get Yala kicked out of Discord because she is out of order.
You know, she in there trying to talk about y'all should be in here cutting up with me.
Exactly.
CC, you aren't connecting. Mm. Quick fuse. Are you in the box on purpose or on accident?
Them? Them? Okay. We at work.
Sound like a generator.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. I think everybody was on the wait list. I think I remember this person from Mama Bash's live. Politics, if you're still here, send your request again. You're not connecting.
Yeah, I remember that name.
All right. Cindy and Unc, are y'all in the box on purpose? All right, y'all. The guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, 21 and up, unless we are done for the day. I will be on Chewed Gum tonight on the line at 6 p.m. Central. If y'all want to stop by there, still going live tonight. I should be done in time to get some sleep for Maddie's hour tonight, 18 and up. Twan, are you up here on accident? Yeah. We are still having Maddie's hour tonight at 11 o'clock is our normal time. 18 and up tonight. So if you are 18, 19, 20, and you have not been able to participate in the conversations, tonight will be the night for you to do that with our 18 and up host. Chew Gum on the line on their YouTube tonight at 6 p.m. It is a show. It's on YouTube. It is a show centered around queer conversations about the LGBTQIA, trans people, the issues and things like that. Talking to evangelical Christians, of course. That's going to be a hoot. Tomorrow night, I will be on the line also with Matt Dillahunty. That's at 6 p.m. tomorrow night. And then Saturday, I will be hosting the Atheist Experience for the first time with Trust But Verify on Saturday. So hopefully we have a lot of calls for that. So make sure y'all are following me on YouTube at Arch Thinker, following Atheist Experience on YouTube and The Line on YouTube. Yeah. Do we have any other callers that would have come up? There's 751 people still in the room. I think Mama Bash goes live in 30 minutes? Or Zena, who's going live today?
Zena says she's going live today.
And what, 30 at 10:30?
Oh, she said whenever people are done, but I can't speak for her.
All right,
She
what
might be
time you
doing
going
something.
live, Zena?
Sonakalu, why do I hear you're also doing lives?
Oh,
Kalu
because I
goes
am.
live? Yes, I
Yeah.
forgot. Yeah, he did.
Yes. We have good times on Kalu's live too.
Yeah, he did. I didn't get to stay.
Wow. Wow. I've created a monster.
He
Yeah,
did a
I'm waiting for you. I'm
420
waiting for
live
you to show
yesterday.
up. Yeah, 420 live. That was fun.
Dean,
You go live when I'm not working. I got you.
Dean,
I bet.
you're back.
Morning, y'all.
Hey, good morning, Zena.
Morning.
Oh, you're muted in the chat. You can't come up if you get muted, Dean. You can't circumvent a mute. I gotta drop you down because you're muted. Okay.
Okay, cool.
All right. What's up, Zena
Mute
May?
and that weak ass beard.
Oh my god. What time are you going live, Zena?
um, 10:30 your
Okay.
time. Yeah,
Okay. So
11:30 my time.
all right. So we have 30 minutes left, y'all, to get a good conversation going. I gotta get some sleep. I gotta go see my baby girl in the hospital at 2:00 so I can get back home in time
If you
for
need to end
dinner.
earlier, that's fine.
30 minutes is cool. And then I'll get some sleep after
Okay.
that. Rye?
Hi, hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
I'm gonna
Hi.
pair you with Fee. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Hey, Rye, good morning. Are you
Hello, hi.
21 and up?
Yes.
And
Yeah.
are you a believer in the God of the Bible?
Grew up that way,
Are you
but just found myself like questioning things growing up. So I would say deconstructing, but haven't been like proactively doing that. Just sort of stopped going to church. And then found myself kind of maybe pulling away from like the Trinitarian type thing, like Jesus being God. But I think so. I'd say deconstructing is probably.
all right? Which one of the four topics did you want to talk about?
I would say number two. Um, and I don't. I think I don't have an answer as to what it is, but I that's probably the one thing that I can't seem to let go is the belief of like a soul. Like even though I could like there's not really a belief that Jesus was God and that sort of stuff. It's like I can't not believe that I don't have a soul. That's
What is a soul in your
I
understanding of it?
don't know. That's the I it I don't know. That's what feels like I that's what feels like makes up the living me. And I don't know how to like I
What do you
know that
mean
I
by
can't
makes up?
explain it.
What
Like
do you mean by makes
for
up the living you?
like if I were to like if you have ever or when you see like a person who's passed, that person like it's just like think I just can't get over like thinking okay that person's soul is no longer with them because they no longer look the same. But I know from a biology point it's like their brain has shut down, the thing that's functioning is gone. But it's like just from how I don't know, just from having been taught that way, it's I just think it's hard to let go and I can't quite understand. I know I know I can't explain it and yet at the same time find that like hard to let go of.
So when you say soul, are you talking to, like you mentioned, a person that's no longer alive? Are you talking about just consciousness or the
Yeah, I guess and who they were, their personality, I guess.
But you know, the personality can be altered with brain impact. Like people who have TBIs or strokes,
Mm,
like their interpersonalities while they are alive can be altered. So there's nothing that indicates that consciousness is tied to something outside of ourselves that we cannot measure. And the fact that who they are can be altered with physical things, I mean, that would logically lead to, and granted, there's a lot about the brain that we don't know. There's a lot about consciousness that science is still trying to understand. But the evidence that we have right now would lead us to believe that everything about me, everything that I experience, everything that I feel, everything that my big toe can't experience, anything that my brain does not process. It just can't. There are ways for that to not happen, but that's also connected to the brain, which we understand. So what separates the consciousness that we know is at least in some way connected to our brain, and this consciousness is being attributed to a soul that we don't have any evidence of.
yeah.
Is there a difference in the way you understand it?
Um not not really. I guess it was yeah. I don't I don't know what else to say really. I would say that's probably like the last part of my or or one of the parts of like my deconstruction journey that I would say is probably just the hardest. But no, that makes sense what you said.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't grow up in a religion that taught the soul or the spirit in that regard. Like it used the Bible and put the scriptures together in a way that validated and supported that when you die, you're done. There's no consciousness afterwards. So I personally didn't struggle in my deconstruction process with the concept of something outlasting my death. But I do think about it as like if the body is like a car and the soul is like a driver, then we should be able to distinguish when the driver is in control versus the car operating automatically. If we cannot tell the difference, then we have to ask, is this driver that we're postulating even necessary to explain movement? And we don't have anything that demonstrates that. So if you're thinking, or I would just maybe dive into the things that you are still curious about. What do you mean by soul? If you don't know what it is, then what is it that you're actually believing? What is it that you're actually holding on to? Because if you don't understand it, then what's in your hand or in your mind when you think about the word soul? Is it just a fear of death? Is it just a fear of the unknown? That's usually what these deeply held or long held beliefs usually reduce down to.
Yeah, I would say it's probably a fear of death.
I think that's normal. Like, I know a lot of people fear death. I mean, Christianity gives you a shit ton of reasons too, making you think you're going
Yeah,
to be in hell. Like, somebody told us
and
it's
not
all Biggie
even,
in a blender.
I wouldn't even necessarily say my own per se. Probably family members, I would say. And again, it's not necessarily that their final destination being like what it says, like, heaven or hell, but more the nothingness of, like, more the fine, yeah, that's not the word I'm looking for, but just how final, I guess, it would be.
I mean, I think that's fair. But do you think about it in reverse? Like, how final was it before you got here?
No, I've not thought about it in reverse.
Yeah. Like, I have no recollection of life before, I guess, probably my earliest memory is 7 or 8. I don't remember shit before that. I definitely don't remember anything before 1974 when I was born. But I know that there's evidence of people existing, my parents, I have siblings. I have no idea of anything prior to the point in time that I can remember. But we know things happened. I have absolutely no recollection of a pre-life existence in a spiritual world or any of those things. So I think for me, pushing, and again, I didn't have the issue with the soul or anything like that, but there were other beliefs that I struggled with, other core doctrines that had been taught to me under the religion that I grew up around that still brought me fear. I was afraid of the things that my particular brand of Christianity taught me to be afraid of, but I was able to take control of that fear, if you will, by educating myself on the claims. And if a claim cannot show me why it's true, then it does not honestly earn my fear. That's how I think about it.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, I think listening to these conversations too. I don't know how frequently you come into these lives, but we go live every day. And I think listening to people talk through their logical thought processes of critically thinking through the things that they have been told to believe their entire lives, but never actually investigated or deconstructed. I think noticing patterns will probably help you navigate these waters as well.
Yeah, definitely. I've been here like a couple days now. So yeah, and I agree. There's definitely, like, it's helping. There's a lot of, like, yeah, challenging, and just, yeah, the topics and the conversations have been really good to listen to. So I'll carry on doing that. But yeah, thank you very much.
Awesome. Nice chatting with you.
It's
You
good
too.
chatting with you, Rye. I hope to have another conversation with you in the future. Have a good day.
You too. Bye. Bye.
Bye. I have never eaten so fast. I done made myself sick.
Now you make me want to go. I'm not gonna make no dressing though because that take too long. But I do want some yams. You said you had some candy jams.
Mm-hmm.
After Easter?
Also,
It is forbidden.
I know, as I heard Thinker down in the comments going ham. I said, I know them greens good. I know
it's
it's good.
gone too. I got 2 bites of dressing left, and my stomach is full.
I should have gone to my mama's on Easter. I was, it's like, I don't want none. Now you talking about it. I'm like, I know
Also
she.
said Texas is not the South.
It's excited.
No,
Louisiana is the furthest west the South extends to. I'm sorry.
he's right.
Oh, he's muted for the entire live? Damn, Dean.
Didn't get down.
That means for you to be muted the entire live, that means you ignored a warning, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what?
And probably several at that.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine because he's back in the request. Like, what? Mm.
Y'all's brains don't function. It just does.
The purple is so that you allow yourself to come out the closet his. Like we're all rallying behind you. Our profiles are purple so that until you come out the closet.
Let me go change my back so I can support. Mm-hmm.
Just want to say for the record, I graduated high school from Texas. This is nothing I've never said to the state of Texas in its face.
Are you pissing Texans off?
Fuck Texas.
I don't know why it sounds like I hear a baby crying. Y'all, the guest box is open if 21 and up. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist. I don't think Unc is in there on purpose. If we're done, then Zena Mae can go ahead and go live. We reached 1,100 and something viewers today.
Nice.
Mm. Yep. We got up to like 956 over here and almost 200 on YouTube.
Hell yeah. Some good conversations happening. That Jason Lyrics nigga got on my nerve though, I'm gonna tell you that much.
The what? The what
Which
guy?
one?
Jason Lyrics nigga, the one that was up here, I don't know what his name was.
Jason
Talking about
Lyrics.
some Eve and Adam and
Oh. You missed the duck face one. They were Hannah kept fucking with him about his profile picture. Hannah kept saying, "Thinker, ask him why he doing the duck face in his profile picture."
they be so sensitive.
And then he was like, when we were talking about the XX chromosome.
Oh, that was y'all. Y'all was in that was me.
Then he was like, I gotta go. They got my profile picture in the comments. Nobody had I looked, nobody had that profile picture in the comments. I didn't see it. Now, if anybody, I would have thought Yala would have made him her profile picture. Yeah, look, there she goes. She said I changed my PFP. So Yala had it. He got that spooked the shit out of him.
As well it should. I wish his would get spooked and stop coming here saying weird shit. He did you see where he asked you if you brushed your teeth today, Thinker?
Right.
Oh my God.
You go ahead and give yourself permission to put in your mouth what you want in your mouth, and you don't have to worry about what the fuck Thinker has in
Right,
hers.
you worried about my
So
toothbrush and you
stupid.
want a ding ding.
You want to be a toothbrush. That's the thing.
Giving up dick for Christ is crazy though.
It's insane,
That's
even.
so crazy.
They're unhinged.
So repressed. So
Come
repressed.
sin with me.
Pop open.
Like that's got to be hard
Like, that's
though, to be honest. Like no lie. Like that's got to be hard to suppress yourself your whole life because you believe that a God thinks that you are an abomination. Like that's got to be hard. And then at the same time like calling that salvation.
why you gotta be a dick about it though? Like, why you gotta be an
Because
asshole
he's
about it? Like, why
suppressed.
make it everybody's
Because you are what
problem?
you eat.
Because he's
Because
suppressed.
you are what you eat.
That other guy that I call Shabuya roll call, he was so mad because I told him that
men are dying off because they not having orgasms. Because he said you can look at the women and see that their bodies are made for men. And I said, no. Yeah. Yeah. I said, nope. I said there ain't nothing on a woman's body that reaches your prostate, the thing that gives you the maximum orgasm. He didn't even know what an orgasm was, so I said you've never had one because your prostate has not been manipulated. This motherfucker said the prostate jingles while he's jumping up and down on a woman, and that's how he have an orgasm.
What?
He
Oh
said it
my
jingles.
goodness.
He said, "Why?" He said,
Ching-a-ling-a-ling. Oh yeah.
I hate it here so much. Oh my god.
"I said your
Why does
sperm
God
count is
give
low."
y'all these
I said
things?
your sperm
Like he
count is
gives
low
y'all
because you won't let nobody back there.
right. Like you this it's gonna prevent cancer. Like get your butthole massage. Like y'all need
I asked Kalu, I said, "Is there anything on a woman's body that can reach that?" He said, "Fingers." That dude was hot.
think outside the box. In the box? I don't know. The Bucci cat? I don't know.
That shit was
You know,
funny.
just get your shit massaged.
Sean, are you in the
Oh,
box on purpose or on accident? What do you say, Zena?
that's the only time they do is when they go to the doctor and they don't even go there.
Mm-mm.
Mm-mm.
He didn't even know. Like, he had
Hey
no idea.
guys.
What's up, Sean?
Hey,
Good
Sean.
morning. I made an observation and I don't know if anyone else in the chat did. Good morning, panel. Good morning, thinker. But I just wanted to say this real quick. I figured out a reason why you were getting so frustrated and I noticed a pattern. And I was like, I can't be the only person that heard this or seen this. And I kept being quiet. Remember the guy Action that was up? The reason why you kept getting so frustrated, I can't believe this is the first time I noticed it. And the reason I noticed it was because I was brushing my teeth. It was a time when Dr. B was up on the panel and they were going back and forth. And I was brushing my teeth, just listening. And for the first time, I heard it. Thinker, do you remember when you were putting questions into Chat GPT and you had Chat GPT responding with your voice? Like it sounded like, how you say things phonetically. It had a little bit of AAVE. And when you were reading back what Chat GPT would say, and it sounded like how you would say it, but you were reading it. It was obvious that you were reading it, but you were reading it in your voice. The reason why it was taking him so long to respond and why his responses didn't normally add up to what y'all were saying, because you're like, that's not the question. Fee said it a lot too. Like, that's not what we're asking you. Like, what are you talking about? The reason why was because as you were asking questions, he was putting it in Chat GPT, but he had it set up to his voice. So he was reading it. And the reason how you would know is because when he was speaking normally, he had a specific, tone and way he spoke. When he was doing the reading, it was not at all. He would not say, as if it were. He would not say that. He would have said, if it was. But he was like, I just thought that if it were the something. And I'm like, he doesn't talk like that. And so every time you would ask a question, he would put it in Chat GPT or whatever AI he was using, and he was reading back the responses. He had no clue what he was talking about if he did not have the answers that he was getting back. And I was like, I wonder if anyone else is making this observation. And I kept listening. And every time Dr. B would ask a question, he would say something back and he was like, well, if that's the case, then what I am thinking is that, and if you go back to, and I'm like, these responses don't even track to what he's being asked. So I just wanted to know if anyone else heard it or if anyone else observed that the only way his responses, because he had no depth, he had no idea what, like any of those things. He kept pivoting. It was nothing. And I was like, that's why. And I don't know if he's the only one that does it, but I observed it. And I don't know if you remember the Action guy, but I just wanted to say that real quick.
Yeah, we actually asked him, actually called him on it. And he said that he isn't savvy enough to use ChatGPT, and that he's just what do you say, a humble plumber is what he said, or electrician, something like that. So yeah, he said he said he wasn't using it.
Okay, so I must have missed that part, but I thought it was so funny. I just wanted to say that, guys. Good morning. Y'all have a good day.
All right, have a good one. Oh, an air conditioner repairman. Yeah, he said he was a humble air conditioner repairman.
That's why I call that nigga Jason's lyrics. It's absolutely annoying. You ever seen that movie? You know what I'm talking about.
I I've heard of Jason's lyric and I've seen a little bit of it, but not all of it.
Just annoying. Just think they're so like, you know, they have like this perspective of the world that nobody else has, and you know, I love women, but also fuck you, bitch. Like you see the comment, y'all get it, y'all get it. Like I hate that fucking movie. It's like black trauma love, and it's just like,
Yes. Yeah,
right,
exactly.
right, like shut up.
It did sound like he kept trying to be profound, but like it is so interesting to me this flip that they're doing that they no longer want to blame the woman for the fall of man. They're fighting to take credit just because the word responsible is in that question.
I think that what Sean said was spot on. Like we did ask him several times and he denied it, but there's a certain cadence that people use when they speak. In the same way we don't write in the way that we speak. That's not how language works. It just doesn't function that way. So you can tell when someone is reading something because it doesn't follow their natural speaking cadence. Like there's certain words that, not that all people speak the same way, but he spoke off the cuff enough for us to notice how he formulated and positioned his words. So it was really clear when he was reading off of something. And I mean, I don't know what the shame is in that. If you're trying to engage in information and you're talking about research, of course you're going to have to read something. But I think that's what made the conversation feel so disingenuous.
Yeah, I agree. And his denial of it too. Zinni, you want to go ahead and go live? I think we're done.
Yep, I'll go ahead and start.
Hold on. Jean.
Hello,
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well.
How old are you?
I'm 30.
And you are a believer. I think I remember talking to you either on Mama Bash's live, I think.
Yeah, I believe deeply.
Okay. Lawrence, do you want to do this one? Lawrence, are you
I want
there?
to do number 2.
Okay. Kalu, y'all serious right now? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Fee. My stomach is full and I'm sleepy, and then I didn't want to give it to Zena because Zena needs to go get live. Go ahead, Fee.
Sorry, I'm in a work call.
No worries.
Okay.
Number 2, the purpose of soul slash spirit in belief. Basically, and we could get into what soul and spirit are, but basically it's to unite the non-physical and physical in a way that is coherent, which modern material science hasn't managed to do.
You said modern material science is what?
Failed to unite the physical and non-physical elements of experience.
I don't know that science would be able to unite the non-physical. Science is an investigation of the natural world around us. The spiritual realm is
Exactly.
something, but the spiritual realm is something that you posit that does not exist in here. So when you say soul or spirit, what specific properties or functions are you referring to exactly?
Things like thought, relationship that people can have with each other, right?
Yeah.
These kinds of
But
things that are not materially measurable.
yeah, but what does calling it a soul explain that us having brain and understanding psychology couldn't?
Well, I think reducing the experience of, for example, a relationship to physical, like electrical impulses, I think does not explain what we're talking about. Like, so, for example, obviously we all know about AI. AI is capable of doing a lot of things that human brains are capable of, but it doesn't use a human brain. So obviously the human brain is not necessary for these functions. So there's clearly something unique that's happening, that's being whatever I would call instantiated by the brain. That's where I would cause the break between the brain and consciousness.
Well, that's just you saying that, right? Like you're calling it a reduction, but understanding how something functions is not reducing it to something. It's just understanding it. So I'll ask the same
But
question again because I don't think you provided an answer. What does calling this experience the soul explain that us knowing how the brain functions and understanding psychology doesn't speak to?
yeah, because your explanation through physical processes doesn't at all speak to the actual thing, right? You can make associations between, like, for example, the color red and certain neurons firing in a specific area of the brain, but the neurons firing in the area of the brain doesn't speak at all to what red is, right? So if we want to talk about red, we can't use the brain as the method for speaking about it.
It's a color. So what would you use to speak about it other than a brain to process that this is the color we see as red?
I mean, obviously you can have red without a brain, right?
Yeah, and you can have love without a soul. So I'm not sure the point. I guess I'm a little lost on what point you're making. Because if all observable human behavior can be explained physically, like I was talking with Rye when she was up here earlier talking about the soul. If what we know of, and she mentioned consciousness and personality and connection, all the things that you're talking about, if those things can be explained physically, chemically, psychologically, what role is there for the soul? That's the part I'm
Yeah,
missing.
my point is you can obviously have a biological explanation for it. I'm pointing out that there's a lot of these elements for intelligence that you can have like a computer explanation for, right? So the fact that it's the brain is not unique to this thing. This thing has its own fundamental properties that is invariant. It's not dependent on the brain because you can have it in computers, right? You can have
Th-
intelligence in computers.
What thing? What are you talking about?
Let's stick specifically to be the ability to be intelligent, right? We have AI now. We know that intelligence doesn't necessarily have to come from a brain, right?
But we do know that that intelligence, we can map it. We built it.
Right,
What
but
are you talking about? Hold on a second.
the
Hold on a second. We built the thing that you're saying doesn't have to come from a brain to function in the same way that we understand our brains to function. So I'm still not seeing where this space for the soul resides. What does it do? What is its purpose? How does it function? You're not speaking to that.
my point is the fact that you can map it either onto a brain or onto, like, the bunch of hard, what is it they use for AI, you can map it onto a bunch of, like, mathematical formulas or whatever, right? It shows that it's not a matter of the physical process that's happening that generates consciousness, right? Or not, sorry,
Oh,
not consciousness, intelligence specifically. It's not a matter of the physical process that's running that generates it. It's a matter of you have something that you can map onto different things. That thing in itself is not physical.
I don't know if you're following what I'm asking you, or maybe I'm just not asking the question clearly. Maybe I'll phrase it this way. How do we distinguish between consciousness as produced by the brain and consciousness that's attributed to a soul in light of the fact that you have absolutely no way to measure or detect a soul? It's just something that you're positing. Well, what evidence separates those two things?
Yeah, my argument is that just because you have something whatever emerging from physical processes doesn't mean that the only way for that thing to exist is through those physical processes.
And show me
Because I can give you
then show me the
because I can give
existence
you
of it without the physical processes.
well, so I'm not going to do that for consciousness because I can't even prove that you're conscious, obviously, right? But I can show you that for intelligence, right? For the ability to make intelligent, whatever, to act intelligently, right? You can see that instantiated in non-biological systems.
Gene, does the fact that airplanes fly mean that birds don't use their wings to fly?
Actually,
It is
this
flight. No,
strengthens my
no,
argument, right?
just answer the question. That's what I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand the logic. Are you saying that the fact that airplanes can fly means that flight is somehow separate from the bird's wings?
Exactly.
Okay, so flight that the birds do, they're not doing that with their wings.
They are doing that with their wings, right? But flight itself is not identical with bird wings.
Okay. All right. So, but can the birds fly without the wings?
No, there's obviously, this is Aristotelian. Obviously, there's
Okay.
always going to
Yeah.
be
I
some
knew it was
physical.
Aristotelian. That's why I'm asking this. Okay. So you're saying that the idealism of the idea of flight, right, is something that can be done either through nature or it's something that can be done mechanically, like, artificially, right?
Yeah,
Right.
and many other mechanisms. Yeah.
Well, but I mean, just using these two, like we can do it. We can either do it like a bird's wings can enable them to fly, or we can mimic said bird's wings and artificially put a thing into flight.
Right. Yeah, we got bat wings, which are different from bird wings, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm okay. Wings in general, right? Wings in general, like naturally occurring wings, can help an animal fly, or we can artificially put a thing in flight, right?
Yeah.
And so you're saying flight itself is the soul of flight, like the act of being in the air is like you're equating that to the soul, like the fact that something can exist in air or move through the air. That's what you're saying the soul is.
Yeah. So it's specifically attributed to biological functions. You can have a soul that is responsible for the way that biological organisms tend to function, right, in a way that is cohesive.
No,
I
say that one
think
more time. Say
Aristotle
that
talks
sentence one more
about
time. You can have a soul that does what?
that allows for biological functions to be cohesive
That
and
allows for
active.
biological. Like, give me an example of that. Like, what you mean by that?
So I think Aristotle talks about a vegetable soul is a soul that allows a vegetation to nourish itself through sunlight and absorbing water and things like that, right? And then you can go up a level to animal soul, which allows it to move and be reactive to its environment. Human soul is intellect, but basically the distinction or the value of this concept of this soul is it allows you to see the distinction between something being alive and dead, right? So when it's dead, that principle that allows it to function is no longer united to the material form that it's animate.
So, but you're calling the soul just the work of a thing, like just like the work of the thing, like so
The
the
way that
fact.
it works, yeah. So every human being has an identical soul. That's
Well,
why
all things
spirit
would
is
have a soul.
important.
So in other words, all things have a soul. Anything that works, anything that exists has a soul.
Yes.
Okay. So in other words, the soul is just the thing itself.
No, it's the way that the thing's material form is united with its function in order to be
Or the
actually
fact that
active
form
in the
meets
real
function.
world.
The fact that form meets function
In the real world,
in
yes.
the real world. Okay. And so you're referring to that as a soul.
Exactly. That's that because I'm Orthodox. That is the actual purpose of having that word to describe, especially Christ and how his soul is united to whatever. Yeah, yes, exactly.
But form meets function is literally like one of the first things you learn in a physical science. Form meets function. So going back
Okay,
to
but
what
sorry.
Fee said, the fact that form meets function again is like one of the first things you learn in a physical science. And if we have a way to explain that, that's just called like physics or I don't know, biology or I don't know, any other hard science. What
I
good does it do
understand
to
that.
you? Okay.
My concern or my criticism is that you guys reduce it to the specific physical function that you're looking at, right? You
But
say
you
that
just did that. You just
it's a
said that form meets function.
yeah, sorry,
I'm
one
sorry.
moment.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You'll say it arises from the brain, so consciousness is the brain, right? So that there's no need to talk about anything outside of the material to describe how
No,
these functions work.
that's not what anybody said. Consciousness is not the brain. Consciousness is a process of the brain.
Okay, well, then my argument would be that you have material substances that can function to produce consciousness. There's no reason to believe, and this is
There is
why
not
I believe in
consciousness in
things like
AI. AI isn't conscious.
no, I'm not arguing that. But I would say this is my reason to believe in things like an afterlife, right?
Wait.
Obviously.
We don't start. We hadn't made it to the afterlife yet. Consciousness is not the brain. Consciousness is
Yeah,
a process of the brain. Okay.
I could talk about sorry, go ahead.
The reason that because I'm trying to nail down exactly what a soul is before we get to what happens after a person dies, right? I want to understand exactly how the soul is separate from the brain. So let you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
So you can have other conscious agents that are not like a biological organism, right?
Name one.
And obviously I believe in the Bible, so you have angels,
I mean, one that we can
right?
test.
And there would be no way to test if you're only going to accept materialism.
No. I mean, is there any other?
So,
In
for
other words,
example,
okay. All right.
the way to describe what an angel would be, where, for example, you people are Americans, there is a distinction between being American and being British, which is what I am,
Do angels
right?
have brains?
You can't. No, this is what I'm saying. That the material substrate is not what makes the consciousness possible. The consciousness is possible. This is why God is a person. The consciousness is possible without the material substrate.
Wait. Okay, so angels don't have brains?
No, they do not. They are non-physical beings.
How do you know that they don't have brains?
If they had brains, we would see their brains. They would be material brains,
Well,
right? But
how do you
we
know that
have.
all brains are material?
Okay, I mean, I'm just going to say that we both know what material means.
No. I'm
Like, I
asking how
don't
do you know that
understand what
all
you're saying by
brains
that.
are material? Listen to what I'm asking. I'm not asking you are our brains material? I do know that
Yeah.
human brains are material. I get that. But how do you know that spiritual beings don't have spiritual brains?
What do you mean by a spiritual brain? Like, do you mean like
I mean the same
gray
thing that you
matter
mean
or
by a spiritual being, like a way of
okay?
some place where they centrally process stimuli, a place where they
Oh,
centrally
okay. Yes,
process
they are
stimuli.
conscious.
Okay,
They are
well then
conscious.
how do
They
you know
are
they
a
don't have
center of
brains?
consciousness.
Is what I'm asking.
Well, because if they had a brain, it would be we would be talking about a physical object.
Not necessarily. No, a brain is just a place where we process stimuli, right?
But
Just a
this
place
is
where
what
we
I'm
process stimuli,
disagreeing with.
huh?
Yeah, I'm saying that it's possible to process stimuli without a brain. You can see this with AI. You can see this with a calculator, right? You don't
Right,
need a
but
brain for that.
I'm saying in a being, the brain is the place where the being processes stimuli, right? Okay,
And
so
I'm positing. Sorry,
yes.
go ahead.
Wait. The reason I'm saying this is because you're making a posit by saying, "Hey, I believe in a spiritual realm where there are these different kinds of beings." Honestly, you don't know if spiritual beings have spiritual brains. You don't know that. You don't know that these beings exist. You believe that, right? So you're making a posit that if I ask you, well, how do you know that? You just go, well, I just believe that there's something other than material things. Well, you could save
I
me
was
the,
giving you an example.
but an example is not how you would know it, right? Every example that you're going to give me is something that we could test, right? I'm asking you how you know this thing about that thing, right? So when you speak to me about entities that can process information without brains, beings specifically, not mechanical, not like computers, right? When you mention another set of beings that exist that process information, then my question is, okay, great. How do you know about those beings? What else do they do? How
Okay,
does that function?
okay. So, for example, yeah, like I talked about I talked about countries specifically, right? I said you guys are Americans, I'm British. There's a distinction between what it means to be a British and to be an American. It is not purely a physical thing, right? There's historical elements, there's cultural elements. There is a way that America is acting in the world right now, obviously through the president, but there's the function of what it means to be an American. You can't reduce that just to all the physical processes. I would argue America
Could
has a
literally
spirit.
produce it to physical processes. Literally. What it means to be an American is to be born as a citizen of America. Literally, that's a physical process. What I've learned in
There's a lot more
America,
to it than that.
no, what I've learned in America
There's a
was physical. The culture of America is physical. What I eat in America is physical. The way I speak in America is physical. Where I live in America is physical. What I drive in America is physical. Where I work in America, everything about being an American is physical. Because there is
so would
no
you say
difference
that
between. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
would you say that this, so for example, if it's in America you have black culture, white culture, would you say that the distinction between those two cultures is a purely physical thing?
Purely physical.
I would completely disagree with that.
Name a thing in culture that isn't art, music, fashion, things that are physical. Name something in culture.
Yes, these things are instantiated physically, but it's not like a guitar makes music, right?
A guitar literally makes
Music
sound over
doesn't.
time.
Yeah, but you can't. A guitar can't write a song, right? A
You said
guitar
make
can't
music.
create a. I'm talking about culture,
You said
right?
that the
Specific
guitar
types of
doesn't make
culture.
music. A guitar does make music.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. A person makes music. A
No, if a
person
guitar
interacts
falls
with
on its
something
own,
to
it
make
creates
music.
sound over time. Sound over time is music. A guitar on its
That's
own
culture
makes
to
music.
you. You would call that culture?
You said music, right? Now you're going back
Yeah,
to
that's a
culture.
part
Oh,
of
okay.
culture.
Music itself
My
is
whole
just
argument
sound
is
over
culture.
time. Music itself is just sound over time.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. If you're going to just deconstruct everything to this point where like there literally is no such thing as culture, then maybe there
Didn't say there
can't
was no
be
such thing
this
as culture.
argument that I'm making.
I didn't say there was no such thing as culture. Culture is art, science, music, fashion, cuisine, language. Okay. All those things are physical.
They're not purely physical because you can have the same ingredients, right? You can have two different types of pasta that are all made of the exact same material, but an Italian person will kill you for saying that it's the same thing, right? Because there's something unique about the way that they're being put together. That's not just the material form that it
It's
is.
something unique about the way the materials are put together.
Exactly. So the
Right.
material is not the thing. It's the whatever you would call the organization or the way
The
that
value
it's
of it, the value
formatted.
of it is
That format is not material.
the format literally is material.
Are numbers material in your mind? Would you say a
Numbers are
number
not
is a
material,
material
they are
object?
abstractions.
Exactly.
But that has nothing to do with culture.
No, I'm arguing that just because you are saying that something is physical, that means that it explains everything. I'm saying no, the physical part doesn't account for these abstractions that are necessary
What
for defining
abstraction?
something like culture.
Culture is an abstraction. Culture is an abstraction. Culture is how we value the things that happen in the physical, right? How
No,
a
but
group
it's
of
not physical
people,
in of itself.
fair, right? But it is how we
That's my
value.
whole argument.
Hear me, but hear what I'm saying. The
Oh,
description of
sorry.
a thing, an abstraction cannot do, right? Abstractions don't do. Numbers don't do anything. Nothing abstract can do, right? Okay. So if you're saying that the soul is this abstraction, well, basically you're saying, okay, I've placed value on this idea, but it doesn't do anything. It's just a value that I placed on an idea.
Yeah, no, but my whole point is all I'm trying to create is space for this non-physical because you guys are obsessed with making everything physical. Because I'm
No
going to
one is
say,
obsessed with making a thing physical. The question is,
okay, so if we can agree that it's non-physical, I am going to argue that there are non-physical things that can act. For
okay,
example,
name a
your
non-physical thing that
conscious
can act.
mind,
Name
your
a non-physical thing that
consciousness.
can act.
Your consciousness controls your physical body.
Consciousness is a process of my brain. My consciousness does not
I'm
do.
challenging that assertion.
Okay,
I do
well
not
then
believe that that's
prove
the
it.
case.
Prove that consciously. Prove that consciously you can. Just your conscience can do anything. Because consciousness is
So,
just
for
the.
example, if we're going to argue that the brain is what creates your
That's not what I'm
conscious
asking.
state,
That's not what I'm asking.
I'm trying to make an argument.
No, no,
You're
no.
saying you're trying to
You went
say
back to the brain. You went back to the brain. We are past the brain. Fuck the brain. Brains are gone. Don't mention the brain. I am just
okay,
on your consciousness. Okay.
yes,
What can your consciousness do?
okay, you can think a thought.
Not without a brain.
Okay,
What
so
can your
this is exactly
consciousness
what I was
do
saying.
alone, just your consciousness?
This is my argument: is that you're saying the brain is necessary
No, I'm
for there
saying
to
fuck
be
the brain. What
thoughts.
can the consciousness do alone? Don't mention brains to me anymore. Name something that the consciousness
Or
can do
I'm
without the
telling
brain.
you, it exists. Fine. How's that?
Granted, that exists. I'm granting it exists. I'm
Yeah,
saying, what can
you're
it
telling me
do? What can it do alone?
anything that I'm going to tell you, you're just going to say it does it through the brain. But we spent like whatever 20, 30 minutes saying there are other possible functions. For
This is
example,
what I'm asking. I'm
thinking.
asking you to separate it from the brain. Okay. Hear what I'm saying.
We
If you're
did this
saying,
earlier. I thought we already did this.
no, we didn't. Here's what I'm saying. I told you that abstractions cannot do. That was and I landed on that. Abstractions cannot do. They can't, right? You said, I believe that they can. I said, okay, show me
Yeah.
an abstraction that can do, right? So separate from the physical, separate from anything that is physical, right? Like the number two, the abstraction of two. What can two do?
I mean, obviously, two makes it possible for you to perceive two things.
No, if I didn't have the number two things would still be there. What
No,
can the
no,
number
it would
two
not.
do?
No, they would not.
Yes, it would. Two
We,
things would still
you
be
would
there.
not be able to conceive of two things if there was not the number two.
If there were no number
You
two
would
and you
just
fell over
have
one rock and then fell over another rock, if the number two was not there, you would still have experienced both those things. Okay, what can the number
no, you wouldn't.
two
You wouldn't
do?
have experienced them as two things,
I
right?
wouldn't call
You
it
would
two,
just
but
have
fair enough.
experienced randomness.
It
You would
wouldn't be
have
random. It
experienced
would
a bunch
still,
of random things.
even
You
if it
wouldn't be
were
able to
random, it would have
categorize
been
them.
both the things.
You're
It would have
talking
been
about this
both
as
the
an
things.
outside observer. You're talking about this as an outside observer. But
I'm
if
asking,
I
what did
fall over
two do? What did two do? What specifically? What
if
did? Because
I
the experience was from the things. Okay, so hear what I'm saying. If let's say there happened to be one more than one rock, but there was no such thing as the number two. There was just one more than one rock, right? You had no idea about what the number two was, none whatsoever, right? And you tripped over the first rock, and then you tripped over that other rock. The rocks made the experience. Two didn't do that. Two did not
But
do that.
how are you separating the first trip from the second trip without the concept
Two,
of one and two?
two is the description of what was physically there. It's just a description of what physically happened. Two itself didn't
Why
do
would
anything
you why would you describe it as one trip or two trips at all? Why would you ever do that?
because I'm trying to describe to you, right, the amount of trips, right?
Right.
Okay,
You
but
need this thing.
I
You
don't
need this
need
number
it. I do
to
not need it.
describe.
I do not need it. I could that number could be matriflally, right? Two itself
Yeah,
doesn't
obviously
do
there are
anything.
other languages.
Right. So
But
the sound of two isn't doing anything other than giving a
I'm talking about the
description.
referent.
Right. It's just a reference. It's just giving a description. What does the abstraction two do? It doesn't do anything. It serves as a form of
I'm saying
communication.
I'm saying if the number two, in the sense of what I'm talking about, which is not just the fact that humans wrote down like two dots or whatever the Roman numerals, or put down a number two in Arabic numerals. I'm saying the concept of two things or one thing or whatever the concept of numbers. If those things did not exist, our material world would not function in the way that it does. Right? This is probably a Platonic
I feel
argument,
like you're
but
putting a cart
the
in front
number
of the
two.
horse. I feel like you're putting a cart in front of a horse.
Well,
If
no, I am a religious person. This is how I
no, no,
view
no,
the
no,
world.
no. But this ain't. We ain't even got to religion yet. Hear what I'm saying? If there was no mind on the planet, no mind, not a brain anywhere, just rocks,
There would
right?
not. How would you
Hear me
know
out.
that there were rocks?
Hear me out, bro. Hear me out. If there was no minds on the planet, just rocks. Okay, that's all that was. It was just rocks. What would two do?
I am challenging your assertion that there would be rocks with no brain. Because
You,
what is a rock
how are you
like?
challenging that? This is an if. This is an if.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm saying
I
it's not
haven't asserted
possible.
anything. I haven't asserted anything. It's a hypothetical. This isn't an assertion. Okay. If there were no minds on the planet, only rocks, what would two do?
I reject the framing of the
How
question. I
can you
don't believe in a mindless
how can you
universe.
reject a hypothetical? I'm trying to narrow it
Yeah,
down so that
in your hypothetical, if minds were not tied to how reality exists, then yes, two would not mean anything. But my
okay,
argument is that that's not how reality works.
okay. That this is a separate argument, by the way. Okay, because this has not been your argument so far. We're literally going through what abstractions do. Right? You are now making a new argument, which we can get to. But right now we're on the
Okay.
we're trying to figure out what abstractions do. I use two as an example of the abstraction. Okay. All right. The
I will grant.
abstraction. Go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I will grant from a material, if you're positing a universe with no minds existing that's the same as the universe that we live in now, then obviously none of these mental processes matter at all,
No,
right?
no,
Then
no.
they wouldn't be a thing.
Let's just pick another planet where no minds are. On Mars, what is two doing?
I mean, it is making it so that Mars is one planet, not two planets, right?
How is two? How is that? Walk me through the mechanics of that.
Because in order to identify anything epistemologically, right, you have to have a categorization. These categorization have like fundamental structures, right? The unity of a thing would be the oneness of it, right? That's necessary for it to be identified as Mars. Otherwise, it would be not an object, right? Because it's not unified into something that can be identified. So the number one makes it possible to identify a single thing. The number two allows you to distinguish between Mars and another planet
It
because you
does
have
what?
two
What does it
of the
do? What does
same
it do? Oh, no,
unified.
no, no. What does it do? The number
The
two
number two
allows what?
it allows you to distinguish between two
Okay, remember what
unified
I
things,
asked.
two ones.
On Mars, not where we are, right? Two is helping me describe Mars. On Mars, what
There's nothing.
does two do?
If there are two rocks on Mars,
No.
that's
On
what two is doing.
no. That's what on two isn't doing that. That's only working when you are trying to describe what's happening on Mars. Two isn't
Yeah,
doing it.
outside of my whole point is outside of the description, you can't say anything about Mars. You can't say
But
anything
Mars would
about
be
Mars
there
if you
if you
don't
weren't
have
here to
two.
describe it.
Yeah, but what would
Mars
you
was here before
say?
you got here to tell us about it.
Yeah, but what is Mars when we're not here? Is it one planet?
If you're not describing it, it doesn't matter.
Exactly. This is my point.
No, this isn't. Mars would be whatever Mars is if we could not describe it at all. It would still be
Yeah,
what
but
it
it would
is.
have. Would it have properties?
It would still have properties if we had no way of describing them. If we had no
Okay, what would those
abstract thought.
properties?
Like, for example,
Okay,
Mars
those
is still
properties would
no.
be.
Take a
Go
piece of
ahead.
coral. Coral doesn't know anything about what's going on Mars. If all life on the planet was just coral, Mars would still be Mars.
Yeah, I'm saying, even if whatever we don't have English words to describe Mars or French words to describe Mars, there is still properties that Mars
If we
has.
never knew the properties of
Have
it,
has.
the properties themselves, like these abstractions are just ways that we describe the properties. They are not the thing itself. They just aren't the
But
thing.
I'm arguing that those properties, those abstract properties, are necessary for Mars to exist.
As we know it, yes, because keep in mind we're describing what it is, right? Like we're not giving it the properties. That's what's there, right? But
Yeah, but
if none of us, but Mars was here before there was a mind to categorize it, right?
yeah, but
Mars was
minds
here.
don't create numbers. Minds don't create numbers.
What did I say? Categorize.
Yeah, minds don't create categories.
Minds do create categories.
I mean, you can create some categories, but categories pre-exist minds. They make it
They do not.
for minds.
They do not.
Okay, well, this is probably our fundamental disagreement, and I don't necessarily see how it would.
All
find
things
any way
could be
to
all things could be in one category. There is a set of all things. Is that correct?
yes.
Okay. Which means that all things could be in one category, right? Just the set of things, right? Okay. Once we divide that set of things into any other set of things, that is my mind separating things that are similar to me to things that are not. Minds
But you're
create
saying
categories.
But you're saying there's a set of things that exists without there being a mind.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Listen to what I'm saying. I didn't take away a mind. I didn't take away a mind. I said that
You said if
minds
there were
exist.
no
It's a part of the set of
minds.
all things. Minds exist. It's a part of the set of all things. Right?
So do you
Okay.
reject if minds existed, then everything else would still exist? Oh, sorry, if minds didn't exist, everything else would still exist?
Do I reject that?
Yeah,
Or are
or
you
what's
saying
your position on that?
that a mind is necessary for all things to be? Is that what you're asking me? Is a mind necessary for everything
Yeah,
else to exist? Oh, yeah, I definitely reject that.
yeah. Yeah, so there is a set of all things existing with no mind,
Yeah, and
right?
that set you just
That
made
has
with your mind.
categorization.
But you
No,
just
you said
made
there
that.
are no minds.
But in the world where things actually do exist, you're making that category right now in a set where there is minds. What are we
Yeah,
doing?
but if we're gonna do set theory, we're not gonna presume minds, right? We're just talking about
No, no, no.
sets.
In reality, right now, you have a mind. We're talking about a set of all things in set theory, where
This
there's
is
a set of
my
all things.
argument.
Hear me out, bro. Hear me out. In
Sorry.
reality, in the actual world we currently live in, where you have a mind, there is a set of all things. Your mind is included, right? Okay. You are now proposing a set of all things where minds do not exist. That's not a real set, right? This is a
That
hypothetical set.
no,
Minds
I
exist
don't
in
believe that.
reality.
You posited that.
I did not.
I
You
don't believe
asked me
that.
if
You
I reject.
posited that.
No, bro, stop.
You
I
said
did not posit that. You asked me. I specifically asked, "Are you saying do I believe that minds have to exist for everything else to exist?" I rejected that. Okay,
no.
I did
You
not.
no
I
no no.
didn't.
You sorry. I'm sorry.
I
You said
specifically said this,
if there's no minds and there's just rocks. You said that.
bro. That's not
You
even a part
posited
of the
that. I
conversation we're
rejected
on.
that.
Where did you go back,
I rejected that concept.
bro?
I said that
That
that's
was a
not possible.
hypothetical. That wasn't even a concept, bro. Are you
Okay, so
following?
fine.
Are you tracking this?
So
Are
we
you tracking
agree
this?
that minds are necessary.
For rocks
Do
to
we agree that
exist?
minds are
No, minds
necessary
are not
then?
necessary for rocks to exist.
Okay, so what are you arguing against? I'm
What are
saying
you
that you're
bro?
positing a
Are you
mindless
tracking this?
universe.
Come back, come back, come back. Minds separately, two separate things. One, minds are not necessary for rocks to exist. I'm holding that. Rocks have existed before minds. I'm holding that. Okay. Now, separate from that, there is a set of all things. In that set of all things, minds are there. Okay. All things in one category, one set. Okay. Wherever you make a dividing line in the set of all things, it is your mind that is dividing those things. Your mind.
I reject that.
Okay. How did you separate two things without your mind?
Because the categorizations allow for a mind to exist. They don't come from the mind.
What did I just say? How did you separate them without your mind?
Because I'm saying they exist separate from
I'm
what you
asking
would define as a mind.
how did you make the second category without your mind?
I don't make the categories. I don't make sets. I don't make
how did you notice
definitions.
the category? How did you notice the category without your mind?
Well, they are linked, but they're not
How
identical.
did you notice I didn't ask that they were linked. How did you notice the category without your mind?
I didn't notice the category about my mind, but there
Right.
are categories. Hold on. There are categories that the mind can't notice, right? Like there are colors that humans can't see.
How would we know we couldn't see them without our minds? That's a category that we made. How would we know
I
that
feel.
without
I
our mind?
feel. I'm saying that there are things that our minds can't see.
That's not even what I'm asking you. How did you denote a difference without your mind?
I mean, I guess I'm just positing a category
How
set
did you
that is
denote a
descriptive
difference?
of
I hear
reality.
what you're positing. Right. How did you denote a difference without your mind?
Induction? I don't know. It is my
How did you
mind. I'm
make a
not saying
deduction
that.
without your mind? Okay, okay. How did you make a
I'm not.
deduction without your mind?
I'm arguing that the mind is necessary for a reality to exist.
No. What you're arguing is that categories do that minds make categories. No, that minds don't make categories. That minds do not make categories. Although at the same time you're positive that if a category is in reality, then the mind was necessary. But now you're saying it's not necessary. You're arguing both sides of
Yeah, I
this.
would
Right?
say, for example, right, we have like laws of logic. I
No,
don't think.
categories. Stay right here. Do not move.
Okay, fine. We have
It,
categories.
it
Okay,
is
you have a
either the
category.
case that minds are necessary for all of reality to exist, thus categories, right? There are no categories without minds because the minds are necessary for all of reality to exist, or there can exist a reality without a mind. You can't do them both. Pick a side.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna pick the side where minds are
Okay, so
necessary
then
for everything
minds
to
make
exist.
categories.
Again, when you say make, right, this is what I'm fighting
They
against
would not
because you're
exist
talking about
without
like,
a mind. It is necessary for the
okay,
mind to
yes,
exist.
yes,
Okay.
yes.
So categories do not make. Okay. All right. So now we know that that's a mental process. Categorizing things is mental. Minds do that. Minds do
Okay,
that.
but
Okay, great.
I would, so for example, I would say you can't have a different set of numbers than the numbers that we already have, right? Minds can't change that. Minds are necessary for there to be numbers,
Right.
but they
No.
can't change what
Actually,
numbers
actually,
are.
actually, now you just shot yourself in the foot again, which means that objective reality doesn't give a fuck about a mind. Right? Minds
But
are
my point is,
abstractions, right? Right, because the amount of things is just the amount of things, whether the mind can't change it, because the mind is an abstraction and abstractions cannot do. Okay.
you can't have those
You just literally proved
abstractions.
both my points.
But my point is, you can't have those abstractions without mind,
A
even if
mind,
you can't
right,
change
right,
them.
right. My point exactly. And that mind is inextricably linked to your brain because the mind is the process of a brain.
No, we already did this. It's not because you can have numbers without a brain.
You wouldn't know that. Objective reality would exist with or without your mind. You wouldn't know that. You would be
I
none the
wouldn't know that.
wiser.
That doesn't mean it
Objective
wouldn't
reality would still
exist.
exist. The objective reality would still exist. You wouldn't know it. You would
Yeah, it's
not
not
know it.
my mind that's necessary for all of existence, right? I'm a
No
religious
one would
person.
know it. You wouldn't know whose mind was in existence. You wouldn't know it.
The universal mind that is
You
grounding
wouldn't
all
know
of these
anything about a universal
categories.
mind.
I wouldn't.
Right,
Obviously I
okay.
wouldn't.
So
There
then
was a
you
world
couldn't
existing before
posit
I was
this.
born.
You couldn't
There was a
posit
world
this.
existing. I couldn't,
You
obviously.
can't
But the
posit this
fact that I
now.
can, how can I
This,
not posit it now? The whole
right.
point is that God gave us the mind that He has.
No,
That's the
he
whole point of
didn't.
Christianity. That's why.
No, he didn't.
That's the whole point of Jesus
No, he
becoming a
didn't.
human being.
Okay. How about this? The fact that you keep hopping to materialism really is a scapegoat to say, I can't prove it and don't want to, right? But I'll take it this way. You are welcome to say whatever you like, right? You're welcome to say that God did the thing. But minus any evidence of said thing, I am welcome to say, well, that's what you say. Is that fair?
Yeah, and to be honest, I'm very happy with this conversation. I think it went. I'm very. You helped me a lot to clarify a lot of things. I think you made a lot of good points, and I'm pretty happy to leave it there.
Okay. All right. So when it comes to a soul, you can say, hey man, I don't know how the soul is separate from the brain, but I'm positing that it is. I can't really explain that to you. But I see it that way. And I can say, okay, I understand you saying it that way. But
Yeah.
but in
Okay.
order
How
to
would you say that Sorry.
go ahead, how would I say what?
How would you say, for example, the experience of the color red and the the wave form that red activates in the brain, right? How would you say these things are either the same or separate?
They're the same. Okay, we
They're the
know that
same.
they are one and the same, right? Okay, so red is a length of light, right? That light
No
is
way.
reflected. It's a wavelength of light, right? The shorter the wavelength, the brighter the color. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you get where I'm going with this?
I understand the physical
Okay,
description of whatever
okay,
the
okay,
ripples
okay,
in
okay.
space
So
time or whatever that
those
cause
things
red.
bounce off of our eyes, right? My brain interprets that as this color that we call red, right? Okay, my
But
brain
you're not
interprets it.
seeing a wave.
You are seeing a wave. They're very
No, you're
small.
not. You're
The waves are
seeing
very
red.
small. What you're seeing is a wave. They're just a bunch of very small waves.
No way, dude. I can't. I mean,
You're
fair
not
enough. I see
perceiving
what you're
the
saying.
wave. You're not perceive. It's kind of like I don't see a water molecule, but I've been wet, right? Well, then you've been touched by
Yeah,
water
yeah.
molecules,
Again,
right? Okay,
yeah.
I don't
Those
see
are also not the
carbon,
same thing.
right? Yes, it is. the
Okay,
ex-
no, fair enough.
okay.
I'm just gonna say we have a fundamental disagreement here. I can't accept that what I'm experiencing
Are
is
you saying that if
waves in the
if we
electromagnetic
change that
spectrum.
wavelength of if we change that wavelength of red, if we change that wavelength, elongate it some, that you won't experience a different color? Are you saying that redness exists outside of that wavelength of light?
Yeah, I mean, can you see red in your mind without actually seeing
I
it somewhere
cannot
else?
see it. I can imagine it.
Exactly. Are you
I can
seeing a
remember
wave?
it. I do not see it. No, I can imagine
But
it.
so you're remembering a
I'm
fluctuation
remembering
in the
it.
electromagnetic spectrum?
Yes. And I need to remember it.
No.
I need to remember it. So the next time I see that wavelength, I call it red. If I don't remember it, I won't know what it is the next time I actually see it.
So how come, for example, that electromagnetic, whatever that chunk of the spectrum, when it hits a dog's eyes, if a dog is, or if you're colorblind, why does it still not produce red?
Because those rods aren't operating it with that mechanic. Your
Right, so
color,
there's a
the dog's
distinction
color
here.
rods don't function like ours. But if redness
There's a
existed outside
distinction.
of hear what I'm saying? If redness existed outside of that, then the dog would see red without the rods. The
No,
dog, because redness has nothing to do with how the physical thing functions. And if that were the
yeah, but
case,
no.
then
Would red exist without any existing living beings?
okay. Would light still go through that part of the spectrum? Maybe. I don't know. I guess. Right?
Yeah,
I
I'm talking about the
guess. Right.
experience of red.
Like for example, ultraviolet exist. Infrared exist. Right? Those are technically colors. They are colors. Infrared and ultraviolet. They are just beyond our visible spectrum. Right? But technically they exist. That is a wavelength of light that is detectable. Right? That's how we know that infrared exists because we detected the wavelength. We know that
Don't we detect that as heat, as human beings?
What happened?
I don't know.
if redness existed
Bash, you
in and
cut
of
out.
I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. You hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I don't know what happened right there. If redness was without mechanics, if redness just was a thing, right, in and of itself, by itself, then no matter what my eye rod said, I would experience redness,
Yeah, you
right?
can picture the color red in your mind right now.
Because I remember it. Because I remember it.
Yeah,
Okay.
but it's not being activated by the rods in your eyes.
It's being activated by the memories in my brain. I do not see the color
Yeah,
red.
so
I
there's a
remember it.
specific section of your brain. There's a specific section of your
I
brain
did not
probably
say
where
anything about the
I know.
specific section of my brain.
Wait,
Brain.
hold
Okay.
on. Can I? So
Okay.
there's a specific section in your brain, the light or whatever the visual section, that's got a code for when red is
I
activated.
did not
Right?
say that.
You can
That's not what I
stimulate that.
said.
Right?
That, that,
I'm saying that.
okay. Okay.
Yeah. So there's a specific section in your brain that's coding for when the red is activated in your eyes. Right? That's what your neurons are connected to. So when you're picturing it in your mind, it's probably that thing firing off by itself without any light waves.
Do you see how you had to say probably? Which
I
means
mean,
you don't know that to be
yeah,
the case. Hear me out. Hear me out.
I
Which
don't.
means you don't know that to be the case. Now, if you would like to study that and find out that that is the case, then we can build from that. But
Well,
to
that is
say
the case. Sorry,
probably,
it is the case. I'm sorry, I
okay,
shouldn't have said probably. That
okay.
is the
Then
case.
what part of the brain is being stimulated at that point?
So there's a visual section. It's been a while since I've looked at
Just Google it real
this.
quick.
It's
You
like
got
near the
time.
back.
Just Google it real quick. You got time.
Uh, I'm on my phone. I don't want to
Just,
get off the
you
app. It would
T-Cop,
be weird.
it's okay. You take your time. You got time.
All right, one sec.
While he's
This is
Googling that,
infuriating.
listen to this message PT got from this lady. The Bible is true, God is real, and so is Satan. In fact, he's right here in Fallbrook, California, sifting me like wheat. He says, so you want
Turn your ass up.
to He says, so you want to go to heaven to live forever to be like the Most High? And I said, I die for my Lord. He said, well, that's not any
Post the link.
fun. No, you can't post links
I don't
in
know if you
here.
can.
You can't
Oh,
click
okay.
links. Yeah.
It's the occipital lobe in the back of the brain. That's where the visual section of all your uh, mind is whatever calculated. Those if you put testers in there and you shine light into people's eyes, those are the neurons that are firing. The lower occipital lobe in the back of the brain.
Okay, but keep in mind what we were looking for. We're looking for if that same lobe fires when you remember red. Remember that? That's what we were looking for.
Oh, okay. I'm not gonna go into all of that. I'm gonna
No,
concede
but
everything.
literally, that's what we were
I'm
talking
pretty
about.
happy with how this went. I concede everything. I'm very happy with this conversation.
I appreciate you,
But
G.
I think we have a fundamental disagreement here. Yeah. So yeah, this was great.
Okay, good. My pleasure.
Have a good day, Gene.
See you guys.
All right. Okay, it says, the Bible is true, God is real, and so is Satan. In fact, he is right here in Fallbrook, California, sifting me like wheat. He said, so you want to go to heaven to live forever to be like the Most High? And I said, I died for my Lord. He said, well, that's not any fun. And while I was reading the Bible verse where Jesus told Paul, Satan said, get behind me, uh, where Jesus told Paul, Satan, get behind me. Satan said, do you think this is what Jesus meant when he said, get behind me, Satan? And that is when
He told
Satan
Paul. Oh my God, keep going, keep going. Just keep going.
and that is when Satan came behind me and lashed onto my back and stuck me with boils of Job. So I said, God is love. And Satan replied with Jeremiah 17:9. The heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked, trying to deceive me. He has been here, hurting me nonstop since Passover 2025, trying to get me to curse God, as was foretold in Amos 9:9, as he did to Peter and Paul. Videos are posted of Satan sifting me.
I would, and I'm being so for real about this. I want to get him some help. Like, and you know what I'm saying? Like, that is funny. I ain't gonna lie, it's hilarious. But like, right? Like he got videos of Satan sifting him.
It's a woman.
Oh, which is even worse. I definitely don't want Satan sifting on a woman like that. That's just disgusting, Satan. You got to do better.
See, when he sifted her with the bowls of Job, he got behind her and latched onto her and
Now
sifted
she
her.
got an STD, a spiritual transmitted disease, and that's not right. Spiritual transmitted diseases that Satan.
Oh my gosh. I swear some of the messages, man, if you see her what the fuck? Her picture is wild. Look at hold on. I'm gonna repost it so y'all can find it in the Discord. Cause look at her picture. Like what? This lady, she looked like Satan is sifting her. Hold on. I'm gonna repost it. Dang. Wait. Why ain't it? Okay, look at her picture, y'all.
You put it in. What you put it in the general thing?
In the think alive chat.
I know you fucking lying.
Oh my gosh.
I know you fucking lying.
That ain't real.
That
Get the
is
That
fuck
can't
her.
be
out of
That's
here,
real.
her.
man.
That's her profile picture.
Get the lady some help, man.
And
Get
the
the lady some
top,
help.
and the top lip
And
too. I don't
then
know.
here come Kalu. Shut your ass up.
Mute Kalu immediately.
Shut your ass up, man. You was doing fine on mute. You was doing just fine.
That is a strong chin.
Is it?
That's like
Is
that
it?
dude yesterday. I told him, I said it looked like God held you upside down when he was making you, and he thought your face was your ass, and he was trying to give you an elongated dick, but he gave you an elongated chin. Oh my gosh. All right, y'all. Zena May is live. We'll be back tonight at 11 p.m. for Maddie's Hour. 18 and up, if you hung out with us all night and you 18, 19, or 20 years old and you couldn't participate in the conversations, tonight is your night. Y'all be trying to come up every other night. Tonight is your night to come holler at our 18 and up co-hosts. We have Maddie, Pisces, and Venus will be joining us on the stage tonight. 21 and up is still able to participate. We just widen the gate for the youngsters to come in and have conversation. I will be on Chewed Gum on the line on YouTube at 6 p.m. today Central to talk about. It is a live that basically debates evangelicals about LGBTQIA. Tomorrow night I will be on the line again with Matt Dillahunty. And then Saturday, I will be hosting Atheist Experience for the first time as the main host with Trust But Verify as my co-host. I will see y'all. Go hop over there to Zena May. I'll be in the chat, but I'm about to go get some sleep because I got to go see my baby today at 2:00. I talked to her doctor yesterday. She should be able to come home either Wednesday or Thursday. So, and she is doing a lot better. She sounds a lot better.
Good.
Thank you for all of y'all that have reached out and checked on her. I appreciate y'all so much. I love y'all. Thank y'all for the likes, the shares, the comments, the super chats, the gifts, and I will see y'all tonight. All right, bye y'all.
Bye.
Bye.